Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network. Hello, everyone. I'm Ross Morasso. Welcome back to the show. My guest today, one Lloyd Alton, historian for New York City and the Bronx in particular. Been a teacher, historian, author with a few books at least, The Beautiful Bronx, The Bronx in the Innocent Years, Bronx Accent, and as of recently, presented the 2022 Man of the Year Award by Meet the Elite. Lloyd Alton, welcome to the show.
Glad to be here.
So the Bronx, I remember the first time I walked around it, I was just a pup in the 1990s trying to find my way over to Rayo's restaurant when I was first working for the Martha Stewart Living Show back then. And I got lost and I just started walking around and I actually found it to be a pretty wild place. What are some of the most interesting places and features of the Bronx, do you think?
I think the entire Bronx is fascinating. Each area of the Bronx has its own charms and its own attractions. The Bronx as a whole, most people don't know that it's geographically about the same size as the city of Paris. So if you're going to see the Bronx, don't think that's going to be just a few hours. It's going to be quite a long time, and maybe if you want to get into it, maybe a couple of days.
What do you find that people that are learning about the Bronx are most surprised to learn?
Well, I think it's what they're most surprised to learn is that it's not a pile of rubble. That many people think from the disasters of the 1970s. Moreover, that the people are friendly, welcoming, and believe it or not, always welcomed the other. Whenever any new ethnic group had come into the Bronx, they felt welcome. And that's been true since the 1700s onward, even to today. And so we have a wide variety of people in the Bronx, speaking many different languages. The largest largest language group today is Spanish, but you have people from every continent on the face of the earth. And if you consider the penguins in the Bronx Zoo, that includes Antarctica.
Going to ask you about that. I mean, the Bronx Zoo is actually kind of renowned throughout the world, isn't it?
Oh, absolutely. It's the largest urban zoo in the world. And it is now has as its mission the preservation of species that so that they don't go extinct. And that's the reason why the New York Zoological Society changed its name to the Wildlife Conservation Society, and they've been running the Bronx Zoo since 1899 when it opened.
That's when what started in 1899.
Yes, that was the opening day in 1899. Interestingly enough, most people don't know how the Bronx Zoo got started.
Mm-hmm.
There was a fellow by the name of Madison Grant, who was a member of a hunting club in New York City at that time. People went out west and they shot the wildlife that was out there, and he was appalled at the last time he was there that the amount of wildlife had decreased, and he went to the president of that hunting club. It was called the Boone and Crockett Club, named after Daniel Boone and Davy Crockett, and said, "Is there any way that we could start a zoo so that we can preserve these animals?" And the president of the club took action. They had a committee to investigate. They tried Central Park; it was too crowded, and they hired a guy by the name of William Hornaday to be the first director of the zoo and to find a place. And he settled upon the southern part of Bronx Park to put it. Now, the name of the guy who was the president of the Boone and Crockett Club, I don't know if you ever heard of him. His name was Theodore Roosevelt.
Once or twice, I think I've come across that name.
So basically, it was Madison Grant's query and Theodore Roosevelt's action that created the Bronx Zoo.
Do you think having, what one of the great presidents has contributed to it remaining one of the preeminent zoos in the world?
I think what it does is what makes it one of the premier zoos of the world. William Hornaday started it all off as the first director, and indeed, in the early 20th century, he gathered together a lot of people, and they met in, of all places, the Lion House of the Bronx Zoo, and there they established an organization to save the American buffalo, the bison, from extinction. And what they did was they gathered whatever buffalo they could find together into the Bronx Zoo, repropagated the herd there, siphoned them off to the Wichita Range in Oklahoma, and from there distributed it throughout the United States. And so if you go to Yellowstone National Park today and a buffalo comes over to you and speaks to you in a Bronx accent, you'll know why.
So you I've also read that you do these like walking tours of the
Yeah.
Bronx. So where would you take people around?
Well, there are a lot of interesting places. There's a tour I call Marvelous Mott Haven, which contains some very, very interesting places of interest in architecture, including a place where two of the nation's founding fathers are buried.
Hmm.
Uh, yeah, this is St. Anne's Episcopal Church on St. Anne's Avenue on 140th Street. And you have Lewis Morris, who did nothing in his life but sign the Declaration of Independence. And you have his half brother, Gouverneur Morris, who was one of the principal framers of the Constitution of the United States. In fact, he was given the task of taking the scattered resolutions of the Constitutional Convention and putting them into some sort of literary language so people can read this stupid thing. And he one of the tasks he did was he took a look at the preamble, and its preamble as originally passed stated, well, the states of New Hampshire, uh, Massachusetts Bay, Rhode Island and Providence Plantations, Connecticut, New York, and all the way down geographically to Georgia. And he said, no, this is not going to do. And he changed it to We the People, which starts off the Constitution of the United States, which, of course, is a very powerful phrase and has entered the American lexicon, trying to identify what kind of a people we are. Um, and, uh, and so, if you read the original Constitution that was passed in 1787, it is written in Gouverneur Morris's style of writing. And he is called the penman of the Constitution for that, but he did a lot more than that in the Constitutional Convention. A lot of the things that he advocated is in there too.
Why do you think he's not a household name like Thomas Jefferson or something? It's just because he never became president?
I think that that's the reason why. He was well respected in his lifetime. George Washington appointed him to replace Thomas Jefferson as the American ambassador to France, and he was the ambassador to France at the time of the Reign of Terror, and the only ambassador from any country to remain in France during the Reign of Terror. Uh,
Mm.
uh, and uh, he also later became a United States Senator from New York. Uh, and he did marvelous things in his life. Probably the most prominent Bronxite there is, and there are many prominent Bronxites. But he never became president, and he, and he would. That's one of the reasons why Thomas Jefferson is known and Gouverneur Morris is not a household word.
So if I go to the church, like, do they display their tombs or whatever? Like, is it they make it obvious that they're there?
Well, Gouverneur Morris is supposedly buried in the churchyard, and there is a large part of the churchyard that is his tomb. Lewis Morris is buried in the crypt of the church, and That is generally off limits, basically because the ceiling is so low. They're afraid that people will bump their heads into the ceiling and sue the church. So they,
Always some reason why there's a rule for something, isn't there?
absolutely.
So where else do you
So,
take people to?
well, I take people to the lower part of the Grand Concourse, which has been called the Grand Concourse Historic District. It's been named that by the Landmarks Preservation Commission. And the Grand Concourse was an idea of an immigrant from Alsace-Lorraine, a guy by the name of Louis A. Ries, um, who modeled it after the Champs-Élysées in Paris. And it is one of the grand boulevards and a very elegant boulevard. Not only that, but in the 1930s, during the Great Depression, when hardly anybody was building any buildings, um, private developers built buildings on the Grand Concourse in what was then the prevailing Art Deco style. And consequently, the Bronx today, and specifically the Grand Concourse area, has the largest collection of Art Deco residences in the world.
Wow. So why the Bronx? Why do you focus on the Bronx?
Uh, well, it's a strange story. I was always interested in history per se.
Hmm.
Uh, when I was a toddler, I was constantly asking people older than I what happened before I was born. Uh, and in education, I majored in history, and after I finished my graduate work, I realized I didn't know anything about the place where I was born, where I grew up, and where I still live, which is the Bronx. And I discovered there was a Bronx County Historical Society, and the Bronx County Historical Society had monthly uh, lectures that were absolutely free. And I figured the price was right, so I attended one, and then I went to another and another and another. And being professionally trained, I realized that the history of the Bronx was the history of the nation in microcosm. Every important event and every important movement in American history also happened in the Bronx. And therefore, you could use the Bronx as a laboratory. That if the people who focus on national events say, oh, these are the reasons why it happened, uh, that's an interpretation. Then I take a look at the Bronx and I say, okay, was that the reason why it happened here? And if not, why not? And that really spurred me on. I got extremely interested in that. And the rest, as they say, is history.
For those of you just joining us, I'm talking with Lloyd Alton, historian at New York City and specifically the Bronx, New York, author, as well as teacher. So do you still teach?
Oh, yes, absolutely. I've never retired.
Where do you
And
teach at?
I teach at Fairleigh Dickinson University in New Jersey, in the Teaneck campus. They have four campuses around the world, and Teaneck, New Jersey is one of them. And and I've been teaching there since 1964, and I've never retired.
And I assume you're teaching history?
Why? What else?
You wrote some of these books. One of them, I find the title very interesting. The Bronx in the Innocent Years from 1890 to 1925. Why do you call it the Innocent Years?
Well, that was the years when the Bronx was really growing. Starting in the 1890s, you had large numbers of Italians and Eastern European Jews coming into the Bronx. And by the 1920s, the Bronx was the fastest growing borough in the city of New York. And in those days, uh, going to the Bronx was considered a step up in life.
Mm.
Uh, and the Bronx, attracted people of wealth as well as middle and working class people. And it was it was a time when uh, we didn't have all of the complications in life that we have today. People, of course, had to live, and they had to do things in order to get the things that they wanted. But they were able to do it, and everybody got along. Everybody, you know, liked each other. and that is that's the reason why the area, the period uh, from the 1890s to the 1920s, I think, is the innocent years in the Bronx.
Now, you stop at 25, and I find it interesting that you picked that number as opposed to, say, 29, right?
Yeah.
What is it that you feel as though started happening from 1926 or beyond that sort of you would say would no longer count as the innocent years anymore? How did the Bronx start to evolve?
Well, again, it was it's largely the uh, the coming of the subway.
Hmm.
Uh, yes, the subway built the Bronx, and the last of the original subway lines of the old IRT, Interborough Rapid Transit Company, uh, finished building in 1920, and of course, 1925 is when you have a real culmination of people moving from places like the Lower East Side or East Harlem into the Bronx, and the uh, developers actually knew the route of the subway. They knew where a subway station was going to be. And before the subway was actually built, they actually built apartment houses in and around the site and advertised for them. And they provided a lot of amenities that you couldn't find in Manhattan, such as large apartments. And in the days before air conditioning, uh, you had cross ventilation. Uh, they provided uh, uh, refrigerators and stoves and things like that, and brand new ones if you're replacing a tenant who had left. They repainted the apartment for you, and not only that, would provide you with 1 or 2 months of free rent. so
My, how New York has changed.
yes, yes, absolutely. And of course, in 1925, the population of the Bronx was approaching 1 million. And of course, once you approach 1 million, you're really on the map.
So would you say that when the subways came, referring back to this word, innocence, do you think that that started to evolve the Bronx and indeed maybe some of the other boroughs just because of the mobility that it provided everyone from all the boroughs to start bouncing around? I mean, is that what you would attribute to the
Well,
change?
I think it was the fact that you could easily, within 15 minutes or a half hour, depending upon how far you were away from the central part of Manhattan, commute back and forth. And in those days, the fare was only a nickel, 5 cents to travel on the subway. And so it made life much more accessible, and Bronx was uh, less expensive than living in Manhattan and much nicer. People at the time began to say that the Bronx was like country. Uh, Most people don't know that today, 25% of the landmass of the Bronx is parkland. Uh, that's extraordinary, and it's the largest percentage of any borough of the city of New York.
For a while, and I would say now in New York, anything on the island is, if you can get it, take it if you can afford it, right? But there was a period of time where the Bronx, by some, would have maybe been considered not as desirable as some of the other boroughs or lower Manhattan or whatever. Like, what do you think attributed to that sort of period of that?
I It started basically in 1977 when Jimmy Carter was attending the United Nations, and he left at lunchtime, got into the limousine, and of course all the reporters followed him. And he got off at Charlotte Street and was walking upon block after block after block of rubble. And suddenly, the image of the Bronx, which had been a place of upwardly mobile, uh, working and middle class people, suddenly shifted to the one that you find in the notorious film Fort Apache, The Bronx, uh, where supposedly it was inhabited by feral people who were ready to pounce upon anybody who was unwary enough to pass by. and that changed the entire image of the Bronx, and that is one of the reasons why people left. But also, even before then, uh, you had a shift in attitude after World War II.
Hmm.
Uh, you had, when Johnny comes marching home, there's no place to live if he got married, because there was basically, except in rare places like Grand Concourse, um, no apartment building happened in the Great Depression, and certainly not during World War II. And there was no place to live. But the GI Bill passed by the Congress provided easy mortgages for people who would move out to the suburbs and buy a single family home. And suddenly, people now had money that they had saved up during the war that they couldn't spend because of the shortages, and they could buy a car. And then Robert Moses was building highways, so you could get to the subways by using your car, to the suburbs by using your car, and that meant even all over the entire country, uh, an accent on suburban living rather than urban living as the epitome of what life should be.
So not the Bronx particular, but there was just a fundamental shift of getting out and having your own green lawn, as it was.
That's right. Yeah, you're sitting under your own vine and fig tree.
With Jimmy Carter, um, and of course at that time, and indeed up until basically 20 years ago or so, the news cameras were all that a lot of us around America would see, and
Yeah.
so do you think that Jimmy Carter going to Charlotte Street, as you said, was that an unfortunate accident, or do you think that there was something more deliberate about picking those locations?
Well, I think he heard about it from from people in the Bronx, including elected officials. People in Brownsville and Brooklyn uh, constantly said after Jimmy Carter went there and the focus was on the Bronx, said, if he leaving the United Nations, if he turned left rather than right and came to Brownsville, he would find the same conditions, and then Brownsville would be get all the bad publicity. But in one sense, it turned out right because when Ed Koch became mayor of the city of New York, he was born in that area where Jimmy Carter had been,
Mm,
and he vowed that he was going to rebuild the Bronx, and he did. He started the whole thing, appointing Ed Logue, who had rebuilt Central Boston, as the person to rebuild the Bronx, and it continued well on after that. So that now, when you come to the Bronx, there's a lot of building going on still, and there's uh, a whole new idea of what the Bronx is like. I ran into a person who opened up a bookstore and coffee shop, uh, a wine bar uh,
okay.
in, in the Mott Haven area, and I mentioned how friendly the people of the Bronx were, and she said, you're right. When I first came to New York City, I was trying to find a place to live, and the only place where I felt welcome was the Bronx.
Mm.
So you begin to slowly but surely have a shift in attitude of what the Bronx is like.
Now, we've been talking about back in the day. What about
Mhm.
today? What is the Bronx today? What will people see if they go there?
Well, it all depends on where they go.
Ah,
Of course, you have a lot of uh, interesting places to visit. Let's say, as if you're a tourist, there are four historic houses in the Bronx. There's several museums, and some most people don't know about. There's a recent museum that opened up on the Fordham University campus in the library. A private collector uh, had donated his entire collection of Roman and Greek art,
well,
and it is I've seen it, and of course it's smaller than the collection in the Metropolitan Museum of Art, but it is of the same quality, and it's absolutely great. There's a Judaica museum in the Riverdale section of the Bronx. There's a museum of the maritime industry on in Fort Schuyler and Throgs Neck on the campus of the the State University of New York Maritime College, which reminds me, of course, there were about 14 colleges and universities in the Bronx, and the Bronx was known as the borough of universities. Uh, but you will also find people living. You can go up to Wakefield in the Bronx, and you'll find a lot of shops that feature Jamaican beef patties. And you could go to Arthur Avenue, and you could see lots of restaurants in what is called the Little Italy of the Bronx. If you are interested in a meal of fish and shellfish, City Island is the place to go. It is a center of that sort of thing. But also, if you want to know different areas, the Bronx has the largest populations of people from Ghana that live in the Bronx, and if you go there, you could see them on the street, and and of course there are Mexicans and Dominicans and Puerto Ricans, all speaking Spanish in that particular areas, and there are shops that cater to their taste as well. And you find people of all sorts, and how they work and operate. You could come across a Greek festival over in the Pelham Bay Park area if you're there at the right time.
Mm.
Uh, uh, there are lots of things. And if you go to Riverdale, which is the wealthiest part of the Bronx, you'll find some very old mansions that are there uh, that are still lived in, and some are, open to the public as museums. It's a Sometimes you come across something that you least expect, and that's what I say call is the wonder of the Bronx.
Okay, so we just have a minute or so left. You still teach at Fairleigh Dickinson University. Are your classes online? Like, can people take your courses even if they're not local?
Well, no, unfortunately, they cannot. The university, tried Zoom classes at the height of the pandemic, and nobody liked it. They said it's no good, neither the teachers nor the students. And so they provide very few instances of classes that you could take by Zoom.
Okay,
Uh,
so for those of us who are the history buffs, how can we learn more about what it is that you're offering here as a historian? Where can people find you? Where can we see your work?
Well, you can go to the Bronx County Historical Society. That's at if you want to get them online, it's bronxhistoricalsociety.org, and you could access them, and you'll find they have most of my books are on sale from them, and also if you want to go beyond me, they have a library and two museums that you could go to, and they also provide tours. Um, that I think is the best place that you could go to find information.
You know, you're also bearing the lead. There is one other place, which is just simply lloydalton.com.
No, unfortunately, I'm not. I am not personally online, but I'm not inaccessible. Um,
I'm
yeah,
looking at it right now. I see a whole page about you with your picture and everything in your history. It's a wonderful background of who you are and what you've done. It has been an amazing career that you are still having. There's really
okay,
something to be said for living it instead of just working, right?
absolutely.
Any final thoughts to our audience today?
Well, I would say that change your mindset and come to the Bronx, see what's there, and enjoy. Uh, it's something that is a complete revelation, and you should try it at least once in your life, and come again and again and again anyway. Even if you're just seeing a Yankee game at Yankee Stadium.
Mr. Alton, it was a real pleasure and privilege to talk to you today. To everybody else, I hope you've enjoyed this just as much as I did. I'm Ross Morasso. Until next time.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned.
This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
And welcome back, everybody. We want you to be the healthiest, strongest, well version of yourself you could ever imagine. And we've got somebody that's going to help you out with that. She's an expert wellness consultant. She's Keena Lampkins on the program. Keena, welcome. How are you doing?
Hi, I'm doing well, Steve. How are you?
Doing fantastic. And yeah, we want to be the best that we can be. Sometimes we get a little derailed. We're on different journeys. Life gets in the way. What would be, when you work with a lot of clients and you help them attain those goals, what would you say is the number one thing that we're missing when it comes to being who we want to be?
Right. I think optimizing our, including myself, well-being is probably the missing piece. We usually focus on a part of wellness or a part of being well, and omit other parts that are equal players in us, establishing a higher sense of well-being. So with my program, I make sure I cover all of the major parts, the 5 major parts, which are nutrition, fitness, sleep, social connectedness, mindfulness. You have to start with mindfulness with everything. It starts with mindfulness. And in between those 5 things, I call it 360 wellness approach. Getting from surviving to thriving in those areas are going to is going to leverage that to help catapult you to flourishing, which is why I say I help my clients flourish, because flourishing means to rub off on others or to kind of reach for a sense of purpose that's higher than yourself. But a lot of times we can't do that if we're not well, if we haven't come to a certain state of well-being within ourselves. So if you can imagine, like your physician, for instance, coming in to treat you, and you'd hope that they'd come in as the best version of themselves. But what if they haven't been to sleep? Or what if they aren't eating well? What if they live isolated lives or aren't mindful, God forbid, So mastering those things or thriving in those areas, it's going to help you flourish as a person, to rub off and have a more positive effect on other people.
I love the way you put that, from surviving to thriving, because in my mind, when I hear surviving, you get by. Are you really having a great time with life? And, the opposite of that is thriving.
Mm-hmm. Sure. And we all have those moments where we just don't know what we're going to eat right next, and we find ourselves just speeding through a drive-through, and you're like, this is not my preference. However, I'm just trying to survive right now. I've got to feed myself. Yep. Or, I can't get to sleep when I need to. So I'm going to take these 3 hours, 4 hours here or there, because I'm just trying to survive, those types of things. And so my goals with my clients are to bring them up from that type of scenario until they've gotten a hold of their sleep, they've gotten a hold of their nutrition and their exercise plan and their social life, and mindfulness, and they're thriving in all those areas so that they can begin to be a blessing to others, flourish others, be more of a societal benefit and make a positive impact.
It's almost as if we just settle. Like when the examples you gave, we're going to go through the fast food restaurant, you're settling. Who wants to just settle when it comes to their lives? You really want to do well, not just accept, meh, it's not good enough. It really isn't. And I love your approach because you take it from literally the 360, where there are some really great life coaches out there. There's, spiritual, motivational people that can help you along, but they don't necessarily look at your entire life. And if you don't have enough sleep, you're not going to flourish. If you don't work out and exercise, hate to break it to you, everybody, you're not going to flourish. Yes, it's a pain in the butt to get to the gym, but there's a reason that so many people do it, and it's not to fix his chemicals. Yeah.
Sure. Yeah. And I agree with you. And, transparent moment. I came out of, the church. I went to ministry school, and I volunteered in prisons for a long time and mentored several male and female inmates and different things of that nature. But by me having a health background, wellness background, I noticed over the years of me being involved in churches and different ministries and things that they did not touch on all of the parts of us as human beings. There was a hyper focus on the spirituality, but none on the physiological aspects, And I would unfortunately watch the ministers just go from hospital visit, funeral, weddings, and just run, without proper rest, without, proper diet and nutrition. And unfortunately, those types of things, even though you're doing good for others, can, have a really bad effect on you, on you personally, even though you're trying to do good. So that was one of my opportunities. I'm glad you brought that out, because it's very easy to focus on, just the spiritual, or just certain aspects of us being well, and neglecting others and not looking at everything as a whole.
The nice thing is with the younger generation, they get some of that. So they've got we need to take time for ourselves. Better work environment where generation before them and maybe the one before that was just like work.
Right.
And didn't take that time.
Right. Yeah, that's my group that I'm after primarily, is the 27 to even 25 to 37-year-olds, the younger generation. I'm in my 40s, because I feel like they're more aware than my generation and prior, and possibly a generation before mine, like my mom, and that they're more aware. They understand balance a little bit better than we did. They understand, trying to attain a higher purpose higher than themselves, I think, better than we have. So I felt that in terms of mentoring, I'd be able to make more of an impact with the next generation.
Yeah. It's interesting how that changes, and give them a lot of credit, because they, that generation that we're talking about stood up, and that's why, and people listen. So that's why when you look at Google and other companies, you see childcare in the company, you see game rooms, you see a cafeteria, excellent food choices, because it is a full holistic approach and not just go to work every day, get it done,
right,
eat and do it again the next day.
And that's kind of like that's one of the things with sleep that I like to argue. This get it done attitude, like I believe that the line of thought was that sleep is a wasted state. Like, if I'm not being productive, that is the, I guess, gold standard of types of states. There is a one where in which you can be productive, and you can't be quote unquote productive while you sleep. So I don't really need it. It's less important, where the sleep is what allows you to be productive, in a mindful, intentional way, and so I think that hyper focus on productivity has been off, and having a 360 approach to wellness brings a little bit more of a better perspective, so that in your awake state, you can be more impactful and flourish,
Everybody can relate to that. How many times did you not get enough sleep and you're barely making it, you're surviving. You're just barely making it through the day. It is so, and here's my transparent moment, like you shared before. I was getting up at 3:54 a.m. for years. I've since changed that. The backyard renovation, had some other stuff going on. Add that all together, not getting enough sleep. That was the bottom. Gave myself an ulcer and didn't even know it. I was just like, what is going on? It got to the point where and not many guys say this, like, I got to go to the hospital. Like something's not right. My blood pressure was up, feeling something. And that's what it turned out to be. It was managed like that, went away, all good, but it was sleep. Absolutely. There's just no question about it. And then the stress that comes with that, because you can't deal with the stress if you don't have enough sleep, right?
Yes. It kind of affects your ability to be mindful. You're not able to be present in anything that you're doing.
Yeah.
You just kind of have this treadmill thought processes where you just kind of go, or waterfall of thoughts, and you can't even enjoy the moment. You're just surviving.
Just getting by. So how do you work with people? I know that, as a wellness consultant, and by the way, if anybody wants to reach out, it's KeenaWellness.com. That's Keena, KEENA wellness.com.
Yes.
How does it work with you? Is there a free discovery call? Like how do you do it?
Yes. They can go to my website and book a free 15-minute call. And that just gives me and them an opportunity just to make sure that what I have to offer is going to be a benefit to them and that we're a good fit. But primarily I work with my clients through group coaching or one-on-one coaching. And I'm in the process of developing some resource materials, workbooks, different things like that will help my clients be able to internalize what we're discussing in the sessions a lot better.
I look at it this way. When somebody works with you, it's almost like they're getting the best of every world, because you just, I don't want to minimize just a life coach, but in working with you, we're talking about fitness. We're talking about your diet, we're talking about your mental situation, and all of that, and the mindset, all of that comes into play, which for me, that's the way it should be. You can't do one without the other. They all have to be in balance, and they all have to be working together.
I call it a dedicated growth space, And the reason I decided to not use the word focus group, because focus again is very linear, and we're not just focusing on one thing. It's an open area for growth in all of the spheres that we mentioned: sleep, nutrition, exercise, social connections, mindfulness. It's a dedicated time for you to set aside in order to grow. in all of those areas. So I feel like the clients love it. It's like a time to talk about these things. It's not counseling, right? It's not counseling at all, but it's just a space that they have, a self-care space that they've carved out for themselves to be intentional weekly, to thrive, to work on thriving in all of those areas and get away from scrapping and surviving.
It's funny because as we're talking, I would have so many questions for you. Like it's from all the different areas because they're all so important. And as a basic life coach, you're just talking about your goals. There's accountability, which you take care of as well. We're actually getting some questions. We're going to take a super short break and come right back. And we're talking to Kina, who is a wellness coach. She does it all. 360 approach. We'll be right back.
360.
Academy Sedan and Limo is a full-service transportation company serving the Philadelphia metropolitan area with full knowledge of the New York City, Baltimore, and Washington, D.C. areas. We pride ourselves on being the most dependable, conscientious company in the industry. Our always on-time service and dependable pricing make us the company to call for any event or occasion. Our vehicles can accommodate any size party for any occasion. Our vehicles range from four-door sedans to SUVs to minivans to limo buses to full-size tour buses and can accommodate groups of 2 to 100. We offer airport shuttle service or over-the-road service without limitation regarding mileage or time, and no drive is too long or too far. So if you find yourself in need of transportation of any type with any vehicle, give us a call at 610-842-4564 and let us show you what a real transportation company can do for you.
The session that we had with BCAT was really entertaining and enlightening. We were able to put together some very specific steps that we as individuals can take, and it was really fun to all come together and see sort of where we're going as a team and how we can all get there together.
We had a tremendous experience with the BCAP partners. One of the challenges that we have as an organization is to make sure that we have the right people in the right chairs doing the right thing. To do that well, you have to have synergy. You can try to dream up ways to make sure that your group does that, or you can rely on experts. We would recommend BCAP partners to anybody who's looking to take their organization to the next level.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
We're talking about empowering you, helping you go from surviving to thriving. And that's with Kina Lampkins, and she's a wellness consultant. Question we've got coming from Becky. And Becky is checking in from Clearwater, Florida. She says, I heard you talking about sleep. We were just talking about that in my house the other day. What's the proper amount of sleep that somebody should be getting?
7.5 hours.
7.5. Okay. All right. I've often heard 7's like the magic number when it comes to sleep, or of course 8. But
right.
When was the last time you had a full 8 hours of sleep? I don't really know. I think I could tell.
Last night.
So jealous. Yeah.
Yes. So there are some exceptions to that rule. If your age plays a part, and the younger you are, like teenager, under 25, they need more sleep than we do. Their brains are slow developing. So that would be kind of like one of the only exceptions. But for the rest of us, that I would say 22, 23 years old or over, 7.5 hours are appropriate. But I like to say that because sometimes parents get annoyed with their teenagers if they want to sleep all the time, but they actually do need that sleep. Yeah, they need 9 or 10 hours at that age, from like 17 to 23. So,
All right. Well, my son is 16. I'll shut up. Yeah. And on weekends, and when school's not in session, he's sleeping all day long because, of course, he's up at night playing video games. And
sure.
Let's go to diet. What's some of the recommendations? And there's this. I mean, it's a huge category, but
right.
What stands out for you?
I kind of like the genius and simplicity type of approach. And I've talked to a lot of people, and it's like, this is that. They've tried all these different things. But I always kind of start with the basics on that to say, are you eating 3 times a day? You know, are you skipping meals? You know, and usually the answer is always yes. And it's this getting away from this idea of self-neglect, right? Because if I were to, you know, ask a parent if they skip meals with their children, you know, that could be a reason where Department of Children and Family Services come in and evaluate you. If your kid goes to school and says, hey, we never eat breakfast. Like, my mom doesn't feed me in the morning, you know? But yet we do it to ourselves.
Interesting view of that when you think about it. Yeah, if you deprived your child of, you know, even breakfast, yeah, we don't eat breakfast ever. You're right. It could be, you know, some concern there, grounds for some concern.
Right. That the teachers would raise an eyebrow at that, you know, and say, really, tell me more. You know? But we just run out of the house, you know, we don't eat anything at 3 o'clock. And then, you know, those types of things. So I like to start with the basics, make sure you're eating just a nice breakfast, lunch, dinner. You know, if you want to do 5 meals, 5 small meals throughout the day, you know, however you want to approach it. Probability is key there too. Because I asked the client, what's probable based on your job and your daily activities and responsibilities? What are you more probable to do? Eat 5 small meals, just three and done. But what's going to work best for you? Just make sure that you're eating, you know, throughout the day.
Yeah, and it's so true. And if you don't recognize it, that you need to eat, you're probably, again, go back to the, you know, thriving word. You're probably not doing as best as you could be doing. I know it. I had to run out before. I'm like, I gotta eat. I'm not going to focus. I can't. I can't help it, you know.
And that's where mindfulness comes in, because if you're mindful, right, in the state of awareness, then you hear your body yelling at you.
Yeah, it knows. You got to listen to it. How about exercise? When we go there? You know, there's all different things you hear, you know, whether it's 5 days a week, 3 days a week, 30 minutes, 20 minutes. What do you got?
5 days a week.
Okay.
Yeah, 5 days a week. Something greater than 10, 12 minutes. Yeah, something every single day, for sure.
And I know we're all busy, but if you can't squeeze out the 15 minutes, 5 days a week, you got to retool your life. Something's up. Something's going on. You know, take a walk around the block. And I have friends that's how they lost a ton of weight, just by walking every evening, 7 o'clock, come home from work, eat something, you know, the right kind of meal, and go for a walk for like an hour and a ton of weight.
Sure. It definitely works. There's 101 benefits to exercise. Statistically, scientifically, peer-reviewed studies have been done. And so there are a lot of reasons to exercise and make that effort. But I tell people, okay, if you can't do 5, you can do first threshold, especially if you're sedentary. If you're not doing anything right now, then the first goal is 72 minutes a week, because the science supports, like being able to hold back diabetes, blood pressure, and other comorbidities with 72 minutes a week. If you're sedentary, if you're not doing any exercise at all, if you just got to 72 hours a week, you really take a pivotal turn in terms of your health.
So with with those 72 minutes, can you move them any way you want? It just you got to get that 72 in there.
Yeah, you just got to get that 72 in there. You know, 7-day week. You know.
Okay. All right. That's that's doable. Yeah. And especially nowadays with everybody working on their computer, everybody's just you know, got to get up and get it moving.
Sure. Yeah. And I like tell my clients, I'm like, if you drink enough water during the day, you get up from that computer because you have to go to the restroom.
So true.
That's like a little tip. It's like, just keep your water here, and then,
it really is true. And so many of us don't hydrate anyway. So now you're taking care of two things at the same time.
Sure.
Yeah.
Yes. Absolutely.
Interesting. What do you encounter the most often from people, Kina, that you work with? What's the main things that people tell you that they're dealing with in their lives and why they're not thriving and moving things forward?
I think intentionality will be first. Not giving themselves the time or the space to figure it out, to even see what the root causes of things are. A lot of times people they scrape just trying to survive, and they say, well, I know I need to exercise, and they'll get out and they'll do it for a couple of weeks, but they aren't able to retain the habit, the healthy habit, because they haven't addressed kind of down the pipeline what's really keeping them from being successful, on a long-term basis. So it's about identifying the barriers, taking time to identify the different barriers and how things connect to one another, and look at the bigger picture so you can start to get the traction that you need to be successful in, and start to really build and develop habits that will kind of get you to that thriving point.
You know what I've learned in my journey, and on a new one in the past year and change, but it's do the work. You have to do the work. It is work. There's things that is work. Yeah, it's and that could even it could be the mindset portion of the work, but it is work. It takes work to always be in a positive state of mind. It does. Eventually it comes easier, but we're all programmed, as kids, to be negative from day one. There's every message out there. You're a 2-year-old, you go to the kitchen table and you want to grab something. You're just and you're told, hey, don't do that. Don't do that. Well, that's negative. You just picked up on a negative right there. So we're programmed that way. So to reprogram just to be positive is some work. But fortunately, somebody like you, a wellness consultant that helps people do that work, and the accountability behind it too. So you're gonna keep on somebody's butt if they're not doing that.
Yeah, they have to see me the following week, and I want to know how did you do on this goal that we set.
Yeah, Kina's gonna crack the whip, but it's all for the better.
It's all for the better.
All for the better. Tell everybody, if they go to your website, kinawellness.com, how does it work? Is it a free discovery call? Tell us about that.
Yeah, a free 15 minutes. They can go to my site and connect with me there. There's email. They can email, phone number. I can send a text message, or they can just book that 15-minute call, discovery call.
Love it. Excellent. Well, you know what? You've inspired me for my first goal here, and that is I am going to try and get 8 hours.
Yes.
Tonight.
Yes.
To try. It might come in the form of 10 milligrams of melatonin. I don't know what it's going to be, but I got to get it done because the last couple of days, just I'm here. I'm good. Last time was okay, but it was a busy weekend. But even at the very least, it's great that you do what you do in a 360 approach, because it's so important.
Yes. It is important. I love doing what I do. And I'm looking forward to talking with you next week, because I am going to be highly interested on your goal. I heard you say it.
I got to do the work. And refreshing to talk to you. And I love your passion and your vibe and your energy, and looking forward to next time.
Thank you. Thank you, Steve. See ya.
Thanks, Kina.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you can now listen live on the MyTuner Radio and online Radio Box apps for iOS, Android, and the Amazon App Store. Or check us out online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on onlineradiobox.com/US so you don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned.
This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
And we are excited once again to have our friend Andrea Endry joining us here. Excited to have her. We're going to talk today about identifying the authentic parts of all of us, in a sense, by seeing really who we are not. So excited to have you back here. It's always a pleasure to speak with you. Would you mind introducing yourself and remind us a little bit about what it is you do specifically?
Would love to. Thank you, Jill. And always happy to be here and happy to be back. So Andrea Endry, I support moms who are yearning for more out of life, but don't know how to get there. So I believe that one of the reasons so many people in general feel like something is missing is because we're not living true to our authentic nature. And I want to change that by guiding moms back to their authentic selves, because when moms are empowered to live authentically, not only do their lives improve, but they can create the difference in the world that they are here to make. And so as an empowerment coach, I reflect to my clients the patterns holding them back from living their best feeling, most authentic and purposeful life. And as an energy healer, I help my clients release the blocks behind those patterns, allowing their authentic selves to shine through.
Perfect. Wow. Especially you mentioned the word authenticity, right? Being authentic and being true. So we're going to be talking about that today. Really, what is authenticity to start off with? And maybe you could, share a little bit of your story about how you started down this path to learn the importance of it and what it means to you.
I would love to. And it's funny, as we're here, I got hot for the first time today. So I see my temporary tattoo. I was testing tattoos for my daughter's class.
How cute. Oh, I have a Boo Ghost one we did the other day. Mine's already worn off though. It's already off. How cute.
I know. Amazon came through with these tattoos.
Awesome.
So fun. Happy fall. So authenticity. So this part of my journey, I date back to 2019. So about 3.5 years ago, early 2019, I saw this book come across my Kindle recommendations for 99 cents. And this book was called A New Earth by Eckhart Tolle.
Wow.
And I'd never heard of it, had no idea who this guy was, but I was hovering and I was staring. You ever do that? And you're like, I don't know why I'm looking at this, but I can't stop looking at this. And I realized that I now know that is one way that our intuition speaks to us. And that was my intuition's way of telling me, like, you need to read this book. And so I sprung for the 99 cents, and I'm so grateful. I will forever credit this book as changing the trajectory of my life. So we'll get more into the contents in a little bit, but my major takeaway at the time was learning about this concept of ego, which is an energy that's different from our soul. And so when I applied the learnings of the book I was looking at the lens of the book at my career, and I realized that the only 2 reasons that I ever wanted to move up in a company were to have a fancy title and to make more money. And this book helped me see that those were ego-driven motivations, not soul-driven motivations. And I'd had this yearning to be of service in a way that I knew my soul could be. And so this book totally convinced me that if I figured out how to align to my soul, which I consider the authentic part of me, and use those motivations as the driving force behind my decisions, that the universe would support me. So the right people would show up, the right resources would show up, because if I'm operating from my soul, then I'm in a sense also doing work on behalf of the universe, and the universe is here to support that. And so not only did that really shake up the way I looked at my life, the way I looked at myself and understood myself, that kicked off what some might call an ego death or a dark night of the soul, which we'll get more into some of the concepts in a little bit, but just looking at everything in my life differently, understanding who I was differently, that can be really hard on a person. And a lot of people on a spiritual path sort of go through that. I don't know who I am anymore. And so it's normal. Many of us have been through it, and I've been building myself back up from that ever since.
And we're excited to have you here doing that. I don't know
Yeah,
if you were taking a page break or you were continuing,
Yep.
but
Flipping.
no,
Yeah.
I appreciate that. That's great for sharing. And I'm sure there's a lot of us out there who can really empathize with that. And yeah, for sure. Absolutely. And continue.
Yeah.
Sorry to interrupt.
Yes. And so this, so the next piece of this is I left that book and I didn't know who I was. And so the idea is, well, live from your soul. I didn't know who I was, but that book gave me breadcrumbs to identify who I was not. And so that is really, yes. And so that is what I would suggest to people. If anyone is looking at, well, who am I authentically? A lot of us don't know because we haven't been looking at ourselves that way. So here are some clues for us to understand who we are not and to start to separate. So Eckhart in the book, he talks about the concept of ego, and ego in the spiritual world is a little bit different. A lot of us say, oh, that guy's got a big ego. He looks at ego a little bit differently, as being a separate concept from the soul. And so how he describes the ego is that's the part of us that identifies with or thinks we are our thoughts. And so, as I know you and I have talked about before, our thoughts, they're conditioned by the past, our upbringing, our culture, our family background. And I know you've talked about many of them being self-limiting also. And so a lot of those persistent thoughts, those emotions, those reactive patterns, many of those are more coming from this ego construct than they are from our soul construct.
Our authentic soul, our real self. Yes, got it. It's so true.
Exactly. It is. And the ego is often unobserved. So that drunk monkey again is spewing thoughts in our head, right? And we're not looking at them, we're not observing them. But a lot of them lead to bad feeling emotions in our body. And then we react when the outer world brings something to us to react. And so all of that is our ego pattern. And so it is possible to decrease the strength of our ego. And how I do that is I notice when it's showing up. And so 3 clues that I'll talk about, there's more than these 3. These are 3 that Eckhart talked about that really hit me when I was reading the book. The first one, when you're looking at sort of the motivation behind your action, is one, if you're trying to feel superior or inferior to anyone, that's the ego. The ego loves to feel better than people, or the ego loves to tell you how you're not as good as those other people. And so that was the one that I'd say hit me the hardest, because again, my job motivations at the time, I just wanted a fancy title. I wanted director or something, and I wanted to make more money than other people. But that was to feed that superiority side of me that really wanted to feel better than other people. And when I realized that was a characteristic of ego, that was that was a kick to my guts, because again, I was looking to live from my soul, and understanding that I was not doing that at all was really hard for me to take and comprehend at the time. So that's characteristic 1. Characteristic 2, the ego loves to be right. Have you ever met any of those people? They just love to be right.
Ironically, you said something funny, because I happened to, we all make choices in life, and I dated someone for 2 years, and he had my sister ironically sent me a picture of him this morning, I guess on social media, and it was a picture of him looking at himself in the mirror with his tie, talking about he's going to this film festival, and he's like, and he has his face on, and we just laughed at it, and I'm like, he is my definition of ego, someone who just thinks they're above, great and beyond. Like, yeah, we all post pictures on social media. Look at me, look at my kids. But when I post a picture of myself smiling, I feel like I don't have that look. There's just a look of ego, like I think I'm greater than everyone type of look. And I'm like not that way, but he is. It's funny you said that today. I could show you his picture, but you won't be able to see it on the screen.
Oh, dude, but I bet I know a guy probably who acts like that guy. So we all know the guy.
Yeah.
And so the ego just it feeds off of the energy of being right. And my husband, so I went to the University of Michigan, and my husband likes to joke that all of us Wolverines, that's just how all of us are. We just all have to be right all the time. So again, this was a journey for me to decrease and notice and understand that I'm allowed to my truth, you're allowed to your truth. What's the point in arguing? And so there's the initial awareness and choice. And so I made the choice to quit arguing, but then there's the habit building, and the habit building to actually decrease the habits can come over time. So that was number 2, where I was like, oh, that's an ego-driven behavior, the need to feel right. And to show it off to that point, ego loves to be, complimented from the outside. And so I'm sure that picture that you were talking about, they get the hits from the outside, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yes. Yes.
And so a third one that I'll talk about is complaining. So I used to be the face of the complainer. I would come home every night. What was the worst thing in my job? Just talk about it all night. I'd go to weddings. I'd focus on the bad parts. And for me, part of this was because I thought it was helping me look good, right? Like, oh, these are all the bad things. This is how I would have done it better. Obviously, I'm better than this. But again, I'm understanding now that energy is just a worthless energy, and it's a worthless exercise, because if you're always looking for bad things, you're always going to see bad things. Then you have more to complain about, and life can just not get better if that's how you're focusing life. So I have now, I made the choice to quit complaining. Every now and then it pops back in.
Of course, it does.
It does. It's a habit. I had 30 some years of momentum in the other direction. And so it doesn't change overnight, but we make the choice to start to be better, and life has gotten better. You look for the good in life, and the good in life continues to show up and continues to surprise you when you make the choice to live that way. And so those are the 3. I'll leave it at those 3. There's more to identifying ego, but I'd say if in general, like if the motivations behind your actions, behind your choices, you're trying to stand out, be special, be in control, get attention, all of those are really ego driven.
Wow. Well, I want to get rid of that ego. Is it a good idea, or it's okay to still keep it so we have a little something to keep us in check? Can I say?
Yes. I love that question. So, there's different opinions in sort of the spiritual community. Do we want to get rid of the ego? Do we not want to get rid of the ego? Some think that the idea is to completely dissolve the ego, but I look at it as another way. I like to think of it as it can be supportive. So if the ego is those thoughts running through my head, what if I have supportive thoughts in my head? And so, because there's always going to be thoughts, I can't turn off the thoughts, but I can make it so that they're supportive to me and they're aligned with the authentic part of me versus misaligned. And so I do think the ego can be helpful and supportive. And I think of it less as sort of that energy of judgment and comparing and superiority. I think of it now as it's showing up as my personality, because it's more aligned with the authentic who I am as a teacher and a healer. I try to align it versus live in contrast with it, if that makes sense.
No, it does. Absolutely. And Andrew, while I take that sip of water, would you mind sharing the best forms of contact for you to remind everyone, Andrea, who we're talking about, and how we can reach out to you?
Would love to. AndreaAndry2es.com is my website. That's the main place where you'll find links to my LinkedIn, my Facebook group for moms, the Empowered Moms Club, and my email, hello@AndreaAndry.com.
Perfect. Thank you so much. And on the conversation, so
Mhm.
is the goal to get rid of that ego, or we're going to keep a little bit, right? It's
We're
okay
going
to
to keep
keep a
a little
little.
bit. That's
Okay.
right.
Perfect. Can we talk about some misconceptions? Maybe I know you wanted to go down the spiritual path in a sense.
Mhm.
Some
Yeah.
common misconceptions about well, first of all, for those out there who may be new to a spiritual path, what is it exactly? Do we all walk a spiritual path? Should
Mhm.
we? Explain that concept if you don't mind.
Mhm. I'm sure everyone has a different take on this. For me, I do believe that everyone is here on earth to walk towards the highest versions of themselves. I think there's sort of a little experiment on earth. We choose to come to earth to try to do that. We forget who we are, and then we look at the clues, and then as we follow the clues, we remember. And so a lot of the teachers that you'll see on the spiritual path, they didn't start the spiritual path until they were at the lowest point of their lives. So Eckhart Tolle, who we've talked a little bit about today, he was at a really, really low depressive point until the point where he said, I can't live with myself anymore. And then he's like, who is I and who is myself, and why are they two different entities? And that's how he got into this whole ego versus soul mentality. But for me, the spiritual path has been it's been an inner journey. So understanding, who am I as a spiritual being having a human experience? So the spiritual being is who I am. There are energies that I am here to express in the world. There are things that I'm here to teach and to talk about. But then there's the human experience. There's the thoughts, there's the body, there's the emotions. Those all come with the human experience. And so for me, my spiritual path has really been, how can I identify and live from my soul, which is this entity and energy much bigger than I can comprehend for my tiny human brain? And how can I do that within the human experience? And so I think a lot of people have a different interpretation of that. Some people equate it to religion. To me, it's completely separate from religion, because religion to me is, someone sort of got some rules for me and rules to follow. I think the spiritual path for everybody is very individual. A lot of people do it a lot of different ways. But at the end of the day, it's all about, how are we growing inside to our connection, to our authenticity. So that's how I would define it.
Perfect. And also, let me just remind everyone, Andrea, who's here with us today, we're talking in regards to authenticity, what that means to you, who we are as authentic people. And I think as we get older, it's kind of like the older we are, the wiser we get. I feel like at a younger age, I don't think we really know our true self. It's sad that I wish, how do I say it? I always say it wrong. I wish I knew now I wish I knew then what I know now, right? I always get it wrong.
Yep,
My mom
yep.
used to laugh at me for that. Yes, but it's
Yeah.
so true. And with your kids and my kids, if we could teach them that, but it's just something that just can't be learned until it's like there's something with the brain maturity level, and you can't get it. But I think you would live a better life if we can realize that earlier in life. But
I know.
part of life's mysteries. Maybe there's some
That's
kids that can absorb it, I'm sure, but mine can't. I didn't, What's it? Well, but as a parent, and how can we start teaching our children to look for, discover, and to start being more of their authentic self? Any suggestions?
What I do, I try to pay attention to what they naturally gravitate towards and really, really support that in what is one of my tips. And so art or music or whatever they're just kind of doing, I try to limit any sort of limiting comment about that and really just support their natural expression, because to me, our authenticity is an energy that wants to express. And so the more I can do that, I think the more I can encourage their expression without them labeling it. I think they can at least feel free to continue those activities and continue to express those. So that is one thing I try to do. The next thing I try to do is just let them know that I love them no matter what. They're perfect just the way they are. Just a lot of those really affirming, affirmations, I guess, if you will, because I know a lot of grown-ups, I look at what are many of us sort of deconstructing from, and we're deconstructing from I'm not enough, and I was loved only if I did X, Y, and Z. And so I want to, as much as possible, try to express in them this idea of unconditional love for exactly who they are. But then the flip side of me is I know that our hardships have a purpose. And some people talk about the duality nature of Earth and how you might not be able to understand love unless you've really felt hate, kind of thing. And so I also understand that with my kids, sometimes not getting it right away means they're going to learn something from this experience that will actually enhance them in the future and make it so a lot of us have to dip down into that as kids, so that way we can learn from it and grow in a way that we wouldn't. So hopefully that takes a little bit of the pain and the angst off of parenting.
I love what you said. It also reminded me of a good story I think people can benefit from, including yourself and our listeners today. We were involved last week in a very minor car accident. The first one with my children in the car. Now they're 5 and 7. My niece was in the car. My boyfriend was driving. We were out to dinner at hibachi place. My little guy wanted hibachi. My older guy, who's 7, only eats chicken nuggets, pizza. So and they don't even offer a kids menu there, which stinks. They just have like the rice and the chicken, the steak. So I said, no problem. We'll go to dinner. Afterwards, I will get you McDonald's, or I'll go home. I'll make you dino nuggets, whatever you want. Not a problem. Everyone's safe. Normal night. We all get in the car, all buckle up. And, you know, with children, a lot of times they give you a fight over buckling up. And it's my 7-year-old does it himself, but always forgets when he gets in. And I have to tell him. The 5-year-old still needs help. But it's that it's annoying to have to do it. You know, as an adult, it's just second nature at this point. So now we're driving and we're on a road headed towards the main expressway. And I said, so Austin, what would you like? Would you like me to make you dino nuggets, or we could stop at McDonald's? And he's like, you know, Mom, I think I would like an egg wrap from Dunkin' Donuts. So something different, which he likes those two usually for breakfast. So I'm like, oh my God. I look to the right. I'm in the passenger seat. There's a Dunkin' Donuts right there. So my boyfriend was already stopped at a stoplight, but the light just turned green. So he saw me go like this and jumped, and he just jumped the gun on the gas and turned to the right. So he clipped the back of the guy's bumper, and he has a Jeep. But still did damage to the guy's car, our car. It was a minor accident. Thank goodness for everyone. We pull in, we do the right thing. And my niece she's 14. She was scared and crying and nervous. And I was like, you don't have to be, but it was a great lesson learned, and thankful that it wasn't worse than it was, but just learning the steps of life. Like now we've talked about getting to X. We talk about why you have to wear a seatbelt. We talk now you experience it in a sense. And this was a good situation. And then we leave the other day school, and there's a serious car accident near the school where people, fatalities, and the cars were wrecked. And I slowed down and I said, you have to look at this car. I said, this is sad. Somebody died here. I said, got goosebumps talking about it, but I'm like, do you understand what we went through last week was minor. We are thankful. We are grateful, but it doesn't always work out that way for everyone. So it's just about those little, experiences where we do our best to teach them and to help them start to learn. But it's little life lessons like that, I think, can help really authenticate all of us in a sense. Sorry for going on a tangent, but it just it was a good story to share, because a lot of times you can't learn it until you do it or go through it in a sense. So that's kind of my thinking of where I went on this tangent. Sorry.
No, that was a great tangent. And I love it, because I feel like so many of us just live on autopilot, and especially our kids, if we don't stop to explain those things, then they're just not going to get it or embody it or understand. And so I agree. I try to bring awareness to certain things when it makes sense and talk about the behavior or the whatever it might be. So that way they can start to process those things a little bit differently. So,
and then going through the whole process. This is normal. Now we call the cops. Everyone's okay. You're going to get a police report. Well, let's go to Dunkin' Donuts. We'll go inside and relax. But let's talk about what just happened, everyone. And what do we learn from this? A little guy's like, I have my seatbelt on. I'm like, yes, great. That's why we always have it on. I know sometimes you don't want to put it on, but this is why. And it's okay. And then the cop came and said, hello, cops are friendly. It's okay. You admit when you're wrong. We all make mistakes. We all have accidents. And so it was a great learning experience. And again, thankful that it wasn't worse, but it's times like that that make you really appreciate the little things, and it
Yes,
teaches us
absolutely.
all a lesson. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Sorry. You still have more
No.
time. 10 more
No.
minutes, girl. Go for it. Go ahead. Go. You're on a roll.
No, I was going to add too, something you could consider, just watch for, is if they start to have feelings. So the emotions, if they start to show like getting scared about driving, or just ensure that they've got the space to feel as well, especially if some of that fear maybe didn't express in the moment. And I'm not always that good at getting my kids to do this yet. I try to go into your body and what does your body feel like? But one thing that I did once with my daughter was, do you want to color how you feel? And I think that's a good way of getting them, because you want to move the feeling in their body.
Yeah. Never thought of it that way.
Yeah.
Because my son loves to draw and he comes home with beautiful little artwork from school, but that's a good thing.
Mm-hmm.
And I wonder how that would be if he's angry, if it's going to come out darker colors. Is that what you noticed?
Probably.
Your daughter did the bright colors.
In his case,
what
it
was
was
like
dark and yeah, there's like an angry face. And we did it the one time because I was really noticing she didn't have the language. She was too young for the language at this point. So I had her color. But I would say if just pay attention to your kids. If they can talk about it and sort of feel, that's great. But if they need a different outlet, maybe there's a different way that they can express if they still have some of that fear within their body from that experience.
Yeah. Wow. Absolutely. That's a good idea. And again, it all starts with the children. And as a coach, just curious, what is the age range of people you work with? Do you work with adolescents, teenagers, or?
Not yet. So typically those who have come to me so far, moms with young kids, 30s-ish, that's about where I am. And so I think you sort of attract who you are in many sense. But my intuition tells me adolescence could be a place where I go in the future, because so this exact same concept that we're talking about in terms of authenticity, I do feel like many of the kids that we see these days, they're so sad and anxious because they're just not being supported in their authentic spiritual nature. We live in a world that does not support us as spiritual beings, and many of the kids who have come in these last couple decades, they're much more connected spiritually than many of us were when we were born. And so they're having an even harder time than we were growing up in this environment. And so I could certainly see at some point in the future looping in kids. That hasn't come in yet, but I think it's a really beneficial practice for those that do feel called to serve kids in that way.
Yep. Absolutely. And in our last few minutes, Andrew, what else do you want to leave for our audience today?
Yeah, I was just looking through some notes. So our authentic truth. So another way to sort of think ego versus authenticity is our ego, it's those loud voices in our heads, but our authentic truth can be a quiet whisper in our hearts. And so I was going back through some notes that I had. It was a chat thread from a session, a women's empowerment session that I did earlier this year. And so the first question was, what have you been told about speaking up? The topic was really about speaking up. And so everyone, I'm too opinionated, I'm too loud, I'm too bossy, I'm too, or whatever the disempowering thoughts were that they had. And then I did an exercise where I dropped them down to their heart. And I said, okay, what is your heart telling you? And it was, I am enough. I am love. I am perfect. And so it really is an exercise to learn there is an authentic part of us within that is love, that does have our highest and best good in mind. But our world is so noisy that we don't always know how to tune in. And so I think it's helpful whether I am your coach or someone else is your coach, your authentic soul, your authentic essence is down there ready for you to listen.
Yeah, absolutely is. And if we want help with that, our inner guide, finding our inner authentic self, what would you suggest? How do we reach you?
Yes, you can reach me, Andrea Andry with 2es.com. My email is hello@andreaandry.com. And I would love to support you in many of the things that we've talked about today. So as the empowerment coach. If you listen to my intro in the beginning, I reflect back. I can help you see those disempowering patterns. To me, we talked about ego today, so that would be ego. When are you coming from ego? How can you tap into your truth and really start to deconstruct ego, reconstruct you from the truth of who you are, from the authentic side of who you are.
Beautiful. Love it. And if we want to give you a call, how do we do that? Reach out to you on the
Yep.
website as well?
Yes. My number 608-338-3749. And again, the website, AndreaAndry with 2e's.com.
Perfect. Thank you so much for your time
Thanks,
today. And thank you
Jill.
again. I apologize for myself being so late. I was
No,
on the wrong
you're
schedule,
fine.
my own fault, but I'm glad we got
Live
our
radio.
full show
Yep.
and I appreciate it.
Me
Thank you.
too. Yeah.
Have a great day and we'll talk next week. Yeah.
Yes. Yes.
All right.
Last show
Good.
next
On the
week.
mend. And is it really?
It is,
Okay.
yeah.
All right. The finale. I'm excited for the finale. I know you'll have something good. Have a
Okay.
great day. Thank you so
Thanks,
much.
you too.
Bye-bye.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you can now listen live on the MyTuner Radio and online Radio Box apps for iOS, Android, and the Amazon App Store. Or check us out online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com or search Podcast Business News Network on onlineradiobox.com/US so you don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network. And welcome back to the show. We are joined today live by Reverend Carlene Appel. Excited to have you here today, live in person on Zoom, as well as here on the podcast. Pleasure to see you. How are you doing?
I'm good. How about yourself, Jilly?
I'm doing great, sweetheart. So you are, there's a lot. You're owner of your own company, New Day Pastoral Counseling Center. That's services, I should say. You're a spiritual counselor and mom and so much more. Please introduce yourself to our listeners today.
Yeah, I am a Reverend Carlene Apple. I own New Day Pastoral Counseling Services, and I also have a corporate division, Solutions. I provide counseling for, pastoral counseling. People wonder if it's religious. It doesn't have to be. Pastoral, you wouldn't believe what walks into pastors' offices. But and I used to be a pastor, but no, pastoral counseling. We handle all of life's areas, and as far as my business goes, I say Christ-centered because I'm following in the model that Jesus set, and that means he met everybody where they were at. There was no didn't stick his finger in people's faces, and people came to him because he was approachable, and he took time for people. He didn't hang out, in the temple all the time. He was busy going out, meeting people who had more needs. He says people who are well don't need a physician. So he came to serve. And so that's where we're at. I mean, I've taken care of everybody from very religious to atheists. So, one of the I took care of called me at, wanted me there as she was actively dying. Just wanted somebody to hold her hand.
Yeah.
no, and I said, she had it. I think she had written a couple of books, and I said, would you like me to read to you from a couple of your books? No, she just wanted me to sit with her, hold her hand sometimes. But yeah. So anyway, this show and our next show, they are going to be focused on trauma and PTSD for our veterans and our first responders. And it's it's a pretty big subject. So I figured this show would be for our veterans. And yes, but anyway, finishing up on New Day, I also am the first temporary agency in the United States for chaplains. You can call a temporary agency for a nurse, for a social worker, for a CNA, certified nurses assistant. Nothing for chaplains. The companies usually have to go out and hire them themselves, even though they don't have full-time work. And sometimes it's just as a stopgap. They're between chaplains, or they're new startups, because CMS, which is your Center for Medicare Medicaid Services, they require that you have a chaplain if you have 10 or more patients. And I believe that they require full-time. And that's tough for the new hospices, because they don't have a big census, and so anyway, so that's what my agency is there for. I've done hospice for 15 years. I love hospice. Fell in love with it exactly 3 months the day after my mom died. She had hospice, and yeah. I didn't know I'd end up in hospice. I had taken I don't know if I want to call it sabbatical. I had compassion fatigue, and I had to resign from my job, as a pastor. And I just didn't feel ready to go back yet. So I was going to do hospital chaplaincy, but they had all kinds of requirements,
Right?
Yeah. You got your degree, you got your ordination, everything. They got more. It's like, I'm tired of jumping through the hoops. So hospice was great. And it was just like after 2 weeks, like, wow, this is a hand and glove fit. So anyway, but that's what the corporate side of it, solutions, is to help businesses that need a chaplain for temporary. And I have hospice agencies that I provide services to, and I'm adding staff, which is because, once I'm gonna need more employees. So anyway, but I want to give a nice shout out today, since we're doing a show on veterans, to my cybersecurity expert. He let me find his explanation. I had all my notes in order when I came.
Don't we all? In the meantime, let me just remind everyone how they can reach out to you and check out the website. It's newdaypcs.org, newdaypcs.org. Go ahead.
And it's funny, the last time I was, I did a television interview back when I was in entertainment, and my next door neighbor, I asked her, because she's a makeup artist for Elizabeth Arden. I said, can you make me up for TV? And it was like, oh my gosh, do they really put that much makeup on? I needed one of these, Jill.
You're so funny. Yes, it's like that thick. It is that thick.
Oh my gosh.
To get it off. Yep.
And they canceled our interview for that day to reschedule. I had to go out to dinner with that. And I just, I was like, I need
welcome to the world. I know, working in television for 20 years.
It really is that thick, huh?
Yes.
Oh my gosh. No wonder they can make anybody look good.
they can, and men wear the makeup too. Gosh. Don't be fooled.
But anyway, my very trusted cybersecurity guardian, he's a former Navy SEAL and naval intelligence veteran. He still does work for the military, but he also does private companies. That's Jose M. Garcia, owner of Cyber Ghost Security LLC in Plano, Illinois. And I trust him 110% to keep my business computer protected, because in naval intelligence, you have to think like a hacker. Mm-hmm. And our national security depends on, they got to stay 2 steps ahead of the black hats, the bad hats. And so with Jose monitoring my system, I never worry about my sensitive HIPAA protected client information being compromised. So so I'm very grateful. I trust him with my life. He's that good. And it's a veteran-owned business he has. He's a veteran. So I want to thank him and all our veterans because of all that they give for our country. And I want to talk about the PTSD end of it. You know, back in World War II, it was shell shock. They weren't supposed to talk about it. And then you had your Korean War. And the Korean War veterans, I have Korean War veterans tell me about they get the PTSD, so they'll get that image of their first kill coming up in their mind, and the war. I mean, we in America, I mean, we have rules of engagement for our military. We don't harm women, children, babies, and old people, and they use them for human shields. They use them to attach bombs to, and you know, it's just not the same. And I remember a story was told to me. A Korean War veteran, he came upon a safe house. And a safe house was for enemies, and a whole family. Must have been a whole family. He had to kill the whole family. And I get other stories like that. And the biggest deterrent, because I trained in, I'm certified in trauma, and I'm also trained in critical incident stress management. And I guess the military was using the CISM for a while. And what I've been told is, you know, we're not comfortable in the group because we don't want to talk about what's happening. You know, we don't want to relive the scene in our mind or talk about it because they relive it every time they have a flashback. And this is decades later, you know, and so there are new types of therapy that they don't have to talk about the details. One is cognitive processing therapy, and it's amazing. That's usually like 15 sessions at max, but a lot of veterans will say, you know, 7-8 sessions, they're good.
Yeah.
So it's helped them work through that. And then you've got your EMDR, which is your eye movement desensitization and reprocessing. And that involves you're doing movement either with fingers or you've got a tapper. It's a specialized instrument they've made for just bilateral stimulation, and it works. It's amazing. It works. They don't have to talk about exactly what went on. They can reveal some detail and or very little, you know. So our, you know, we got our Korean War vets or World War II vets, and then we had our Vietnam vets. And in the last couple of years, I've been taking care of a lot more of my Vietnam vets, and you know, because they're up and coming. You know, the Vietnam War was actually from 1945 to 1975. And we lost over 58,000 kids. 61% of U.S. soldiers killed in action were under 21.
Wow.
And I've taken care of veterans, you know, ones who had to load the bodies, you know, and they see those images, you know. The bad part was when they came back, they didn't get a hero's welcome, you know, because there was a lot of anti-war sentiment, and really a lot of Vietnam vets wondered what they were there for because it was more of a political thing than anything. Jane Fonda did that stunt, and really, the veterans have not forgotten it, and some won't even let me say her name. So I have. Here's a picture.
Oh my goodness.
She's on Ho Chi Minh's anti-aircraft. She has apologized for it, but yes, you know, these guys have to live with all this stuff. Okay, and in fact, let me show you some of these. These are children that have been conscripted by the Viet Cong to carry bombs and grenades to kill. You know, look at that. These are children. They're using children. They would put a grenade in a baby's blanket, you know, and so that these 18-year-old kids are going and fighting, and they're coming up with these children, and they just, you know, that goes beyond our sensibilities. I just saw in the newspaper on Daily Herald a week before, Constable did a story on the honor flight. There was a 100th annual honor flight to Washington, D.C. for the veterans to go to the National Monument, and they had their 100th flight since 2008. That started up with 62 veterans, and the 100th honor flight, they had 102 Vietnam vets. They had 11 from Korean War and 3 from World War II. And there was a couple of brothers who were highlighted in here, and one of them mentions in uniform for his flight home from Vietnam more than 50 years ago, Bob Runtz remembers getting a cool reception. Nobody would sit next to me on the plane, he says. He had to push aside a Hare Krishna member blocking his exit. My kids didn't even know that I was in the service until they were teenagers. That's how bad they were having to hide it. People were spitting on them, calling baby killers, and you didn't have a choice to go. You were drafted. You know, there were volunteers, but the large number of them were drafted. You know, my husband, he served in the Air National Guard for 13 years, and his number, he was coming near the end because he was in early 1970s, and his draft number was 41. That was the number of the house that he grew up in. 41. That's a low number. If you're 41, you're going. So he served in the Air National Guard, and he worked on the navigation communication systems for F-100s and A-10s. Oh, those are dynamite little planes, the Warthogs. I could, you know, that would be another show. It's talk about the Warthogs. You know, they come back from battle with holes in their wings, and they still fly, which is amazing. They're the cavalry. So when the ground troops see the A-10s come in, because they're tank killers, and they're cheering because the cavalry has arrived, you know, and they're great airplanes. They look so clumsy, but I've watched them demonstration to go boop, boop. It's very precision.
Yeah.
Anyway, so we've got veterans that are hurting, and we have over 6,000. I just got the stats from the U.S. So over 6,000 veterans every year commit suicide.
Wow.
You know, and in the midst of this, did you know there was a second Korean War? It was between 1966 and 1969, and the group of veterans in Gladstone, Michigan, which is way up in the Upper Peninsula there, a guy who wasn't even a veteran, he spearheaded this effort because these guys were forgotten, and the veterans were to Congress and all that just to get a monument, and they kept on getting sidelined and pushed away. And finally, last year, they got a monument dedicated to honor the second Korean DMZ war veterans that served and gave their lives for freedom, 1966 to 69, lest we forget. So I'm really proud of those guys for continuing to push. But yeah, but I do want to give an emergency number for veterans who are feeling suicidal. They can actually call 911 and ask for the veterans line, but let me get the number they can call.
Sure.
It's the Veterans Crisis Line is 1-800-273-8255. And if you're a veteran who needs help, call 211. Veterans will be directed to veteran assistance, including legal aid, health, and financial resources. So I want to make sure they have that number. But you know, what we do for, let me talk about the PTSD part. I would say it's like what happens is you get triggered. You know, you've had a critical incident, okay? And most people get through trauma. You know, I mean, there's a lot of, you know, affects your whole body, but there's a certain percentage who, you know, they're not able to work through it. They're getting, the flashbacks just don't go away. And so what it is in your brain, your amygdala is your fight or flight. And so that's always, you know, that's your survival mechanism. And it's just going off. It gets triggered by different things for like the Vietnam vets and other war vets, car backfiring, thunderstorm, you know, anything. It could be somebody they see. And what it is your hippocampus is your brain's photo album. And so what happens when you get a flashback is your hippocampus is taking images from that old incident and put them right up front, and they're actually living it out. And so what we do is to get them through that, when we do these different therapies, is we want to get them to a place where they can stay grounded in the present. You know, when one of these happens, is you're saying, I know I'm in my bed. I know you know, I'm safe here. This is 2022. I know that happened, and I was there, but I survived. You know, it was an event that happened at a beginning, middle, and an end. And so they'll have the memory, but it's not going to trigger them feeling like they're there. You know, they're going to be able to work through it as a memory. But that is ideally the point we want to get them to when they do that. So any questions for me?
No, I mean, the fact that you've been working, and I know today's, you know, show is in regards to veterans. I have to commend you on that. I know plenty, my grandfather, one included, World War II, he's passed since, but always in our hearts and what they do. And I just have a neighbor whose son's applying for the Army, and we were talking about his father's father was in, I'm not sure if it was which war it was, but he served over in Iraq. So I mean, it was, and I had one little experience, which I got to go to Iraq myself in Kuwait back in 2009, 2010 to bring joy to the troops, is what we did during the holiday season. I was working at a television station, but basically like that, we
all right, good for you. You go, girl.
Families and broadcasted live back at home with satellite, and we spent our holidays there. And then also in Norfolk, Virginia, we went as well with the Navy down on the ships, and it's got to be just the most amazing. I mean, I commend so many men and women who do what they do and make that sacrifice to be away from their families and to serve. It is just, I've never been in the military, but I witnessed it in work, and I feel so connected to those men and women, and my heart goes out to them. So I'm very grateful, and just a great topic because they really deserve so much. And
Yeah.
it bothers me that a lot of them can't get jobs, and there's some great foundations that are working with veterans now who are training them. I know a lot in the auto business are doing well and training them because the vets come home and sometimes they don't have jobs, they don't have the means, and who's going to help them? And it's a great conversation today to really bring up, and if anyone's out there is listening who could help a vet, to hire a vet, my goodness, amazing.
Yeah, and you know, again, Jose, my cybersecurity guy, if anybody is coming out of SEALs and counterintelligence, he'd be interested in talking with them. So CyberGhost Security LLC in Plano, Illinois. And you know, those people they work by computer. I mean, they can work remotely. So it's not like they have to be there, you know, in Illinois. They could be across the country and still able to work as long as you have access to a computer, you know, which who doesn't, you know?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
But
so true.
But yeah. So so I wanted to. This show was dedicated to our veterans. I'm very grateful. My dad was a veteran. Sorry. My father-in-law was a veteran. My dad was stateside, and my father-in-law served over in Corsica in South Africa. And this is a tool. He was the chief mechanic for his unit. This is a tool.
Beautiful.
This is a tool he made for the military, for airplanes, and the military uses it. It's still in use. This is,
wow,
the tool. Yep. So it's on a plaque. It's on my desk here. But I'm really grateful, and I'm grateful for people like yourself, Gary Sinise.
He's
USO.
done so.
My gosh, Lieutenant Dan. Yeah, and really, he really portrayed so well how the veterans were when they came back. You know, he had 18-year-old kids. They weren't even, when they were drafted, they weren't even old enough to vote or have a drink. And here they are sending them off to combat, and a lot of them never made it. I mean, they were shot dead as they got off their, you know, as they deployed. You know, and I don't want to neglect the soldiers from other wars, but it's just, this is the, you know, the group I'm taking care of now because their time has come. You know, there's not very many World War II people left, and there's Korea and Vietnam. But yeah, all those who fought in Afghanistan and you know, in between Second Korean War and everything, you're all important. And what people need to realize is that all the freedoms we enjoy in this country, even the freedom to put down the country, you know, it was bought with the blood of soldiers who gave that ultimate, you know, they made the ultimate sacrifice. And even the ones who came back, you know, they gave of their lives. And so I'm glad that, you know, we're seeing more respect for the military. Though I will say there's patches. I had a Vietnam vet that they wouldn't even serve him at his VFW. Really, this is it was like 2021, and they wouldn't serve him. They ignored him, and they don't even recognize Vietnam vets on their holiday parades. That's, you know, that's tragic. But thank you, Jill, for what you do for, you know, having gone over there.
I was an honor. It was an honor. And don't worry, I don't want to talk more about me. I want to talk about you. We are actually out of time. My goodness.
Yeah, I know.
Unbelievable. I didn't realize it. We're in such a good conversation. So tell us how we can reach out to you, please. Thank you.
Okay, you can reach out to New Day Pastoral Counseling Services at www.newdaypcs.org, or you can call me at 630-557-6229. And you know, you can always do the contact on my website. I just redesigned my whole website. Looks gorgeous. Your
I know,
pictures.
I saw it. Thank you for
I
adding
did
me
all
to
right.
it. That was sweet. I thank you. That was great. Great shot, by the way. Thank you. And yours too for your your weekly podcast. Thank you for adding us to that. I did notice that.
Oh, absolutely. I'm so grateful.
Thank
you know,
you.
I
Well,
mean, we
same
all help
here.
each other out. And so
Well,
I would have never met, would have never had a second daughter named Jill Marie. So
Thank you so much for your time today, for enlightening us, and to all the vets out there. We really do appreciate you. Have a
yes,
great day.
thank you so much for your service. We appreciate you. All right. You take care.
You too.
See you
Bye-bye.
next week. We'll
You
talk
got it.
about first responders next week.
Beautiful.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you can now listen live on the MyTuner Radio and online Radio Box apps for iOS, Android, and the Amazon App Store. Or check us out online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com or search Podcast Business News Network on onlineradiobox.com/US so you don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network. Right. Thank you, Mr. Producer. And you guys are wondering, who is this lovely young lady I am sharing the screen with? That happens to be Frankie Hart, who is the creator and the owner of Satya Life Yoga. Welcome to the show, Miss Frankie. How are you?
I'm doing great, Casey. Great to be back and to see you this time.
Yeah, we finally, it's so neat when you put the voice with the face, and you get to see a different thing. Like, hey, isn't it funny when you meet somebody and you hear their voice, but then you see what they look like? It's like, does it fit that person or does it not?
Right.
You know what I mean?
Right.
So,
yes.
Hey, tell me a little bit about Satya Life Yoga, please, if you don't mind.
Oh, no, not at all. So Satya Life Yoga is a yoga studio that I started 17 years ago in Lakeland, Florida. And I'm pleased to say that we offer classes for everyone. It doesn't matter if you're very experienced, if you're brand new, if you have physical challenges, or you're an athlete. And my students have been from in the womb to in their 90s and of all walks of life. And I love the diversity of working with people from all different abilities. We also teach Tai Chi and Qigong, forms of meditation. And I have a special interest in teaching therapeutic yoga, which is a focus on alignment, where we really can use the yoga poses and the practices for healing the body.
Awesome. And can you tell people, you do one-on-ones, do you do group?
Yes.
And how do they get a hold of you? Let us know about that.
So I do group classes. Most of my group classes are available in a hybrid style, which means you can take them anywhere in the world, so through the Zoom medium. And I also have a pre-recorded class that I offer every day. And this is a really fun option because you can stream the class in your home, and you'll have 24-hour access to it. So you can do it in your own time, your own convenience. You can hit pause, you can skip a part, you can repeat a part. It's really a great way to make your practice your own.
No doubt.
And I also have a teacher training program, a yoga teacher training program that is available in the hybrid form. And that's been really, really fun. We've had students from Alaska, from New York, from different places. And I've loved being able to expand that medium. And speaking of that, if you're interested in the topics that we're talking about today, you might just be interested in doing a teacher training program, especially in the immersion style. So the program that I offer, many people want to study these other aspects of yoga, but don't necessarily want to be a teacher, but they want to learn more about the philosophy or different things. And so in my programs, I offer an immersion track. And so you can just do a deep dive for your own personal growth.
Frankie, I love that you have this the 24-hour one where, you know, me being a beginner, you know, I might be a little bit bashful if I get into a group class or something like that, but I get to watch this thing that's up 24 hours and I can kind of prepare, so I get the confidence before I get into that class.
Exactly.
A lot of people say that.
Oh, yes, yes, yes. I shared in one of the earlier podcasts, one of my sisters during the pandemic started a yoga practice with these pre-recorded classes that I made, and she has just been loving it. If you've done some, like say yoga videos, this might be a little different because I really teach the poses. When I was given the opportunity to make these pre-recorded classes during the shutdown, I struggled at first because one of the ways I teach, I don't teach like where students just follow along. You know, it's not a performance. I'm really teaching. And so I thought, well, how do I do that? And so I just decided I would teach as if the people were in the room with me. And so when you watch or do the classes with me online, you will be given demonstrations and you'll be talked through how to use your props, how to hold the body, what to focus on, how to think about something. And so, you know, if you're experienced, if you want, you can fast forward through that. It's not long, it's just a few moments before each pose. But for a beginner, like you say, it's a really wonderful way to get some information.
Yeah, and to start out. Now, would you say, you know, I was a college football player, right? And of course, I've lost some size, and but my flexibility never really went away.
Great.
Do you find that with ex-athletes or weekend warriors, as they call them, or ex-athletes, is flexibility one of the is that common, the last thing to go? Because the joints hurt and the ankles and the knees, that stuff hurts, but the flexibility has been there for me. What do you find when you get someone who's you know, past their prime, as they say? Is flexibility something that stays with you?
Flexibility, it's interesting to hear you talk about it, Casey, because I think a lot of it depends on your discipline. Like, so for a football player, it seems to make a lot of sense to me that you would feel loss of strength, but not so much flexibility. But maybe if you were a gymnast, you might feel the other way around. Like, wow, you know, I can't wrap my foot around my head anymore.
Right.
But you know, I'm still strong, you know. So one of the things that happens is that we become who we are, right? So our body is an indication of how we move and how we currently practice in our day. And even if we're not practicing physical activities, we're practicing physical activities with our body from the time we get up to the time we go to bed.
Yeah.
So, and then there's also our genetic structure. So some of us are blessed with, you know, natural muscle tone and build muscle easily, and some of us are blessed with natural flexibility. So
that's so true. Wow.
Yeah.
It really it makes sense because you know, not to keep personalizing, but what you're saying is just making perfect sense, because like I wrestled my whole life, right? And then I just started getting into this Brazilian jiu-jitsu, which is kind of the same. And the only thing lacking is just my stamina and endurance. But yet, as you just talked about, the genetics and who we are. So if someone was a runner or soccer player or anything, they could get into yoga and probably just kind of pick up within a short amount of time and be pretty good at it, right?
Oh, I love this question. So this will lead really well into what we're talking about today, because all of us will come to yoga with our strengths, right? And so I came to yoga as a dancer, as a professional
you were
dancer.
Yeah,
so,
I guess your feet are hopefully okay.
So I had strength and coordination built in and a lot of flexibility. And yet, even then, I have poses or aspects of the physical practice that come very easily, and then aspects that are like, what? How do I do that? Right. And
Wow.
then someone from a very different discipline might be in the exact opposite
Right.
situation, right?
Yeah.
So I always tell people that there's no such thing as like, this is an easy pose and this is a hard pose. It depends on who we are. So this pose might be, easy for me because it requires a lot of flexibility, but really hard for somebody else who's stiff. But this next one might be hard for me because it requires strength, and they have strength and they're like, what's so hard here, right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
it's very personal.
Yeah, it must be really, really empowering as a teacher to see this and to see, well, okay, how am I going to work with this one? Because this is completely different than this one.
Yes.
And I was hoping I could pick your brain about something today, which is called the 8 limbs of yoga. Can you explain
yeah.
that to us? What that is?
I sure will. So most people who come to study yoga, especially in the West, come and have some understanding or experience of the asanas, which are the poses. And like what we were talking about, my downward facing dog, my headstand, all of those poses. And there are so many poses that we tend to think that is the practice of yoga. But all of the asanas combined only make up one of 8 limbs or 8 aspects. And so we're given an image of 8 limbs of a tree or 8 petals of a flower. And what they imply by these images is that the limb in and of itself leads us to the practice of yoga, but also is the practice of yoga. So just as the limb of the tree is a part of the tree, it's leading to the tree, but it also is the tree, and that you can arrive at the tree itself or the flower itself through any of these 8 petals. And so when people first learn that, they're like, what? There's more to this? So, and then the other thing I want to say before we dive into them is that often then people think of the limbs as a ladder. Like, okay, I'm a newbie, so I'm at the first limb, but when I get really good, I'm going to be at the 8th limb. But it's not that way at all.
It doesn't work that way.
No, any of the limbs can lead you to the ultimate destination, which is the essence itself. And in fact, BKS Iyengar, who has made a big influence in my life and my practice of yoga, he worked very dedicated a lot of his life to helping people understand that they can use the poses themselves as a means of a transformation and self-realization. So in the practice of yoga, when it comes to meditation, say, we have an object of meditation. The object of meditation could be your breath, right? That's usually what people think of as, I'm going to focus on my breath, or chanting, like an om sound or a seed syllable, or sometimes an image of a person who is very dear to you, or a spiritual teacher, right? Like we might have in other religious disciplines. But Iyengar said, well, if I can focus purely, my single focus on the pose itself, why can't we use the pose itself as a means of transformation? And so it was really for me as a mover and a dancer, that really spoke to me, because I knew when I was dancing and performing, I was in the zone, I was in this place. And I think a lot of us who are physical beings, enjoy that. We start to understand something else is going on, something happens, and we feel pretty amazing doing that. And so as we look at the limbs, we'll understand that even though the poses are the poses, they're not a less than when it comes to the spirituality of yoga. And they're not only physical exercise either.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you for that. Now, I understand that I'm sure you're going to come back to that circle, because I want to ask more questions about the circle. But there are the first 3 limbs, and as you said, it doesn't mean the first one is more important than the 8th, right?
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So there's something called yama. I think I'm saying that right. Am I? It's
Yama.
YAMAS. What could you teach us about that one, if you don't mind?
Sure. So the first two limbs are the yamas and niyamas. And the yamas are universal ethical practices. In other words, how am I in society? What are my behaviors? And I'm going to read them to you. So the first one is one we did a wonderful podcast on, Casey, and that was the ahimsa, which is nonviolence, right?
Okay.
So the idea of nonviolence is the first and most important of all of the yamas and niyamas, in that we could take all of the others and say they are an aspect of nonviolence, right? So we have to abstain from violence, falsehood, theft, sensory overactivity, and greed. But for me, when I think about the yamas, I tend to think about them in a positive term, right? It's just kind of who I am, my nature. So instead of thinking about them, what not to do, right? Like I love it when I'm teaching and young teachers or new teachers, and they're telling their students what not to do, and then I'll be like, well, what should they do? Right?
Cool.
Don't do this, but they still don't know where they're going. So what do we want them to do? So for me, I like to think of these positive aspects. So for nonviolence, I like to think of treating others with love and respect, right? And treating myself with love and respect. And then also random acts of kindness, because I think sometimes we get so caught up in things have to be big, and then we feel like we're failing all the time, right? Because wow, that's a big thing, like world peace, who can accomplish that? And so we feel diminished, right?
That's a great point.
I really like random acts of kindness as a way to make it real, make it real, make us able to succeed. And then truthfulness without a dogma. So truthfulness, understanding that, my truth or my reality of understanding of the situation might be different than yours. We have different backgrounds, we have different bodies, we have different heritages, right?
Yeah.
How we look and see the world, and to respect other people's approaches as well. So that's for the truthfulness. And then for non-stealing, that's often what's translated to, I just love to go to generosity. I think generosity says it all. Like, because I want to, for me, if I get up in the morning and go through my day, and at the end of the day, I just think, well, I didn't steal anything. As my friend would say, that's a bare minimum, Frankie,
Yeah, okay. I'm with your friend on that one.
Right. So then I want to think, well, in what ways can I be generous? And if I have that feeling, then it really guides me through the day, and especially through those kind of stickier situations when you don't really want to be generous, you want to, with your time or your energy, you're like, I have too much going on. You can just pause and reflect and see if you can find another way for a moment.
Yeah, it goes back to your random acts of kindness.
Yes.
Which could be a great example of that. And how great is that when that happens? It gives you faith that this isn't such a bad place. Like the Ukraine is something horrible that's happening, but yet somebody just bought my coffee. They don't know me. And it was just thinking about another human being. So
exactly.
It makes you think good things.
And we feel connected.
Yes.
And one of the translations of yoga is union, and understanding that we are connected. We're interconnected with each other, with ourselves, with nature, with the universal void energy, however we want to think about things. But we often feel isolated. Yes.
Yeah.
And that's why those acts of kindness, like you said, are so beautiful, because they plug us in right away, and in a positive way.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. No doubt.
All right, so then the next one, brahmacharya, is often translated as celibacy, and this one gets everybody going, right? Like, what?
Okay,
I'm
listening.
sign up for this. So if it's a lay person, right, or as Iyengar himself, like rather than a priest minister role, like I was raised Catholic, we call lay person a person who's not in that role, but a householder is what they would call it in India.
Okay.
Then it means to be in moderation, to not do things to excess, right? And to not to not be unconscious about things, right? So that if I'm with someone, it's a loving relationship. It's a conscious relationship. If I'm married, I'm honoring my vows. It's that kind of thing. So the idea of moderation is really what it is for brahmacharya for us. And in Light on Life, B.K.S. Iyengar talks about being a householder. And what that meant is he had the opportunity, he was invited to, as such a great teacher, to leave his family and household responsibilities and just follow the path of an ascetic and be sponsored, basically.
Okay.
But he chose not to. And I think that's why he's such a wonderful role model for us, because he was married, he had children, and he wanted to be a yogi with that lifestyle. And that translates so much better for most of us Westerners, right? Because we're not, leaving everything and going up into the mountains, right?
Right.
And how beautiful to be a yogi and a loving husband and a loving father, right?
Respect your vows, respect people. That's kind of what it's all about, I guess. Right?
Absolutely. That's brahmacharya.
Brahmacharya.
And then brahmacharya, beautiful. And the last one is greed. So greed is really interesting because it sort of overlaps with stealing, but stealing is okay, I need to take something, but greed is sort of I never have enough, And so for me, as I contemplate that, I go to the feeling of, can we cultivate an inner feeling of abundance, right? So if I can't find that feeling of inner abundance, I don't feel needy or greedy, right? I have some contentment within myself.
Yeah. I got you.
So those are the yamas.
Okay, so those are the limbs, the first couple limbs.
That's the first limb. That's only one limb.
Oh, that's only one. I thought we were going to all three. Oh, okay. So I got a lot to learn. All right. So now we go from there, and then where do we go off to, Frankie?
So from there, and I'll do this one more quickly, but from the yamas, which is how we are outward in society, in our world, are the niyamas, and those are our personal lifestyle. So these translate into things about purity and contentment and to have discipline, right? So it's, because you need fire. If you're going to get up and do things, it's not just, can I be soft and quiet, right? So the tapas is our discipline to get going, to do things, to study, whether it's studying ourselves or studying things that are significant and important to us. And also to, and this is an interesting one for a lot of people, but to contemplate or understand a higher power. And that can be a higher power if you have religious beliefs. And in this way, it's very important to understand that yoga is not asking you to be, there's no yoga religion.
I got you.
So if you are religious, it will make your religion more meaningful to you.
Stronger,
yeah. And if you're an atheist, maybe it's in nature. Maybe it's in nature you find that deeper connection with something that is the best of yourself, something that goes beyond just an ego-based, world, understanding of the world. Yeah.
So it's almost like your best self, kind of.
Your best self. Yep, your best and highest self. Exactly.
Gotcha, Frankie. Okay, all right. And where we go from there? And I know I have a bunch of questions for Frankie, but let me ask about the end of the second and going into the third.
Okay, sure. So the third one is the last of these outer practices, and that is the poses. So these are called asanas. So the asanas are our yoga poses, but when we do physical practice in yoga, if it's yoga, we are conscious, right? So it's we're not coming in thinking about other things, right? I mean, usually we come in, we are thinking about other things, but by the time we're in our practice, we're connecting. We're connecting with our breath, we're focusing the mind, right? So there's there's the spirituality within the practice, there's the mental concentration within the practice. And this is one example of that circular nature, Casey, where all the limbs start to fold in.
Okay.
There's a non-aggressiveness in our practice. Or are we greedy in our practice? Oh, they do that better than I do. I have to get this better now.
Well, I mean,
Right?
I was going to ask you, as like all the things we were just talking about, when we finally get down and we do the poses, is this what we're supposed to be thinking about? All these things that we just talked about, is that what's going on
Yes.
in our head? Yeah.
It is. It is. It is. And in that way, like Iyengar would guide us, right? So can we be in the pose purely? Can we observe? Can we observe and discern, right? And then in my discernment, I might be like, oh, my one shoulder is higher than my other, or my one leg is stronger than the other here, so I'm out of balance, or in my handstand, I'm leaning this way or that way. And then with clarity and observation, then I can start to discern, oh, this is different. This is what's happening. If I discern with a clear mind and open emotional heart, I can make change. I can move forward. But if I get caught up in, oh, I never do this right. Darn it, I can't get this today.
Critical.
Then I'm critical. I'm thrown off my practice. Yeah. And if I'm greedy, usually with my body in practice, that's where we injure ourselves, right?
Wait,
Because
what do you
we're not
mean? What do you mean
listening.
by that, Frank? Greedy in the physical.
So it's usually hamstrings really come up for beginners,
Okay.
right? So you're nodding your head, you get that,
Yes,
right?
I know. Yes. Yeah.
So very often, you're new to yoga, you come to yoga, and within moments you're met with something that's going to require a range of motion in your hamstrings. And so you're guided to go into the pose and to practice at a level that doesn't hurt, that doesn't strain, that feels like a good stretch, but
Yeah.
nothing aggressive. But then you look over and this person's, 3 feet
That,
further down
I
than you
got
are.
it. I got it. So that's
And all of a
why
sudden you're
can't I
like,
do that?
I want to do that.
Yeah.
And so you push yourself and then you tear your hamstring,
Got
right?
it.
And then you have a couple weeks before you can get back to the practice. Yeah.
So that's exactly what you've been telling us the whole time. Is that it's, I don't know if it's ego or if it's like someone going back into lift weights where they haven't lifted for a long time, and they see the person next to them putting 200 on the bench, and they're probably be only safe to do like 100, but that person's doing 200. So why can't I do it? Why can't I do that pose?
Exactly.
And that's what gives us injuries.
Exactly.
Okay.
And Casey, we do this on all levels.
Yeah, we do.
We can do this with enlightenment. We can do this with breathing practices. We can do this with quieting the mind. Oh, I'm not good at quieting my mind as much as they are. Right? And then
Yeah.
we make these horrible circles for ourselves, where we just can't get out, right? And so we're guided from the very beginning, can we let that go? Can we just come as we are and discover where we can go?
Great job. Because you really explained. It seems to me like there's a big mental component before you even get on the mat.
There is. And, I'm going to jump into this a little bit now, but as we get deeper and deeper into the limbs, right, we get more to inner practices and then what are called innermost practices. So they become subtler and subtler. And that's where we get to the mental pieces for sure. Now, say you have had a very stressful day, right? And you come to your yoga class and they're starting with a seated quiet meditation. And you're just like, right? You're just like, oh my gosh, when is she going to stop talking and we can get up and start moving, right?
Okay.
I got to get to my sun salutations, right? Because then I'm going to quiet down. And so that's another aspect that for so many people, the physical forms really help us get in the body. So we're so caught up in our mind, we're caught up in this overstimulation, right? And so much of our overstimulation is not physical in this culture, right? In this modern culture. So coming to the mat and getting into the physical body, we then start to feel ourselves. We get in the present moment, we get here and now, and then through the body, oh, there's my breath. You could ask that person in the beginning, to observe their breath. They're like, what do you mean observe my breath?
All over the place, right?
Right?
Yeah.
And my breath's all over the place, right? But 10 minutes into the practice, there's my breath. And through my breath, then I can start to quiet my mind because my breath is starting to be deeper. And so you see, it all starts to flow together.
That's awesome. Guys, Frankie Hart, I could talk to you for the longest time. I can't believe that went really fast, but Frankie Hart, and I'm sorry I didn't get to all the questions. I can't see them, but I know I see there's writing coming up and down, so I know that people are writing. We'll keep those. But Frankie, great show. Thank you for teaching us and getting us aware of a lot of things that we weren't before. But let me give you the last word. Like I think I told you before, my grandmother, when I was a kid, she wanted to hear what I had to say. She said, Casey, you have the floor. So
I love that.
In the words, thank you. In the words of my grandmother, Miss Frankie, you have the floor.
I wrote something for this because I love this rhythm that you have, Casey. So I want to read this.
Cool. Please.
All right. So you have a body, we have a body, but we're not only our body. And we have a mind, but we're not only limited by the thoughts that we think in our mind. We're not defined by that. We have emotions, but we can't fully understand ourselves by this changing nature of our emotions. So who is aware of the body? Who is aware of the thoughts in your mind? Who is aware that you're feeling this way? That's what we call our innermost being, our innermost being. And then this is what I wanted to say. We cannot define our innermost being in words, but experiences of samadhi, which is a deep form of meditation, the 8th limb of yoga, are when we're most connected to this innermost being of ourself. Our innermost being is never sick, fearful, impatient, negative, or insecure. Our innermost being cannot be diminished by anyone else or even ourselves. But we certainly can disconnect from it, right? And that is why we are given these practices. And they are considered like cleaning the fog from a mirror so that we can see a clearer reflection of who we really are.
Awesome. That's awesome.
Thank
wow.
you.
Where'd you, that's pretty profound. I'm gonna have to play that one back. We should make a bumper out of it. Frankie Hart, how do people get a hold of you? Great show, and thank you so much.
You.
Such a pleasure to be on the air with you. But let me, what people can find out where they can get a hold of you.
satyalife.com or satyalifeyoga.com, both work. And Satya is spelled SATYA, life, LIFE.com. Or you can always give us a call, 863-802-YOGA.
Frankie, you're awesome. Guys, that's the one and only Miss Frankie Hart. I can't wait to speak with you next. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And we'll be right back. Thank you, Frankie.
Bye-bye.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you can now listen live on the MyTuner Radio and online Radio Box apps for iOS, Android, and the Amazon App Store. Or check us out online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com or search Podcast Business News Network on onlineradiobox.com/US so you don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's just going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
We are back with Inspired Living Life Coaching once again with our friend here, again, Maureen Kaylee Verdonk. She's based out of Dawson City, Yukon in Canada. And we're going to talk today more about her coaching skills and styles and all the things she could do to help you in so many different ways. First and foremost, I got to start off by saying I hope you had a good holiday. How was it?
Thank you. I had a really nice, peaceful, and joyful holiday. It was pretty quiet.
Good.
Yeah. And at this stage of my life, I realize I actually enjoy that.
Good for you. Well, congrats. And almost with the new year upon us, happy almost new year. And I bet you it's super cold where you are, right?
Well, it's warmed up.
Oh, but same here. I'm in a tank top because I'm sweaty. I had to take off my jacket because it feels like it's like 70 degrees out, which it was ice cold for Christmas and all, but now, yeah, it warmed up too. That's why I was like, gotta take off the jacket today.
I'm still in a sweater, but that's, 20 degrees makes a huge difference.
It does.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, new listeners each and every week, please tell us a little bit about what you do, if you don't mind. Thank you.
Sure. So I offer private coaching and group coaching and workshops to, I'm just thinking of the words here, that support conscious leaders and women and advocates and entrepreneurs as they journey to find the courage to speak their truth with integrity, with intention, and with influence. And it just seems like my work over the years has really led me to this focus, this clarity on who I'm working with and who I love to work with.
Got it. And by the way, tell us a little bit more about you and some of the things that you do. And then I don't know if you had an area of focus for us today in particular.
Well, I did think about it. And so one of the things that, so what do I do? Oh my gosh, a couple of areas right now that are really powerfully influencing me is the practice of mindfulness and compassion. And that feels like it's a fire in me that is so important for living my life consciously and compassionately. And mindfulness practice, paying attention on purpose without judgment, is so supportive. I grew up with the punishment model, get things done through finding your faults and doing better. And I've come to realize and recognize how the compassion practice really helps people to flourish. And it's made such a difference in my life and in my relationships. So I am going to be offering mindfulness classes in the new year. I'm also practicing I don't have to have everything ready right now while I've got things on the go. So another area that has really been powerful for me is working on and with public speaking and speaking our truth. And here I am talking with you in a public arena. And what I'm really passionate about in this work is helping women and the men that come to me as well. That I work mainly with women, helping women to connect with their bodies and allow the information, the fear, the shaking, the whatever is presenting itself to actually become a tool that is supportive for them, that they can connect with. So those are a couple of things that I'm doing. And I work privately with people and I love the one-to-one. I also love group work because there's such wisdom in groups. And I continue to learn from the people that I'm working with. And they inspire me to grow and continue my own learning. I believe I'm a lifelong learner, and I like to think of myself as being open. And I had an experience this week that told me, ooh, I've got some work to do here, that I really reacted to a situation that I was reminded, well, my sister was sharing something with me, and it wasn't about her, but it was about somebody else, and that I was involved with and preparing for something. And my sister remained calm, and I was reminded of something that Thich Nhat Hanh I think he was fairly famous for it, really. And it's about having one calm person in a boat of refugees, and that will make the trip so much smoother. And I thought of my sister, and I actually shared that with her. So it helped me to come back to presence and center more quickly.
I love it. I love it. Well, you seem like you got this calm about you today, and you always do. And let me just ask you the importance of having positive mindset, right? And going forward in the new year with a positive mindset, and how that could affect and benefit us.
Yeah, thank you. I was thinking about that. How would I like to offer some supportive ideas for people for the new year? So when I think of the positive mindset, and that's to also recognize when things are not feeling so supportive or positive, and to not try to suppress them. I believe that many of us have been taught to actually, if I'm not being positive, then that's not okay. And so what I've been learning, and this is a practice for, I think for many of us, that yes, I want to be positive, I want to be supportive. I actually mostly shift the word positive to supportive, and that works well for me. So not to suppress, and it's a yes and. So yes, I'm feeling this angst or anger, and I choose to express myself or show up in a way that is supportive and is considerate of another person. And in that kind of a mindset for myself, it helps me to show up more fully for myself.
Got it. Go ahead.
This is, I wanted to share something that I found fascinating. And there's a study, and I'd have to look up the woman who wrote the book, but one of the top regrets of people who are dying is that they haven't been true to themselves. And it got me thinking. So I heard that a few years ago, and I was like, what does that even mean? So that would be a real opportunity for the listeners to think, what does being true to myself really mean? And how do I bring out the best in me? And imagine living in gratitude and awe of your own self. What might that do for how you're showing up?
Yeah. Well, you got me thinking, but go ahead. I'll let you. Oh my goodness. Yeah. Wow.
It's a fascinating area, because also we are taught, I don't know about you, Jill, that I grew up thinking if I was thinking highly of myself or too highly, that I was being a braggart, or I was being selfish, or who do you think you are? to be that good. And it's an area that I work with people on that, and how to bring out the best in themselves. And that takes a great amount of courage and trust.
Mm-hmm.
How do you live a life that is fulfilling to yourself while also being in relationship with other people? Fairly recently, I was doing a workshop on being kinder to ourselves. And one of the things that I hadn't thought about, but one of the participants said was, if I'm being kinder to myself, and that means I'm being kinder to others as well, sometimes that's met with real resistance, because the other person is thinking, what are they doing?
Mm-hmm.
It's almost like, is it a manipulative tactic? You're being kind, or you're telling me about these things about me. And that was, I hadn't thought of that, because I believe I've actually moved forward from that place. And when she said that, I was like, oh yeah. So I started backtracking and going, oh yeah, that is one of the things to be aware of.
Interesting.
It can also be a place of discomfort for people to really look at themselves in a way that is nourishing their goodness. And what does that even really mean?
Mm-hmm.
When I think of goodness, I think of the qualities that are the kindness, the being aware and being able to stay present in the moment. And it's about remembering that I'm a factor in the situation, and that I'm not alone there. And it takes a lot of awareness of ourselves. And all of a sudden, I'm reminded of emotional intelligence and our capacity. So before I continue, I'm wondering if you have any questions about anything I've said that might need a little bit more elaboration.
No, you speaking very clearly, and I'm just thinking in my own head about mindset and about the way that I want to be, which I hope our listeners want to be, and believe that we can really accomplish and achieve everything. And I just feel like this is a new, fresh start for us. Not everybody believes in New Year's resolutions, or, because chances are they're not going to work out, right? Studies show after 3 weeks, but I'm so for positive affirmations and mindset. And I even teach my children, look in the mirror, tell yourself you're beautiful, you're amazing every day. My 5-year-old does it. My 7-year-old's like, what? I'm like, no, do it. But I just feel like to inspire him, to inspire them, to inspire our youth, our children, it's so important to keep this positivity and mindset going. And it just reminds me, because even though I'm not big into New Year's resolutions, it's here. It is a new start. I really feel like the time is now that we could start bettering ourselves, and all of us, our children, our parents, us in general. And, you have, is it an ebook or something about the steps to change life? What is it that you have? It's
oh my gosh, it's been a while.
Right. No, yeah, I remember something.
Steps to make changes in your life, and it's helping you to reflect on things that are important to you, and then how to take some small steps in moving.
Could you share? Give me a step.
Okay. So giving you a step, and it might not be in the ebook, and that's okay, because I change over time. So imagine that one of your children is carrying a fancy glass at New Year's. It's coming, and you're celebrating, and your child accidentally drops this glass that is really special, and you react, and you are like, what did you do that for? And
yeah, you're upset and you're pissed off.
Yeah, absolutely. And so what happens is your child takes that in, that it's not okay to actually make a mistake.
Of an accident. Yep. Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And so that can actually halt their growth.
Yeah.
And it's okay. So that's one way. So another way, that's a reactive mode. And for many of us, it just happens and we don't even realize it. And so a step would be to be paying attention. How do I react or respond to situations? And so if you approach it, your child, the same situation, same event, and you are able to show up with, oh dear, let me help you, in that more calm, responsive way. And your child then may just be scrambling to get something to help clean it up. Then what they learn from that is it's okay. And their nervous system actually is responsive to that. And it's a big deal. And I didn't realize how big of a deal it is. So event plus response equals the outcome. And that was a Jack Canfield acronym or formula that I came across, I don't know, it was about 6 or 7 years ago, maybe longer. And I went, oh,
wow. You're like, ow.
Yeah. And I think of a time when my son was young and we were out to catch this, he was to catch the school bus, and we had, our dog would come out in the morning, and she was jumping around, and she jumped and she hit my chin, and it really hurt. And I was like in that moment of, ouch. And my son laughed. And well, I reacted, I was the first illustration. And it wasn't okay for him to actually respond, because it was quite comical looking, but I was in pain, and I was able to, not as graciously as I would have liked, but I was able to then explain to him, ouch, that hurt. And what would have been helpful for me, was a little, oh, are you okay, Mom?
Yeah.
And it also was able to acknowledge that it must have looked pretty funny, because he wasn't very old at the time, and my expectation was something quite different. And it was situations like that that really helped me to go along my journey.
And by the way, we need to remind everyone the best form and all forms of contact. Go ahead.
Okay, so Maureen at mokayleeverdonk.com is my email. That's probably the best way to get in touch with me. My telephone and cell, so phone or text, is 867-993-3451. And my website is mokayleeverdonk.com.
Perfect. Thank you so much. We still have time in the show, 7 minutes to be exact. What else do we want to share with everyone?
What?
Wow.
I just sent out my Friday inspiration and I put out a Happy New Year.
Mm-hmm.
And what I offered my subscribers was a New Year's message. Forgive your past, live your present, and be ready to start the best new year, full of things that have never been.
Mm-hmm.
And I like the idea of that, Jill, because it's about a fresh new start. And how do you, like that, forgive your past is letting go of old grudges and old situations that may not have been resolved, so that we're not feeling that chained in or caged in by our own wishes that things would have been different. If there's something about setting ourselves free that forgiveness actually opens.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's nice to start that in the new year and to let things go. And we all have regrets, right? We have fear, we have traumas that can kind of block us. But also at this point, you got to start accepting, responsibility and take accountability for ourselves and our actions. And unfortunately, we don't all have great, rosy, happy stories. Some bad things have happened, but we got to make the best out of it, Yeah.
Yes. And you said something important just now around the accountability and responsibility. And when we can learn how to take 100% responsibility for our own experience, it's almost like magic happens. We stop blaming other people or having those regrets and resentments and wishing that somebody else would behave differently and trying to change them, when in fact we can pay attention to our own experience of situations, and then with compassion and kindness towards ourselves, we can begin to show up differently, to make the changes that are supportive to ourselves.
Very true. Absolutely. Wow. Could you share, we have a few minutes. Could you share a story about someone that you've worked with and maybe how you've helped to kind of change their thinking, their lives, and,
Yeah, sure. And I'm thinking of a fairly recent experience with a client who was really, really stressed, really overwhelmed. And so we just did a practice, like a meditation type, I say type meditation, come back to the body. And I offered some guidance based on what the client was telling me about. And I pulled in the 100% responsibility piece, and that for my own experience, and just acknowledge there's all this overwhelm, all this tension in the body, and breathing into it. And I'm not sure how it's really going to land for the client, but it just felt in that moment like the most supportive thing that I could offer was to help the client come home to their own body, to their own experience, and be aware of it. And what the client said after, and I said, did you notice anything? And it was I don't have to change how my body's feeling. I can just allow myself to be present with this in this moment right now. And I can be responsible for my own experience. Yes, I don't have to like what other people are saying or doing. I can tune in and be responsible for me and continue the growth and the work that I'm doing for myself.
Yeah.
So that was pretty awesome for me letting go of outcomes.
Yeah, no, I get it. That's amazing. Well, you know what? We have two minutes left in the show. And in closing today, I just would like to advise everyone, the new year is here. Time to take advantage of it and work with someone that you can feel you trust, that you're confident with, and could really move you and feel unstuck. And again, greater paths ahead, better paths ahead. And time to reflect on that. And if someone wants to reach out to you, do you offer a free initial consultation?
Absolutely. It's about are we a good fit?
Mm-hmm.
Like, how do we connect? And do we feel like we'll make a good working pair? So yes, you can contact me at maureen@mocaleyverdonk.com or phone or text me 867-993-3451. And I want to say there's absolutely no pressure. Like, if you connect, it's not a have to. And I'm a firm believer in, if it's right, it'll work, and we're meant to be. And if it's not, that's so important to know.
Great.
Trust.
Perfect. Well, thank you so much for being here, for joining us. Would you mind sharing the best form and all forms of contact?
The best is maureen@mocaleyverdonk.com, and phone or text 867-993-3451.
Perfect. Thank you so much. Looking forward to the next time we connect. And I have to say the cheesy line, Happy New Year. I'll see you next year, right?
Yes, absolutely. And a Happy New Year to you.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Absolutely. Have a fantastic day. To all of our listeners, stay tuned. More of the show is on the way. See you next year. Bye.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Seems like more and more this is happening where people judge other people. Could be on social media, could be personal connections, could be relationships. Just everybody's judging each other. Why are we doing this? We're going to talk about that today and how to get around that from happening. And he is your success strategy coach. He's phenomenal. Tom Marino is back with us. Hey, Tom, how are you?
Good, Steve. How are you? It's been a quick week, my friend. Very quick week.
Yeah. And it's great to have you back. I like your shirt. I'm not judging you. I mean,
you're right. We're surrounded by judgment.
Yeah. Okay. So why don't we define judgment? We all, might have an idea what it might be, but how would we define it?
Judgment to me is this statement of opinion that turns into a realization or feeling of fact in our lives. And I think that sometimes when we get judgmental about ourselves, we immediately go to this negative world where if you had just done that better, if you had just done it in a better way, or if you had just read that extra book, you would be able to speak about this. Or if you had just done something differently, like shame on you for not doing that, right? But we never look at judgment in a positive way, right? Like, oh, I did a good job here. Like I judged the situation. We tend to look at the situation or ourselves as always lacking, right? If you come from a very judgmental mindset, it's usually a negative mindset. It's usually one that's about lack and not abundance. And when we judge other people, we are often judging the things in ourselves that we don't want to fix and pay attention to. And it's easier to point blame and judge somebody else. So it's very interesting the way judgment works in our lives. And I've just been hearing so much judgment from my clients this week. Everybody is judging themselves so harshly.
Yeah. Oh, well, you just said judging yourself. So maybe that's a whole different territory that we go into, right?
Yes, absolutely. I mean, we judge in three ways. We judge ourselves, we judge people, and we judge situations and circumstances, right? There's really three things that we are always judging and based around. And remember, judgment is really part of the ego. And it comes from the ego because it creates this, I guess, tug and pull, or this balance up and down the seesaw, however you want to look at it. It comes from the ego. It comes from a place of sometimes criticism. And that's where most people struggle is, well, if I had just done that differently, they look at themselves like they're always the problem in the situation, right? And that's not always the case.
A lot of times judgment also comes in the form of appearance. I think that maybe that might even be the number one thing that's judged. Like, oh, look what she's wearing. Like, how could she even wear that? Or, I hear this, my daughter's 14. One of her favorite words lately is judgment. Like, why are they judging me? Why am I being, I don't want to be judged.
Oh, talk about teenagers. I have a 13-year-old, so our kids are not that far apart, but like, my goodness, the amount of judgment and scrutiny that teenagers are up against these days. I would not want to be a teenager with Instagram and TikTok and all of these social media platforms, because I just think we're constantly put in a place to judge somebody else and to judge ourselves, right? I mean, and social media is that fakeness of life. We don't always see the truth. I mean, there's a lot of people out there that put very truthful things out, and I'm not saying that's not the case, but and I have to say, I've seen more people put out more authenticity recently than when Facebook and Instagram really started out, right? I see a lot more authenticity happening, especially on TikTok. There's a lot more authentic, but the key point is that we teenagers, kids, are totally exposed to every single minute to judgment.
Yep.
And it's bad enough as a teenager how much judgment and self-confidence activity goes on as a teenager in developing yourself, where you're judging yourself. And I think that's one of the places where it really sneaks in is when you're a teenager.
100%. And judgment is also comparison. So you're looking at somebody else. They don't look like that.
Right.
Yep. And I hear it all the time. Like, my friend just told me that I'm fat. I'm like, you're not fat. Like, I'm not even close.
Right.
And it's like silly things like that. But again, it's, and here we go, with not sound old, but, a generation that's being brought up on judgment.
Right. Correct.
Media.
Correct. And I think it's a very timely conversation to have around judgment and comparison, because when we compare ourselves to others, when we pass judgment on other people, if it makes us judge ourselves that much more harshly, that, oh, I haven't achieved this yet, or I haven't done that yet, why are they being successful? It just snowballs and hurts our self-confidence and how much we actually trust ourselves, right? So one of the things that I've been really working with clients to do is to be more discerning. to discern things a little bit more than to judge things. And really, when you think about discernment is looking at things as they are. What's the facts? What are the facts? What are the patterns? What are the situations that exist that you don't need to insert this judgmental tone, or you don't need to insert that emotion? Because the second that you insert a level of emotion, it now becomes no longer discernment, but it becomes judgment. So, for example, people say you give somebody something to do, right? Say you give them a task to do, and 3 times before they are late with that task. Discernment says the 4th time they're most likely going to be late. Judgment comes in when you start to feel frustrated or angry that that person didn't do what they were supposed to do. So they're no longer a good person, or you're judging them as not being up to par. And you're saying, now the fact is they may not be living up to the standard that you've set, but without the emotion, you can say they're not living up to the standard. But with judgment, with the emotion, you're making a determination and criticizing and passing a judgment on that person, saying that they didn't live up to the standard, therefore it makes them a poor employee. When that may not be the case at all. They're just not living up to the standard, right? We have to be more discerning and look for the facts of the situation.
So let's look at that situation and how it could be dealt with. I guess number one would be if you just went on the discernment and had a conversation with them, you might say something like, when we assign a task, we expect it to be done. And here we go with the facts. It's been 3 times already. You've been late doing it, or it wasn't done properly. Now we're on to the 4th time. This is really what we expect. That's our expectations here.
Yep.
The other side, number 2, would be, what is your problem? Why can't you, 4 times already and you got it. What's your issue? Because it's really annoying me that you can't get this done. And we're probably going to have to find somebody else. And it's very frustrating. And I guess I'm judging in number 2.
Right. And number 2, you're passing full judgment. And number 2, but you see, here's the thing, that the outcome in discernment versus judgment is a solution. When there's judgment, the solution may not be a positive solution, it may be a negative solution, and it may be driven by the emotion, right? So you know how they say never go to bed angry, or never make a decision out of anger, never make a decision out of fear, never do those things, because there's some kind of judgment, there's a blindsidedness that happens. But when you discern, you can find more solution. You can be more curious. You should be asking the questions. So 3 times before you've missed this deadline, what keeps getting in your way? And that's what I do as a coach. When you don't achieve something, I don't blame you and say, oh, why didn't you do this? How come? That's really upsetting that you didn't do it. I'm really disappointed. That would be complete judgment. And in coaching, it's a judgment-free zone, right? So the question I ask is, so tell me what got in the way of that getting done, or what got in your way, what came up for you that you were not able to do what we had set out to do. Because there's no judgment there. We're looking specifically for facts, and we're looking to drive a solution.
Yep.
When we're judging, that solution is not as obvious.
It's almost like when you start judging, you're muddying up the waters, and it's just, there's all different things going on. And I guess the other part of it would be 3 times not doing the task as expected. And we're assuming that we know what the expectations are, but we could even say, tell me how I can help you with that. What is there something that we can do here to make this work? Because, the 4th time is going to be an even bigger challenge for us.
Yeah. I mean, I used to have these conversations all the time with employees that were showing up late to work. You look for patterns of behavior. Again, you're looking for the state as things are. And there's typically a pattern when you need to discern something. And if you're looking at, if an employee is showing up late 3-4 times a week, or they always show up late on a Wednesday, or they always show late up on a Thursday, you've got to address that in a discerning, non-judgmental way and say, so I've noticed a pattern that every Wednesday you are late for work. Can you tell me what the reason for that lateness is? Oh, well, on Wednesdays, I don't have daycare. I have to bring a half hour away from my house before I can turn around and bring them to get to my job. So it's hard for me to get here on time. Understood. would it be easier if we changed your hours on Wednesday to be 10 o'clock as opposed to 9 o'clock? Because if you could work 10 to 6, would that be possible versus working 9 to 5, right? We find a solution, but we understand the foundation and we look for the facts of why that's happening.
Well, you said facts, and I was just about to jump in with that because it's so critical. And once you're dealing in only facts, you can't dispute it. Not about emotion. You can put all of that stuff aside. The facts speak for themselves. That's it.
And I think that's a key to having any difficult conversation too, Steve, is that a lot of times when people know they have to have a tough conversation, they are filled with judgment and emotion. There is a ton of emotion going into that difficult conversation, whether it's your fear of having that conversation. Maybe you're feeling, because of the fear, you're feeling sad, or you're feeling concerned, or you're worried that you're not going to have an effective conversation. And that judgment that's already there makes it very difficult to have what is already a difficult conversation. But when you stick to the facts, you win. Yep. The conversation is that much more effective. When I was a VP, I used to do a lot of terminations. And I never liked having those termination conversations. I always had HR present, thank goodness. But I never really enjoyed those conversations because those are very difficult conversations to have with people. But one of the things that I learned how to do very early on was stick to the facts, right? People don't get fired. People fire themselves. Unless there's a layoff, unless there's a reduction in force, where there is no reason behind why somebody's getting terminated, that it's just a restructure, that's one thing. But when somebody gets fired, right, a layoff is very different than a firing. When someone gets fired, it's because they fired themselves. I'm a firm believer that you fire yourself, right? And here's where the facts, where the discerning comes into play. You either did meet deadlines or you didn't meet deadlines. And after we reset expectations, you still failed to meet those expectations. That's a fact, right? You can't, it's black and white. You show up late for work several days a week. We tried to help. We tried to fix the situation. We tried to make it easier for you, but you still were late and that pattern existed and that impacted our operation. Well, that's a reason why you're being terminated, but I didn't do that. It's the fact of the situation that's what you did and not holding up your end of the bargain.
Yep. Yeah, you control your own destiny.
Exactly. But if you don't discern and you don't look for the facts, those conversations are much more difficult to have.
So when it comes to, and by the way, we're talking with success strategy coach Tom Marino. You can find him at tommarino.com. When it comes to judgment, is there a big play sometimes with narcissism?
That's a good question. So here's the thing. Narcissists have very little self-awareness. Okay. And they create a reality that they believe is true. Okay. So they're judging you based on their reality. So it may not be based in fact, right? So if you think about, there are a lot of politicians that are narcissists, right? There's a lot of people that they believe a certain reality and all they care about is, the people love me, right? Because that's what a narcissist wants. They want all the love from people. And we talked about gaslighting in the past. Narcissists are very good at gaslighting because they create this reality that is only true to them and they may not be true to you, right? So the level of judgment is based on their reality, not necessarily facts. So they have a difficult time discerning the facts. They would have a more difficult time with the discernment process than, say, somebody who's not a narcissist.
Yeah, it's an interesting dynamic there. If you introduce narcissism, because it almost changes the judgment zone a little bit.
Yeah, well, because remember, narcissists want to be loved and that's all they care about. So they have to create realities that exist, right? And it's very difficult to manage and have difficult conversations with the narcissist because their world and your world are never the same. They're never the two things. It's only how the narcissist sees it. So you have to come into their world and discern the facts of their world as they see the facts of their world.
And
then and it's not really fact. But you see judgment come up so much too when people are being manipulative, right? So narcissists, borderline personalities, all of these cluster B personalities, they tend to be manipulative in many ways, right? And manipulation can also be very difficult to get a discerning perspective from, because there's always that I'm trying to get what I want out of the situation. And you see this, I was talking to somebody that's going through a divorce, and he just feels entirely manipulated by his ex, and he's trying to navigate through, and the divorce process is complicated by a manipulative personality or a narcissistic personality, because it's very hard to remain true to the facts of the situation.
What's your advice for that in that situation?
Well, the key is that, in any gaslighting situation, is take evidence. Look for the evidence. Try to find the evidence. Look for the text messages. Look for the behaviors. Look for the actions that person takes on a regular basis. Document it. Keep a record of those kinds of things. Have a witness to certain events if you can have a witness, right? That's how you overcome the gaslighting element of it, that manipulation of it. But you have to have your data so that you can present the facts as though they exist.
Yeah, I will say, like in my life journey, I just go with the facts, and it's been, you can't lose with the facts. They are what they are.
And it's an opportunity too, when you go with the facts, to really hold yourself accountable.
And then there's that, right?
It's the willingness that once you've discerned it, the thing that changes is if you hold yourself accountable or not, and not judge yourself because of that. Okay, I made the mistake. It was my error. Here is my solution to how I'm going to fix my error. Is very different than I made a mistake. Well, too bad. And you move on. It's always how you respond to those situations, but you've got to hold yourself accountable when the facts say the accountability is on you, man. You've got to hold yourself accountable. Take divorce, take cheating. You cheat with somebody, it's a fact that you cheated. There is nothing you could do to change that happened. What you change is how you hold yourself accountable as you move forward. And that's what makes the difference. I was talking to a client a little while ago, and he has an employee who made a mistake on an application for something, and that person was not owning it at all. So it was causing this extreme frustration in him. And now he was judging where he didn't need to bring in judgment. The facts were simple. You made a mistake on this. You need to correct it. Take the accountability and correct it. But the inability of the employee to take the accountability to correct it frustrated the heck out of him. And now he's taking on all of this emotional baggage and creating a world of judgment that becomes so negative that he's going to lose sight of some of the solutions that are there. Judgment clouds our vision, period. It makes us very monocular, okay? It puts us in that tunnel. It blindsides us. Whereas discerning the facts and looking for possibilities is all part of the process.
Well, the one thing I'm learning today in a big way is the emotional connection to it.
Right.
And that could be, you could be judging somebody for whatever situation it might be. Maybe deep down inside, you don't really like that person, but that's an emotional connection to them, and that fuels the judgment. And then in your example of the person dealing with the situation at work, I'm sure he's frustrated because now what do I do?
Right.
The employee's not owning up to it. What do I do? What am I going to do? I think you just need to make it black and white. This is what we expected. Please correct it. If you do not, this is what's going to happen. And that's it.
Correct. And that was exactly the solution that we came up with by the end of his session is that he needed to restate the expectation, right? Yeah. Because when you restate the expectations come into what's true and what's not true, right? I expect you to do this. I expect you to handle this situation. I know you're going to make mistakes. I said, you got to acknowledge that we're going to make mistakes.
Sure.
Acknowledge that, yes, I expect you to make mistakes. But what I expect is when you make a mistake to hold yourself accountable and not to be juvenile and handle yourself as a child, blaming everybody else except yourself, right? That's what came out of it. And I was like, this is great. I said, you've hit the nail on the head. It's how we respond to it, right? When you discern, you can respond more positively. You can respond in a better way than in an emotional, reactive, judgmental way when you're judging.
It can be challenging because the emotions are very strong sometimes. And it's, I think it's also conditioning. You have to just, kind of wean that off sometimes.
Yes, absolutely. It's how it has a lot to do with how we're conditioned and raised to do things in situations. Sometimes, the examples that we set, if you ever, I use the parking lot example, right? If you ever backed into somebody's car and just drove off because there was no damage done, and your children are sitting in that car with you, you're teaching them to not take accountability. You're teaching them not to, and just to move on. And if they learn that, they're going to be conditioned in that way. And they're never going to take accountability. And they're going to learn some really hard lessons in life, right? It's that entitlement that comes up, right? That sense of entitlement is because we didn't hold ourselves accountable for our actions. And we have to be very careful how that plays.
Well, right back to being a parent, especially a parent of a teen, it's, they're watching.
They're watching everything, and they are so judgmental of us.
Yes.
Let's talk about that for a quick second.
Oh yeah.
It comes back to us because they feel so. As what I notice with my kids, especially my daughter who's preteen, she's 11, and my son's 13. When they are feeling judged, and when they are seeing things that hurt them, they take it out on us as parents, and they'll start judging us, or they'll start saying, well, you didn't do that there. Like, well, no, I didn't do that there. And you're right. And I was wrong not to do that. But as the parent, you have to be willing to say to your kids, I was wrong and I'm human too, but here's how I'm going to fix it and how I'm going to make it better. But I think what we have to recognize is that the stress that our children are going through because of the judgment, because they don't know how to deal with that judgment. They have a lot of new emotions that they're feeling for the first time. And we have to be ready and willing to help them navigate that and teach them how to separate the emotion and look at the facts, right? And look at the situation for what it is. And I think the more that you can do that for them, the better they will be as adults in responding to judgment and criticism.
And doing it in such a way that you're being loving and just their friend and a parent at the same time. I was in a situation with my daughter a couple of weeks ago, and she was having an issue with a friend, and she was, ready to snarly text back. I'm like, whoa, wait a minute. All right, what are you actually writing to her? And we talked about what to write. It was a friend was borrowed something, never gave it back, but the right way to do it, and letting them feel like it's their decision in terms of what's to type or text. But it's a very delicate balance.
It's a very delicate balance. And yeah, text messaging.
Oh, here we go. Yes.
And listen, and kids are boys I know are the worst communicators, especially at this age, 13 and older. They don't know how to communicate well on text. They don't know how to figure things out well. It's a new language for them in many ways, right? Learning how to communicate with your friends as adults do through text and messaging and all of that is confusing for them. Just as it's confusing for us, it's also confusing for them. Okay. And I think we have to remember that just because they grew up with the technology doesn't mean that they're proficient at it.
100%. And it's funny, like you have a boy and a girl, I have a boy and a girl. And when you look at, a guy who's a teen or preteen, whatever, it's a lack of emotion. Then when you look at the girl, it's fueled with emotion. So
absolutely.
It's like both sides.
Exactly. You get the extremes. And listen, this is the whole paradigm of men and women, females and males. I mean, it's always been that way. And But there's a lot to learn from both groups. And the key is that when things get, when things get too emotional, the key is to step back and remove the emotion for a second. Because the second you start to do that, you find the clarity in what you're trying to understand.
It's funny. I was talking to somebody at the gym yesterday, and I just barely know her. We just talk, and we kind of see eye to eye in a lot of things. And she's getting out of a bad relationship, and she just went on a couple of dates with this guy. And she says, "But he's horrible at texting. He's the worst." And well, do you like him? Well, I have fun with him. Yeah, I kind of like him. Yeah, but I can't deal with the text. I'm like, well, it's some people view texting different ways. Quick communication. I'm done. That's it. Or maybe he doesn't communicate. But if he communicates in person well, then that's what's really important, right?
You have to, and that's a very good point. You have to know what people's best communication styles are. You can't assume because you're good at one that the other person's going to be good at the same thing.
Absolutely. Yeah. Tom, it's always great talking with you. It's like we jump into something and then it's like things come up and pop up, and very relatable too, especially with teens and just
absolutely
the emotional part of it. If somebody wants to reach out to you in any aspect, professionally, let's say somebody has a company, corporation, or even on a personal level, what do they do?
Yeah. So the big theme that's been coming up this week is small business owners that have been divorced. So are going through a divorce. So I've had several new people come to me for that reason. So it must be something in the universe. So if you are going through a divorce, you're a small business owner, definitely reach out to me at this time. You can reach me by texting me at 516-588-0750. That's 516-588-0750, or just visit me at tommarino.com.
And those are the facts.
Those are the facts, my friend.
Without a doubt. Thanks, Tom. And I know we're not going to talk for the next couple of weeks. Have a great vacay. And
thank you. Just looking forward to it, Steve. It was great to see you.
Same here, Tom. We'll be right back.
Are you experiencing a stormy season in your life? Well, it's time to change that. It's time for you to choose your adrenalized life. And I can show you how. I'm Tom Marino, Success Strategy Coach. And I've worked for years with my clients to create harmony and live adrenalized through the power of their choices. Visit tommarino.com, that's tommarino.com, and learn more today about how you can choose your adrenalized life. I work with small business owners, entrepreneurs, executives, and young professionals to navigate these stormy seasons. I help you to clarify your mindset, overcome obstacles, integrate fear, and establish very strong boundaries. I will help you set the goals to set all of that in motion. So visit tommarino.com, that's tommarino.com, and choose your adrenalized life.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network. And we are back with our friend Tamaya Urban, better known as the Urban Healer, from Reiki Master to registered nurse to healer to empath. She's all the above. And she's right at your fingertips. She's based out of Canada, but she can work with you anywhere around the world. Welcome back today. How are you?
I'm great. Thank you for having me. Always a pleasure to see you.
Thank you. Same here. For those that may not know of Tamaya yet, which you are internationally known, you need to. How do we find you? Tell us.
Yes, so you can find me on my website. It's theurbanhealer.ca, CA because I'm in Canada. And you can also find me on Instagram at the.urban.healer. If you want to send me an email, hello@theurbanhealer.ca.
Perfect. So there's so many modalities she can work with you on to help heal. And each and every week we have a different conversation. And one that we've kind of touched upon a little bit here and there, but it's kind of about simplification, simplifying our lives. We talked about clutter and how that can affect us. But what is it about simplifying our lives that can really put us in a better mindset? I mean, there's a lot to that. It's a loaded question. So why do you think we should simplify our lives?
Well, for one, we're moving into springtime soon. So like our bodies actually wants to start decluttering and doing that spring clean. So it's like ingrained in us to want to do that. Two, it's this beautiful way of just making life easier. And it's like the more simple things are, the more streamlined things are. The more you reduce the clutter that's around you, the less of that energetic vibration and that like energetic clutter you're getting. We already live in such an overstimulated society. It's like we're in front of screens all day, every day. Everything is super bright. Everything has sound. You're around a lot of people, especially like I'm in Toronto, you're in like New York. Like it's just like everything is just like too much. And your brain it can't handle that. It's not supposed to. The same way like the sun sets and it gets dark, it's supposed to be dark because it signals your brain to be like, okay, we're settling, go to bed. Sun comes up, I'm getting up. Okay, let's do this. And that's why like I also personally think you shouldn't be awake before the sun rises because I'm like, it's dark. My body wants me sleeping. Thank you. Just saying. So that being said, it's like it has such a huge effect on your energy and whether you're thinking like energy healing, but also like your vitality, like your pep in your step. Like I know when I come home and there's like clutter in my home, I'm just like, oh God, I can't do this. And it just doesn't feel good. And you don't have to be an empath or into energy to come home to a messy home and get frazzled by that. And that being said, it's like for you to reduce the stimulation around you will reduce your stress. And it's like with like ideas like feng shui, when things are moving in a certain way where it just feels good. Like how good does it feel to come home to a beautiful like home that is clean and tidy and everything's where it needs to be? You're just like, okay, I want to be here. And that's why like being in places like spas where everything's like super clean, simple, you're just like, oh my God, this is magic. I love that. Like you wouldn't want to be at a spa that's like cluttered because like, I don't like this. So that being said, this is a really important part of both your energetic health, your physical health, your mental health. And I mean, like, just as like food for thought, if you don't declutter, you're gonna have a hard time to clean. And then you end up having things like mildew, dust, mold that can actually like make your allergies worse, make your asthma worse. It's like, if you don't make your bed, you're not going to have as good of a sleep. And I used to be bad with this one. I never made my bed.
I love the feeling of knowing that it's made to come home to a bed and open it up. Even leaving the house, it feels so good knowing that it's made and comfy. And even though there's like a million decorated pillows that go on top that no one's allowed to sleep on, have to go on the floor, it just looks like a hotel. It makes me feel so at ease and peace. The days I forget or I'm too busy, I just feel I'm not right.
Yeah, no, for sure. And so there is so much like truth behind that. And it's like when you're able to simplify your life, you're better with less. And it's like there's so many things that are around us that you don't need. And it's not really adding to like what you desire. Like if you open up your closet and things are like falling over and then you're like, I don't have time. And like, oh, now things are on the ground. And then you're like rolling them up. And then you're like, oh my God. It's like you don't even see what's there. So it's like, you don't even end up wearing the things you want because you forgot about them or they're shoved in the corner. And then you end up wearing the same like 5 things because they're your favorite things that are in rotation in the laundry. Like, let's just be real. Like that's true. Yeah,
it's true. And that's important too. Decluttering. I think you got to clear out the wardrobe, and it's good to donate clothes to give to people because we all know we're not wearing what we have. We overbuy or have overbought, and might as well put it to use. And I have a bag that I've been collecting for my closet, and I have my kids, and I'm going to eventually, when I have time, it's going to make me feel better, go through it. And then I have all those bins in the attic with all their clothes. I don't need them all. I'm going to choose a few, let them go, but that's on my list. So tell us more about some of the benefits of decluttering in a sense, and what that could feel and look like to us and how it can put us in a better mood.
Absolutely. So it's gonna give you clarity and focus. I know for me, I can't work on a cluttered desk. And even if I just like pile it and move it out of sight,
Yeah.
it's all good. No judgment, Joe. No judgment. Okay. I can't see anything. But it's like it makes you feel more focused because it's not everywhere. The other thing is it actually reduces cortisol in women, which is so interesting because a woman coming home to like a messy home will immediately spike her cortisol.
Yeah.
So it like activates that stress response. It actually improves your self-esteem. And like, this is kind of like interesting. So I was doing a little bit of research on this. I was like, well, self-esteem, why? Well, unfortunately, we base a lot of our like sense of control, sometimes external from us. So for your home to look neat and tidy, you feel like your life is under control and you're controlling something that's controllable. Which then gives you that sense of like, I'm okay, it's okay. And it's like a sense of accomplishment. Like I know when I clean my home, I'm like, I'm amazing. Look how clean my floors are.
Yeah, it feels good.
You know, 100%. And then it also gives you this like life satisfaction and improves your quality of life. Like if I open up my pantry and everything's falling over, like I don't like that. I don't like cooking in a messy kitchen. And it's like I open up a drawer and I'm looking for something and I was like, oh God, what is happening here? But when you know where everything is, it just like feels good. Like you just like open, you're like, yes, my life is good. So small things, you know? And then again, it's like, it's going to give you this more ease and flow in your life where just things just feel and look better. It's like, we don't need additional stimulus. We don't need another thing to make us feel crappy about ourselves. And we don't need one more thing of like, I have 15 minutes to eat and I can't spend 10 minutes looking for something. You know, it needs to be like, bam, 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 let's go. And that's like anybody. It doesn't matter if you have kids or if you're a business owner. We don't have that much extra free time. So you want to use your time more efficiently. And when everything's where it needs to be, you just flow through your life a little bit easier.
And realistically, you mentioned those with kids. I mean, for example, looking behind you, you have two nice pillows propped all nicely. I have a whole bunch of pillows on my couch that every minute they're around, they're on the floor, they're dented, they're pushed, and it drives me nuts. So
yeah.
Parents, we understand, we can empathize, and it's not easy with the kids. But the best thing
100%.
is you can't have clutter around with the kids because then they're going to play with your clutter. Guilty. Even their toys have become cluttered, and I'm trying. I make time to get them to the garage to donate the ones I need because now they're not even playing with it. So it's like, wow, there's too much. Sometimes too much is not a good thing. It's overwhelming, and now they're out of the toy room because they're not even using it anymore because there's too many toys, and we don't even have anywhere to walk. It's just, it's not good. So yes, we need to simplify our lives.
100%.
Okay, how so?
Okay, so the other way that I would like declutter, and this is like not necessarily a physical thing, but saying no to things that you don't enjoy anymore. So whether that is an activity, whether it is something that you're investing time into, but you're like, it just doesn't fulfill me anymore, or whether it's just like saying no to even like getting together with certain people, because that also causes clutter. Because if you look at your schedule, and you throw up in your mouth a little bit and you're like, how am I going to get through my week? And I was like, oh my God, next week looks exactly the same. And like, it's indefinitely like that. Guilty.
Yep.
That's what I did in the last like 2-3 weeks. I went through my schedule and I was literally like, does this bring me joy? Does this move me forward? Does this move my business forward? Because if it doesn't, why?
Yeah.
You don't get a prize for being super busy. Like there is no gold star. It's like you get a gold star if you make it through with ease and it felt good. So just reassess what you're doing. And then again, it's like, do you need those things? It's like we all have a junk drawer. How often do you go in there and how often do you actually use something?
All the kids make the junk drawer even junkier and things are hanging out of it. I can't even shut it right now from old like telephone cords that don't even fit like the right USB port or whatever. I have them just in case. I'm like, why? I'm never going to use them, but they're in there just in case. It's a problem and I need to work on that, but
It's okay. It's okay. But it was funny because there was, when I was doing some research for today's notes, one person recommended put all your junk drawer stuff into a box, label it with a date. And if you did not open up that drawer or like that box within 1 month, or there's nothing in there that you can even name, gone.
Oh my gosh, that is a great idea. Well, someone
Yeah.
also told me, oh, just take all the junk off your counter and throw it in a bag. So I threw it in a bag, and that bag hasn't been touched. It's now in the kids' toy room. So that says a lot. Okay. Uh-huh.
I had that. I had the bag and it was hiding underneath my kitchen table. But then I moved my kitchen table. So when anyone walks in, it's the first thing that they see. And I was like, damn, this is a bad decision. So I was like, all right, it's gone. It's gone.
Oh my
Let it go. Let it go. And it's like, this is something I know always the song.
I know, but it's true.
It's so true. So, I mean, really, we all have extra things we don't need. And now that we're entering into a more light phase of the year, now that things are like lessening with COVID and things are opening up and you have a little bit more breathing space, and we're all super aware of being at home so much, let those things go. Like you don't need them. And it's like such a mindset thing of like the scarcity of like, oh my God, but what if I let it go? What if I need it? But if you haven't used it, you're not going to suddenly need it. And like really, we're privileged people that if you really need that cord, you can buy a new one. What if that old cord doesn't even work?
Good point. Good point.
You know?
Mm-hmm.
And it's like for you to energetically see it or for it to even be in your home and it's like causing extra energy. So it's like when you're home, you don't even feel relaxed. Was that worth it? How much is the cord? $10?
Yeah.
And chances are you're not going to rebuy the cord. Sorry.
All right. All right. Good.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
We should also simplify our lives. I know digitally too. Now I have like so many pictures on my phone, and it's like, what are some of the things we should be doing? Because I take a million pictures each and every time too, and I feel like mind boggled that my phone has 100 and something thousand pictures on it. It's like, yeah.
Yes. And that's okay. And it's totally fine. We're human. Try to clear that up. So when you open up your computer, is there like a whole bunch of apps and a whole bunch of folders all over the place? So you literally like hits you and you're like, oh God. You know what? You can literally put all of those folders into one folder and shove it into the corner. So when you open up your computer, you don't see it. Perfect.
Cluttered, yeah.
Same with my phone. When I open up my phone, 3 apps on the front, they're at the very top. Everything else is on like the next page. Or it might be in one big folder separated. And again, it's like, how often do you look at your phone and then all those apps hit you in the face and you're like, oh gosh, no, don't do it. It's like, we're such suckers for punishment. And it's like those little tiny things add up. And even if your eyes lingering on that, looking for the app that you actually need, the ones you actually use, you just wasted like 20 seconds of your eyes searching and your brain being like, why? So let it go. And if there's apps that are on your phone that serve no purpose, they just make you go down a spiral of, let's say you're going to buy something or you're going to compare yourself to others, or it's like a game that like actually does not like do anything for your mind. Get rid of it. Just get rid of it. Imagine spending 10 minutes of your eyes closed, breathing deeply or meditating, as opposed to getting sucked into Instagram. And then you're like, how was that 40 minutes? Where did I go? How did I end up here? What am I buying? What is this?
So true. Yeah.
So that's a big thing. Also with your paperwork, and I used to be like the queen of keeping all paperwork and then just like piled up. Do you really need it? No, unless you need it for your taxes, sure. But everything else, like get rid of it and then put everything digital. And then it's like when you need it, you can actually search it and you'll know exactly where it is because it's, living up there in the interwebs, wherever that is, as opposed to looking through the drawers. So get rid of that. Regularly also clean up you mentioned your phone and your pictures. God forbid your phone got lost or damaged. What if you lost those?
Yeah. Happened over the summer to me in Greece. I had most everything backed up, but not my pictures from Greece when I was there. So I was hysterical, crying. But then ironically, energetically, the next 3 months, I broke 2 more phones. So it was 3 phones that got damaged. So there's something going on. So I learned my lesson and started backing everything up. But I was like, okay, what is going on? What is happening? But finally got it back. And then now I've stunted, my growth is stunted in my pictures. Now there's still like maybe 30,000 since September that I haven't uploaded.
Gotta
Okay,
do that
well,
again. That's
this
on my
is your
list of things to do. Yep.
friendly reminder. But you can also have like a setting where it like automatically uploads to the cloud.
It does Google, but it doesn't do it all the time. So you got to tap it at night, and then it doesn't automatically sync. It should. It's clicked to be that way, but it doesn't. So I forget to hit that at night. But
of course, absolutely.
what other
and that's
things?
okay.
Yeah.
So sometimes when I'm at the gym, let's say if I'm doing something like neutral, like I'm on the treadmill, not running, or like on the Stairmaster, I'll just clear out my phone. And I'll just get through stuff and clean it. If you clean it a little bit regularly, then you're not going through like 20,000 pictures in one sitting, which is a little too much. So throwing it out there. And that being said, clean out your contact list. And I do that all the time. Like if you have someone in there without even a last name, there's no purpose to them. Like there isn't. Like, who is this person? Maybe it's like an acquaintance, a friend of a friend, or like a client one day, like 5 years ago.
Like,
oh, am I frozen? No, I'm
yeah,
not.
you
Okay,
are.
perfect.
Gotcha. Go ahead.
Perfect. So clean that out. So it's like anybody that isn't meant to be like in your contact list, clear it out. And I actually also clear out my messages. Are you going to go through those old messages? Because like they hold energy and they also hold physical space on your phone. True.
I got
True.
16,000 emails right now. I just looked. But I got them down to like 11 a few months ago. So I'll go back when I have time. But
I did that yesterday. It was gross. And then it's like, as your emails come through, unsubscribe.
Spam.
Unsubscribe.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
And then you're cleaning it out. And like, this is a huge one that I'm guilty of. An email will come up, I'll read it, and then I'll just leave it. And then I'll need to go back and reread it and like reply. So you actually just spend twice as long. So when an email comes through, either do not open it and reply.
Great.
And then immediately folder, garbage, like immediately. And if you're in it, like the more times you change what you're doing, the more like capacity in your mind and energy you're losing. So when you're like reading the email, reply to the email, deleted it, done. That can be done in like this much time, which is little in case you can't see me. But then if you do it over, like, I kind of read it, I forgot about it. Oh my God, I have to go back. And I'm thinking about it. Like, don't forget to reply. Oh my God, but it's not like as marked as unread because I already opened it. Where is it? What just happened? Do it quickly, immediately, get it done. And that being said, I also really recommend checking in with your finances on a regular basis because that has a lot of energy and a lot of clutter. And it's something that a lot of people feel triggered about, but then it's like, you're still gonna have to pay your bills. And if you have debt, it's not gone because you don't look at it, it's still there. And if there's something that maybe there was fraud and you didn't notice it, or you're gonna wait 3 weeks and then scrambling, trying to figure it out. So look at your finances at least once a week and make it into something good. Light a candle, gentle music, and just be like, it's just numbers. It doesn't matter. It does not determine who you are, your worth. We've all made some questionable like financial decisions. It's okay, totally fine. But you do need to own up to it and look at it. Otherwise, it's just like this dark cloud that like hovers over you.
Yeah,
which,
I'm just suggest to make a little more than that minimum payment if you can, because that's also important. Yeah, I'm not in debt, but I do have one particular credit card that I spent quite a few $1,000s on a few months ago, and it's going down. Like I feel like I need a new clothes, and now I'm still paying them off, but I'm almost down. I got $400 left. I was like, yes. So little payments, but try to make a little more than that minimum payment instead of $20.
Absolutely.
Make it $40. It's important.
Now you mentioned clothes. Okay.
Yes.
Important rule. You're not allowed to go shopping until there's physical space in your closet. Something in, something out, must, non-negotiable. And that is like, I literally like, that is how I make my decisions. I'm like, I really want to go shopping. And I was like, damn it, that means I need to clean my closet. And I was like, I won't go shopping, I'll wait. And it's like, I have like a decent sized closet, but it's not like aggressive and I don't have any storage. So it's like my summer, winter, all my stuff has to be in one closet, which I'm like, oh, cringing. But then I was like, okay, am I going to buy a new pair of jeans? I have jeans right there. So then I like forced myself to put on the jeans and I was like, okay, cool. I don't like this one. I will let it go. I'm allowed to buy one new pair of jeans.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, with that being said, even if you have clothes that you love and they like look good on you, but you have a memory attached to them. Let's say you got in an argument with somebody, or you remember it was like, this is something you were on a date with someone you're not together with anymore. it holds energy. And it's like, you're going to put it on and then like go back to that like memory, feel gross, take it off, and then hang it back up. Let it go.
Yeah.
And it's such a huge deal. It makes a big difference. And it's like also anything that like feels gross. And this is like, I don't know if men have this, so I'm sorry if this doesn't make sense to you, but we all have clothes that you put on and you feel fabulous and fantastic and it just hits your curves right and you feel hot. And then there's other clothes you put on and then you're like tugging and it's like pinching.
You
Get
know
rid of
it's
it.
not, but like you feel like you have to hold on to it. But why?
Let it go.
Yeah. Okay.
Let it go. It's like, if anything, you put it on and it's going to trigger you, or you see it and you're like, yeah, the jeans that don't fit. And then you go into your spiral.
Yeah.
Let it go. Same with jewelry. Is it broken? Do you not wear it? Sell it. I did that right before the pandemic and it was like hilarious because I like went into like a pawn shop and I was like, here. They're like, what's going on? I was like, I'm cleaning.
Like, did you steal this? No.
No, I
But I
didn't.
know.
Don't
But
ask.
even like I have so many pens and pencils that are around the house, and I have a bag full of pens. And if I really need all those pens, by the time I need those pens, it won't be working anymore. But I have this whole big collection of pens, and it's just horrible. Now with the kids, now I have markers and crayons, and I'm like,
Put the kids to use. Be like, play with all the pens. The ones that don't work, throw them away. This is your like task.
good.
Just saying, if you have kids, put them to work. They'll love it. Now, also with women, go through your makeup and your skincare stuff. Like, we all have samples that it's like, how long have they been there? For 10 years? You're not going to use it. And like, if you like mess up your skincare routine and you just randomly try something new, like it like throws things off. Like, it's not even worth it. So it's just like garbage. Travel size stuff. Are you traveling? Will you use this? No, garbage. Like, just let it go. And this is my other thing of like, I'm not allowed to buy new makeup unless I've used it or thrown it away. So then again, I'm just like,
Good.
okay, throw it away.
Good. What about, I'm not sure your policy in Canada, but here in New York, we got rid of, there's no more plastic bags, but you have paper bags and we got to pay 5 cents for them. But I have a pile of bags. I'm like, cause I'm just going to use them. I mean, I do have a cat, so I'll use for cat litter. I'll double up. So, but I have an enormous amount of bags. And instead of having a nice laundry holder in the laundry room, it's this big thing with 3 tiers and there's all bags in it.
Okay, well, if you're using it for a reason, keep them. We are
they're
allowed to
stacking
have
up.
them.
Yeah, but
Well, then get rid of it. Because like I use it because I put my garbage into it because I live in a condo. So it's
Yep.
like I have little
You have to
garbage
shoot,
over time.
mhm.
Yeah.
Mhm.
So it's like for me it works, but it's like otherwise let it go. And it's
Okay.
like same with like we talked about your electronics and those cords. Do you need them?
Yeah.
No. Are you
No.
going to use them? No. Books, magazines.
Yep,
If you
same
haven't
thing.
read it in the last year, please donate. Someone would maybe want to read that book and maybe that book has served its purpose for you and its time is up. So then just let it go. And like, honestly, these little things, and like, I've listed a lot. So a lot of people are like, oh my God, I have to go through my makeup, my clothes, my like this, my that. Don't look at it that way. Can you spend a little bit of time every day decluttering something? One drawer. And it's like when I declutter my closet, usually I don't do a big overhaul necessarily. I'll be like, okay, socks.
Yeah.
Okay, shirts. And it's like, do little by little. And like, these are some of my daily suggestions because again, everything's about consistency. You can't work out once and have abs. You can't meditate once and be like a Zen Buddhist. You can't declutter once and it's okay. You got to do it regularly. So spend a little bit of time every day. I do this before I go to bed. I probably look like a crazy person because it's like the lights are super down and I'm like frantically running around and I'm just like making piles and like clearing everything up. So when I wake up, it's not like clutter. And it just feels so much better.
Me too.
So
No
then
dishes allowed at my sink at night. I have to do it at night because I feel better
No.
going into the clean kitchen. Okay, good. What are the suggestions?
absolutely make sure your bathroom and your side table and your bedroom are clear. Because again, bathroom, one of the first things you do when you wake up, your bedroom cannot be cluttered. Cannot. Don't put things. I feel like you said you have things underneath your bed.
I do. Magazine.
Move them. Move them. Gone.
Okay.
Gone. Because
lot of 'em.
that's where you sleep. So all that energy is like underneath you. There should be nothing underneath your bed. There shouldn't be anything on your side table unless it's like a glass of water or like an essential oil, like minimal. Because the clearer it is, it's like we sleep pretty good when we go to like a nice hotel because there's nothing there. And when you open up your eyes, you don't see your laundry pile, you know? True. So
It is
true.
Yeah. And you recommend making a list as well?
Yes. So one, make a list of what you want to get done the next day. Like I kind of write down my schedule of like what to expect and 3 things I need to get done. I used to like make a list and it like kept on going. And then I would like feel like crap when I didn't get it done, even though it's physically not possible to get it done. So choose 3. And I also have it on like a small sticky note. So if I run out of room, I'm literally like, okay,
Yeah.
okay.
All
You
right.
think this is too much? But then also jot down what's going through your mind. You're like, oh my God, I got to get this done. And then I need to get this done. And I need to call like my bank and like, oh, I don't forget to do this, and write it all down and then energetically detach from it and leave it in another room. Don't let it be in your bedroom. And then literally like tell your mind, like, my list will await me until I wake up, and it's right there. And that's enough. And let it go. And that really gives you a little bit of time to kind of like decompress, and then you're not thinking about it. Cause like I can't sleep if there's a thing in my mind. Be like, oh my God, don't forget, don't forget, don't forget, don't forget. Don't do that. Write it down. You won't forget. It's there.
Good.
So
great suggestions. Great tips today.
Thank you.
Really.
Thank you. Thank you. And again, start small, one drawer at a time. Make it fun. Put on some music. Invite over a friend. If you can, if you have the means, hire someone else to do it. I literally delegate anything and everything I don't want to do. And I'm just like, worth the investment, please do it. Because then it'll be done and you're good.
Yeah.
And everyone, don't strive for perfection. Like, no one's going to judge you. Like, I'm like, kind of like, shoot, I should have fluffed that pillow. Did you notice? No.
No, I said they were perfect. Now I do see a little wrinkle.
See?
Please,
Oh
but now
my goodness. How could I? So again,
look, I have a
just do
wrinkle
it.
in this too. It's so fun. This is my backdrop, and I ironed it originally, but it's fallen so many times because the stand is broken. I'm waiting for a new stand, so it keeps wrinkling. But yeah, so let me block that. See,
See, here you go. See? And it's like, I never noticed that. No one's going to judge you on that.
we are.
Just make it.
Okay.
Hello. It's all good. We're not weird. It's all
No,
good.
no,
I
no.
see you. I love you. We're good. We're
Love
good as
you
we are.
too. You're so cute.
There you go. Those are my
and-
tips for you.
Well, beautiful. Simplify, simplicity, and plus spring is here. It's kind of like a spring cleaning segments, like to declutter. We're getting ready for that. We feel we need to declutter, especially for the warmer weather. And how are we going to leave off with the listeners today? How do we reach out to you specifically?
Yes. You can find me on Instagram at the.urban.healer. You can find me on my website, theurbanhealer.ca. Send me an email, hello@theurbanhealer.ca. Do have a couple things coming up. So when you want to get Reiki certified or do a Reiki mentorship for the master program, that's happening. There's group coaching, there's one-on-one coaching, whatever you desire. I got you.
Love you. Pleasure having you here as always, Tamaya. Mwah. Thank you so
Take
much.
care.
Have a great weekend.
Thank you.
Wait, today's Friday, right?
It is.
Oh, so
All
we
day.
usually work on Mondays. I usually say have a great week. But all right, this is cool. Have a great
Yes.
weekend.
There you go.
Got me
Blessed.
energized.
Done.
Thank you.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you can now listen live on the MyTuner Radio and online Radio Box apps for iOS, Android, and the Amazon App Store. Or check us out online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com or search Podcast Business News Network on onlineradiobox.com/US so you don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
We are back.
back here with Jean-Michel Parlikov, better known as Michael Kell, man of many names, man of many trades. He's an author, he's an angel, and of course, oh, he's making his own music today, let alone poetry.
I raised my volume. And I raised my volume.
I heard it on my end. How are you doing today?
I'm good, busy, but I'm doing okay. Can't complain. I'm still alive, talking to you, beautiful woman, and what could be more nice?
Innovative Mind Services, and so much more. Please say hello to everyone today and tell us a little bit about yourself. And what does the sign on your door say?
It's physicists do it with charm.
Oh, cute. And a physicist. Okay, good.
Charm. Hey, what I'd like to talk about today, and I think it should be okay. And since I'm a writer, I always like to read, unfortunately.
Yeah.
But I think since we have a lot more shows coming up and stuff, I want to talk about why is it important for people to actually take some time to write down part of their life story. By that I mean is, if you look back in your life, what caused you to action?
Yeah.
What were your pitfalls and hardships? And you have to think about it for a long time. And really write out maybe a 10-page, type out 10-page thing about your life and with a certain number of steps into it.
Okay.
And because once you do that, you understand what you should be working on in your life and what your most things are, because you have to think about them.
Yeah.
Now, when people do coaching, a good coach will pull this out of you.
Mm-hmm.
Ask questions, right? Like interviews.
Kind of, yeah. Similar, yeah.
And so what I want to do today is because I had to do this one time with actually Ted McGrath, who you probably know, big coaching guy and stuff.
Yeah.
Kicked me out eventually because he found out I was a psychiatrist 20 years ago. And it's okay because I got what I needed. Okay, and I got a refund, so it's even better. But he was really good at what he did. And so he was talking about the way you coach is you tell people your story. Not necessarily in a shorter version, because when they realize that the coach has problems too, we all have problems. Problems, but the solution is sort of similarly done by addressing to them, and then you have whatever your coaching thing is. So I want to read, if I could, hope I get it done, a little bit of how I responded to that request to write my life story.
Yeah.
Some things I thought was important. And so the first part is doing this is what was my call into my story?
Yeah.
What happened in my life that made me actually make my story.
Mm-hmm.
And some of the people have heard about this before a little bit, but it'd be a little more detail. Is that the call of my personal life narrative happened in San Juan, Puerto Rico, when I was 3-year-old, as you remember. Yeah. I was born with a terrible heart murmur, which caused me to retire quickly. One night, I stood in a field in front of me. A man stood wearing a smock. I asked, "Where am I?" The man said, "Michael, you died. This is the place where people appear before God reviews their lives. I'm only 3 years old. I have little to review. I haven't even told a lie yet, as far as I know." And as we talked, an elderly man came up, which was Emanuel Swedenborg, which we talked about before, a famous seer from 18th, 18th century things. And so he introduced himself, and he took my hand. We walked to the judgment hall. We entered, and I saw people all ages filling the room. We climbed up some stairs and found a place to sit next to 2 old nuns. One nun said, "Come here, child, sit between sister and me, where I see you are about to fall asleep." I sat between the nuns, and Mr. Swedenborg sat next to one of them. I fell asleep with my head on the oldest nun's lap. Mr. Swedenborg said, "That's okay, rest for a while. I'll wake you up when you need to be woken up so you learn what's going on here." So eventually, Mr. Swedenborg woke me saying, "Michael, watch what happens. It's very interesting." I watched for a long time, and every time as I watched, I saw a new person would leave their seat and stand before God, and God would say, "Welcome to Holy Judgment. I will replay your life so you remember what you loved above all things." And after the replay, God said, "Choose a place you would love to go to. It's better that you decide than me." And quickly the person told God what they loved best of all, and God replied, "Good. Choose either the left or right entrance. One of my angels will meet you and take you where you need to go." Right? Some went left, some went right. And after a long time, the only people left were the 2 nuns, Mr. Swedenborg and myself. One nun said, "Will you go to heaven where we can help God? Give us a hug and kiss before God transports us to heaven. Remember, life is different when you know your God loves you." I hugged and kissed them, and Mr. Swedenborg and I went to speak with God. After we arrived, Mr. Swedenborg said, "Lord, Young Michael observed how you judge people carefully. He is a very sharp child. Michael, tell God what you learned. I stood up straight and looked at God, saying, "This is a funny judgment hall, God. The judge is the person, not you. People who tried to be good and help others chose heaven. The selfish, mean, and unkind people always chose hell. I know little about either place, but I know this: Judgment Hall is the best kind of judgment there can be." And God said, "You are a bright little boy, Michael. I see Mr. Swedenborg chose well, bringing you to me. My sweet nuns tested your heart and told me it was special. It was a heart that none of us had seen for thousands of years. It would be most unfair to judge any creature, for I know exactly how they became good or evil. Life is hard and painful most of the time. If we're not this way, no one would learn how to receive the goodness I bestow for the benefit of others more than ourselves. To learn this, we gave humanity the freedom to choose which life path they will follow, including whether they choose heaven or hell after mortal life. People live their lives ruled by their own core loves, usually seeking power, wealth, or fame, and sometimes buy what they want. How they use what they seek is the issue. My universe is not an easy one, as evil serves to help people come back to my family. But it is the fairest universe for people to wake up to their personal destinies. You understand, Michael? I understand, God. I see that creating and guiding universe is difficult. Does anyone volunteer to be a helper on Earth? God said, sometimes a little boy or girl comes to be whose heart can never turn away from the love I bestow. I wish I had more helpers to watch over people so they wouldn't waste their lives. My angels need help. I said, God, I don't want to go to heaven or hell. I think I can be one of your helpers. Maybe not right now, but you can teach me when I'm a little bigger. Mr. Swedenborg looked at God, saying, Michael, become a splendid helper, Lord. I am fond of him. So investigate his essence and ensure he can face the adversary as a warrior and never surrender. But he needs to understand that a helper's life is full of trials and tribulations, for the evil ones will never leave him alone. He is too young to know this. Emmanuel, this little boy's heart may not be strong now, but I will give him a warrior's heart. He will not let us down. Next thing I remember is waking up in bed without being sleepy. Later, my mother took me to the doctor, said my heart was working normally. He did not know how this could be, but it was so. It is my insight in this experience. Discovering that everyone adapts a set of core loves, which compels and controls their daily lives, was a great revelation. If our core loves direct our lives and determine where we reside after mortal death, the energy force power of love is supreme. As love is goodness, evil incarnation is love directed inwardly towards egoism and not outwardly in altruism. Therefore, as goodness is the foundation of everything, evil arises from mankind seeking wealth, fame, and power. Subsequently, when I love someone truly, I consciously intend for the maximum good. Love is defined as the conscious intending of another goods above one's own. And that's what my call came at 3 years old. Now the question is, what were my pit moments? Like, what did I have to go through to learn?
Yeah.
And so after I visited God, I came to live with a small group of nuns for about 3 years. The reason is necessary for now. The nuns ran a house for young, unmarried ladies, who you remember, who were pregnant and abandoned by their families. The Mother Superior knew my parents and about my visit to God. The nuns asked their novitiate, Anna Marie, to take care of me, and I moved into her room. Anna Marie was special, as she had visions. In between the work of our little convent, Anna Marie and I spent the free time with a university professor turned nun. Her name was Sister Agnes Louise. Sister Agnes Louise, like a grandmother to us. She taught Anna Marie and me many things about the Holy Family. Yes, I learned and experienced that God was actually a divine family with grandparents, parents, and sets of twins. And this is why families on earth are working examples of the Holy Family. The daughter of God, the Father, is Ariel, and she would visit with me often. She would put me on her lap, kiss me, and tell me how much she loved me. She told me she bore Anna Marie and me in heaven, which is why I could be a helper to her father. Ariel told me, Miguel, you must love your sister with all your heart and soul. Her human mother died at birth, and her father blamed her. She grew up believing that no one would ever love her. The people who cared for her growing up were not mean, but did not know how to love anyone. The only people she could visit were the nuns on Sundays. The nuns took her after her father died. They loved Anna Marie, but she could not accept it. One day, a living saint came to see Sister Agnes Louise and told her that little Miguel would love Anna Marie so intensely that she would see that she is perfect in his eyes and the eyes of Holy Family. Let her raise him as if he was her son. So it came to pass. Over the next 3 years, Anna Marie and I experienced the most unusual but pure love. Heavenly twins are born married in heaven and share a common essence. The complete stories are found in my upcoming memoirs. And one day, Anna Marie became sick with consumption and died with me hugging her. As she lived her last moments on earth, tears running down her cheeks, she said, "Sweet darling, never forget me, or I can never forget you. You showed me I was important and lovable. I hope Mother Ariel will allow me to return to you in another body. You must learn to love others so you won't forget me. Never forget the Father chose you to be his helper." She smiled and gave up her spirit. I refused to stop hugging her. My heart was tearing and I felt lost. Sister Anna Louise picked me up and took me into the convent garden so we could cry together. At last, Sister Agnes Louise said, "Be strong, little warrior. Help our species be kind and generous. Learn everything you can about love, little one. When you are older, start looking for Anna Marie. Never give up, regardless of the odds opposing you. Lord Jesus had his cross, and you will have yours. Be strong, knowing Ariel is always with you and will never allow evil to win." I have yet to find Anna Marie, and to this day, I have never given up. I have made many errors, but I did my best to fulfill the dictates of true conscience. I have loved and cared for many women, learning more and more about how to purify and perfect human love. I knew that love could often bring sadness, and how sadness and hardships are the only way humans learn how to purify their love, to burn off the taints, to become the love of the divine. My lessons on perfecting human love for others have been severe. I have given you a few experience. I will give you a few more experiences surviving the hardness of human love. At age 15, my second intense journey with love came during a summer spent in Norway with my mother and 2 younger brothers. This visit happened after spending a year in school in Thailand. I started playing tennis under the Australian Davis Cup team's brother, Harry. Told me I was a natural and talented player and could be the top 10 players in the world if I stayed with him in Thailand. My mother took us back to California. And before I went to Norway again, I had spent time with my cousin Dinky when he and I were 1 year old and 8 years old. I remember little about these visits, except that a permanent bond was forming between her and I. We were immediately attracted to each other and spent almost every day for the whole summer when I visited again. We found ourselves in love and very attached, even though I did not speak Norwegian and she could not speak English. The only way to communicate our passion was using body language, a soft caress of her face, kissing her hand, putting my arm around her waist. I remember walking up to an old defense tower in Tønsberg, holding hands. She wanted to sit on a bench, and so we sat. She turned to me and kissed me with her tongue. I reacted in surprise, said some gibberish, and then kissed her back. I can still relive this first pure kiss. Venki was a wonderful gift to the whole family. With Venki, I experienced the pure love spoken of the knightly troubadour poets of the 12th and 13th centuries in southern France and Sicily. Our love affair, even physical, was innocent and sweet. What mattered the most was we knew we loved each other because of who we were. But at last I had to leave, never knowing what her most inner desires were, as we only could understand using simple words. I know that she wanted to get married at 18, and I needed to finish university. We lost contact for another 15 years. We spent time together again when I was 31, and she was 31 too. But this story waits for a little bit later on. Now, when I was 19, I had my next intimate partner in the summer after I left Brown University. I would not say too much about this trauma, even though, as you will understand, the divine works in our lives. I had known Sue as she lived in the same neighborhood. I found her a little flaky when she was younger, but when I met her later, I was attracted to her and she to me. Our affair became more and more intimate as the summer progressed. Soon we were making love, but only when it would be unlikely for her to conceive. She was Catholic and would not use birth control, which seemed a stupid rule to me, but that was the rule. Our affair continued until I was at Berkeley in Santa Barbara. I would drive home 300 miles every 2 weeks or so for a weekend of lovemaking. I must add that more than one of her Catholic girlfriends asked me to date and make love. Guess what? I turned them all down because I felt it was improper behavior. I was not an idealist then. Although I knew I would like it because they were pretty hot. I said, but I want getting married to Sue. And then I thought, you only marry one person and life would proceed as supposed to be. Didn't know any better, okay? And so we got engaged, and she lent me half the money to pay for the engagement ring, which we did. I couldn't afford all of it. But for reasons still unclear, she wanted to stay with me and date another young man to make sure she loved me. I told her, I resist all your friends, and why couldn't you do the same? Then I remembered she was a flaky Sagittarius. No offense to anyone. And I'm a Scorpio. So,
Mhm.
and you're a Capricorn, I remember.
Mhm.
The details leading to another insight. She broke up with me, and she told me I could feel my heart tearing in half. And I actually did. I mean, I could actually feel a tear.
Oh.
And so what happened was it was totally irrational. And so this is a part that's helps to call too, but this is the real pit. And so what I decided to do, because I was so pissed off, is I had a bottle of aspirin in my car, and I did this little Sprite, you know, a little sport car. So I ingested like 65 aspirin. I haven't counted them every time, and drunk some water out of my car. And of course, I didn't die because I'm here talking to you. But I tell you, it's a really bad thing to do. Forget about dying, because it makes you really, really hot, and you ring it in your ears. And the worst part is a second of time seems like a minute. So that night took forever to end. It was not so good. And but I finally decided I wasn't going to die, so I drove back to the house. And I better apologize to her mother, which I did. She thought I was trying to do it. And then I went to the ER, and they said, "Well, you'd be dead by now if you're going to be dead. Like you should be dead, but you're not." So I said, "Okay, fine." And so let's see. So this was a miracle happened. What happened was that the next morning, I think Sue's mom called my mom, and then the police officer, and there'd been a little mild accident before this, where I was driving up the hill. And so he called up, and he asked my mom if I could come down and talk to him, because he knew there's more going on than is seen by a mild little accident. You know, no cars being damaged. And so I went down there, and he was a young guy. He's probably like 26, and I was like probably 19. And he sat me down in the back room. He said, "Michael, tell me what's going on here, because I know there's more going on here." And so I told him what happened. He goes, "When I was your age, something like that happened to me. And I was heartbroken. I thought I'd never be in love with anybody else ever again. She's the only one for me and stuff." And he said, "What I found out?" I go, "What?" He goes, "It didn't last that long. I found out I could find another lady, or if your lady could find another man who's even better than the one you had, is kinder and sweeter. And so this is just a learning experience." So as I heard that, I go, "Okay, it's all resolved." I mean, really, it was like a miracle. And so then I left. And so it wasn't too much to happen except after that, except I had a lot of girlfriends, okay? I love women. Women are the best. And I was never mean to one, never cheated on one.
But you've been hurt by one or
I've been
more?
hurt Yeah, what more? Yeah. And,
Oh no, there's more. Oh no.
no, it's even worse, okay?
Oh no.
So when I was 31, actually, I could just tell it to you. When I was 31, I was getting a PhD in cell biology and biophysics, okay, at Emory. I was going to medical school, so I had to take a break. And so my professor, who was a really interesting Italian guy, he asked me one day, he said, "Michael, do you think I'm a lech?" I go, "Luigi, of course you're a lech. What you do, but you're a nice lech. You don't hurt me, but it's a lecherous behavior. I'm not predicting, it just is. But so he said, we have to give a talk in Erice, Sicily." I go, "Okay, we can do that." So I said, so he said, "Well, okay, the government paid for it, but you can't fly directly to Rome." And I go, "Why not?" He said, "That's just the rule. I can fly directly to Rome, but you can't." And I said, "Okay, I'll just go to Norway and visit my cousins." I left like 2 weeks early. And, I got into Hamburg, not Hamburg, Frankfurt, the airport there. And I was looking where to go sit down. I had a first class pass, and the German lady came up and said, "Are you American?" I go, "Yeah." "Why do you ask?" "Just because I'm wearing hiking shoes and short pants and a hiking sweater and have a knapsack because it's the 1st of May." She goes, "Well, that was one hint." So she said, "There's tickets. Oh, you get to sit with me." So went to the compartment. I sat down with them, and she just was a nurse that lived in Chicago for a while. She's Norwegian, went back there and stuff. And so we drove up on the train, drinking coffee and eating some sweets and stuff. And there's a really old guy sitting next to me, and another lady, a chubby lady, and the lady I was talking to. And I swear to God, they started talking about Nazis, because that was their age. They grew up in. I mean, the old guy for sure. He wasn't a Nazi, but he was telling me about it. I think this is pretty strange, but it was what it was. And so I finally got to where it was supposed to go to. And the lady I was talking to told the other lady who was getting off the same, take him over to his train so he doesn't get lost.
Yeah.
So they're very nice. So I like them. And so the German's pretty nice. And so they took me to the train. I got on the train, and it's a night train, and it was going to go up to Norway from Denmark. So I just happened to sit next to this American student. He said, I haven't talked to American for like a year because I'm going to school here. So I haven't spoken English to anybody. So we chat all night. I was telling her jokes and stuff and everything. And so we finally got to where I had to get off, and a lot of people were getting off. And so the Norwegian guy who was sitting behind us turned, tapped me on the shoulder, said, excuse me. And I go, what? I said, I really enjoyed listening to your conversation. It was really funny listening to you two guys talk. He goes, but I got a joke for you. I said, okay, what is it? He says, well, there was this Scandinavian sailor, a handsome, nice guy that went into New York a long time ago. And since he was on the sea a long time, he wanted to find a prostitute. So somebody told him where to go and stuff, a good place. He had money, so he found a prostitute and stuff. And he was making love a long time, having sex for a long time. And the prostitute finally goes, are you finished yet? He goes, no, I'm finished. I thought it was pretty funny. So here's what happened. So I got there, and I was really tired because it was a long trip. And so I ended up having to take a ferry from Moss over to Horton, and then take some time where then went up to Horton, Tungsberg, to see my cousin, my mom's age, and somebody else named Karin. And so I was going to stay there, and I probably spent the night there because I was pretty tired next night and stuff. But the next day, when I got up and stuff, it's Karin, who is cousin of Heidi, said, Michael, I called up Venki, told her you're in Norway. And she said, well, I'll come over and visit. Okay. So I go, okay, fine. So she came over, and so I was sitting in her house, which was like 1350, it's the oldest house in Tungsberg, Norway. And there's a big living room, and there's a big sliding, wooden doors, probably oak, maybe walnut there. And then on her side, she had a design studio. So there's where people work, for hair and stuff. And so I was talking to them, sitting in the chair, the face that way. And Vinky opened the doors, and she was a really good dresser. And I saw her, and all of a sudden, here's what it felt like. It felt like that from the age of 15, there's a rubber band between us. They got stretched every year, stretched further, further, and further, and further. And all of a sudden, when I saw her, got let go, smack, we're back there. And I was in an altered state.
Wow.
So now we can speak English. Okay, she can speak English. And so, so we're talking, walking around, we're talking and stuff. And I get back, and so Karin goes, Becky, why don't you take him home? We got a lot to talk about after 15 years. So, yeah, we got a lot to talk about. So I got on the ferry, and she's talking about her life that I never knew about, how badly she got treated and problems and things. Wow. And so every time she talked, I got more and more fused with her, identified. And it's emotionally and stuff. It was a very strange thing. And so we finally got over to her house and stuff, and her kids were sleeping. And so we talked for a couple more hours and stuff. And then she just took me by the hand and took me to a bedroom, and we made love, which I thought was fitting.
That's
after
great.
love.
Yeah.
Even though she's married, I go, well, that's not my issue right now.
Oh, exactly. Enjoy. Exactly.
So,
oh, well.
That's fine. Okay, whatever. It sort of needed to be done. And, so I met her, I said 2 days up there. I met her kids. They're nice. We got along together and everything else. And so she was going to Rhodes for vacation for a week with her girlfriend that I never met, but was her best girlfriend when we was. And so she knew all about us. And so they tried to get us a ticket to go with them, but we couldn't get a plane fare, couldn't do anything. So she went away for a week. So here I am, bonded emotionally in some really strange way, and I don't have my bonding partner, so I went to visit my cousins in Sweden and everywhere, and trying to find out more about her life. The more I found out about it, the worse I felt. I mean, I felt really bad. Okay, like I lived her life. And so she finally came back, and so she said, well, I said, I'm leaving on May 17th, to go to Erice by train and stuff. She said, well, come up here with the family, spend another day with the family. I go, okay. So I met her husband, Ott, which is spelled ODD. It's kind of weird. He was a nice guy, but I mean, I could see that their marriage really wasn't that great. It wasn't my job to intervene. Okay.
No, but you're still there for the party. Yeah.
So we had the party. I mean, not the party, but we had the, the celebration stuff, the big parade and everything else. And then she drove me to the airport, and and so I'm walking there waiting for the ferry, and so she's crying and stuff, but she said, Michael, you're the only person I genuinely, okay, and I never thought we'd ever see you again, blah blah, and and then she goes, but I don't think we're ever going to see each other again. I don't know why God doesn't let us stay together. He doesn't, okay, and so I got on the train. Had my thing with Eric J, different story and stuff, and we've never ever talked to each other since that time. I thought maybe after like 64 or so might be enough time, but I guess it's not enough time. And so that was a second heartbreak, which is much more significant in some ways than the first heartbreak. But there's more to the story.
Oh my goodness.
So what happened is that when I came back from from the conference and stuff, is I was going to go up to Woods Hole, Massachusetts at the Marine Biological Laboratory to take a course in neuroscience from Harvard. It was real hard to get into, but Luigi can get me into anything.
Okay.
Since we were doing neuroscience. So it got me into that course, and it was fine and stuff. And Woods Hole is an amazing place. I have a little saying about it. It's like, Woods Hole is like fantastic science, fantastic beaches, uncalled for summer loves. Because a lot of people fall in love up there. It's amazing if you know what to look for. And so, so I got this in Vinkies right afterwards, okay? And so all of a sudden, my partner, as a Canadian graduate student, it looked amazingly like my cousin.
Okay.
Okay, so we got along together, very compatible, working on stuff. And one night we just come back from because you don't sleep much there. Come back from just walk like 3 a.m, and she goes, I can't make love to you. And I go, that's okay. I didn't ask you. Yeah. So I was thinking, well, that's something strange. Somebody asked me that question. Guess what happened? I ended up moving the roommate's permission. I moved into their room, and we had to start having an affair. It was really serious, okay? Wow. And I have to say that was bad that way because I was married. But I don't put so much. I try not to, okay? But sometimes things that aren't supposed to happen. And so we have a great summer, and all our friends can't believe this, okay? How nice this love affair is. And she had a 2-year-old. She brought because her husband came down for the same time. Mary Beth came up, and so I saw the kid, and saw the husband and whatever. So, in any case, so the end of the summer comes, and and before it ends, we're talking about what we should do about this. And before it ends, she goes, Michael, I have a surprise for you. I go, what's the surprise, Linda? And she goes, I decided to have a baby with you. And I go, what can you say? Okay, what can you say? I go, well, at least it would be made in love and not lust.
Okay, yeah,
And so I go like, why would you want? I mean, nice I could. I mean, like, why did you not tell me?
Yeah.
It seems like sort of an inopportune time. And said, well, no, I wanted to have your baby, and that's just it. It's like, okay, what can I say? So we decided we're going to get divorced, and which is okay. Mary Beth was okay with it, and do things. And I went to visit her a couple times up in Hamilton, where she was, Canada. And but she told her husband, listen to this, she told her husband that she's pregnant with my baby because she loves me.
Oh my gosh.
It's like a movie, right? Loves me. And she wants to take the 2-year-old and move down to the United States, okay? Go to graduate school in Emory. And he says no. And he wouldn't let her leave because he'd keep the kid. I don't know. I was too young to know, but
yeah.
And so she said, I can't do it. I mean, I want to do it, but I can't do it. So she and I talked. I said, well, if he accepts the child, there's no reason we should tell him. I mean, logically, okay. I mean, how he's going to, unless he looks like you, okay. And so, I think it's better. Maybe I don't get involved, but if you want to be involved, I will, okay. Because I'm going to get divorced anyway. And so I've never talked to her. Well, we talked a little bit, but after it was done. Never seen Carl was his name. And the reason I found out for sure it was true is because the next summer, when I was in Woods Hole, one of her co-workers at McMaster's, okay, was down there for a course, and I was doing research down there, okay. So we got involved, and she said, "Oh yeah, Linda had a baby, and and was named Carl. I said, yeah, when was the baby born? It's like the exact right time. Okay.
Oh my
I'm
goodness.
thinking, wow, this is terrible.
So you've never met Carl? How old is he?
Well, I would think this was probably like in 1980, let's say 1980.
Oh my gosh.
So he'd be like what?
Yeah, well, I'm 40,
No.
I'm 45, so 40, 40,
Oh, that's
43, 43.
40.
I turned 45 today. Today's my birthday. Yeah. So he's 40, thank you. So 40, he's 43. And you haven't done the 23 and Ancestry Me things to try to find him, or you don't want to, or, oh my gosh, you don't believe in doing that because it's public with your DNA.
Yeah. But I mean, yeah. Actually, one of my other cousins does a lot of stuff because my just off the subject though. But my oldest son named Alexander. Okay. When I was in St. Petersburg with him, and his brother, and person I was with at the time, and our daughter, is that we walked down the street and I turned around to say something to him. And in St. Petersburg, they advertised in really big columns. Okay, I don't know if you've ever been there. The big posters.
No.
The big posters.
Okay.
So Alex was standing right in front of a picture of Alexander the First of Russia on a horse. Alex looks exactly like Alexander the First, not like
oh my gosh,
exactly like him. So I'm thinking, oh, the only way that could be is if he was a descendant. And it's kind of even weird, like that much alike. And so she's been trying to figure out where the link is. They can't find it yet to Alexander the First, not just for interest's sake. And so in that case, so that was pretty bad. Okay.
Oh my God. And oh my God, we're over time. This story is so good. It's 32 minutes. I got to go to my next show. I'm so sorry. Oh, we got to continue this, please. Okay. Next show.
We will.
Please. I want to hear, I need the whole rest of the story because this is getting juicy. How do we reach you, Michael Cal?
Okay. The best way to get hold of me is to go just to email at enlightenment123. Pretty cool, right? .org.
Perfect. Thank you so much.
I'm on Facebook too. Just Michael Cal. It's a bunch of them, but you see me, you know it's me.
Thank
you.
We'll
talk more about happy birthday, and I hope you have a special day and something special for you. And the little boys are excited, I'm sure.
Yeah, they just want cake. I'm like, all right, maybe we'll go to Applebee's. We'll see. That's it. Nothing planned. I don't really celebrate birthdays much. It's not fun for me. It's fun for them. So cake and Applebee's. That's it. It's fun for them. All right. Have a great day. Sorry, I got to run. We'll talk next week.
Okay,
We're soon. Bye-bye.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Relationships are so important in our lives. We are humans. We are social creatures. We want to be around other people. Maybe sometimes not all the time, but it's kind of important. And how do you cultivate those relationships? Keep them moving forward, keep the fire in your personal, intimate relationships. We started talking about that last week with Allison Cowan, and she's with Purposeful Pathways lifecoaching.com. We're going to pick that up and dig even deeper into it. Allison, how you doing today?
I am doing great. Happy to see you.
Great to have you back here. And when we last spoke, we kind of turned the car with relationships into trust, and then that led to infidelity. And you had left off, I'm going to find out how many relationships continue after there is infidelity. We were just kind of wondering what that number was, and then you looked into it and you have those stats. What do we got?
70% of people stay together after infidelity.
Okay. When we say that, do we mean forever, or they stay together after there's infidelity and
They
then
stay together after there's infidelity, and they, there's a lot of work that goes into it. But one of the things is that I was reading is, even if your partner cheats, you don't stop loving your partner.
Well, sure. And by the way, I'm not buying that number. It's not you. But I go deeper into that. Is it, there's an episode of cheating. It was discovered, confessed, whatever it may be. You talked it through, you worked it through. Did the relationship continue past that? So where I'm going with that is, let's say it happened 10 years ago. Are these couples still together? Was there another episode? You know where I'm going?
Yes, I do. And research has shown that actually relationships become stronger when couples work through it and decide to stay together.
Okay.
I know. I was surprised, and I didn't just look at one source. I looked at many sources. I looked at, actual research studies, not just something off the internet. But
interesting.
I was pretty surprised myself.
Because many times, correct me if I'm wrong on this, that the cheating can take place, not your typical, oh, well, I'm not getting what I need in that relationship. That can be, yeah, absolutely two-way street. Totally got that. But there's a lot of times where somebody will cheat because they have issues within that aren't resolved. And if those issues aren't truly resolved, and it's not even a, work through it as a couple thing, it's work through it yourself with support from your partner, you're just going to repeat that, or there's going to be.
So there's the 30%, there's the 30% of people then, if somebody's going to be a repeating cheater, there's that 30%.
Right.
Of the people who won't make it. So yes, I was just as much as you. It was jaw-dropping to read and really look into this. And
because it's not just about what is taking place or took place, it's more about the breach of trust. So when there is no trust in a relationship, and I got to say, any relationship, then how do you have a relationship? How do you, you're always looking over your shoulder, you're always wondering. Seems hard to get past, but all right, 70%.
It takes a lot of. So the person who did the cheating, it takes a lot on their part. So they have to not only come clean, but I'm sorry isn't enough. They have to truly show remorse and communicate in different ways and show it as well. So it's not just what you say, it becomes what you do. And the person who was the cheater is they have to be accepting of their partner's distrust in them until the trust is rebuilt.
Is it ever?
Well, 70%.
Okay.
And this one says, I have another one that says 60 to 80%. And I'm trying to find where I had the information that they actually so there was one study that was done, and they discovered that couples who remain married reported an increase in satisfaction over time, regardless of whether or not they struggled with infidelity. So
very interesting. All right.
Yeah.
The stats speak. Okay.
So yeah, and I was just, and like I have like sheets of paper of things that I printed, and was really just as surprised as you are right now.
Yeah, and, in my circles, talking with friends, friends of friends, friends of friends of friends, I don't hear that. And then I always try to qualify it is, okay, so they're staying together. Are they just staying together because it's too much work to get divorced financially and all of that? But you're saying that the relationships are stronger. So that would make it seem that, no, that's not the case, that it's okay. Not a license to cheat people. Don't think it that way.
So I was actually I had this underlined here, why people closest to you tell you to leave after someone has cheated. And as a society, I'm just going to read it straight out of their words. As a society, we have a tendency to shame men and women who choose to stay in their relationship after infidelity. Because society's general belief that a cheater is always a cheater, and that's not necessarily the truth.
Agreed. It may not necessarily be the truth, but more times than not, based on, and I've done this survey on the radio a few times and had people weigh in on it. And the topic was, once a cheater, always a cheater. What do you think? And more than not said, yeah, once somebody is predisposed to doing that, they're probably going to do it again. And yeah, there's situations where it was a one-off or it was just, bad decisions and things like that. But usually, at least from what I'm hearing, that it will happen again. It will happen again.
And that's how other people weigh in on someone's situation. That's the way society looks at it with other people. So, if the survey was done a different way, I'm curious. Have you survived? How many people have you survived? Has your relationship survived after infidelity?
Right. Yeah.
Rather than, of course, you want to protect your friend, your loved one. So once a cheater, always a cheater. Get out.
But a lot of times, and we're going to move on from this in a second because we're going to get back to relationships, but a lot of times you have house, kids, life together, and then there's infidelity. So of course you're going to try and work it out. You're not going to say, you're out of here, done. You are going to work it out. But my question from the beginning there was, if you do work it out or try to, and think you have, does it happen again? And from what I hear, it usually happens again. But all right, but the stats speak. So
yeah, and that the relationships actually become stronger because of it.
Yeah.
So
And then there's a whole other force of people that say that you should not be with one person. It should be with multiple people, but we won't even go there right now.
Yeah, that's a whole, there is that belief of the genetic pool.
Yeah, we weren't
we weren't meant to be monogamous. I know there are people who believe we weren't meant to be monogamous.
Right. And I'm not passing judgment on that. I'm just saying
it's whatever, that's your thought and that's your belief.
Topic, yeah.
And if it works,
yeah,
people have open marriages.
Well, then there's that. If it works for you, there's no
whatever works for you.
Exactly.
But yeah, I was surprised as well. So I'm glad that we came back to it.
We are talking about relationships, and that's where we left off last time. But the one thing that we didn't talk about is probably the most important relationship you can have, and it's not with your partner, it's not with your friends, it's not with your kids, it's not with your family. The most important relationship that you can have is with yourself. And if it's not a solid relationship, then you can't have solid relationships with other people, right?
Absolutely. Everybody, we're all human, so we all struggle in certain areas, confidence, self-worth, beliefs,
trust,
people pleasing, trusting yourself. Mistakes we've made, accept and learning from them and moving forward. So there's so much within a person themselves, and actually learning to accept yourself and love yourself for who you are. And that's very difficult because we're kind of taught to be, well, I'm humble, and if you love yourself, well, then you're not humble. And humble is not, that's not really about humbleness. It's like, if I'm self-deprecating, then I'm humble. And I apologize, my dog. So
Nah.
zoom up, everybody.
It's a way of life. That's
I can't believe I just said that.
Not a problem.
On live radio.
Not a problem. It's
yeah, my dog sometimes can get a little
no problem.
So
what it's like, if this was like 5-10 years ago, then people might be like, oh, that's kind of weird. Now it's everyday life. You have network newscasters doing their stuff from home, and kids are walking, cats are on keyboards. It's like nobody cares.
I know.
It's called.
And in fact, but yeah, that was another, my mentor and coach Frank that I've talked about very often. That's one of his favorite words. And I was like, oh no, I just said that on national radio. I'm so sorry if I offended anybody.
No worries. but yeah, talking about relationships and being humble, I think we have this thing that's been placed upon us through society that if we come on a little stronger, yeah, I'm happy with myself, I'm confident, I'm good, it's perceived to be in your brain as being cocky or egotistical, and we don't want to do that. We don't want to be that person, that, oh, look at them, they're full of themselves. No, maybe they feel good about themselves, and they're thinking that people are thinking that they're full of themselves. So we don't do that.
And it just because you have a good relationship with yourself doesn't mean you're going to come off as cocky. And you can just have a very just stableness about you that and loving yourself. It's hard to love others unless you love yourself.
when it comes down to us being comfortable within our own skin, where do you begin? Obviously, it's okay to start with a life coach, to have somebody to really take a look at where you're at and provide that insight for you. But even before that, where do you go? Is it positive affirmations? What do you think?
I believe that it is different for every person. So where a person starts is when they hit a pain point. So they start noticing something within themselves where I don't want to do this anymore. I don't want to, I want to move forward. And that's usually when, and that pain point is going to be different for different people. And there is something that I often give my clients in the very beginning, which is called the wheel of life. And actually, that's a common coaching tool. And I've revised it, which is level 10 life. And it has more areas. So, social, family, financial. So it goes through like 10 different areas, and you rate them with how satisfied you are from a 1 through a 10. And it's interesting because just because somebody puts a 2 in one area doesn't mean that that's where they want to work. But the goal is to have this more rounded wheel.
Interesting. And very interesting that you said that just because you have, let's say you score yourself a 2 out of 10 in one area, doesn't necessarily mean you want to work on that area. You might be fine with it. Yeah, I'm good. Whatever it is. I don't know which one of those would be, but
and sometimes working on one area actually starts to improve another area.
Point.
I think if somebody scores a 2 on creativity and an 8 on a business or their work. And so they might want to focus on that, which could increase their creativity.
Totally got it. How many on that survey, how many different points are there, from 0 to 10 scales?
It's 0 to 10.
No, I'm sorry. How many different topics on there?
Mine has 10.
Okay, so there's 10. Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
It could go, they can be as much as you want. But then it gets overwhelming and don't want to be overwhelmed.
But what an eye opener though. When you think of it, what you're exposing from yourself as you're faced to score these things, it kind of makes you think, doesn't it?
Well, and it's a great way for people to see, like, okay, after a certain amount of time working together, do it again, go through that wheel again and see how you score. And sometimes it's interesting because people get to a 10 and then it's like, well, okay, now your 10 becomes your 1. So they can keep growing. So it's really fascinating.
No, it really is. And it's almost like the wheel of progress for yourself.
Spin the wheel, Steve.
We have that at Disney. I don't
Wheel
know.
of progress.
But yeah, I mean, because it's you start here, then you revisit that in maybe 6 months and then score yourself again and see where you're at with everything. So yeah, I think that's super cool. So that's something, if somebody works with you, that's something that
it's one of the first, yeah. So even with a consult, I do provide certain things for people, even prior to the consult. That's one that I provide. I provide what to expect during the discovery call or consult call. And if I know something about what they're going through, maybe just like a little piece of information that offers value, what they're struggling with most.
Oh, interesting. And it's good for you because it's like gives you a baseline of who they are. You kind of have a starting point there. Oh,
yeah, because I want to hit the ground running. You know, people are paying for this, and they deserve to have high quality coaching.
Sure.
And rather than, okay, let's spend the first session getting to know you. That's why we have the consult. That's why I send things, so we can start hitting the ground running.
Yeah. Yeah.
Moving forward from day one.
Personally for you, I know you have a keyboard in the back there, and I think I see a guitar. So
I do have a keyboard, a guitar, there's a flute, there's a dulcimer, there is 2 ukuleles.
Wow.
One that has the fingerings of a ukulele but sounds like a banjo. I can kind of turn my screen. I don't know what you're gonna see, but yeah, there are instruments pretty much.
Wow. So
all around.
what? And the reason I'm bringing it up, I know we're digressing. We have a couple of minutes left, but I'm trying to get to know the real Allison here. You have a music background.
Yes.
Yeah. In what capacity?
I have a master's in both music education and music performance.
Wow. Interesting. Do you think that helps you with in terms of helping people, being analytical? The musical mind is not just any mind. It can get very complex in terms of notes, timing, signatures. Do you think that's helpful?
Yes, and often, I use music or dance and movement. The coaching is a dance. There is some orchestration behind it, but I'm just I'm not making the music, the other person is. I'm facilitating their music to be made.
Love it. Yeah, I don't know what inspired me to ask you because I just saw the keyboard and the guitar, and normally I don't have that. I have some guitars on the wall, but it's because I don't play, but they're like celebrity signed and that kind of thing. So, and I can't play, I can't sing. I shouldn't say I can, because if I put my mind to it.
Oh, we talked about this. Remember, we talked about this last time, I think.
Probably could. Yeah, but it's I don't feel it's me, and I don't have any problems with it. I just don't have the patience for, let's say, playing a musical instrument. It just doesn't motivate me. I love music. Ask me any song. I've been playing music since I was 17 professionally on the radio. I love every song. And
yeah, I know you always come up with a song, whatever we're talking about, and so do I. I think it's always funny.
It just pops in my head. I don't know, but it's interesting. And, it's interesting when you look at lyrics and look at life.
when you find songs that resonate for you, it's like, oh, you know what? They're talking my language.
Yeah.
Right.
And sometimes it's not every part of a song.
Absolutely.
Sometimes, I have theme songs all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And I will often, depending on what a client is going through, I will send them, well, here's a great song for you that I was thinking of you, and but like one of my favorites is "Ain't Nothing Gonna Break My Stride. Nobody's gonna slow me down. Oh no, I got to keep on moving." Because it's like, all right, especially if you're having that, okay, I'm not feeling as motivated as I want to, bring that theme song in.
Yeah, it's a good one. Matthew Wilder, and went to #1, his only hit song, and I do believe it came out in 1983. I'm like Radio Rain Man. Useless information. I got it right over here, and I know the exact song because it was the only song not the only song, but it was kind of unusual because it had a reggae texture to it, and for a pop song back then.
Yeah.
And then after that, Culture Club came out with songs like "I'll Tumble For Ya," and that had that kind of reggae influence, which I love. And shut up, Steve. Okay, I will.
Yeah, well, I can go into all of the musicology
you go for
with
it.
that, but
yeah.
But
great song.
if we want to have a podcast on musicology, we can.
But you're right, though, and that's a great song in terms of moving your life forward. Yeah, when you start thinking of them, there's so many out there that you may have listened to, but it didn't resonate then, but then it does now because you're in a different place in your life. I want to tell everybody, Purposeful Pathways, lifecoaching.com is your website. And if anybody's listening, watching, and thinking about, I got to make a change, I need a little bit of help, even to start with that 10-question 0 to 10 scale survey, can be impactful. And that could be the one thing that starts the dialogue with you, and maybe can change somebody's life, or many, right?
And just so that people remember, when I say complimentary discovery call, it is free. Some people, I think, forget, well, how much does it cost? I'm like, it's complimentary. So just, I don't know, sometimes there's some confusion with that. I don't want to just say free because that sounds kind of
cheap. Yeah,
but it is free.
Yeah.
So, and I devote an hour.
Sure.
Devote an hour.
Love
and it. Because it means that much.
Well, you have a passion for what you do, and it totally shows. And everybody, Purposeful Pathways, lifecoaching.com. We had a little tech issues, but we got through it today, Allison.
We did.
Always great having you.
We kept moving.
Nothing's going to break our stride. There you go. Yep.
No.
All right. Always a pleasure. And look forward next time we talk, and I'll find a song that resonates the next topic. I'll come up with something.
Okay.
Thanks a lot.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes. and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Welcome back to the show. We are so excited to have our next guest, Dr. Nicole Sinisgali, joining us here. She's the owner and lead doctor at Eternal Earth Sanctuary from Little Ferry, New Jersey. Welcome to the call, doctor. How are you? Welcome to the show, Dr. Nicole. I meant to say, maybe it's the laryngitis. How are you, sweetheart?
I am doing great. How was your new year?
Oh, it was great. Just spent locally with my kids. I go to bed early, so nothing fancy. What about yours?
There's my
Gosh,
cat.
I love cats. My cat just died a few months ago. Oh, my beautiful. Yeah, after 14 years. Oh, you have cats. I love you already.
Yeah, this is Twilight. She likes to be in all my videos.
Oh, beautiful. Hi, Twilight. How many do you have?
She is my one right now. She likes to be the queen of the house. So not many other animals. One of my roommates does have a service dog though. So we do try to bring in other animals if we can, but she likes to be the lonesome cat.
Beautiful. Well, doctor, please introduce yourself to our listeners today. Tell us a little bit about yourself to start. Thank you.
Yeah, of course. I am Dr. Nicole Sinisgali. I am the owner and lead facilitator here at Eternal Earth Sanctuary. It's pretty much an alternative and holistic wellness center, really. We focus on utilizing different aspects of Kundalini yoga, forms of divination, and different aspects of life coaching and spiritual counseling to really hold space for everybody to connect to their own divine nature.
Beautiful. And tell us how we can reach out to you directly.
Yeah, so we have a website, eternalearthsanctuary.org. I'm also on TikTok, Instagram, Facebook.
Awesome. Well, let's talk basically a little bit more about what it is exactly. It's a foundation, you say, of universal faith, conscious development, and human evolution. Let's talk about this mission of holding sacred space to inspire, please.
Yeah, for sure. So I guess, for me, my biggest part growing up, being the oldest sibling and not, in a generation of the 90s where your parents were always so busy working and you're kind of just on your own, I found a lot of peace in nature. And so trying to recreate that safe space that nature provides us. That's kind of what I do here at Eternal Earth Sanctuary. Be able to create this sacred space where people can really tune in to what their true values are, who they are, not only as a human, but as a soul, and connect to, the bigger picture of, we're a floating planet in our solar system, in the universe. And there's so much more to that than just, the struggle that we all face every day. And so it's beautiful. I have a beautiful amount of, networking and community members who live on the property here with me, and our team is growing and it's blooming really beautifully.
Well, tell me a little bit about yourself. Where did you grow up? How, what brought you into this field? I would love to hear about your personal journey.
Yeah, sure. So I was born outside of Chicago, but by the time I was a year, we had already moved. My biological father was in the military, and so we were around a little bit. By the time I was 11, I had already probably lived in about 10 states, but spent most of my high school year in New Jersey. I went to Northern Valley, Old Japan, and that was really nice to kind of have a little stability. But my wander of a child grew with me. And so I love to travel, and I spent a lot of time afterwards kind of going to different spiritual communities. So I spent time doing work exchange and finding ways to, oh, there goes my cat knocking the camera over. I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
So being able to, recreate that essence of what I found on the road and at these communities was really important to me, because not all of these types of communities are available to all different types of people. So sometimes you have to, be on that yogic path to be a part of the community, or, be in this type of religion to be a part of this community. And so for me, all of these years, it was really important for me to be able to hold space for anybody of a spiritual nature to come together and find the connection that we all have. Really, at the end of the day, we're all experiencing the same thing, just telling a different story of what we were experiencing.
Got it. Well, thank you so much. It's exciting to have you here, and let's talk about some of the ways you can work with people. I mean, I know we talk about sessions, right? And you really customize them for each individual. Could you give us some examples of the benefits of these sessions and what they are specifically? Thank you.
Yeah, sure. So, as a doctor of divinity and a doctor of ministry, it can sound very generic, like, oh my God, it's like you're sitting in a church session and you're having confession. But it's really so far from all of that because I studied at a metaphysical institute. So we have a very practical way of kind of facilitating energy and moving through that. So in a private session, I like to first kind of do an intake, and it kind of goes along with where your chakra centers are aligned, where your thought patterns align with that chakra center, and kind of moving through what your goals are, your intentions. Some people come because they want to connect closer to their guides. Some people come because they just want to kind of I call it a soul car wash. You're kind of washing all the insides of yourself energetically. Some people just want to align, and some people just want to relax. So everybody's intention is so different. I work with people who are beginners on the path to advanced practitioners who just came off a 2-week retreat and need to, revitalize their energy. So my sessions can, incorporate crystal healing, aromatherapy, visualization and meditations, different kriyas from Kundalini yoga, along with just different energetic healing techniques. So it's kind of like a big soup of metaphysical properties that, I put together to be able to customize the best facilitated transformation for somebody.
Got it. Wow. Thank you so much for sharing. And then also, I know you wanted to talk, well, you mentioned the micro module because again, new show, new day. Could you talk about that path to self-completeness? What is that specifically? Is that your book or?
Yeah. So I did just finish the micro module series. It is a mini ebook that kind of gives you 6 daily practices towards, self-completeness. And in the Institute of Metaphysical Science, where I did receive my degree, there is a specific module that you kind of, go off of life leadership. And that's like balance in your self-responsibility, respect for free will, and self-acceptance. And so the micro module brings those aspects to life while also utilizing a sadhana practice, which is what you'll find in the yoga community, which helps you every morning kind of center into your body, center into your mind. And I can incorporate those together because I'm all about the holistic approach. I believe that our body, our mind, and our spirit are beneficial to our holistic health. And so I bring in the concepts of the mind, of the self-acceptance and the self-responsibility, while also bringing in the physical aspect to have your, breath work in the morning, maybe do 15 minutes of a physical practice asana and incorporate it into that. So I try to combine all of those beautiful approaches so that way, these simple things, you can take 15 minutes out of your day in the morning or night and begin. And it's more simple than we make it out to be. I think we create more complication for ourselves as humans.
You think? I think we do that all too often for sure. My goodness. What else did you want to add to this? I mean, there's so much to your notes. I want to make sure we're covering everything that's important to you today.
Yeah, of course. So the micro module, when I was doing the first couple episodes back in the fall, it was just on pre-order. So now it is actually available on Amazon, on Kindle. And then I also, in the beautiful timing of the new year, was able to get out the 30-day gratitude journal on Amazon as well. So that is also available. And I was really excited about that because, gratitude for me has been such an immense part of my practice, coming from a pretty hard childhood. And, finding gratitude through suffering is a lot harder than, we think it might be, because we have to move past the trauma mindset and into a space of gratitude for the things we've went through. And so I want to be able to share that practice with other people in a way that isn't just, during Thanksgiving time when we all feel like we're obligated to be thankful, but, all year. So it's a 30-day journey that people can begin at any point of their life and, continue on with that. It creates a new habit in the mind when we practice for longer than 7 days. And after 21 days, it kind of becomes, a new formation in your mind. And so when we practice gratitude, we really bring in all of the beautiful things in our life that we're looking for.
Got it. Could you give us an example of this gratitude practice? What can we be doing here at home on a daily basis?
I mean, even if we're waking up in the morning and when we're brushing our teeth, we're looking at ourselves and we're just saying, thank you for waking up this morning. Thank you for allowing me to have another breath and to breathe this life. Even the simplest thing of that creates a whole energetic frequency for the next day. One time I was sitting in a ceremony with a indigenous tribe of almost a decade ago, and somebody asked and said, what is the most important prayer? Like, what is the prayer that we should say at night? And what is the most important thing? There's just so many things in my head. How do I know what to pray for? And the one elder said, the only thing I ever say in my prayer is thank you, because it encompasses everything. Thank you for my food. Thank you for my family. Thank you for the clothes and the shelter that I have. Thank you for all the blessings that are entering into my life. And so for people to begin, honestly, it is just about extending gratitude every day. And to whatever that, maybe higher self, God, Krishna, whatever type of entity that might be, or feeling it might be for somebody to experience, that is powerful. And the practice grows with the individual.
Beautiful, beautiful. And also, you're talking about what's happening in the beginning of 2023. You also have studio classes now. Can you share a little bit about that?
Yeah, of course. So we have some support groups, and we also have studio classes. So our support groups are free and they run every Tuesday. We have grief support groups. We have kind of like a modern Bible study in a way, where we go over different types of books like Conversations with God by Neil Donald Walsh. And we also have an LGBTQ support group, which is led by one of our other faculty members. And then we have our studio classes. So on Thursdays at 7 p.m. to 8 p.m., we have a crystal sound bath or Kundalini yoga, and those will alternate every other Thursday.
Very cool. And how can we find you again? Remind our listeners.
Yeah, of course. So on eternalearthsanctuary.org, you'll find all of our wonderful teammates on there and the services that they offer, our programs. And we're on Facebook, that also shows our programs. And we have a free community group there on Facebook as well.
Great. And I mean, it's so true. We are here in the new year. A lot of people, some people don't believe in New Year's resolutions or starting. Hey, whatever it is, we're here now and we can have the best possible life. And you have this energy about you. It's just very positive, I can feel it. I hope you feel mine. I feel like mine's the same way. Even though I sound horrible, but it's gratitude. You got to be thankful. We made it to another year. We're here. We're alive. And let me ask you, how did you feel, and how are the people you were working with? There's so many of us that have been affected by COVID, that pandemic, the anxiety, the stress, the loss of job. Could you share your thoughts on that? And are you seeing a lot of your clients with this added stress and anxiety now, just from this world epidemic?
Of course, yeah. It's interesting. At first, it was for me. I had lost my job, I lost my apartment, and I packed up my car and I traveled the US. And I just stayed at different, nature retreats and different spaces on the US that I could camp and just try to connect again. And then a couple years into that, it started getting a little more intense with the vaccine. And I had a lot of people reaching out to me for exemption letters, because as a doctor of ministry, I, also have members of faith that do come, and they're in this spiritual, psychological warfare within themselves of what to do, and the fear that, ran through a lot of people. So I saw a lot of that. And then last year, I actually lost my mom in September, and I had come back to take care of my grandma, and then lost my grandma this past April. So that year had then become super intense, and I had taken a break from my business for a little bit because it was a whole estate I had to, go through. And it's kind of like real life just came down real quick and said, okay, responsibilities are changing. Your life is changing. Let's keep moving with it. So this year has been definitely, I guess last year now, because we're in 2023, very elevating in a way that was unexpected, but I'm very grateful for it. And now I just have a stronger team of ancestors standing behind me, walking with me along the journey here. And, hopefully we're coming to a new earth here, as a species together.
I like the thought of that. You're right. Oh, it's goosebumps. So what else did you want to share with us? Again, there's so much to your notes. I just want to make sure we're covering your area of focus for us today.
Yeah, of course. Honestly, this was great. I'm excited now that I have the two things, the micro module and the 30-day journey towards gratitude on Amazon. I after all this time, would love to share with my mom that I am officially an author on Amazon, and she would be so happy for me. So I know that she's cheering for me in the background.
Of course.
Yeah, but just, getting the word out that our studio is being open now that it's 2023, and looking forward to connecting more with our local communities. We are right outside of New York City in Manhattan. We're literally a bus drive away. So I like to visit pretty often. Me and one of my roommates are actually going to visit an exhibit in New York City this evening. So we're really looking forward to checking that out, and just getting more involved in the community now that, I'm forming some stability here. I had been traveling for so long, and now it's nice to kind of step down into some ground and form some roots somewhere. So it's kind of all aligned in a beautiful way.
Got it. And I just got to mention, I'm sorry about your mom passing and then your grandma. I lost my mom almost 6 years ago now to lung cancer. I get it. And it's hard, but I still believe, and I know she's with us just like your mom. And that's a whole nother aspect of the work you do, right? Because it's, oh gosh, I believe every day there's signs, and she talks to me, and she absolutely would be so proud. And see your categories. Can I just share, I was just reading before, there were some really good testimonials on your site about people talking in regards to the work you're doing, that you've done. And I think that also provides inspiration for those listening, even though my voice really sucks. I apologize, but just a few, if you don't mind. Thanks for being such a great host and a consultant. I feel refreshed, and I can't even put into words. This is from Alexandra in Florida. Excellent and very professional services from Kaylee in Wisconsin. I highly recommend this group. This is from John in New Jersey. It has helped me move out of some dark places. It is truly a place to reflect without judgment, and everyone here is truly there to help. Can you share some of the things that your clients, without using their names, some of the dark places that they're in, that they need help, that you guide them on? Give us some examples if you don't mind. I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, of course. It's very interesting because I receive people from all different walks of life. I have an amazing network of people in India, amazing network of people in the UK, and also amazing in-person network here in Jersey. It's interesting because, one of my clients had known me maybe 15 years ago, back when, you're a teenager, you're partying, you're coming out of college, you're doing all these things. And he had followed me for so long and saw the growth that I did in myself. And that's what actually made him come to me professionally and, find some peace in himself. And some people come because their emotions are all crazy and they don't know how to navigate some of that sometimes, and how to set boundaries emotionally. Sometimes people come, for example, because they're kind of going through a spiritual war in themselves, and they're fighting forces in their minds. And for me, I understand visually that we all. No, it's okay. I also just got over an ear infection, so I understand the voice stuff. But so I'll have some clients sometimes that kind of come because they're going through that spiritual war, as I mentioned, in their mind, and need a little bit of reminder of where they are physically to help navigate them instead of spiraling out, because we all have very imaginative minds. And so we all can create a lot of different realities in our own head. But if we have somebody that understands the difference between here and there, and kind of, she's loving my crystals right now. Sorry.
Ooh, I want to know more about the crystals in a sec. Go ahead.
So just being able to kind of know the differences between, what somebody might be fighting inside and what somebody's, actually fighting in real life. So I think for me, the most sacred thing is being able to just be open and have this very unconditional space for people to, express what they're going through without feeling that they're judged or feeling like they're, condemned for these ways of thinking. I mean, we're 2023. We've evolved in so many ways, and I think we're now evolving spiritually in more ways than we can imagine. And, just as there are leaders of all different types, as we evolve, there are also spiritual leaders. And I think that's very important for me, because coming from, what I've come through in my background, being able to hold space for all of these different individuals has been, inspiring for myself.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for sharing that. And also, just one of the most powerful crystal healers I've ever encountered from Tim. And you mentioned the crystals. Works out that way. Tell me about crystals and what we need to know and how that could benefit us as well.
Yeah, of course. Honestly, crystals are a frequency. Like if we think about certain things like water or, air and gas. Crystals are the same as some of those frequencies. And so, for example, one of my favorite crystals is Lumerian quartz. And you'll be able to tell a Lumerian quartz that's different from, per se, a regular quartz, because I don't know if you're going to be able to see this on here. Maybe not, because I have a little blurry background. But they have striations on them, on the crystals, when they're Lumerian quartz, which means that, for example, these come back from the time of Lemuria, where specific knowledge will be decoded into the crystal with frequency. So all of these crystals, depending on the color and the shape and size, have different frequencies to them. So my favorite crystal is a selenite, and selenite is a master crystal. So if you have crystals, you can use selenite to cleanse those crystals, because it is a master crystal, so it cleanses itself. So any kind of crystal or person or thing in your home that you want to cleanse and just revamp its energy frequency, use selenite. It's like my go-to crystal.
Oh, and by the way, where do we get the crystals from?
So I do have some selenite here at the studio, but you can also get selenite at any of your local metaphysical stores or even on Amazon or Etsy.
Is there one that people really could be use of, like, to help with everyone's, petrified of germs and getting sick, for immunity? Is there any crystals that kind of can regenerate and help your body with, what's the word I'm looking for? Not immunity, not to get sick. What's the word? Help me out.
Yeah. So any type of crystals, depending on what body function you're looking to kind of heal.
Okay.
Yep. So like if you have like a carnelian, that's going to work for your pelvic floor. If you have like an emerald, that's going to work for your heart and lung system. If you have like a lapis lazuli, that's going to work for your throat, maybe a little bit of the third eye too. So that'll go through your sinuses. So depending on the color is going to depend on where in the energy the organs will be associated. And it runs from the bottom of your pelvic floor to the crown, going in the rainbow order. So like red, orange, yellow, green, blue, indigo, violet. And those are all along the spine.
So say we want, open up our heart chakra, and you mentioned emerald, right?
Emerald.
What's the process? What do you do with the crystal? Where do you keep it? What do you say? What do you do? How do you obtain that energy to come within?
Yeah, so there's so many different things that you can do. You can meditate with it on that particular center. You can just by holding it and carrying it throughout the day, it will also work with that because it's already in your energy field. So it'll attune to that specific center anyway, because that's what it's attuned to by the color and the crystal itself. Some crystals like jades or citrines actually come in different colors as well. So you can get like an orange and a yellow citrine and utilize the same crystal for different areas because they come in different colors. You can even just have like, it's pretty popular. A lot of people like buying large amethyst crystals and putting them in their homes because it helps attract abundance and, revitalizes and refreshes the third eye and your intuitive center. But there's a lot of different things that you can use with crystals. There's also, depending on how you cleanse them, if they're certain rough crystals, you have to be careful with how you take care of them because you can't get them wet. So you have to use sometimes like smudging smoke from like sage or Palo Santo or the moonlight to cleanse some of those crystals instead.
Awesome. Thank you. We still got 5 minutes left in the show. What else did you want to add, hon, before we go?
I just want to extend so much gratitude for you taking the time to interview with me today and to be a part of PBN. It was, being able to go see myself on a billboard was the most, amazing experience. And my mom always said that she was my biggest fan and she knew that I was going to go places in the family, and so, I just want to extend so much gratitude for PBN making that happen and for allowing a space of growth, for small businesses. And I'm just very grateful for the time that we live in, that, all this technology is available that we can create, beauty together. So thank you so much.
Thank you. And let's remind everyone how we can reach you also on social media too.
Yep. So Dr. Siniscali, my last name, is my handle for Instagram or TikTok. And then EternalEarthSanctuary.org is where you can find all of our programs and services online. And then we are also on Facebook, Eternal Earth Sanctuary.
Beautiful. Thank you so much for being here, for occupying space. And again, I apologize, I'm not a good host today, but you did fantastic. And looking forward to the next time we speak. Best of luck with all these new classes and sessions and everything. And we'll be in touch next week again, or?
This was the last of the 3 sessions that I had, but I do look forward to working with PBN more in the future, and it was such a
Awesome.
pleasure to connect with you.
Thank you. I'm so glad we got to meet up. You have a fantastic day. And to all of our listeners, Happy New Year. Stay
You
tuned. More of the
too.
show is on the way.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network. All right, everybody, welcome back. And I'm joined by Mylin Tran. Mylin, so nice to see you again. And I'm real excited for today's program. Welcome back.
Thank you, Casey, for having me. So nice to see you too.
Thank you. For the audience who may not be familiar with your program, can you tell everybody, about the Chinese medicine, acupuncture, gua sha? I said it wrong. How do I say that one?
Yeah, no, you said it right. Gua
I didn't?
sha.
Oh, gua sha. Okay.
Yeah, perfect.
So please, let me give you the floor. And if I just met you at waiting for a bus or something like that and ask you what you do.
Well, I'm a Chinese medicine practitioner who practices, the scope, acupuncture, acupressure, gua sha, which is a scraping technique, cupping, Chinese medicine, herbal medicine, as well as diet nutrition, and energy medicine, which involves qigong and tai chi. Most importantly, I also practice allergy elimination technique to help people overcome their seasonal allergies, people allergies, food allergies, clothing allergies. Anything under the sun. And on top of that, I do the energy work, which helps people overcome things that are not tangible, things people don't understand, what we would call the woo. Okay. And I just combine that all together based on what each and every person needs.
It's there's so many things that I want to talk, but for people who don't know about energy, or people don't think about what energy is, we all have. Can you explain how we all have and we give off some, what is it, a frequency or something? Can you get into that?
Frequencies? Yeah, so we all resonate at a certain frequency, right? Our words, our thoughts, our emotions, our body, our own body. Think of it like music, right? Tones of the sound, right? They all emit something, and you can capture that. Sound waves. We think of it in those scientific terms, right, but that applies to us as well. Food, clothing, thoughts, everything has a certain energy signature. And you have a specific one yourself. So we can tap into that remotely. So, when you've walked into a room and all of a sudden you're like, whoa, it's intense in here, right?
Yeah.
You're feeling that energy. That's energy. Everybody's done it, right? Or you walk into a room and it feels nice and warm and comfy and happy. You're just like, oh, I like it here.
Without
Right?
saying a word, right? You just,
Without saying a word, you're picking up on that.
yeah.
That's energy.
Let me ask, can we choose what we put out there? Can we choose what kind of energy we put out, or no?
Yes and no, right? Because it's based on what we're going through, what our emotions are. How good are we at keeping our energy clean? And what do we choose to put on as our show, right? Because everybody puts on a facade when they walk out, because you go to a business meeting, you gotta be all neat and tidy and professional.
Right. You got to
But
peer a
with your
certain way.
friends, yeah, but with your friends, you behave in a certain way. So in that way, yes, but there doesn't mean that there's not this underlying tone of what you're going through on a personal level that you're not showing to others. So like some people can look professional, can act all normal, but if you are doing the energy work and you're empathic, you might pick up on some subtle tones where this person seems sad, or
Yeah.
something's worrying them, or something's off. Okay.
Yeah. I know what you mean. Like, it's like someone who is cracking jokes and has a smile, but just 2 seconds ago they learn that their wife or husband is leaving them or something like that.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
the question I wanted to kind of ask you. Like, do some people just learn to fake it better, or that energy we can't help from putting it out somehow?
Yeah, so some people do fake it better. They hide it really, really well because they have squashed it down so deep, right?
Yeah.
That they put up this facade and it's really hard to penetrate. So, like every time someone tries to talk to them about something deeper, they crack a joke or they kind of dismiss it and
Right.
divert your attention away, right?
I see.
That's because they don't want to go there.
But someone like you who's an empath, can you feel it? Like, even if they're putting on the great show, can you feel that there's something that they're going through that they're hiding?
It depends, right? Sometimes I can, sometimes if I'm not tapping in, I won't pick up on it. Or if it's something that is not brought to my attention by my guidance, then I might just not even think of it.
What do you mean by your guidance?
So sometimes my guidance team, like we talked about the teams, you have a team, I have a team.
Yeah.
So I have a spiritual team that works with me every day.
Okay.
And they'll change over time based on what my needs are. But if they feel like I need to help someone, they'll say, pay attention. Sometimes you just gravitate towards certain people. You like somehow your mind or your body shifts and you're looking at them for some reason.
And that's an intuition thing? It's something you just feel, or will you hear the guides tell you?
It's an intuition thing. Sometimes it's just like you don't know why you're doing it, but for some reason you decide to go to another room.
Yeah.
And that's really guidance leading you, right?
Okay.
Or you decide, I'm going to go to this concert tonight, and you meet the love of your life, whatever it is, right? I mean, it's those kind of things. Sometimes it's spontaneous. Sometimes it just happens.
Okay. All right. Thank you for that. Now, we're going to get to this awesome topic today, but before we get there, can you just tell me about what people need to understand about energy healing? What is it? And if you did a session with a client, you could do it through Zoom like this, or you could do it if the person's in the room. But what can you tell us about just energy healing in general?
In general. Well, energy healing, as I said before, we are all energy beings.
Yeah.
So here's a little bit of quantum physics, right? We are all connected. You, me, the universe, the plants, the animals. So our cells can talk to your cells. And this has been proven by science, actually, where one cell in my body, like in the brain, can talk to my cell in the gut. So it sends cellular signals and receptors, chemical receptors, up to the brain to signal, I'm hungry, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, those kind of signals translates across time and space, because time and space are made up in a sense, because there is no time and space. It is all happening at the same time.
Wow.
Okay. Now this is going to blow people's minds, because it's like, what? Huh? It took me a long time to overcome this. Like, what do you mean time and space doesn't exist? It's all happening at once, right? We can be living at the same other timelines all simultaneously. So it's time is what we have made up in a sense, because our brains work in a very linear way. So we can only for the most part, we can understand things in a linear fashion, not in a 3D all at once encompassing pattern. Okay. So with that, we can tap in through muscle testing, through our own intuition, our own guidance, to find out what each and every person might need. So for me, like, I tap into you today. What does Casey need for me to help him overcome whatever challenge it is, right? And here is the key, though, the art of questioning. That is one of the hardest things, to find out the right answer. So it's, like, one person had asked me, well, how is COVID, how am I going to, how does COVID affect everyone the same way? And she was trying to ask this as a broad question, but your body pendulum only has a yes or no, and her body didn't move. And I said, well, that's an open-ended question, right? For some people, when COVID hit, they thrived, they did great, their business took off, right? Because they adapted to the model. They changed, they got creative, right? And it was really open to Zoom and doing everything online.
Right.
Some people, they didn't do well because they prescribed to the old paradigm where they had to be in person, and everything was old school, like just everyday thing.
Yeah.
So of course their business didn't do well. So here are two opposites for the same question. So when you ask a question, you have to be careful in how you word it and what the question is, so you can get the right answer, or the appropriate answer for what you want to know.
Yeah, I'm just trying to think what the correct way to ask that question might be.
So you want to be more specific, say, maybe for me, is COVID going to negatively impact my work? Let's say.
Okay. All right. And then that would be a yes or no.
Right. Now it could be a maybe, because it depends on your choices and what you choose to do, right? So then
there's that free will thing, right?
Yes, there's a free will thing. So now you have to kind of hone it down just a little bit more.
Okay. All right. So it's now saying that and talking about that and energy healing. What is the idea of remote healing, and what can you tell us about it?
Yes, great question. So, since COVID hit, as an acupuncturist, everybody was supposed to come into the office, but we shut down for a few months because the laws were unclear as to whether we were frontline workers or not. And in the state of California. And so I did not go into the office for a few months, but my patients were still in need. And I had been trying to convince my patients to do remote work with me for years prior to this. But the pandemic really allowed me to say, hey, these are your options. And so we started doing Zoom sessions for everything, for acupuncture, for NAET, for energy healing. Now people are like, how in the world do you do remote sessions with acupuncture?
Like acupuncture, right? Those are needles that you're supposed to do. Yeah.
So, so definitely it's not for everyone. Okay. If you're in acute pain, for the most part, you're still going to need to come into the office. Okay. For people who are more subtle and can feel the energetic shifts, then energetic needling will work for them. Okay.
What, energetic what?
I call it energetic needling. So I basically think of the point that I want to work on for you, and I literally put an energetic needle in that point for you. Okay. So let me just show you. So meet George. This is my model. And if you see all these lines, sorry, the light, all these lines, and points on here, these are all acupuncture points in the body. Okay. And so I can pick and choose based on what you're telling me where you might be stuck. And sometimes I have the patients help me, right? Where I figure out what channel or what meridian they're stuck in, and then I have them pick a point, and it's always the right point for them. So I have them pick a number 1 to 27 or whatever. And then I'll work on that, or I'll have them massage the point themselves, and they can themselves feel that shift.
Wow. So you'll be in a session. It will just be like this. Like,
yes,
is a person sitting down, or are they laying down? What is it?
Either way, whatever's comfortable. For the most part, they're sitting down and talking to me. When after, like, let's say I do NAT with them, because we go through the series of breathing passes.
The breathing exercise.
Yeah, where we reset their mind and body to the specific allergen or the sensitivity. Then I can also do energetic needling on them. I do have them do some acupressure, especially if I find that they're stuck on a clearing for an item that we're doing. So let's say egg mix, okay? Let's say eggs, you're allergic to eggs, and we're doing the breathing passes for you. But I find that you're stuck in that area. I'll have you maybe do acupressure on a certain location to help you move that stagnation through.
Acupressure is you're instructing me where to press.
Where to press on your body to kind of release that stagnation.
Okay, and then this is from what you're picking up on. You're picking the energy.
I'm picking it up on my end, and then I work with you. So that's why I have these foot models, and I have my dolls, and then I point to them and say, this is where you're going to find it, or I share screens, and then they do it. And then I muscle test, and I say, yeah, you cleared it, or no, you need a little bit more work, or we need to find another point to release that stagnation.
Can you go over muscle testing again?
Yes. Yeah. So muscle testing is where you ask your body a yes, no question. Okay. Now, people prescribe to many different ways to muscle test. The arm, which is you stick it out and you press down, and this shows you your strength. Okay. Now this I will forewarn you, takes practice to get really good at. Okay?
Right.
But so I'll ask my body, show me a yes. Oh, sorry. I have to be grounded a little bit. That's not my yes. Okay. So show me a yes, right? My yes is strong. Show me a no, and my no goes down. It's weak. Okay. So
what was the yes or no for though? What?
So that tells me what is my baseline. What's my baseline for a yes? What's my baseline for a no? So when you go and ask that question, your body will say yes to that question or no to that question.
Oh, okay. So that's as you say, the baseline.
That's the baseline. So then when you go into your questioning, you know what your answer is going to be. If you know what your yes is going to be like, you know what your no is going to be like to the question you're asking.
Okay. So say we're working together. Yeah. Will you give me the question to ask? I know, or can you, from where you are, can you pick up on my baseline?
I typically have the person do their own baseline so that they know how to do it for themselves at home. I can ask the questions on my end, but sometimes people don't, there's this like, does it really work? Well, they want to confirm. So they want to be able to know how to do it themselves.
Okay. Yeah, but right. if they're usually a lot of them are in pain, right?
Yeah, so there are other ways to muscle test. Some people use external pendulums. Some people use finger tests. Some people use the O-ring test where you have to pull it apart. Okay, so there's many different ways where you can do this kind of muscle testing and asking yes/no questions.
That's really neat. Is there any way to measure someone's frequency other than just your intuition?
So that's why names are powerful. Okay. So typically when I tap in, I say this person's name, or if you're here with me, then I say, okay, I'm working with this person. I'm going to tap into this person's energy. Okay. So I may not have ever met you, but if I have your name, I can tap in with your permission to find out what's going on and ask questions.
And what do you feel?
Well, I typically am not feeling because I'm just asking the question. So I want to be impartial.
Okay.
Unless I'm working with them, I don't really tap in as deep.
And what are you looking for if someone's not in pain? What that person just wants to bring their energy frequency up to a positive, or
so most people who comes to find me, right? There's something going on. It feels like their life is falling apart in a basket. They don't know what's wrong.
Right.
You know, they think their car is causing them trouble. They're having problems at work. They just don't feel right emotionally. They don't feel right physically.
Right.
And so then we'll tap in to see what it is that we need to work on and clear.
How can your techniques help people with like past traumas and stuff like that? Or can you?
We can. So this becomes a little dicey because I'm not a psychologist. I'm not a therapist.
But I'm speaking energy wise.
Yeah, energy wise. So, but tapping in, some of it is from your family, been passed down from generation to generation. We talked about how the mother is passing on to her child and the child is affecting the parent as well, right?
Mm-hmm.
Well, it can go back to your grandmother, your grandfather, your all these people can go back generations. So that's where we get into the ancestral and lineage clearing, and depending on which side and why that comes up.
Wow.
Okay.
That's really neat.
But I have to tell you, like there are skeptics out there.
What do you say to them?
For some people, I just don't even try convincing because it's not worth going there.
Right. Why? Yeah.
It's just not. I am selective as to who I tell and what I say because they just, I don't have such a good imagination. I can't make these things up. I just can't.
I got you. Right. I understand.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
It comes through and it comes through. Yeah, I don't know what to say, but the one thing that I have trouble with and is the religious people who really fight back and call it witchcraft or voodoo or whatever.
Devilry.
But I'm like, yeah, but I wonder, I'm like, what God would want you to suffer and not overcome in whatever way that is important to you?
Yeah.
You believe in God, you believe in Jesus, you believe in angels and all these things. What's the difference between that and what I'm doing?
It's just being very close-minded.
Because it's still energy, it's still spirit.
Mm-hmm.
You can call it whatever you want. Allah, Buddha, God, Pan, whatever. Energy is energy.
Yeah.
Just because you don't prescribe or believe in it doesn't mean it's not the truth.
Yeah, that's going into like the know-it-all range that, how can you just take one look up in the sky and think that you know everything? It's just, I don't understand it. And, you can't have a conversation with someone who knows everything.
No, you can't. And so I just leave it. I'm like, okay, whatever, you don't have to believe me. You don't have to want to know what I do, but they keep coming back. Some of them keep coming back because there's something that they're needing from me,
Right.
but they're not willing to go there. So sometimes I have to let them fail and suffer until they are ready. I mean, that's the hardest part about being the healer
Really?
is you can help them, but when they're not ready, you can't do anything about it.
Mylene, what does it do to you when you encounter someone like that? What does it do to your, do you have to be careful not to take on some of that? Do you have to ground or do something?
I do that every day. So
Regardless.
regardless. I do try to clear. So that's why I do a lot of my work is I clear my own self so that I stay neutral and I can receive and understand the messages more clearly. There are some people that can create a lot of confusion in my field. So sometimes when that happens, I have to step back and just say, hold on, I need to get myself in order. We're going to take a little break.
Okay. All right.
Okay. Because there's a bit of learning for me and there's a bit of learning for them. And I just have to tell them, you need to do your work. You need to do your clearings because you're just messing everybody up.
Right. You got it.
Right.
Okay. I got it.
And
Wow.
I just remind them, you got to ground. So there's one thing I want to say, people are like, well, it sounds like Reiki. I feel like the work I do, maybe beyond Reiki, is beyond shamanism because I dabble in all of it. And so I don't put myself in a constraint. I don't want to call it one thing because then I'm putting a label on it.
Right. So you've
I'm
taken from all over.
I'm open to whatever is coming to me that's important, that's needed for myself, for my patients.
Got it. So it's your own, from your own experience, your own knowledge and your own gifts you're taking
and from what I learn, right? I'm an avid learner, right? I want to know. I could disagree with you, but I still want to know what you're thinking so that I can say, well, I don't agree with that for these reasons.
Gotcha. Wow, so interesting. Mylene Tran, everybody. Mylene, let me give you the last time here. You have the floor. Anything you want us to think about, or if you want to wrap anything up, and then let us know how to get a hold of you. This has been fascinating. Always love when you come on.
Yeah. So the one thing I would say is, like I said last week, follow your gut, but keep an open mind, because if you have been doing the same old models of healing and all that stuff, and it hasn't worked for you, are you going to continue to beat that dead horse? Are you going to continue down the same road because you're not going to get better, right? I mean, that's the definition of insanity right there, is doing the same thing and expecting a different result, right? So why not step out of the box and try something that is unconventional, because what I do can be conventional, but can also be very unconventional. So are you willing to give it a try? Because if you don't try, you might not succeed, right? You will never succeed if you don't try. But so you have to give it a try in order for you to see if it worked or didn't work. And I mean, I do great work and people expect like miracles like that. And sometimes it can be like that, but sometimes your body just needs time.
Yeah.
Right. Change is hard. Change is hard, as we're seeing right now in everything that's going on in the world, right?
Mm-hmm.
Changing how you think, how you feel, what you believe in. Give yourself that grace to acknowledge first that maybe you don't agree with what you grew up with, what you don't agree with your family, you don't agree with the politicians, whatever it is. Give yourself grace for that. And give yourself time to adapt to this new way of thinking. Okay. Change is hard. For some people, it is easy. For some people, it is very, very difficult. And that's okay. meet you where you're at and be okay with it.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, Mylene, how do we get a hold of you?
Yeah, so you can reach me at thedowarts@gmail.com or find me on Facebook through my website, www.thedowarts.com.
All right. Thank you so much. Terrific show. Can't wait to hear what you have to say next. Guys, we'll be right back. Thank you, Mylene.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
And we're back. So many people are actually realizing that there is a thing called energy healing, energy medicine, crystals that can help you out. And Shania Carn-Hall is back with us, and we're going to talk about that today, how crystals can actually change your life. Shania, how you doing today?
I'm doing good. How are you today, Steve?
Doing fantastic. And even before we talk about anything, I just want to show you at arm's length. What would that be? Can you see it?
That's selenite.
That's selenite. Have it sitting right here.
Yes.
And if I were to get up and take them out of my pocket.
Still here?
Yeah, I'm right here. Can you hear us?
That's selenite stone.
Yeah, that's selenite. And in my pocket, I could take them out and show you, but I have 4 different crystals. I'm not 100% sure what kind they are, but I have them on me. So tell us about crystals, the properties and the healing, and give us some examples of crystals and what they do.
Okay. One of the things that I wanted to start off by talking about crystals is crystals, they come from the earth. They grow in what would be called the second dimension. So that would be they grow under the earth. They come from under the earth. And crystals, they are made up of a variety of different minerals and elements that bond together that create a particular structure in the crystal. And depending on the structure of the crystal, that tells the crystal's ability. And the structure that's usually talked about with crystals is the part that's on the inside, which I find is very interesting because you know how they always say you can't judge a book by the cover. You know what I'm saying? So nature was humans, our first teacher. So when I think about that, I think about the crystal. First of all, I said that is because the crystal, you can't look on the outside of it and tell what it is. You have to interact with it. You have to experience it to kind of fully get the understanding of what it is. And so it teaches us to go within. So crystals have certain types of structures. They have certain types of codes. So if you think about us being the human being more like a computer, and you think about the variety of crystals as codes, they have certain things that are called energy signatures. And it possesses a certain type of frequency. And inside the human being, we're composed of everything that's on the planet. So the particular frequency that my smoky quartz have it's the frequency inside my body that can recognize that. So when I start working with the smoky quartz, it'll start to slowly activate the code that matches from inside of my being. And so that's why we work with crystals and stones for a certain amount of time. Sometimes we'll work with them to a point where we decide to work with another one, or sometimes we'll give it away, or we'll just lose interest in it. So when that occurs, that means that we have fully activated the code that is identical to the code that the crystal has, and we can actually operate from that energy with our own will now. So I said all that to say crystals, they activate things that are already inside us, but these things are dormant and there's certain codes. And so when we work with different types of crystals and stones, it activates those codes, and it brings us to a sense of remembering that we have that energy inside of us, or that we can access that energy to manifest the things that we want to manifest in our life.
So, Shanaida, if I had 2 rose quartzes in front of me right now, are you saying that even though they're the same type of stone, their individual properties are very different? That's what you meant by going to the inside of it. What's coming out of it, the energy, vibration?
Yeah, so they would be very similar in energy, but depending on how the depending on how the stone is cut, depending on what part of the lattice of the crystal that the stone came off of, it would possess certain types of energy. And we are naturally attracted to the crystal that we need to work with. Or somehow something like the crystals that you received as gifts, you received them as gifts, not by coincidence, but because of something that we can't see. It's a certain type of energy that the crystal may possess that you can use to help you move forward in your life. Like the selenite, for instance. I'm gonna go back to the tarot card reading. At the reading, you were working on something big, and you also talked about, we saw that Queen of Cups, and that was talking about your intuition. Well, the selenite deals with ascended masters, and the selenite deals with like angels that we can work with that help guide us. So the selenite to me is a perfect gift and a perfect stone for you to work with as you further your goals with whatever it is you're doing in the future, because the selenite deals with the intuition too. So it'll help heighten that. So it wasn't a coincidence that you got that gift and you moving forward in this project, and it's going to assist you. But these are some of the things that happen in the unseen world that baffles a lot of people who don't really understand the nature of how crystals work. But it's something that occurs on the unseen level.
I have to share with you and validate what you just said, because the person that gave me the selenite, and also, hang on one sec, these crystals, and I'm not even sure if you're not going to be able to see them too clearly on the Zoom, but that person gave them to me, all of that, for my birthday 2 weeks ago.
Well,
and with the say again.
I'll wait till you finish.
You cut out a little bit, or I didn't hear it clear.
Okay, I was wondering, was that Yellowstone? Is that selenite or topaz?
This is not selenite, and I don't know if you can see
not
that.
Selenite, citrine.
Citrine? Yeah. But the thing is, the intention of what this person gave those to me was exactly what you said. And that's to prosper and do well and get abundance and succeed, move forward. That's their intention. I don't believe they heard your tarot card reading. So the whole thing kind of ties in.
Yeah, and that's the stuff I'm talking about, the unseen. And then you said abundance. That's the reason I was asking you what that is, citrine stone, because citrine deals with abundance. It deals with our solar plexus and our will. So that'll give you the energy once again to move forward in this project, because citrine works with those type of energies. So they just gave you a whole bunch of stuff just to move you forward in what it is you're manifesting.
All right, I'm going to ask you a question. I got a question.
Mm-hmm.
With the selenite and the stones, they also gave me this, and I forget what it's called and all the properties. I'm going to show it to you. I'm trying to describe what that is. I don't know if you can see it. I think I think it's a Chinese symbol or something. I know it's not coming too clear if you're Seeing it there on the Zoom.
Yeah, what is it a symbol of? What is it? Is it an animal?
It's looks like a man or a sorcerer, and he's got, 1, 2, 3, 4 arms and then 2 legs.
Oh, that's Ganesh. That's the
you're right.
removal of obstacles. Wow, they gave you a whole set of stuff just to move forward. Ganesh is the removal of obstacles. Ganesh comes from Indian culture. And I found that interesting that they give you a bunch of stones and a fetish, because fetishes are used basically for the same type of reasons that stones are used. Because fetishes have a certain type of meaning. And ultimately that deity, Ganesh, it removes obstacles that are in your way. So that's kind of dealing with archetypal energy, but all of these things deal with archetypal energy too.
I find this fascinating. I really do. And they didn't really know what my goals are. They just gave it to me. And I'm sure didn't, like I said, hear your tarot reading that talked about, as an example, things moving forward for me, maybe career-wise or whatever. How interesting. I think my challenge and a lot of our challenges are knowing what stone does, what each individual stone represents. And I'm sure you can look it on the internet, but you always wonder if it's actually accurate or not.
A good way you can tell that it's accurate. So basically, particularly the colors of the stones is what will tell us what chakra the stones work with. So the stones are connected to our chakras. So each chakra, which are energy centers that move up our body, and the chakras, they actually connect us to our galactic consciousness. So it's taking us even off the planet, the chakras. But first we got to clear them, and we can work with chakras. We can clear chakras by using the crystals and stones. Like, for instance, this is a carnelian stone, and this stone deals with the sacral chakra. It also deals with the heart. So in order to work with it, you would carry it around with you. You would actually lay it on your sacral chakra and meditate with it there for about 10 minutes. And I always tell people to try and work with stones in this way, because when you work with them, you will get some type of feeling or some type of vibration, or you notice different thoughts that are coming about. And that's how you can know that, you actually interacted with the stone, something is happening. Sometimes when it's activating that particular core within you, you'll get certain kind of feelings. But in order to identify what chakras the stone works with, you would just focus on the colors. And
I want to make sure. I'm sorry.
I think that it's really good to just be attracted to a stone and pick it up and then find out what it's working for, because then it'll already get your mind to going, why was I attracted to this?
So would you say that we should go to a metaphysical store and just see all of them in front of us, maybe pick each individual one up from, pick a bunch of them and see what radiates, see what you feel from each stone. And that's how you decide which one you should be picking or buying?
I feel like you don't necessarily have to pick up the every one of them, because it's all connected to the unseen and the invisible. So you will naturally be attracted to it.
Okay.
It can be 10 stones on the table. You naturally attracted to this yellow stone. And so that's how you will know, because see, that's your intuition, and that's different parts of yourself that the crystals and stones help you to get to know, that's already starting to work. So you will naturally be drawn to certain ones.
Interesting. Well, you know what, Shanada, that's a testament to energy. That's the energy is drawing you in, right?
Yeah.
When did this begin for you? Like, where did you come up with a passion for crystals?
Well, I have 2 businesses. So I was first an African jewelry designer. And so I did that for 16 years. Now I just sell my jewelry in museums. But I live in Charleston, South Carolina. So it's lots of tourists here, and I had a good spot downtown. So I was always busy. So I started to go into these gem and mineral shows to get some of my African beads. And at these gem and mineral shows up in the Smoky Mountains, it was, tons of people selling stones and crystals. And so I had been picking up stones and crystals for about 5 to 6 years before I actually started working with them. But that's the thing, we do things that we don't realize until later on. So I kept picking them up and getting stones and crystals. I just thought about it because this story is going to get a little freaky in a minute, but I'm going to tell it. Because I'm like, shit, okay. So I kept picking them up. And then I bought a book about crystals and stones. And so this time when we went to the Gem and Mineral show, my son and my mother would always go with me. So I had done got the beads for the jewelry that I was going to be making or whatever collection I was making next. And we was outside at the tents picking up crystals and stones. Well, for some reason, I wanted to get a wand. And the wand has all the different colors of, it's the crystal wand, and it has it's double terminated, so they got a crystal on each end. But in the middle of the wand is the 7 colors for the 7 chakras. And so a wand like that, you can put it over the person's body and you can feel which chakra is out of balance. And so I was looking for that. And I remember looking down on the table at a bunch of wands. And when I looked up, I seen this mermaid that is made of metal, that is a candle holder. And it's about this big. And I was like, wow, that is beautiful. And it attracted me. And I told the guy, I said, forget about these wands, I'm getting this. So I bought the mermaid. And I remember when I came home, I had also bought my husband a stone. So I had the mermaid and the stone sitting on the counter in my kitchen next to each other. I remember walking by and saying to myself, I wonder what chakras that stone works for. And then I heard it works for the root chakra to the crown. And I looked at the crystal. I looked at that crystal I bought for him and the mermaid. And I said, who said that? Because I was kind of already into this invisible world growing up in Charleston. So I was like, who said that? And the mermaid was like, I said it, talking to me telepathically. Well, I was like, oh, okay. So I go to bed that night. This mermaid comes in my dream. Starts like a little glimmer and the light keeps getting bigger. And then all of a sudden it turns into the mermaid. I recognize this is the mermaid. And the mermaid wanted me to go with her in the dream. So I grabbed her hand. Well, the mermaid took me to Sirius, the planet, Sirius. And it was Isis. She identified herself to be Isis. She took me to Sirius. She took me there because we have like earthly parents and we have an earthly family, but we also have a cosmic family. So one of my cosmic families is Syrians from the planet Sirius.
Did you know that? Did you know that before? Or you just found that out?
No, I found this out when I took the trip with the mermaid.
Gotcha.
And so I found that out. And so I met a father there. I met some of my family. And I got a lot of stories about that one. I don't know if you'll ever talk about it, but they're interesting. So then I came back, in the astral projection back in my body. Well, the next day when I woke up, I told my oldest son, I said, all of a sudden I woke up the next day with saying I was doing a chakra alignment. I wanted to do a chakra alignment. I really needed to do a chakra alignment. And so my son, he's a really intelligent guy. And I told my son, I said, well, how long should I do this chakra alignment? And he said, Mom, it's 7 chakras. Do them 3 minutes a piece. Do it for 21 minutes. And I did the chart. I set the crystals on me. I set my clock for 21 minutes, my phone. And at the exact moment that the alarm went off for the 21 minutes, I did like a big release and started crying. And that convinced me. I was like, no, it's no way that it could be a coincidence that this alarm can go off and I could like do a release like that. So after I did that, I was pretty much convinced that I needed to go down the path to learn more about these crystals and stones and what they could do and how they could help me create a better life for myself.
When you had that whole experience, Were you freaked out, or did it just seem kind of natural?
No, I wasn't freaked out. No. I got so many stories like that I could tell people. No, that was my first experience, but yet I wasn't freaked out. For some reason, I was not freaked out.
Wow. Interesting. I guess the dream I wouldn't be. What would probably freak me out a little bit is hearing the voice and telepathically sent from the statue, the mermaid.
Oh yeah, yeah. Yeah, I was like, who said that? And it was the mermaid. I was like, whoa, you talk or whatever. When the mermaid did that, I knew that something very interesting was getting ready to happen in my life. But you would have to get to know me to know what kind of person I am. But those type of things are very interesting. I have Mars in the 12th house. Mars in the 12th house likes mystery, likes investigations, likes putting things together and stuff like that. So those kind of things are really interesting to me. So it didn't scare me.
So that's part of your birthday. That's how you figure out, Mars.
My birth chart. Mm-hmm.
Your birth chart. Okay. That's the one thing I never could grasp. Those things like Mars in the 12th house or all of that. I've had my birth chart done a few times, and I can't even remember, like you can, where your sign is and what direction it, all of that. That's why there's.
It comes in handy when you get the new and full moons and you get the transit of the planets. Because when the planets move into certain houses, they activate something in your birth chart. And your birth chart is actually your psychological book of your life. Because everything that's in the birth chart, it tells how you think. It tells what you're more attracted to. And it tells you the things you got to overcome in order to reach your highest possible self. So it's really good, and that's good that you already have it.
Yeah, I just got to look back on it. But, somebody told me that the way to look at it, astrology, is not that it's a fortune teller, but it's a timeline of your life. And certain things will happen in that timeline, but because of the alignment of the planets and everything else involved, that it's able to pinpoint certain things, in your future and tell you what could happen.
Yes, particularly the part in your chart, the part of fortune. This is the one that tells that part of fortune. And the part of fortune is actually an asteroid that appears certain places in our chart.
Well, interestingly, a astrologer had read me last year and said, coming up in about 7 months, you're going to have an experience that's going to bring more abundance. And I have to tell you, it was completely on target. Right at the same time, things had changed, and she was absolutely right. And she said some other things too. They were accurate. She said, look on your chart. See that quadrant down at the bottom and those 3 icons? I'm like, yeah. She goes, yeah, that's your kids. And she even told me, your son is the middle one. There's no way she would have known that. She'd have to do I don't even think she'd find that on Facebook.
Yeah, and this is stuff that's interesting with the crystals and the stones,
sure, and
the tarot and astrology. It helps us to really gain a deeper understanding of our life and why we are here, what we really are. Because we just usually, like the majority of person, they live their life just touching the little tip of the iceberg. And there's so much more, but we got to open up to these things. Like if we ever go back and talk about the tarot cards, I can pull my deck out and show people how many Christian references is in the tarot and how it was originally a pope in the tarot. Wow. How these things were there and these things were taken out. But being that they were there, that shows you that they were very powerful to help people learn about their life, many, many years ago.
So we have literally 2 minutes left. When it comes to tarot cards and you pull the card, where's the energy coming to select that card? Is it if you're working with somebody that their energy goes out to you and kind of guides you into picking that particular card?
Yeah, it's something that happens when I'm going into a tarot reading. I connect to a particular frequency. And the person who I'm doing the reading for, they give their free will to do the reading. So when they give their free will for me to do the reading with them, through the frequency that I am operating on, I connect with the unconscious mind, because your unconscious mind knows your whole life story.
Yep.
And this is something that happens in the invisible, and baffles people, but I'm actually connecting with your unconscious mind. That's how people can go to tarot card readers and find out where something is lost. They know where they put it at, but the tarot card reader can tap into their unconscious mind. And it's like whatever the tarot card reader is telling you, I'm actually tapping into your unconscious, your subconscious, to get that information.
See, I had no idea that that's the way it worked. I thought it was more of you just give energy and that's what does it. But yeah, we have the answers inside of us. We just can't pull them out unless you try different things or modalities like tarot card readings or even hypnotherapy, to get into your subconscious. So if somebody wants to work with you, Shanata, where do they go? Where do they find you?
They can find me at crystalmedicinehealing.wordpress.com. You can book a reading with me or a service. You can also email me with any questions at crystalmedicinehealing@gmail.com.
Yeah, and I have to say for everybody here watching or listening that she's spot on. Your tarot card reading that you did last time we got together, it was like you kept nailing it. I was like,
and there's one other thing I wanted to tell you. It's before we finish, it's one thing for Mercury retrograde. If you know the person and it's the Mercury retrograde, like you said, you knew the lady like 20 some years.
No, not this one. Are you talking about the one that gave me the stones and the crystals?
Oh, so you didn't know. Oh, I thought it was the person that you were getting ready to go into the project with.
No, but yes, you have a great memory. It wasn't that person giving it to me. It was somebody else. But the person I'm going to work with, I've known for a lot of years. But interestingly, the person that gave it to me didn't know that I'm working on that project. He just gave it to me,
wow.
for abundance and to move forward and things like that. So that makes it even, and again, I'm sure didn't hear that reading that day that you did that talked about that. So it's almost like everything, the puzzle pieces all went together for that. Fascinating stuff.
Yeah, the Mercury retrograde, the exception with Mercury retrograde is if you know the person, then you can start something new. You can start something. You can go further if you know the person. They have to be somebody you knew from the past. That's the one exception to starting things in the Mercury retrograde.
Yeah. Exception. Thank you very much, because you're not supposed to start anything new until it's over. Shanata, great talking with you and learned so much. You really do know your stuff when it comes to metaphysical things like tarot and crystals. And I look forward to getting together next time with you.
Okay, thank you.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network. All right, guys, we're back, and I'm joined by Laura Fluke from the Quiet Room, and great guest, and so nice to see you. You got a lot to tell us, my friend. Hi, Laura.
Good morning, sunshine. It's so good to see you.
Same
and
here.
time with you.
Now, there was a special occasion this past weekend. Tell me how you're feeling and what happened.
Well, I turned 57 on Saturday, and yeah, just had a really, really wonderful day. I had a beautiful morning, got to work with a friend, and it's always fun to spend time in the working in the ethers and working with people, especially when they're remote sessions. It's always fun to see somebody walk away and feel much lighter and brighter. So that was the morning, and then I spent a good part of my day baking and cooking and all kinds of stuff. I made homemade chili and homemade bread and a special quinoa salad and more strudel, of course.
There we go. I knew we were going to get to that somehow.
Yeah.
Was it as good as that place that makes that apple with the fresh apples over there by you? Was it as good?
Honey, when I go and make the strudel is the shizzle. You know what I'm saying?
Okay. All right. All right. Yeah. So she takes the strudel seriously.
I do. The strudel is a very major part of our life.
Is that a Croatian thing?
I think it's like lasagna. Many different cultures make all sorts of different recipes, right? So everybody has their recipe, but I think like Germans make strudel and they use more of a pie dough kind of thing.
Where'd you learn it from?
My grandmother, my Croatian grandma, and we use phyllo dough. So there's a very simple, basic recipe. It's phyllo dough, butter.
Is it like a wonton?
Very,
a puff pastry.
Similar. Yeah, similar, very, very similar. Like when you get baklava.
Okay.
That's phyllo dough. If you see the, that real thin sheet type of stuff, that's
what that is.
Yeah, that's phyllo dough. So yeah, and I do make the baklava as well. So, it's some good cooking up in this house.
Okay. I bet. And to work off some of that strudel, did you do some Croatian dancing, which I find real interesting because you're into it?
I know this weekend I did not. They were actually in Las Vegas performing at a special event and everything like that. So I was a little too soon to get on board with that one. But
didn't the head guy just see you up there once and just say, "Hey, I need somebody to do this"? Just one time he saw you and it's like, I need you on the team to go out to Vegas or something.
Well, it was, we were running through the practice, the session, the dance last weekend. So about 10 days ago, and I hadn't danced in probably 20 some odd years. I'd gone for small little events and, community events and maybe danced, after we ate dinner or something like that. But no, I'll have to be honest with you. I think we were all a little floored that after, 20 years that my legs knew pretty much what to do. And he's also a good instructor as well. So it wasn't hard to learn from what he was doing, but I think part of it was just being part of it. And, when my body and my mind gets part of that stuff, it's exciting.
I thought it was awesome that, you haven't done it in a while, but you had that, just as soon as you got back on there, just a couple of minutes and you were right back in it. Like your body is so amazing that it just remembers.
Yeah.
Isn't that crazy? I'm floored by how that happens.
I am too, because I think that, what do they say? If you fall off a bike, you never learn or never forget how to ride a bike. I think it's just one of those things where it becomes part of your muscle memory and just automatic. And yeah, and it was kind of cute because I had a different situation that was kind of similar with showing me like, wow, I didn't know I had that body memory in there either, the muscle memory. We had, obviously here in Michigan, all the leaves are falling, and I love to go to Stony Creek, which is a local park right here. And so they must have taken this big, probably like a tractor type thing, but it has a blower on it. So they moved all of the leaves, toward the edge of the woods and everything like that. So all of my typical trails were not open to go and walk on because they were all covered by all of the leaves, which was all right. So, wanted to get down by the water, and you have to go down this little hill, but on this little hill, there's multiple oak trees. And so not only was the ground covered with leaves, but then now you have all these cotton picking acorns and everything like that on it. So I'm thinking, I do not need to be falling on my tushy.
Right.
So here I am walking, and I'm using a way of moving that when you're in martial arts, they, how to advance forward. They, teach you to kind of come in slowly to the other foot and then move forward. So it was this kind of glide sort of thing. And as I'm walking down this hill, very, intentionally and safely, so I didn't fall, but it was the same sort of muscle memory from, a specific, martial arts stance or movement. And I'm thinking, man, I haven't done that in 30 years. So it was just, it really is one of those examples of muscle memory and what we do and why we do something that becomes automatic, which, in a way, that automatic nature, that muscle memory of things kind of also can carry over into like our mental health or emotional health and things like that. Well, why are you doing this? Well, this is just the way we've always done it.
Right.
You know what I mean? So those types of things. So,
but could it also work for the negative too? Like if you in the situation and sometimes you choose a coping mechanism which is not going to be good for you, in the long term, but it's how you respond to such stresses and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Can that happen too?
Right. I think that's a great way of looking at it as well, because I mean, and then, I was looking at an article. It had somebody, I posted something on Facebook about anxiety attacks and that, they don't always look like this specific way or whatever the post was. And a friend had asked, she says, what's the difference between a panic attack and an anxiety attack?
I would love to know that.
And I was actually like, wow, I didn't like, yeah, there should be a difference. But, so when I looked it up a little bit more, I realized that anxiety is something that kind of, it's a concern. It's kind of a chronic and a slow moving kind of thing that comes up, something's coming up, an event or a, whatever, just we'll just use an event. Say you have to go somewhere and you have to do something, you feel nervous about it. And so those few days ahead of time, you're building up, your anxiety builds up. What happens if, and some of that stuff it seems to be rooted more in, where are you in your brain? Are you secure within your brain, secure within yourself? And the anxiety comes when we're uncertain. A lot of times we're worried about something like that,
Right.
Whereas
it's looming kind of, it's like,
it's
sort of Damocles.
Exactly. It's just kind of there, and it's there, and it's impeding things. Panic attacks, though, what I found was actually something that occurs pretty abruptly. It's, you have no idea where it's coming from. It just happens. And I've had that happen to myself one time or two times maybe, but I think that it was an interesting perspective of that panic attacks are something that are abrupt.
Yeah, that's a great way to explain it. And what happened to you when you had the panic attack? What did you feel?
Me back in the day, gosh, this was many, many years ago, but I had a hard time breathing.
Okay.
I had chest pain. I felt worried. There was a moment where I thought, just a few minutes, like I thought I'm going to die. Like what's going on here? And it was
scary.
Just very, very overwhelming. And, thank God I've not had something like that since.
So it just happened at once?
I really think I can only say I really had one, maybe two if I really try to think about it. But no, I mean, anxiety, then that becomes kind of garden variety. We have, concerns about this, concerns about that. And
well, Laura, what did you do when you had the panic attack? Did you use what with breathing?
Actually, no, this was
before you had all the training.
All the training. I mean, way before this. And, I would say that it probably, I mean, I was on the phone with somebody and she was able to, talk me through, and we were kind of able to kind of go, okay, this is a tree. Do you see the tree? Yes. What does the tree look like? So you could get some sort of sense of being present in the moment and trying to find your feet and everything like that. And that is actually, when I was looking at, what are some of the treatments for anxiety, really does kind of hinge toward or kind of blend in with a lot of what we're doing. And that's, for anxiety, panic attacks are something that's a little bit bigger. That's a lot more mental health something, right? Behavioral health. Whereas anxiety, we can work with those symptoms of anxiety, such as, am I worried about what's coming? And how do I sit with that? And is this, we've talked about this before, is what I'm experiencing in this moment, is it based on an experience that I'm having currently, or based on a previous experience, which is causing me concern, like going, okay, if it went wonky over here in this scenario, what's the probability of it going wonky in this scenario?
Right.
So, this is where, like in the psychiatric world, you'll hear, what is it? Cognitive behavioral therapy. So cognitive is your mind, and behavioral is, so to me, the way that, as a non-mental health person, I would perceive that as being mindfulness. I'm aware of my behavior. I'm aware of what I'm thinking, and I'm sitting with it and kind of piecing it together, kind of going, is this going on right now? No. Okay. When did it happen last? Okay, here. What did I do and what worked? This did not, or that did. And some of the additional things that they suggest for, our anxiety symptoms are breathing, being mindful of what you're thinking and what you're aware of, and that kind of thing. And, where craniosacral therapy, and that light touch therapy, or even energetic connection through a remote visit, something like that. A lot of times for me, and I've often said this, that when I'm getting wired and I don't know what's going on even within my own self, I'll be in that space of going, oh my God, I just wish I could have a hug. I wish somebody could hold my hand, something, just not be me. And I'm finding that, a lot of times in session or in, different people's, their own life and their life events that are unfolding, it's just, I think anxiety happens when we're just so wired, we don't know what to do with it and where to go and what to do with all that excess energy that's just looping in our head. So, for me, this is where, sessions or conversations, what have you, are so helpful, because it's a not me kind of scenario going, okay, well, what are you seeing? Am I thinking correctly, but am I being dysregulated emotionally or in my nervous system? So that's why, when we connect with the body and we are able to tell if the body is, highly activated or charged or something like that, we have that opportunity to calm it down.
Yeah.
And
do you work with some people that have the anxiety, not the panic attacks? Or maybe I could ask you if it's a shot in the dark, but during a session, did anyone ever have a panic attack? Because if you're gonna have one in the session we do, is probably the place to have it if you're gonna.
Well, yes. I mean, I would say I've never been around anybody. None of my clients have ever had, anxiety attacks, but you can, I can think of one gentleman that came in maybe about a month ago, and he was just a nervous person. He had a family member, I guess his grandmother picked up on it, and the grandma tells the mother, you're going to have to keep that boy grounded. And she went on to tell the man this, and I mean, here he is, 29 years old, and he comes in for me, and you could just see he held himself in a very anxious person posture. I don't know how to describe that, but you could just see he didn't feel real comfortable. And it wasn't that he was darting about or anything like that. He just didn't look comfortable and relaxed and settled.
Picked up on his energy that was just all over the place.
Yeah. And I mean, and even some of the things that he told me, and I, here I am sitting here thinking, this is when we don't really realize what our words can do to someone, because here his parents, said, oh, you're going to have to keep him grounded. So does his body kind of go, oh, well, do I have to be anxious? So, I'm set up for anxiety. It's a weird sort of way of looking at it, but the body wasn't calm because somebody just said, oh, you're going to have to be grounded all the time.
Right.
So
it got in his head because he heard it, right?
Yeah, he heard it. His body heard it. So then, how you're saying, do we act out of instinct?
Yeah.
He didn't learn anxious patterns per se from his family. Maybe he could have, because that's the way that the mom or the father, whatever, we a lot of our coping mechanisms are handed down, sort of.
Or what we see, right?
Right. We do what we see. We learn what we see, kind of thing. And if we have, people around us that are not doing it in the most healthy way, not because they are wanting to be, poor parents or whatever, ever, it may just be something that came down the line. This is the way the grandma dealt with anxiety. This is the way the mom's gonna, and then now here's the kid. So, here by the time we got done with the session, he had also had a secondary concern. He had a family member share with him that the family member was homosexual.
Okay.
And, like, okay, go do you. I still love you. I don't think anything twice about this. You do you. If you're happy with wherever you are, then be you. But it also created a sense of concern or questioning or seeking insight within of going, he was asking himself, well, am I?
Oh.
And it wasn't, you could see it wasn't like he overcompensated or anything like that, but it was something that he revealed after the session going, wow, I didn't realize I was feeling like that. He had connected with the 15-year-old part of himself that had heard this family member tell him this. And ever since 15, he's been questioning, well, am I also gay? And not having a sense of settledness to that. So we were, it wasn't like he walked in going, hey, I want to know if I'm gay or not.
Right.
He just was feeling anxious, and he was just tired of feeling anxious.
Yeah.
So, we went through that session, and when he came back out into the family room, he was sitting differently. I don't know how to tell you this, but he had a more manly posture. It wasn't that he just looked steadier. He looked more in his, I don't know how to say this, but he looked more in his man body. He just,
I got you.
You know what I mean? Like,
Yeah.
he was owning the fact that, no, I'm a man, and nope, I'm not that way.
Right.
Like, he knew however he got that answer within our session. It was connecting to that other part of himself where he was able to welcome himself back into his own being. There's just times when life happens and we just kind of take off mentally.
Yeah.
And this was one of those times for him where we were, I asked him, I says, well, when you connect with your 15-year-old, is there something that your now 29-year-old would like for your 15-year-old part of you to know or to be aware of or anything like that? And, to be honest, I can't recall what he may have said, or he was actually, now that I remember, he was actually kind of just in his very subconscious. He wasn't sleeping, but he wasn't talking much either. And in a session, you can kind of, no, he's off, let him go do his thing. But I would ask questions going, are you able to connect with your 15-year-old? And, he would nod accordingly. And there was that connection of going, wow. And I think he had even commented after the session, that he felt like he was able to connect with a 15-year-old and a 3 or a 5-year-old version of him also.
Wow.
And
So what was that like?
I can't remember the 3 or the 5-year-old one. I don't remember that scenario, but the fact that he was able to find that we came across 2 scenarios in his life where a little aspect of him just kind of left and said, yeah, peace out, I'm out, because this is too weird for me, or whatever it is. So we were able to go and find those parts that were creating dysfunction for him or dis-ease in his ability to kind of walk through life. And when we connected, he felt more whole by having that 3 or 5-year-old, that single digit person come in, and then that 15-year-old that he welcomed in. And you could just sense that he felt more him.
More clarification on who he was.
Yeah. Yeah. And I think this is where, a lot of times, somebody coming in for one thing, we think that it may be foot pain. We've talked about that. One lady thought it was foot pain, but really it was a disagreement with her sister that she didn't know how to resolve. So, we have that time and that space within a session to really sink in and kind of inquire, is this really a foot pain? Is this really a shoulder pain? Are you really anxious about this scenario that's coming up, or is it rooted in something that was previous? So we can, sit with that and dialogue with those things. So
gotcha. Yeah. And the next time, the next session, I guess I was wondering, do you tape your sessions?
Or I've never taped them. No, and I mean, I could, with somebody, because I know that I tape some of my personal sessions when I receive things, because
is that a learning tool to look back on it, or?
Yeah, I mean, but I've never had anybody request, and if somebody wanted it, I would certainly do that, because and there have been times where I was grateful that I recorded a session, because there may have been something that I said, or, that we talked about that I had no idea was there. And you want to go back and get that piece of wisdom,
Yeah.
So,
Is that where some of the learning comes from, where you're able to reflect on it after the session's over?
well, I think once a session is done, we'll often say, hey, be aware for the next 24, 36 hours, you're kind of in an open position. You're not, you're not where, all kinds of weird stuff's going to happen. But your body kind of has that same, day and a half-ish or so of time where it's really kind of active and processing what you just heard, what you just learned. And it really is an opportunity for a person to integrate, what did they just learn, or did they, now, for him, he's going to go and integrate the fact that, he's going to go and talk to his dad and have a different conversation with his dad, because he's always been wanting able to say, hey, Dad, I accept you, I love you.
Yeah.
So he reached out a couple days later, said, wow, I really still feel so good. And,
Nice.
so it really is a lot of, really encourage people, please walk away with what we did in the session and integrate it somehow, just to see how it applies for you in your everyday life. Or, maybe it isn't something that's really particularly noticeable, but you feel lighter, you feel different. And, I had one lady who came in here, she just got tired of drinking. She goes, I'm just tired of it. I've been drinking all my life. I know it's not the way to be doing things. I just, I'm just tired of drinking being my thing.
Yeah.
Like, okay. So ran through a session. She had been on the table probably maybe 2 or 3 other times, but for whatever reason, today was a day for her.
Oh, wow.
She ended up having what, some people call a Kundalini awakening. And that's where, how do I synopsize that? A Kundalini awakening is a much more powerful spiritual awakening, and this awareness to there's things going on bigger and deeper and broader than we know.
Is it almost like a hallucination?
No,
I wouldn't. No, it's not. Okay, I'm mixing it up with something then.
Yeah, no.
Is that a type of yoga?
Kundalini yoga, yes, but there's an like a Kundalini awakening is a lot loosely, very very loosely put, would be like an activation of all your chakras and your awareness of,
like a breakthrough type thing.
Yeah, somebody, I had a come to Jesus moment. You could hear religious experience. Somebody said, I had a religious experience.
Got it.
Different words, different culture.
Okay, I understand.
So, but for her, that was one of those sessions that, boy, that would have been really cool to record that one.
Yeah.
But, when she left from there, she just had she just looked like all of the, I don't want to say the darkness, but all the spaces in life that felt they were, if you look on my lights above me, I've got 1 or 2 light bulbs that are out, you know what I mean? So she just felt like things were a little dim or off, right? So after the session, she's like, wow, I feel so much better. I know this is going to change something. I don't know what's going to change for you. You're going to do your life and we'll see. Right. And I've offered to people, you'll know what's different by what's different.
Yeah. Yeah.
So she engaged with life. And the next day there was something that happened that in it, 2 days prior, she would have reached for the bottle. She said, I had this argument with this family member. She goes, I didn't even think about it.
Wow.
Didn't even plan on it. She has not drank since that visit.
Wow. It's like she got rewired somehow.
Yeah. So for her, that session for her, they're not all like that,
right.
But
that's amazing.
Her, it was, I'm done with the alcohol. I don't need it anymore. I want to, my way of, coping or refreshing my life or finding peace is she's outside all the time.
Good for her. That's an amazing story. Hey, Laura Fluke, always a pleasure. Love picking your brain and hearing about your work and everything else. Let me give you the last word here. Anything you want to leave us with? Wow, that last story. That's a great one. That's something you don't hear. That's so her whole life she was doing something, and in one session she goes, "I'm done with this." If that's not proof that this is an effective
It is. It
About it.
really, really is very powerful. It's very impactful for the person. And it can be. And, we've talked about, does it work for everybody? Do you have to believe in it? If you're in a space of wanting to be open and see change created in your life, if you're ready, you're ready.
Yeah.
And it comes in and it changes for people when they're ready. And a lot of us get sick and tired of being sick and tired.
Yeah.
So those are the type of people that something changes, something always changes in a session. But I think when a person is just like, okay, please, I am so dry, I'm so parched, I just need something different to refresh me. This a lot of times has been that vehicle for them. And I have people come to me when they're making major decisions. I have people who are coming to me for something mundane and every day. They come for, maintenance. I just want to feel like I'm at peace and rolling with everything that comes as it comes.
Yeah.
So, we all deal with some level of anxiety, at some point. We're just human. I think that's part of the human condition. We just, each of us have different levels thereof.
Got it.
And how we maintain it or assist it. You know what I mean? So, like I said, breathing, being aware of your thoughts, going, when we're in that anxious state, going, is this really unfolding this way?
Yeah. Yeah. Laura, we're going to have to pick this up next time because we're out of time. But how do people get a hold of you?
Quietroom808.com. And then my phone number is 586-322-9727. And again, I'd mentioned last week that we're, doing a rebranding and name change and all of that stuff, but everything that we're doing here will all be able to be filtered through to, the next step with that stuff. But yeah, by all means, I would love to hear from people and yeah, it's always exciting to share how our bodies and our minds work and how we can help them, how we can influence how our body is and maybe not even use medication, hopefully, for some people,
Perfect. Laura Fluke, thank you very much. And we will be right back.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Having any challenges with your pet? Want to communicate with your pet? Want to be really connected to your dog, your cat, or whatever you have? She can help you out with that. She's an author, a healer, and an animal communicator. And Vicki Draper joins us again. How you doing, Vicki?
I am doing great. Thank you, Steve. How are you?
I'm doing fine, doing well. Healingyouranimal.com is the website. We've learned a lot in the past about what drives our pets and what you can offer to them. And a situation that a lot of us as, I don't want to say pet owners, that's so horrible. What's the best? Guardian?
Guardians.
Guardian, okay. That we encounter, and my situation, and we're going to talk about, and I think you're going to maybe connect or have some insight about my dog, but I'm moving in a couple of weeks, and shared with you last time we got together that his name is Tanner. He's 5. He's an awesome Scottish Terrier Pomeranian, and you could see signs of him acting different. Like he usually chills on the ottoman in one room. Now he hangs upstairs on a couch. He's left a couple of presents around the house a few times, and I know for a fact that I had let him out, so it wasn't, an issue like that. I mean, I take care of him, I love him, but I can tell that, with boxes and things stacked up and the energy in the house being a little bit different, that it's definitely affecting him.
Yes, and you're not alone. And that's why I thought today we would do a live session with Tanner so we could support you and let viewers just get a taste of what a session is. So, because I don't like hearing animals in distress, and so I know Tanner is. I don't want to say suffering, but he is. He's having some discomfort with things because, like you said, his behavior has shifted.
Well, I want to add something to that.
Okay.
And he's not with me today, but you can still communicate with him. I sent you a picture of him, so that's how we're going to get it. But I did want to add to you.
Okay.
Add to this and tell you that in the last couple of days, he's developed a little bit of a sneeze, and the vet says that it's could be a little cold, a little allergy. This is fresh, but maybe it's part of the anxiety. He had something like this 2 years ago, so it would have been in the throe of COVID. So maybe during that period where everybody is worried and freaking out about things, he picked up on it, and maybe that's how he shows it. I'm just thinking out loud here. Now I'm thinking, because it definitely was in 2020 October. So that's what I got for you. But he's definitely feeling something.
Okay, so my process is filling out an assessment. So I always invite you, when you have issues, to fill out an assessment. So Steve did that, and so it asked about concerns and like what you want to focus on, and then from my assessment and the connection is when we decide to have a session. So Steve and I have decided to have this session here, just letting people know, my process.
Mm-hmm.
And so thank you for that additional information, because that's what I have people put in their intake form. Once we do the assessment and they decide they want to move forward, then we have the intake form of, what you specifically want to focus on in the session. And so with Tanner, it does sound like stress maybe is affecting his immune system, which is very viable. That may be part of it. And so I always like to set intentions, because energy, it just deepens the healing, because energy loves to support and deepen. So my intention is facilitating to my highest healing ability, and that Tanner is receiving all that will support him for his highest physical, emotional, mental, and spiritual well-being, and that he can navigate this move with ease. He can be calm and feel safe and navigate with ease and communicate clearly what's happening.
I want to share with everybody, even before you dig in, if somebody's listening, watching, and we talk about energy healing, I had a Reiki session done, actually 2 in the last month, and always heard about it. Never really knew that much about it. I got to tell you that it was so beneficial. And since then, especially the one session, the first one, feel like a total chill feeling, a feeling of calm. And so and it was done virtually. I wasn't even connected with somebody at the moment. It was just a text. I'll begin at about 8:00 tonight. And I'm like, okay, didn't know what to expect. I actually felt things going on within my body, like from my toes to my head and then back down again. Felt, something here. And I tried to disconnect, wondering, is it this? Because my brain doing that, because I know what's going on, but it wasn't. And after the session, I got text from the Reiki healer, and she told me things that no one else would really know unless you really know me. And that was my aha moment this stuff works. It's real. So yes, you can do it for pets. And I just wanted to share that. Didn't want to take up a lot of time, but people can be skeptical. How's this lady Vicky going to connect with my dog? He's not even here. You know who he is now because I sent you a picture and told you some stuff, but there we go.
Yes, I'm so glad you shared that because it is real. And so what you felt is what the animals feel when I work with them. And they don't have the placebo effect. So they don't have that questioning, is it really real? They're just like, oh, cool, and take you on. And right, I don't have to be present. And that's because I'm actually doing energy as I'm talking here. So Tanner is already being supported. That energy doesn't know time or space. So that's why I can connect here in Washington and you are in New York or New Jersey. Okay, New York. And Tanner is not even with you. So energetically, we are all connected at this time because I've set up a healing space for us, a container, so that you may hear me breathing like that because that's a nice release as he's releasing. And so that's how that works. And I know it's real. I've been doing it forever. And what's nice is when we're on Zoom and if Tanner was with you here, you'd be able to see live, kind of like you were feeling it happening live. You'd be able to see his reactions or responses to it.
I should have set up a video.
That would have been fun. We didn't think about that.
Yeah, just onto another screen. All right, there he is. He's laying down. Whatever. I'll know. When I go home or in the next couple of days. How things play out.
Exactly, and that's how with animals they can't verbally tell us like we do with people, but they show us with their behaviors.
Yeah, and he's been like I said, a little off. Like his energy level just overall has been a little down, and I don't know if that's because he has the little cold. And really, it's just he's been sneezing. They call it a reverse sneeze, where dog goes like,
Yeah.
It's very predominant in dogs that have like pugs because they're doesn't have that, but they develop that a lot. But so I mean, when you connect energetically with an animal like Tanner, are you feeling his energy? Do you see something? What do you get?
Yeah, so I feel the imbalances in the body. So when I first connected with him, the base of his spine, which is his root chakra, was just way out of whack. It was, and then I'm logically going, well, that makes sense because his world is unsettled right now. And so working with getting him settled and calm with the unknown, and that's where the behavior will be less skittish or less apt to leave you presence. And so I set my intentions. Let me ask you, what would you like for Tanner to receive out of our connection here today?
Less anxiety about the changes. The little cold to go away because I really feel it's all part of it. And now that I connected, the COVID year, there's no doubt in my mind. So he must exhibit that or his immune system goes down when there's anxiety. And these two things kind of play in there. So, him to have a, more sense of calm and things to be, okay for him moving forward.
Okay. And keep in mind that normally my sessions would be an hour. And so this is a mini session.
Sure.
However, he is responding really well. And
is he asking for a treat?
No, I know, funny. No, right now he is like energetically just lying there going, give it to me. he's taking it in. He is loving the Reiki. And so, he's just like a little sponge because his system has been a little, out of whack.
Yep.
So yeah, so right now he is just taking it in and just absorbing it and in heaven.
Yeah. Yeah. And the interesting thing is they say with humans, you have to, for Reiki, you have to accept the energy. You have to be open and say, yes, I'm going to take whatever you're going to give me. Animals can't. So they have more free will, right? Or can they?
Well, they do, but I ask permission. I never impose something on an animal if they're not open for it.
Gotcha.
Yeah, so I do ask permission because I feel like that's important. And I also work locally out of a vet clinic. And so I ask permission whether it's distance, like now, and Tanner was open. And then, especially when they come into the vet clinic to have their healing session, they're used to coming into the vet, and the vets do what they have to do. They stick thermometers up their butts and, all these things, and they don't really get a say. So I let them know right off that I'm not going to do anything they don't want. I'll let them know it's up to them. I'm offering the energy. And that just really puts them at ease. And then I
just have a visual of going to the vet and, when they have to take their temperature, and I think we're so much more uncomfortable than the animal is. It's just, first thing you think is like, I'm sorry.
Yeah. And so
they don't really care. It's 2 seconds, done, finished, whatever. The other thing is my daughter wants to get a cat. Now
you mentioned that. Okay.
Cats in the house. We're looking for she wants a Maine Coon or a Himalayan because her friend has one and she just loves them. And, we were looking and she really does want one. She wants one of her, it's hers. I saw her just, at a shelter, just like petting them and just really just loving the experience. So that's another thing that Tanner will have to adjust to potentially sometime soon. But there's another reason why you would want to use a animal communicator. I would assume that you could deliver that information as well, right?
Oh, yes. Oh, yes. Very common. And it really helps create the harmony in the household.
Yeah.
Because they're not always welcome. I have some cat clients, Mishka and Niles, that Mishka was about a year old and they got a kitten for him because they thought he needed a playmate, and he rejected it. He was just so mad. And they, so the guardians were just beside themselves, and they tried all the things, they had heard to try. So then they worked with me. And so then explaining to Mishka and doing that balancing, now they run around, they play, but they thought they were going to have to rehome Niles at first because Mishka he was literally grumpy. I mean, he was just mad.
Wow.
So, yeah. So so that's why. So it does make a big difference when they get the healing support and the communication.
So quick question, you being somebody very connected with animals, I'm trying to make a decision whether to get a kitten or a cat. And I know like when I'll see it, I'll know, my daughter's open to both. She actually said today, well, I really like to get a kitten. I'm like, all right, well, but my thinking is you'll know the animal better if it's a couple of years old. You'll know the temperament or what you're dealing with. But then I just had another thought. That's why somebody would consult you, because you would be the one to actually, I would assume, be able to tell what we're dealing with.
Yes, because it does. It all depends on the animals, but they each have personalities just like we do. And so the right temperament's important. Sometimes an advantage to a kitten is the kitten's coming in and just bebopping along, no big deal. So it's sometimes more acceptable.
Okay.
It's sometimes not, as we heard with, Michigan and Niles, but because that's what then, as everybody stands off and the kitten is, getting acclimated, then they can all watch the kitten play and kind of get used to it. And the kitten is kind of like just being a kitten.
Yeah.
And
Kind of
sometimes if they're older, they've already been rehomed, they've got a little baggage, and but you still have the same integrating process, but sometimes it'd be the kitten's normal.
Yeah. Yeah. And the kitten's going to grow up. So that's another adjustment. I mean, it's going to be a slow process, but the other animals, that was a kitten. That's not a kitten anymore. What happened there?
Yeah, but they're used to it. They've kind of like grown through that together, really.
Yeah. So are you feeling anything from Tanner at the moment?
Well, right now he's a lot calmer. He's a lot more in his body, a lot more present. Instead of scared in his body, there's just a whole calm confidence that's come through for him. And right now I'm working on something that works at the core, and it also boosts the immune system for him. So that's helping the calming and the immune system all at the same time. And yeah, like I said, he's like a breath of fresh air, like nice. I could feel his distress when we were talking, and this is when I thought, let me just do this, because like I said, I hate knowing the animals are having trouble. And so I thought, well, this is a way that Tanner could get supported, and that we could educate people at the same time.
Yeah. Yeah. And it's funny that we sometimes are very in tune. Like I saw him today, I looked at him and I could feel, and I'm not looking for it. I could feel that he's trouble. I could see it. Like I know it sounds stupid, but I could really see it in his eyes. And I was like, oh, I hope we can do something in terms of energy healing here. How long does it typically take after you do a session? You work with an animal, doing what we're doing, energy healing. Of course, this is the mini version of it. How long does it typically take for you to see a change? And then how long does it last?
That depends. You're going to see immediately. Well, granted, you have a situation where things are still moving, that it may cause some stress. Mm-hmm. However, you've already been in tune with him being really stressed. So I'm hoping his behavior shows you immediately, like you said, that the parts you were seeing, he was just stressed, that he's looking calmer.
Yeah. And well, look at it on the human, excuse me, on the human level. I'm stressed.
Right.
I'm moving. It's like, it's one of the, top 3 major thing in your life. Add another one onto that. And it's kind of a crazy time. But since I had that Reiki session, I feel better.
Yeah,
so I imagine with what you're throwing out there in terms of energy healing, that he's going to be so much better and calmer.
Yes. And then by you doing it for you, you're actually helping him and your cats too. Because that's helping take that piece off that he would be reacting to.
Right. Because he's going to pick up on the energy of the people in the house.
Yeah. And so when is your actual move?
Definitely in the next 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks.
Okay. Because I'm going to share the process with him. Because I know we're connecting in 2 weeks. I don't know. I was going to say I would wait and communicate that with him then, but because it'd be closer, but it may be in the zone. So let me just. Okay, so I'm telling him what's happening with the move, or that you're moving. So like all the boxes are packing up, and all of you are going to the new place. And then let me tell him it's out in the future, but that this is what's building, and then all of you, your whole pack, is going together, because that's what's important. That's what's important to him, is because you're his pack. I mean, the whole family. And it's like the whole pack is going together. And that was a big calming to him to understand that. Because he just sees all the stuff happening and not really realizing. So letting him know, like I said, the whole pack is knowing he's going, it's all moving.
He may not want Bailey the cat to go along.
Oh, that's a different issue.
Actually, I think Bailey would not want him to come along.
Yeah,
they're fine. Every once in a while, they have a little, Bailey will be, Tana will walk up to him and just like, hey, what's going on? And Bailey will be like, eh. But
yeah,
they get along.
So what I'll do is I'll put a little protections around all three, the two cats and Tanner, to help buffer just the stress of the environment. And then what I would recommend is like having some of his favorite things left out, and that be the last thing you pack. And then before he goes into the new place, have it positioned somewhere where he can claim it and feel safe. Because then it's like, oh, okay.
Good point.
Yeah. I would definitely do that because that will help make the transition go smoother. Does he ever howl?
Yeah.
Okay, well, he just gave me a howl. So that's why I'm like, okay. I don't know why, but that was his he had that message.
Wow. Yeah, he does. And he'll usually do it when you're messing around with him, or he senses like, what are you trying to do? And it's almost it's almost fun. Like everybody that comes over, just laughs at it. But he'll do he'll like bark a couple of times and he'll go, "Rah, rah, rah, rah," like
okay.
that. Yeah.
Okay.
And he's talking. That's all he's
yeah,
doing.
so that's why I take it as a sign that he's telling us he's feeling good.
Yeah. Wow, it's funny you should say that because not all dogs howl, and how would you even know that? And,
well,
I can usually get him to do it. Like if I kind of mess with him a little bit, and and it's all in fun. I'm just another dog to him, member of the pack, playing around with him.
Yeah. Oh, he's feeling so much better because.
Wow.
Yeah. So you'll have to. I look forward to hearing the report. Do a little bit more with his immune system here, but.
We just got a question, and Judy is in Santa Cruz, California. She says that I lost my dad in March. My dog has acted differently ever since then. Is that something that you can work with?
Yes.
Hmm.
And that actually is a very common thing. And it is, and sometimes it's well, it's a two-way thing. So I'm working with the person and the animal. So there may be a message there for both of them to work together to get that more harmonious and back in balance.
With that, I just had a quick thought. We just got about a minute left or so.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was wondering.
Do animals see those who have crossed over to the other side? Like in Judy's situation, is it possible that her dog is picking up on her dad sending signals? Because I've often heard, like if your dog just kind of stares in one direction, that they may be seeing spirit, they may be seeing somebody that crossed over, whatever it might be. It's not that they're being, they're just goofy and dumb. They're picking up on things that we're not getting.
Yes.
Wow.
Yes.
Okay.
That is absolutely possible. Yeah, and even other animals from the family that have passed over. So yes, yeah, because they're very in tune. They're in tune with their environment and their surroundings.
Yeah.
So,
and I could imagine because they have less to think about and less to worry about. Where we're thinking, these all different things going on in our world, and that they're just, all I got to do is be loyal and eat and exercise and poop. I guess,
yeah.
Kind of like a dog's life, but. We're just about out of time. How do you disconnect from?
All right. Well, that's what I was just doing, was just separating my energy and saying, okay, session is over. And he's just showing me the dogs will energetically, they'll physically shake, and that helps them integrate the energy. And so that's why he was showing me an energetic shape, like, okay, I'm refreshed and ready to go. So,
yeah. Would have been cool if I remembered to set up or had the idea set up a camera and do a Zoom and we watch him while you're doing it. But you with the howl thing, that was good enough for me because not every dog howls. I mean,
no, they don't. No.
he has a signature howl. That is his thing, and it's that's interesting. All right, well, I guess I'll follow up with you next time and let you know how he's doing.
I know, great, because yes.
But for anybody that wants to communicate with their pets or heal them, whatever it might be, and there's so many different things that you can help them with. Even if we were talking before about adopting, you never know what kind of pet you're adopting and their backstory. So that's something else you can find out. And just go to healingyouranimal.com. And Vicki Draper, great having you on, and interesting, fascinating what we are talking about today.
Yeah, and I'm so grateful. Thank you for allowing me to support Tanner, and because I know he's feeling better. So, and that's why I do what I do, because I really care. So
yeah, and the passion shows. You've been doing this for decades, and I tell anybody, if you're thinking about it, go to the website. There's tons of videos on your website, tons of information. Of course, if you have a question, just reach out to Vicki. She's there. I mean, I filled out the form just like anybody else, and you got it right away. You replied. I sent a picture of Tanner, and so once again, thanks, and we'll catch up again sometime soon.
All right, take care.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network. Hello, everyone. I am Ross Marassa with my guest here today, Caitlin Andrews. She is an international life coach for women. You can find her at theartofwomanliness.com. Welcome to the show, Caitlin.
Thank you so much for having me, Ross.
So tell us all a little bit about who you are and what you do.
Thank you. Oh my goodness. I absolutely love helping women. And I help them first to gather that which will make them stronger, to nurture and cultivate relationships, and then to help them refine their beauty and their confidence. It's a 3-step process, and we're able to really build out the woman for who she is.
On your website, I was reading through some of it. I noticed you use this term, to find their oasis. Explain that metaphor and how you think that, what that means to you and to the people you work with, your clients.
Thank you, Ross. I love this question because I think that there's a lot of bombardment out there, a lot of different opinions and expectations. I have felt those pressures in my own life of being a mom, a stay-at-home mom, or even a working mom. And I felt a lot of pressures in my womanhood to grow up a certain way, to be a certain way. And I really want the art of womanliness to be an oasis from those pressures, to also have a place where you can actually get real evidence, real support, real research, and also an ability to reach yourself in a way that is strengthening and not in the comparing way or in the like feeling like you're the only one out there who feels these things, or that you're going through situations in your life that no one else can understand. I have multiple people who write for my blog that come from all different backgrounds of life. And I feel like together we're so much stronger. Together we can really build a place for humanity, for ourselves, for those who don't belong, for those who do belong. And I do think that there's a place where that information needs to be shared in a way that's going to strengthen women, and that it's like a one-stop shop where we can all work on ourselves and also be a strength for others. So that's the basic idea for why I want to call it an oasis.
You know, you comment on pressures, right? So I have a feeling that, you know, we all have custom pressures, right? All of our lives are different. But I think you're referring to, correct me if I'm wrong, some societal pressures, right? And I hear that sometimes when these things come up, you get resistance from people out in the world. Yeah, we all got our problems, and they just don't seem to really want to exist. That some people, women, particularly in America, are sometimes starting 2 yards behind at the sound of the gun at the race. So explain what are, and I know that they're probably very obvious to you, okay? But for the rest of us who have been trying to come alive since 2017, right? Like things have been changing, I think, in a good way in the movement, and it's great to see what you're doing. Explain some of these pressures that are out there that seem so ingrained that we don't even notice them.
Oh my. I'm definitely thinking specifically on how to phrase these, because oftentimes we can get so offended in how things are being phrased. And so with the goodness of my heart, I would like to share some of the experiences that I've had on what pressures I've experienced socially. And maybe there's some women out there who can relate to this. I think there are a lot of societal pressures to be the breadwinner, and to really not only just forget your family, forget your friends sometimes in the process of self-discovery. And I feel like we have been so focused on the I movement of me, I'm working on me. And I know for myself, I got lost in it. I got so lost in the meditations and the self-care, when honestly, yes, those are good. And I definitely teach some aspects of those. Yet there is so much more to your life than just working on yourself. And so I think that that is a social pressure, is to work on yourself and to be open about certain issues that you face. Yet there's a way to create that dialogue that is not, woe is me, or gosh, look at my life. But there's actually a way that you can present yourself in a way that's like, okay, I am struggling. Don't take it from me. I do want to rise above this, and I'm just looking for support, counsel. And if you guys know of anything that can help me, I'm ready. I'm wanting, I desire. And that's kind of where I'm coming from, is I felt that pressure of like, oh yeah, I've suffered from so much, and I really have had a hard background. The thing is that now I feel like my script has completely changed in my brain. That's like, okay, I choose what I create with my life, instead of saying this is just how I am. Does that make sense?
It makes a lot of sense.
Two pressures that I can really name off in my head. Also, I firmly don't think that men and women need to be opposites. I think we need to be a team, and I think we need to work together. And I am tired of seeing women kind of jump in an acrobatic manner over men and say, well, we got this, instead of saying, let's open the door, let's share, let's actually really communicate for the realness of life here, for the betterment of every person. I was talking to this one man who was a coach. He's somewhere in Florida. And he was just like, Caitlin, I really want to coach women. Yeah, I don't think that they would take this from me because I'm a guy. They're like, you don't even know what it is. And I said, what makes a woman strong and will continue to help her be strong in this society is that not only is the door open, yet there is room for her to come in to the room. And I think that that is a dialogue that isn't happening. It's just like open the door. And I know that there's some controversy about, can a woman do the same work? I mean, there's equally competent women and equally competent men and equally incompetent. They can't do the job on either gender, any gender. It doesn't matter. I think that if there is room, though, it needs to be in the room itself. And so we can open the door all we want, yet making space for that voice to come forward. I think that that's also another social pressure, is like there is a voice, just not in a similar respected way.
It's fascinating you bring it up that way. You say, let's say a corporation's like, oh, we need to hire more women. And what could come across as a very uncouth response could be, what for? And, and of course, no one would ever dare say that, right? But I lean into what you're talking about is it's not just hiring more of this or that. It's about saying we want to hire more of this or that because this is what they're bringing to the table. And when they do come to the table, this is also what we need to have available so that they can be successful, and ergo we successful. We are all successful at the company. Do you find that that's sort of just even what I said there, and I only have those words because of what I just heard you say? I mean, do you think that corporations are really embracing diversity and just trying to figure out what's best for their company in that way? Or do you think there's still too much of a numbers game and just straight up competition?
Ross, I actually genuinely think that many companies want to innovate. They're seeing specific things happening, especially with Generation Z, of they love to work together. I think that they're really trying to see, like, okay, dynamics are changing. Even diversity in ethnicity is changing. I mean, there's so much good change out there. And I think that businesses honestly are trying to balance and say, okay, where do we add? Where do we take away? And the key is micro adjusting for sure, because I don't think that doing big shifts are actually really good for any company. However, being able to accept, do their research, understand that when they bring women to the floor, women have a totally different mindset of how we nurture, how we interact, how we're going to bring emotions into the situation. Also, how we bring different knowledge factors. We bring different ideas to the table that I know my husband and me, we have completely different thoughts. And yet we make a whole. Like the way my husband kind of puts it down, he's just like, I build the shield and you just refine it. You make it shine. You can really reach our children personally. I round them out, I strengthen them, and I make sure that I'm protecting, providing, and presiding. And for me, I firmly believe I gather in that which makes me stronger. I nurture and cultivate those relationships, and I refine beauty and confidence in each of my children and in myself and in my husband. And so we're like a team of which we're building off of it. I'm protecting in a different way. I'm presiding in a different way. And I am providing and taking care of other things in different ways. So I think that there's just like this teamwork that does need to happen in marriage, in home, and family, and it ripples into community. It ripples into businesses. I firmly believe that what makes a really good home makes a very good business. And I do think business corporations need to understand and navigate this field of how do we include women? And when we do include women or any gender, how do we bring that in and really build out a space for them to thrive in, and that we can be innovative, that we can see the new ideas. And I do think it's a Rubik's Cube. It's like a puzzle, and we're all trying to figure it out because things are changing.
Yeah, I think you also further answered my question to you of what for. It's what are we building here? Right? Like the end in mind, as we've sort of heard from these things over the years. And Gen Z, I have some Gen Z children, and a what for is something that kind of comes out of their mouth all the time. And I think that's interesting, right? That, they come into their businesses and they're doing, and they want to know there's some sort of purpose behind everything that they're doing. Don't
we all, though? I mean, I think that when we have a beautiful, deep understanding of what we want out of life, we don't settle, So I think that is actually a really good thing. The way I see kind of the future of women personally, I see women being able to meet the demands of their lives. I see them being able to step into any situation and know that they have the confidence and self-mastery inside of them to flourish. I kind of think of it like the avatar with the blue people, where they're stepping into like the grass and things start lighting up as they go. It kind of reminds me of that in my head. It's just like when you step into a situation, when you put your hand to something, it becomes beautiful, more beautiful because you live, because you are, because you're giving, because you are present. And you're not just throwing things and hoping that mud is going to stick to the wall. You're actually saying, okay, I'm going to cultivate this beautiful aspect of my life into more beauty. I'm going to step into this meeting or this situation, and I'm going to be able to be not only my best self, yet also strengthen everybody in the room that I can, just naturally because of the person that you are. There's a presence. And so that's kind of where I see it going. I see women being able to reach the demands and know who they are, and then also flourish in whatever they put their hand to. And I do think that that is equal to men. I want men to be more manly. I want women to be more womanly. And if there's other people who feel that they have different identities and things, go for it. That's up to you to define what that is. Yet for me, as a woman, biological, and I guess I identify as one, I am a woman. I believe that I want to be more womanly, which I think at my essence means that I want to have more beauty. I want to be more beautiful, not just to my husband, but to myself, to my life, to bring more beauty. And so, yeah.
I think you're mentioning something there that still has a long way to go in this conversation. And so voices like yours are needed of what does it mean to be a man in the 21st century? What does it mean to be a woman in the 21st century, right? And to allow all of us the space to be uncomfortable with that conversation, and also saying, we don't know the answer to that. And, we might have to start cracking a few eggs here, right? But the cracking those eggs means interactions in society, which, probably could be refined down the road, right? But I think without us all subscribing to your conversation, right, that you are echoing, of course, from some other people out there, of being able to say, we have to start to understand that there needs to be an evolution of what's going on, and we don't know where all these chips, are going to land. Do you find that there's some, like a confusion, but a wanting out there in the world?
Oh, yes. I know that there's been a wanting for myself. I know that I talk to many women. I've actually been over an organization of over 500 women, and I cannot tell you how many times I've heard, am I beautiful enough? Do I have what it takes I don't love who I am. I don't even know who that is. To what can I bring to this world? I don't have very much to give is what it feels like. And yet each of these women they're just so incredibly beautiful and kind, and they've strengthened me. Even though I was leading, I felt like they were the ones who just stepped up and said, hey, I'm right here. And they had different strengths and different beauties. And I do think that that is not being shared. I do think that there is a lot of beauty companies who are saying, be your own kind of beautiful in their own right. Yet I don't feel like the foundation of beauty is exterior. I feel like the foundation of beauty is inside. And it's the inner strength that you find every day within yourself to know that no matter what comes today, that you're going to courageously and vulnerably step into it. And that beauty of who you are can shine into any of the darkness that comes into your life, any challenges, any problem, any trauma, any existence that you feel like you're just working yourself through. I feel like once you know who you are, you don't settle. I also feel like once you know who you are and you lead from that place of strength, you expand from the inside out and you fill the holes, you fill the experience. And then you also expand to reach new, beautiful experiences that you didn't even think was possible for your life. And that's actually where I kind of started. I started at the way bottom. I started in the middle of a whole lot of pain, a whole lot of trauma. And I came from a very intense background. Both my parents have serious mental issues. And growing up with them, we had our good days. I know that, it's not like consistent in that way. There are good days and bad days. Yet I know for myself that I would never want to relive what I've gone through. And then into my marriage, I didn't even know what intercourse was. I was one of those, innocents, I guess. And then I also really struggled with my identity as a married woman. I struggled with my identity, especially when we started having kids. It really broke down to the point where I was not functioning after my second kid. And my husband had just gone to a military training. I was all alone and I was having 4 panic attacks a week. I was not okay. There was just extreme fatigue, extreme issues with my mind, my heart. And I just felt tortured. I felt tortured by my own experiences. I felt tortured that I wasn't being there for my kids. Yet I didn't even know if I wanted to be. And I had not committed to my motherhood. I had not committed to me at all. And I had barely committed to my marriage, even though we had been best friends since we were 11. So even with everything that should be stacked in my favor, I was still struggling. And so I remember sitting there in like the darkest room. It was like 2:00 in the morning and I was just crying my eyes out against my bedroom wall. I was just leaning up against it, just like, this sucks. Like, so much. I was just waiting for another panic attack to just kick in, right? Your inadequacies become your demons. Things start happening. You start feeling like you're going to freak out, right? And I just remember thinking, like, there has to be more to me than this. There has to be more to my motherhood, to me, to my marriage, to my life. And it's okay if I don't have it all together, but there has to be more. And so that's actually what I held on to, is like this tiny little light inside of me that said, there is more, there has to be. And then things started to click from there. I took a 30-day program from a woman mom coach that was like, are you burnt out? And I was like, yep. Are you stressed? Yep. And I hit all the marks for myself. And I was like, I'm going to just do 30 days of good commitment to myself. I can do 30 days. And then from there, I started finding more things that I'm like, I wish this was just available, because I've had to scratch and scrape and find and work my way through so much. And then now that's what I teach. I try to make it more available so that more women, wherever they find themselves in that journey, can go and say, I know what it's going to take for me to get better. And here are some amazing tools that I have found that I would not even be who I am today without.
So let's get into that. So for those of you who are just joining us here, I'm talking with Caitlin Andrews, international life coach for women. You can find her at theartofwomanliness.com. And your words are very profound. You know, I bet there's a lot of people listening to this and hearing your story and understanding that, well, that sounds a lot like me, right? And so you first started off with another coach out there, but then you created your own program, basically 2 programs. Talk to me about both of these. Start with this, I Am Captivating. So if people wanted to engage you because they are feeling tired, stretched, stressed, or just longing for more, you know, how do these programs work with them and fit in?
Oh, excellent. Oh my goodness. This is my passion. Everything that I do and am and desire to become, I pour into I Am Captivating. It's a 12-week program for women. And I do truly believe that 3 months is like minimum to give. Yet I do think 3 months of good, focused, intentional living and working through the things that I'm going to bring to you, that is really where you're going to find strength. So I first gather that which will make you stronger. I help you with personal habits, personal worth, confidence, body image, being able to actually work with your own demons, in the sense that you say, okay, I can actually figure this out. I can process, I can find the little clicks, the little triggers, the little things, and I teach you how to do that. And then from there, we start building out your inner relationship to your outward relationship. And so how you build relationships with others, how you build relationships with your coworkers, your family, your children, anything that you're looking to build a relationship with, we build the fundamentals. We build nutrition, beauty, insights to how to even care for your body. I didn't grow up exercising, so I actually have a really big background on how that has changed my life. Mm-hmm. And then I go into beauty. I go into like your body type, who you are, how you can refine that beauty. Also being present in your life, showing up for yourself and being put together, it changes things. And then also beauty is so much more than I ever thought it would be. and I teach about all the aspects that you can bring beauty into your life. And it is not just physical, it is so much more. And so I bring that out. And then the last step is confidence. We combine it all together and we share the way that you can present yourself in such a way that now you are personally confident. The second program I have is the Amaryllis Life. It's
real quick here before that. Hold on. So are these one-on-one or are these groups programs?
Good question. Right now, it's one-on-one. I have the time frame. If more women sign up and they're like, we all want to just have a group discussion, I'm going to start doing groups. Currently, it's 12 coaching sessions. We build out any questions. We have a personal map for your progression. We start building out specific things in group coach in your own personal coaching. And then you do a kind of a self-regulated modules in between. And I have those videos, I have those work pages, like little fun sheets or worksheets that you can work through. And it's minimal, yet it is so powerful if you really commit. And so I really just do step by step. And then I come in whenever you schedule a time with me and we do a coaching session on something specific that you're like, I really want to build this out. And so I really love that because we all have questions and we all have desires and we all have specific dreams that are so personal to us. And so I like to really work personally with each woman.
So there's also, I'm hearing you say, I think some exploration and learning that they can do in between your sessions.
That's right. It's like triple the value for the price.
Gotcha. Okay. So, and I had interrupted you. I just wanted to make sure we knew that. So tell us about your second program.
Yes, it's actually it's simple. It's the Amaryllis Life. It's a sisterhood. And I don't know about you, but I definitely think women strengthen other women. And so it's actually going to be a place where women can gather, connect, share, experience. Also, I'm going to start bringing in professionals to build out the area. So it's going to be launching in the first of the year. Yet, it's going to be a vault of knowledge, everything from dermatology to fashion to personal issues with mental health, different things. So it's just going to build out from all sorts of aspects and avenues of life. I think I have over 38 topics that I'm bringing in, and it's just going to be like seminars and group connection. Book clubs can start there. Also, I'm trying to provide resources. It's a big resource area where I want to bring in the best of the best so that women don't have to keep searching for where can I find X help. It's like, okay, the Amaryllis Life knows, And so it's more of a sisterhood. It's more of a, we strengthen each other. Here we go kind of thing.
So not only a course, it's also like a social network that you're building with each other.
Yes, exactly. And so it has a little preliminary program that allows me to kind of vet who's ready to be a part of it kind of thing.
Okay. So with you call it the Amaryllis Life. That's a $5 word right there. How did you come across that? Why is that the title?
That is such a great question, Ross. So there's this beautiful flower that is called the amaryllis.
This is good. We're doing a walkabout here. Okay.
It has six different colors. And ever since the beginning of time, the amaryllis has actually been always given to noble ladies. It's always been given to women who have rich, strong, and bold, beautiful personalities. If you give a woman an amaryllis in any time period of the world, and like way back to ancient Greece and into today, the amaryllis is considered a very audacious, yet also strengthening flower. And so the amaryllis came into my head because it was also a star or a symbol that was worn by standard bearers in war, and they would put it on their flags. And in fact, the star, the name of the flower is actually the standard star or the knight's star. And to me, that's like women can ennoble men. And in fact, if there is a good woman, there will naturally men will rise to meet it. And I do think that honestly, I feel like I've become a very big safe haven to my husband. And also he has become such a strength and protection in my own life in so many ways than just the simple protection and providing kind of thing. He values who I am. He sees me for who I am, and he fights for that. And when I go astray or when I forget, he reminds me. And I feel like that to me is just invaluable. And I would love to be something that holds him steady in the middle of his hard times too. And when we just finished a year-long deployment to Syria, he was just like, you are somebody that I desire to come back to. You're somebody that I desire to be with. And you give me strength and hope when I was in the middle of so much. There's a lot of stuff over there. Yet he's just like, through it all, I knew that you were my constant. And it was true. We were able to talk 80% of the time. And that's kind of what the Amaryllis life comes from. It comes from my own sisterhood experience with my sister. And well, sisters, I've got a couple. And then also the sisters that I've seen, the people who've reached out, the people who are real, the sisterhood that is really possible for women. And I'm really, really hoping to create that space that we can build that. So that's what I'm about.
This is a perfect way to start to close our program. My understanding is that you and I, or some of my counterparts, will be speaking to you again. Is that true?
That's right.
Oh, I am looking forward to it. I hope I am the one to do it. I'm getting a lot out of already talking to you just for our first 30 minutes. Caitlin Andrews, International Life Coach for Women. Thank you very much. theartofwomanliness.com. I will give you the last word, 30 seconds or less. If you had one statement to say to anything to our viewers today, what would it be?
Oh my goodness. Women, love who you are. We need more women who are strong so that they can be kind. More women who are bold so that they can also be soft. We need more women who can honestly love who they are, because we ripple, we change, we're life givers and we're life guiders. And if there is anything that you struggle with, just know you're not alone, and that you are so valued for the person and the incredible woman that you are.
Caitlin, thank you for talking to me, and thank you for being who you are. I look forward till next time. I am Ross Morasso. Caitlin Andrews, thank you very much.
Thank you, Ross.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network. All right, guys, we are back. We are back here, and I am so happy to be joined by Dave and Trish Jordan. We had fun. Dave and Trish Jordan, welcome back to the program. How you guys doing?
Doing great. Casey, how are you?
I'm terrific. Now I'm looking at this. I love the background here, and this is your company. Tell me about the company and how we get there, and a little bit about you guys as a refresher in case people didn't see your show before. I'll start with Trish.
Awesome. Our company is Victorious Love Relationship Coaches, and we help couples either that are engaged, married, and also singles. We do individuals as well. Just help couples to reach the level of love and marriage that they may not be experiencing, to just have a happy, fulfilled marriage.
Gotcha. Dave, tell me how this got started.
Well, it got started because I wanted to be a counselor, and it went from being a counselor to life coaching to me the first step into getting to be a counselor. And because of the terrific relationship that we have, we were questioned by a lot of people how to obtain this type of relationship. So we decided to inform the world. Yeah.
That's awesome. And talk to me about the name of the company. Trish, maybe you can tell me about the name of the company. It's profiled right there in the back. Looks really cool. Tell me about it, because there's a couple ways you can say it. Let me give it up to you.
So we came up with the name because my name, which my legal name is Patricia. Patricia means victory. And it's hard for me to say because I call him Jordan. Dave's name means lover of all. So that's how we came up with Victorious Love. And our relationship is Victorious Love. So that's where that comes from.
That's awesome. And Dave, how long you guys, I love this. Can you kind of just, if people haven't heard, where did you guys meet? How long you been together? And how did you know, people want me to ask this, how did you know that this young lady was your everything and was going to be your partner for, come on now.
You should ask me that.
But I got to shorten it. Laser speak. Okay, so
it's great.
Separately, we were preparing ourselves for marriage. And when I started my preparation, I got a message from the spirit realm that said, when you're ready and the woman I picked for you is ready, I'll tap you on the shoulder and point her out to you. And I said, okay. I started preparing. And one day doing a singles meeting, we were playing
we went
Pictionary.
To the same church.
Yeah. And she was drawing, and I got a tap on my shoulder. There was no one around me.
Oh my God.
No one around me at all. And
he looked back.
And I looked back to see there was no one there. And when I turned back around, there, I saw a hand with the finger pointed and said, that's the woman I made for you. And instantly we were from friends to I was in love, just like that.
Wow.
And the next day I asked her out, and she didn't answer me for about 4 hours.
Only because I was called away.
I went home saying, Lee, I got set up. And she called me and said, yeah. And I told her my intentions were to marry her. And
6 months later, we were married.
Yeah.
And we've been married over 20 years now.
That's so great. And Trish, when this was going on, when he was having this, he was feeling this on the shoulder, and when he knew, it seems like he knew that you were the one. What were you thinking? What were you feeling throughout this whole thing? Could you pick up on his energy, or how did that work?
Well, we had been having conversations, the singles. And so we knew that he was looking for a wife, and the next person he asked out was going to be that person. When I met him, with us all hanging out, I just fell in love with his, well, I'm not going to say fell in love. I loved his heart. And I was like, this is going to be my Atlanta homeboy, just a guy that I could hang out with. I wasn't feeling that way, towards him at the time. And when that happened to him, I instantly felt him, and I saw him looking at me differently. And I had told my friends after he left that I think he's going to ask me out. And then when he did, I just know that we were meant to be, because I was instantly in love with him.
Wow. How
Instantly.
awesome. What an awesome story. So
Yeah.
who better to help people find their way than you two? I remember you guys would tell me you'll work with people that are about to get married. You'll work with people that are just couples, and you'll work with singles too, right?
Correct.
Yep.
Tell me about who's the best candidate. I just named groups, but people who don't know what they want. Can you guys help them?
Yes.
Tell me
Because
about
the first thing you need to know is who you are, and what you want out of your life. Getting into a relationship without understanding yourself is like setting yourself up for failure. So you first need to be happy with yourself, know what your goals and aspirations are before you engage into a relationship with somebody for long term and not knowing anything about who you really are.
Yeah. And more importantly, just being happy with yourself. That was part of my journey of just, dating for so long. And when I stopped and said, I am ready to be married, but I had to embark on loving myself, being happy with myself, hanging out with myself. I would go to dinner by myself. I would go to the bar by myself. You have to be happy with yourself and not look for another individual to make you happy, because that's not their job. So part of that is us helping people to understand that.
And it's not the responsibility of another person to make you happy.
Yeah. He enhances my happiness.
That's awesome.
Make me happy. You're already happy.
Yes.
So are you saying that the most important thing in finding someone who you're going to be with is you got to be okay with you first, and that's more important than whatever comes next? Is it really that important? Like you can't give what you don't have? Is that a real thing?
That is exactly right.
I believe so.
Yes. You have to at least be happy with yourself, at least understand what your goals are for life before entering into a relationship with somebody else who doesn't know as well. And then you have this mix of two people who don't really understand themselves, and then when the problems start, you don't know how to resolve conflicts, and then boom, you're out. And this is why 50% of marriages fail, end up in divorce, because people don't understand who they are first, and because the reasons for getting married aren't aligned with the reasoning of marriage itself.
I see. And Trish, how, if I said to you, that phrase, opposites attract, how important is it to have the same values, or is the opposites attract, is that a real thing? What does it come down to compatibility wise?
Oh, I definitely believe you need to be compatible, because otherwise you're going to be warring against one another. If you have one belief system and the other person has a different belief system, then you're not aligned. And then if you bring children into it, then what? Yeah. So, being on the same page, especially as far as your spirituality, I think is very important. And just your, your goals in life, what you feel about even your political beliefs. I mean, there's just all types of things. Is this person a partier, and this person just wants to stay home? So I think that compatibility is very important.
Got it.
I don't think when they say opposites attract, I don't think it encompasses all of that.
Yeah, maybe for a little while. Maybe
but opposites do attract. That I believe opposites attract. But once you have the attraction, then you've got to communicate and converse through dating. Dating is supposed to be to get to know a person and get to know if they are compatible with you. I mean, you may not have a 20 questions list, but you got to be ready to ask some important questions that start the foundation of the relationship. There's one word that I'm thinking of, I'm sitting here thinking of, it's purpose. We're all created with a purpose. And marriage has a purpose beyond just loving each other. But if you don't know your individual purpose, then you won't be able to understand the purpose of the union between you and another person, because that marriage has a purpose. This is our purpose, and it's aligned with our individual purposes as well. And so I think that's why you have to get to know yourself first, so you know what your purpose is. And you ask somebody on a date, what is your purpose? That's going to be a strange question, because they're probably not going to say it. They don't know. A lot of people do not engage in understanding their purpose for existing, but we all have a purpose.
I see. Guys, there's so many questions I can ask you, but I want to know, because you guys just put out an ebook. And I heard this thing's awesome. Trish, can you talk a little bit about it, and then I'll go over to your partner and your life mate and ask him the same question. Trish, so tell me about this book. And you guys real proud of it, and it's helping a lot of people. So let me give you the floor here.
We are. It is Victorious Love: Secrets to an Enlightened Marriage. So we just go through different aspects of marriage. We call them applications of marriage. They're just different, how do I want to say it? There's just different subjects that people don't understand and realize as part of marriage, and you need to be prepared for, either prior to getting married, or if you're married, everybody doesn't know these things. They don't know about, selflessness, or living love as a lifestyle. So it just goes through a lot of things and will really make you rethink your marriage, or help you to think about, okay, this is what I need to prepare for so I can have this enlightened marriage.
Gotcha. Dave, give me the name of the book, where we get it, and then give me your thoughts on the book, please.
So it's Victorious Love: Secrets of an Enlightened Marriage. And it's really one of the applications. It goes through one of the applications of marriage. The applications of marriage are the foundations of a marriage, should supply all of these applications. I call them applications because you apply to be married, and that means you apply for a job. And you have to understand that marriage is a job 24/7, 365. And so these applications give you the foundational information you need. This book, the ebook, gives you one. It supplies just one, probably one of the most important applications, which would be selflessness.
Selflessness.
Yes, understanding that it's not about me. Marriage isn't about you, the person. It's about your partner, your spouse. And so when you look at Not About Me, we break it down into acronyms and really explain each level. like teamwork and
Accountability.
Accountability is a big one.
Yeah.
Communication, you guys cover that?
Communication.
Absolutely.
Absolutely. And so each application dives in and tells you exactly how you're supposed to be as a spouse. It's a job, so you need a job description. There's a job description for a husband, a job description for a wife. And when you know what your job description is, then you can perform better at your job. Some people fail because they just don't know what they're supposed to be doing. You weren't married before. It's like loving somebody. You don't know automatically how to love another person.
Mm-hmm.
No one's born with that information. You have to ask questions. You got to talk, communicate.
Yeah.
Communication is one of the foundations to any relationship, along with trust. No trust, no relationship.
Right.
And compromise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And let me ask, I don't know if you cover this in the book or anything, but I'm sure a lot of people want to know, and we got questions that we'll get to in a second if we got time. But if the trust is compromised, say someone goes out on the other person or something like that, is that a done deal that can't be fixed, or can it be fixed? Can it be fixed? But it must take a lot of work. Tell me your thoughts on this, guys. I'm throwing to both of you.
Yeah, absolutely. It can definitely be fixed as long as each party is willing to put in the work. Because once that type of trust is broke, and each individual is different. Some people, it may be a deal breaker.
Yeah.
But I believe if you truly love that person and you want it to work, you have to put in the work and give that person who, stepped out the opportunity to prove themselves to you again. And it's their job to do that. And every day until you have gotten that person's trust back.
Got it.
But it's doable. Absolutely.
Yeah. Dave, you agree?
I do agree. It would be a long road, but the person who broke the trust has to raise their level of commitment. They have to prove that commitment day in and day out. They have to also raise their level of integrity and accountability. And that may mean saying where I am, this is what I'm doing, for as long as it takes for the other to say, okay, I can trust you again.
Right.
And the person who was the person whose trust you broke, they have to open their heart to forgiveness.
Yeah, they got to be okay, right? And
Yes.
you don't know how long it's going to take. So, some people might not want to. It's not an easy job.
It's not. It's not.
Yeah.
But if without forgiveness, it will never work.
Yeah.
Got it.
And true forgiveness.
And I think one thing that most people understand, there's a reason why people step out on their marriage. And that means, it takes two.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe they stepped out because they weren't happy. And you got to be able to understand why that is. So once you figure out why, then you can get to the forgiveness of it, open yourself up to understanding. Maybe the person whose trust you broke, they need to improve on being a better spouse.
Yeah.
And it was just a level of communication that wasn't there that caused it. So when you raise the communication level and the commitment, then we can start over and make it right.
Yeah.
But it is definitely something that you can recover from.
Okay. All right. Good to hear. And it sounds like it's a lot of work, but you guys will take that on. You help a couple that needs help like that. You guys will help them.
Oh, absolutely.
Oh, definitely.
We have.
All right.
If you're in that situation, you need to call us because we can get you back on track.
Okay. Hey, let's go to the audience here a little bit, Mr. Producer. See, I can't read that that far. My eyes on. I couldn't tell. Mr. Producer's from off screen is going to read what's come in on instant feedback. So, Mr. Producer, what do you got for these lovely people?
All right, we have Victoria in Las Vegas wants to know, how long should we wait in a relationship before saying I love you?
I don't think there's a time frame. If you're feeling it and you're feeling it from the other person that hasn't said it. Now, if you're feeling it, but you aren't being treated the way that you deserve to be treated or want to be treated, then you should not put yourself out there and say that.
Great advice. Great advice. Dave, yeah, you're in agreement?
I am in agreement with that. I mean, your feelings are never wrong. If you feel it,
right,
express it. I say express it, but you got to be able to have asked those questions that are pertinent to you so that you know how the other person feels as well.
Right, right. That can't feel very good to say, hey, I love you. And then the other person's like, oh, thank you.
Thanks.
But I wouldn't do it on the first date.
Yeah, no, don't do it on the first date. Mr. Producer, I got time for one more? Okay, we got time for one more, guys.
All right, we have Chris in Miami wants to know, is it important for both partners to have a social life outside of the relationship?
Great question. I'd love to know what you guys think of that.
I mean, absolutely. I think that you have to have some time with your friends. You know, is that every weekend, every week? I don't think so, but you know, that's up to each individual couple. But yeah, absolutely. You have to have some, girls' nights and some fellas' nights and, just hang out or just go out by yourself or whatever the case may be. But yeah, I definitely think that that's important.
Dave, what about if the guys are getting together, they're going to watch a game, eat a pizza or whatever they're going to do. But is there any point where you should keep that group of people separate, where there's no there's not even any communication between we'll say it was you guys, so that you would never introduce Trish to your friends that you watch football with? That's not a good sign, right?
That is not a good sign. If I know somebody, she should know who they are.
That's what I'm saying.
And vice versa. If you're keeping secrets, you're destroying your relationship.
Right. Okay.
Secrets destroy relationships. Mm. And they'll say intimacy and money. No, secrets destroy relationships.
Yeah. Yeah. Great point. It's like a non-truth. It's like it's kind of the same thing. And you guys are awesome. I love when you guys come on.
Thank you.
Dave and Trish Jordan, guys. Let me give you guys the last word. Excuse me. Anything that you want to leave the audience with? You guys are awesome. I love when you come on, the knowledge that you guys share, and just seeing you together. It's just so inspirational, and it's so rewarding that the people really do care about each other, love each other, and you could see it. You know what I mean? So you guys are tops in my book. So let me give you the last word, guys.
Thank you, Casey. We appreciate that. Well, we just want to let everybody know that we are Victorious Love Relationship Coaches. You can go to our website at www.victoriousloverc.com. You can call us at 678-252-5500. And our email is coaches@victoriousloverc.com. We would love to hear from you so we can help you experience this wonderful love that we have.
That's awesome. Dave, your last words.
There is nothing like having a relationship where both parties are in it to win it. And when you have that, then you can have the enlightenment in your marriage or going to be married that it takes to have a lasting, happy, fulfilling, successful relationship, marriage. And your relationship with yourself has got to be the first thing that you work on. And when you can do that, love yourself, then you're ready to love someone else.
And be loved.
All right. Awesome. Guys, Trish and Dave Jordan, amazing people. Thank you guys for writing in. Thank you too. I can't wait to hear what you guys got to say next. We'll be right back, guys.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network. From myteenlifecoach.com, we have Cameron O'Brien joining us here today. Normally we have Liesl Lane. She's away, but one of her other Teen Life coaches is joining us today. How are you doing, Cameron?
Jill, so good to be with you. Thank you so much for having me on today. Yes, Liesl is on a well-deserved break. So I have the honor of filling in for her for the next 2 weeks. So I'll introduce myself. My name is Cameron O'Brien. I am the coaching associate and content manager for My Teen Life Coach. I am a professional life coach, and I have certifications in youth coaching, academic resilience coaching, and career discovery coaching. And as Liesl shared at My Teen Life Coach, we use evidence-based tailored strategies to work with teens and their families to set them up to thrive in their everyday lives. So it's a real joy. It's hard work. It's amazing and fun. And Liesl is absolutely the best person to do it with.
I know. Well, I don't know much about you. So let's start off by finding out about you. Where are you from? How did you get involved with coaching and teens? And tell me a little about your background. Thank you.
For sure. Yes. And I'm so excited to speak with you about this today, Jill, because I am a former reporter and TV person myself. Yes.
You get it. Yes. It's like got to be on all the time. And I apologize. I have something in my eye, so that happens sometimes. Oh my gosh. Wow. From whereabouts?
So I was a local, before becoming a coach, I was a local reporter and anchor in Youngstown, Ohio, and in Portland, Maine.
Awesome.
Yes, I worked the general assignment beat. I worked for an NBC station and a CBS station in those towns. And journalism has just been a cornerstone of my life in the way that I coach and just the way that I am as a person, as I'm sure it is with you. It just impacts the way that you exist in the world when you work as a journalist. So that is a big part of my heart here for coaching, because I decided to work with youth because I was inspired by the work that I did as a journalist with community and youth. So that's the start of my story is with journalism.
So you're into communications, clearly have a knack for talking to people like myself, a lot of people, I'm assuming. And who inspired you to get into that field? Just curious.
Yes, so I'm so lucky. I have family that is in the journalism space. So I grew up watching an aunt who was an anchor, and I have a cousin who was a correspondent. And so for me, it just felt like a very natural thing to do. And interestingly enough, when I went to college, I didn't take journalism as my major. I was a sociology major because I was interested in learning more about the way that structures and systems impact the individual and society. So I took that sociology lens with me into the field as a journalist so that I could better understand the stories that people were telling me in the community.
Now, can I ask you a question?
For sure.
Do you miss that hustle and bustle and grind of getting that story in before the deadline?
Yeah, I mean, there is nothing like being a journalist. I feel like just the ability to be out with people and see so many different things every day. Yeah, the grind is no other. Journalists, are powered by coffee and not much sleep. That was hard, and I was a morning reporter. I worked all of the different shifts, so it definitely gets tiring, but the work is so wonderful, especially when you have a team of like-minded, correspondents around you who want to do the same thing, which is serve their community.
So then what was your take on leaving that field, or are you still in it as well, and moving over to becoming a coach? To explain that process for me.
Yes, I'll always have my foot in the media door. I like to say I still do some writing of my own on the side. I'm no longer in front of the camera in that capacity. But yes, so my work with youth really inspired me to kind of leave journalism and see if there was a more direct way that I could fulfill that passion and interest that I had developed on the field. As a journalist, we cover so many stories, from wonderful stories with best times of people's lives to, tragedy. And so I covered a lot about child hunger or inequity that children across the country were facing. And then also got to cover these wonderful organizations like a group called City Kids Care in Youngstown, Ohio, that is just doing the most amazing work to uplift kids in the community who have low resources, to encourage them to do more. And so seeing that and telling those stories is what allowed me to say, okay, I need something more, and leave journalism a little bit behind, although I miss it and still tap in quite regularly as a freelance writer, but also find a way to just work with youth directly and understand the exact struggles that they were having so that I could figure out how to be a resource for that struggle. And one of the ways that I did that was as a tutor. That was my foray into working with youth. I decided, well, I'm a journalist, so why don't I tutor in writing and in speech and other subjects? And through that, I was able to work with so many kids. This is around 2020 at this time, so we're right in the middle of the pandemic. So I'm working with a lot of kids who are taking school remotely.
Yeah,
tutoring them.
Yeah.
What I'm noticing is that there is such a major gap in social emotional learning that was happening for them, right? They were sitting at the computer, they were doing their classes online for an hour, but then that was it. And then they were isolated. And teens need people. We're all pro-social creatures. We love being around other people. And I really started to see firsthand how that isolation was impacting the confidence and motivation and really hope of some of the youth that I was working with. So I got really curious and started looking for solutions. And the solution that I came upon was the Youth Coaching Institute, which is the same institute that Liesl got her training from. We were colleagues there. She also taught me as well.
Awesome.
Yes. And so youth coaching was what I saw could fill that gap. It was the thing that could coexist alongside them doing schoolwork, but that worked on personal development, social, emotional skills, learning how to make friends, find your values, navigate tough situations. And so coaching is what is the very space to do that thing. And so when you do coaching specifically with youth, you give young folks the opportunity to have all of these learn all of these lessons that I learned in my 20s.
Yeah.
And so just the ability to set them up for success was so attractive to me. And as somebody who loved working with people, just loves helping people, that's why I became a journalist. I'm a helper. So it was just, it made perfect sense for me. And so I started working as a coach after getting my certifications.
Great. And again, we have new listeners each and every week. So someone may be tuning in. I'm familiar with Liesl and My Teen Life Coach. So let's explain it and break it down a little bit about the types of services that you all provide.
Yes, absolutely. So My Teen Life Coach is just the perfect opportunity for teens who are going through really anything in their lives to get coaching support. I'm sure Liesl has talked about the wellness spectrum before, where there are people who are on the negative side of the spectrum of being well. Those are people who aren't functional and belong in therapy spaces where they can resolve deep emotional trauma before moving to the coaching space so that they can work on finding their goals and then striving for them and achieving. And so what we do at at My Teen Life Coach is set kids up for success, to strive and thrive. We do that through academic lenses. We do that through career discovery. So if somebody comes to us trying to figure out what exactly they want to do with their life, they're not quite sure if they want to go to college or if they want to just go and find a career straight away. Academically, we work with kids in all stages. We have middle schoolers and high schoolers and folks in college, and we deal with a large range of things in the academic space, from figuring out better study habits to what do I really love and how can I use the motivation for the thing I love to get the work done. As we know, teens can have a hard time finding that motivation to get through the homework. So helping them discover what it is that they are passionate about and letting that passion drive them and allow them to thrive and achieve. We also work in just everyday life spaces too, not just career and school, but how are relationships with family, with friends, with others? Are we social? Do we want to be more social? Perhaps we're an introvert teen who wants to figure out a way to make more friends and do the hard things, be social. Coaching is the perfect space to explore those things and to gain that confidence. So those are some of the types of things that we do on a day-to-day basis. And we work with teens ranging from 13 younger to all the way through, their mid to late 20s.
Wow, this is amazing. So you mentioned academics to start. Let me ask, are you actually like tutoring over like a Zoom call like this? Do you get assignments? Do you help guide kids? And what are the age ranges as well?
Yes, absolutely. So the interesting thing about coaching is that it's not quite tutoring. As a tutor, I would sit with the kids literally with their homework, help them get through the problems. Coaching is more about strategy, talking big picture. How are we going to approach this thing so that you can get it done on your own? That is more so the strategy. So say a perfect candidate for coaching, we've had clients come in who are struggling in certain classes and can't really figure out what's going on. We don't necessarily look at the homework or the tests per se, but we instead say, okay, what's happening in this situation as a whole? What are some things that this teen can do to advocate for themselves, to make this experience that is hard right now a little bit easier? And so that's kind of what we focus on in coaching, is giving the teen the skills and the strategies to put into action to change situations for themselves and their own lives. And that age range, again, is middle school all the way through college. We've had grad students as well. That's the wonderful thing about youth coaching, is that the spectrum can be quite large. We often think that 18-year-olds are kick them out of the nest and go on and how to be an adult and have it figured out. And that's not really true. And so we make space for that. It's make space for older teens and emerging adults to come to coaching to figure out how they want to navigate their lives as an independent, autonomous adult.
Great. That's awesome. Can we talk about specifics about some of the people you're helping and what you've helped them accomplish and the things that, people out there might say, well, my teen has this problem or it needs this type of guidance. Could you give us some more examples?
Absolutely. So one client that I can think of was a client in college, and they came to me burnt out. They were senior year, had gotten through the other 4 years, went to a super rigorous college, a very, good student, cared, but they were in their fall and they had the career path, that they had to choose ahead of them. They had big exams to finish as a senior, and they came to coaching saying, you know what? I don't have the motivation to do any of this. Yeah. I am so burnt out. And I'll tell you, Jill, that is really what a lot of the clients that we see, we're dealing with burnout. Maybe it's academic burnout. Like I've worked very, very hard and there's still a massive academic mountain in front of me that I have to climb, and I don't have to climb it. Or career. I've started this career, I'm 2 years in, but my heart's not here and I don't feel like I'm performing very well. So those are two types of burnout that often people come to seek coaching for. But with this specific client, she was facing academic burnout. And the question for her was, how was she going to get through the next 8 months? How was she going to be able to cross that line with her bachelor's degree in hand, complete the thing that she had worked so hard for? So what we worked on in coaching was figuring out why she felt that way. We went into her history. She told me about how long she had been performing, how much she had expected of herself. She graduated high school and then she went to a pre-college program in the summer. Didn't even take the summer off before going into school. So getting that client to understand, wow, I've really maxed out my capacity. I didn't notice because I've been going, but coaching gives you the space to stop and take a look around and see everything that's been going on. So once the teen had an understanding of that context, it's wow, okay, now I get why I'm burned out. Now I understand why I have no motivation. Then the question becomes, okay, well, what can I do to get back to the person I was, the person I want to be? And that's where we start focusing on the resilience building part with our teens, developing those skills and tools that they can use to better their lives. And with burnout, guess what it starts with? Self-care. That is the start to healing from burnout, building that resilience to develop capacity. It is self-care. And it's so funny. My teens often don't like hearing this. They're like, what do you mean? Like, there's no quick fix. Like, I can't find an easier. And no, the thing is, right, we've burnt out. We're a train. We've been on the track. We've lost our wheels and now we're stopped. And the way that we get ourselves back together is by putting our pieces back together, by taking the time to figure out, okay, what's missing for me and filling it in, whether that's I'm not getting enough sleep or I'm not really hanging out with people right now. I haven't done anything fun. Like I want to go and have an adventure, do something fun to make my life a little bit better. Figuring out what's missing and then filling in those pieces so that you can get that feeling of being rejuvenated, replenished.
I love your energy. You got great energy.
Oh,
my goodness.
Thank you so much.
Yeah.
I appreciate it. Thank you. Yeah, it's
great.
just
the kids can clearly benefit from this. They need someone like you.
Yes, and it's because I went through it as a teen myself.
Tell me. Perfect. Tell us.
Yes, being a teen and not having this. I too was a super high performing kid. I did very well in school. I was very driven and motivated. It was expected of me to go to college. I expected that of myself as well, but I didn't listen to my mind and my body when it was telling me it was burnt out. I kept going. I kept staying up, doing the late nights. I kept living on coffee. Isolating myself, right. That's real. Yeah. And so I realized I got to a point where I was past college. I was able to make it past college, but I went into journalism. And as you know, journalism is an amazing career, but it's also very intense. You're dealing with people as, you know, they go through either the most amazing or the most tragic thing that has happened in their lives. And that's a very intense thing to navigate. And I was navigating that with very little energy left because of how burnt out I was from college. And so as I was doing my work as a journalist, I noticed physically just how fatigued and tired I would feel. And just it started taking a real toll on my mental and physical health. And so me stepping away from journalism was an opportunity for me to say to myself, okay, what do I need for me to live the life that I want? And so that's why I'm so passionate about coaching, because I've been coached, because I have a coach. Every coach should have a coach. And so I know what it's like to have the space to process these things, to slow down, to say, okay, what do I need and how do I meet my needs, answer myself, and having a non-judgmental, compassionate accountability partner along your side. And as I was being coached in my mid-20s, I was like, geez, I could have used this at 16.
Right? Yes.
Yeah, I was like, wow. So, you know, for me, becoming a youth life coach just made total sense after that.
Oh, wow. Amazing. Well, thank you for sharing some of that. We still have a good 8 minutes left here in the show. So what else in particular do you want to share? Any other client experiences or stories or things that we could benefit from for sure?
Yes, absolutely. I was thinking I would talk a little bit about what lessons I take into coaching from journalism. And I think the cool thing about coaching is that everybody can be their own coach, right? We can all learn the tools and tricks and tips and strategies to try and make our lives a bit better. And we can start that for ourselves. So I thought of 3 things that I noticed really translated well from journalism to coaching, 3 things that might be able to make other people's lives better as well, especially when they're dealing with relationships with other people. And the first thing, my first takeaway was the power of listening. Listening is key, especially as a journalist, right? We're trying to remember the details of everybody's stories, and even more so as a coach, because this person is coming to us. This is a safe space where they're telling us what they're dealing with, and it could be very emotionally difficult. So being there to really listen, not for the sake of listening, but for the sake of understanding, for the sake of really trying to empathize with the person is going through. And this is what we would strive to do in our day-to-day lives. A lot of the time, we're trained in everyday life to just listen for how things affect us, right? But the challenge and what I've learned from journalism and from coaching is to try and listen in a deeper way, because you might learn more about the person and their situation, and you might be able to better respond to what they need when you're really listening, right? As a coach, it takes me really making sure that I remember the parts of the story that people are telling me so that I can ask them questions to expand their awareness on those situations. And it's actually a great segue into the next one, which is ask powerful questions.
Yeah, which you're great at.
Powerful questions is the sauce, really, especially as a journalist, to get answers that, you know, often we need, especially in politics, education, government, but especially as a coach, because people are coming to coaching to gain a perspective that they otherwise wouldn't get on their own. So it takes asking really open-ended questions that are pointed at their experience to allow them to kind of sit back and think about you know, their situation from a different perspective. So those questions usually start with what or how or why. Like, what would make life better for you right now? What would be your ideal vision of your life in 5-10 years? Allowing somebody to think about that gives them the opportunity to hope, to feel, oh, this is what I would love to have. And then we use that hope. We use that, you know, the hope that's anchored by that question to say, okay, well, what steps can we take today and tomorrow and the next time we meet to get you closer to that dream.
Yeah.
So it goes along really well with the listening, being able to just ask questions that help people think deeper about themselves and their circumstances. And how can we use this in everyday life? Well, if we're trying to have meaningful conversations and get to know people a little bit better, powerful questions are the way. Try asking a question that starts with why, or why did you decide to do this thing?
Who,
or
what, where, when, why.
Exactly. Yes.
Typical
How to
press
make it
release,
happen.
right? Yes.
That's right. That's right. And the last one is that resources matter. As a journalist, we're a resource for our community. We're where people get information so that they can go about living their lives. As a coach, we are a resource for our client. We are what we call a scaffold. We are the bridge, and they use us and that space and the tools that they're able to develop to get from one side to the other. And one thing I was able to realize as a journalist is just, and especially working with communities and injustice, is just how valuable it is to have resources, to have people who understand social emotional learning, who can give kids who are low resourced opportunities to learn things that they wouldn't otherwise get the chance to learn. So that's one of my passions as a coach is making coaching accessible, because everybody deserves this kind of knowledge. Everybody deserves to understand that self-compassion over guilting and shaming oneself is the way to move forward. All of these tips and tricks that you learn in coaching, everybody could benefit from. So resources really matter. And I think the public way, the way that everybody in their everyday life could apply that one, is just take inventory of, what you have around you. And if you ever have somebody saying, hey, I need, if it's coaching or mental health services, or even if it's just a reference for like a great hotel to stay in, a couple of states over, it's always great to share your knowledge, share what you have so that other people can have good experiences with what you've learned and gained. Those are, I think, the three major takeaways that I gained from journalism and using coaching, and we could use in everyday life as well.
Beautifully said. Great job.
Thank
Awesome.
you.
Awesome. Let us know how we can reach out to you. Could you share, besides the website, phone number, social media pages, any way that we can contact you guys?
Absolutely. So our website is www.myteenlifecoach.com.
Okay.
You can call us at 770-235-8202. Our social media page is at My Teen Life Coach on Instagram. We post a lot of stuff there, just helpful tips. We have groups, mastermind groups for parents who are parenting teens and would love to get some support. So make sure you go and check out those resources to see if there's a way that we can make your teen's life a bit better, or give you some support as a parent if you're going through, raising kids, which isn't always sunshine and rainbows.
You don't have any kids yet, do you?
No, but I have a brother and I grew up in a large family. So I remember what it's like.
Liesl has what? Liesl has 3?
Yes, Liesl has 3 awesome kids of her own. So
and I got 2.
All about
soon. I'm working on a 5 and 7. They're going to be teenagers soon.
Yes.
All right. Well, send my regards to her. Fantastic job. And looking forward to next week. We'll be back in touch then.
Absolutely. Yes. Sounds
perfect.
Great.
Thank you so much, Cameron. You have a great day. Thank you. And to all of our listeners and viewers, stay tuned. More of the show is on the way.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
when I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, I mean, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's just going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
So I have a question for everybody. You ever find yourself just not having enough time in the day to get things done? You just try, Post-it notes all over the place. I'm not kidding about this, but today I was going to go to Staples and buy a whiteboard and put it up on the wall and start writing stuff down because the Post-it notes aren't working. I have like 5 different apps I put things in. I still have a stack of things that need to get done. We're going to talk about that today and help you get stuff done. And that's courtesy of your life coach. He is Tom Marino. Hey, Tom, welcome back.
Hey, Steve. Thank you for having me back. How's everything going?
It's good. The one thing that I did remember to do was to hook up with you today. So that
there you go. You got something done today, right? It's all about getting stuff done. And that's the thing that, I've been spending a lot of time. People are struggling to get stuff done. People are overwhelmed and distracted, and they become so overwhelmed that they lose the clarity on what actually needs to get done. So, that's what we'll definitely talk about. We're going to talk about 10 steps to getting it done. I'll leave the expletive out, but you can check it out on my LinkedIn page. Find Tom Marino on LinkedIn, and you could see the post from today actually, and we could talk a little bit more about that.
I find myself forgetting things too, and fortunately I'm busy, so that's good. There's a lot going on, but it drives me crazy when I get an email. Hey, are you going to send that over? I'm like, that was like 4 days ago, and how did I forget about that? And all the methods that I'm using, they're not working. So let's lay it down, the 10 steps to getting stuff done.
All right. So 10 steps. So the first one let's talk about is stop seeking perfection and focus on progress. Make progress, right? A lot of people get distracted by their need for perfection and to get things perfectly done, because if it can't be done perfectly, it shouldn't be done at all. And perfection is actually the enemy of progress, right? Perfectionism is always in the way of us getting something done that we know we need to get done, right? I remember when I was working, I had a boss, and she had asked me for this Excel spreadsheet, and I like to organize my Excel spreadsheets in a certain way. They need to be perfect. They need to have these different things. And I was focused on the perfectionism. And she said, is this spreadsheet ready yet? And I said, yeah, it'll be ready by the end of today. I just need to make a few tweaks. And she said to me, Tom, is it good enough? Is it good enough? And I said, yeah, it's good enough. It's not perfect. It's good enough. Sometimes we have to be good with good enough. Sometimes we have to be so focused on it's good enough. We don't need to get to that perfect state because that doesn't exist.
But think about this for a second. Her good enough is perfection potentially. So
correct.
We'll just do it.
Exactly. It's like, because perfection is in the eye of the beholder, right?
Yep.
What we see as perfect is subjective. It's completely subjective. So if you are focused on your own perfectionism, it's better just to see it as good enough, hand it off. And if it needs to be changed, then you come back and you change it, right?
Yeah.
But it's better to just mark it done, get it moving on, getting to where you need to be, and not be so focused on the perfection pieces. Perfectionism.
I won't even admit, and I'm afraid to admit this, but I'll put off sending emails because I want to think about them and make them worded just right when I should just.
Right. Well, that goes with anything. That goes with anything. It's so easy to change things today, right? I mean, it's not the day of the typewriter where you got to pull out a paper and you got to get the white out and you're typing, right? And you got to redo it. Like, we have so many things right at our fingertips that we forget that if something is not perfect or our standard of perfection, that it could be easily changed. And we need to really focus on that anything could be changed. It could be updated. Like I did a post and somebody said, you should really do this as a carousel. And I said, okay, I pulled it down and I'm going to go back and I'm going to do it because that was good feedback and good insight and will make it better for people who are reading it. And I want people to read it, right? So I thought it was perfect the way I did it, but somebody had a different perspective and I was willing to say, okay, I could change that. So that to me is still making progress, right? I took another step closer to getting my ultimate goal achieved, which is to make sure people are reading that post, that they're digesting it. So if you are focused on perfection, you're not always open to changing things. You think it's perfect, you can become stubborn, right? And those things all start to get in your way of getting the stuff done that you need to get done.
Yep.
So that's number one. Stop trying to be perfect.
Gotcha.
A lot of people will procrastinate when they want to be perfect, right? You procrastinate on a lot of things because if you don't see it being done right, why do it at all? So the next step, the next thing in my 10 things is procrastinate on things that have no consequences, right? Put off the things that have no consequences and only focus on the things that have consequences, right? So what are your must-dos for today? What must you absolutely get done? Do not procrastinate on that. Get it done. Watching TV, scrolling through social media, making a phone call to somebody you haven't spoken to in a while. If you have other things that are priorities that have much more dire consequence, procrastinate on the TV watching, procrastinate on the social media, procrastinate on that other stuff, because you can redirect your procrastination, right? We all procrastinate on something. But in the newer perspective, it's procrastinating on that thing that doesn't have a consequence. Gotcha. Put off that thing and focus on the thing that's really important to you. So that's step number 2. Number 3, set boundaries and expectations. Right? We talked about this last week about the importance of setting boundaries and having clear expectations. When you're trying to work on something, if you don't have good expectations, if you don't have clear expectations of what you need to get done, what other people need to respect that you're working on and getting it done, you're not going to get it done. If you don't set up that boundary or that time block to get that work done, it's not going to get done.
It's so true. And you have to set the expectations for yourself of not being a perfectionist. Back to number
Correct. 1. Right. Going right back to number 1.
Yeah.
And those boundaries, expectations are, don't be perfect. You don't have to be perfect. Is it good enough? That's a good boundary, right? 2 is procrastinate on other stuff, right?
Yep.
That's the other important boundary. And then 3 is saying yes to things that you should be saying yes to, right? That's a really important boundary to set up for yourself, is learn how to say no better. Because one of the things that stops people from getting things done, they're working on things that they should not have said yes to, right? Things that they should have said no to. So eliminate a lot of those distractions, which is the 4th step thing in my 10 steps, is get rid of those distractions, right? So don't get distracted by people. Don't get distracted by having multiple computer screens open at one time, right? When you're working on email, work on email. When you're working on writing a document, only have that document open. When you're working on a spreadsheet, only have that spreadsheet open. When you're having a call with someone, only have that screen open, so that you're not distracted from the other things, or you can't get done what you need to get done. And that's really important, because distractions is what leads to further procrastination, right? When we get distractions, something more fun pops up, let me do that, right? That only causes more procrastination to take place.
It's amazing how all of these are intertwined and how they're all connected to each other.
Right.
I do just what you're saying. I am more now than ever being busier now. I find myself being distracted. And then every once in a while, it's like overload, Spotify. Let me find a song I want. And I don't think that's a bad thing to have music in the background. It kind of motivates you, moves you along, but.
Right. And how distracted are we right? How many times do you go to your phone to go to an app and you forget which app you wanted to go to or what thing you were going to just look up, right? Because the distraction is just constant distraction, right? We don't have long attention spans with the amount of stuff that's coming at us all of the time. The amount of information, the amount of different apps, the different technologies, all of that stuff is reducing our attention span. So eliminating distractions as best as possible is going to help you to get more done. Yeah. That's the bottom line.
And let's even add to that, when you're working, don't text. Unless it's important, because all during the day, here we go. Let's you know what? Let me just reply. And it's just not, it's just killing. You don't realize how much time, and it's not even about the time, right, Tom? It's about the distraction and the refocus. So you just took that second, the train got off the tracks of what you were doing. They got to get the train back on the tracks.
Right. And you change your focus and you lose your focus much more easily. That's why I say when you're working on something, hide your phone somewhere, throw it in a drawer. Don't look at it. Don't have it in front of you, because if it's there, it only becomes this massive distractor. I mean, how many times are you sitting in a meeting with people, like everybody is on their phones, like meetings, I remember a boss saying to me, put your phones away. We're here. We're focused on each other. It doesn't matter what's happening there. If there's hella high water, they'll figure it out, right? But that's the thing that we forget to do is to eliminate those simple distractions. We are glued to our phones. We all have phone addiction, right? Every minute we're on the phone. Every minute that we have free from the computer, what do? We go on our phone. Mm-hmm. Every minute that we stop watching television, we go to our phone. We are phone addicts. And it really is a big distraction. And if you can I tell people to take weekend breaks, like have phone breaks, like just go and put your stuff away. Just spend time away from that, whether it's an hour or it's 8 hours. Take that break sometimes. We need that. We need that for clarity. We need to get out of that, because that only pervades this idea of the busy badge, right? That we're busy. We have all these things to respond to. And busy, I'm eliminating busy from my vocabulary, Steve. I am no longer busy. I am productive. Yeah. I am productive. I am focused on making progress and being more productive. And the more I can eliminate that busy word from my vocabulary, the better I feel. I don't feel as negative and less overwhelmed. That's the best part about it, is when we say we're productive versus saying we're busy. Don't you feel different? Don't you get a different sense?
Without a doubt. And the image of busy, even when you think back to maybe a cartoon analogy, is like, doesn't mean you're being productive. Right?
Exactly. Busy is not productive. And that's another step in the process in this getting things done, is make sure that you do one thing at a time. I did a post earlier this week that only 2% of people can multitask. That means the other 98% of us can't.
And they've done research where it's been proven that women can multitask better than men.
Correct. And multitasking is not good. Multitasking only leads to more open items. It only leads to more stress. It leads to more anxiety and more overwhelm, and it promotes that busy badge even further. If you do one thing at a time, you will be more productive. You will get more stuff done, right? Spend 30 minutes completely focused on the one thing you're doing. You will feel like you accomplished something that took 8 hours to do previously with all your multitasking. We've got to focus on getting one thing done at a time. We try to do too many things at once. It leaves the can wide open, and it really only makes us all have attention deficit, right? I mean, we talk about, I talk to people all the time. We're like, oh, I have attention deficit. I have attention deficit. Everybody has a form of attention deficit because we're distracted. And our attention is constantly being pulled at other places. Push notifications on your phone. Those are dangerous. Turn those all off.
It's true.
Push notifications are just a distraction that you keep setting up for yourself. So if you're going to get stuff done, you don't need that distraction.
I don't even know that Quick Check has sandwiches at 10% off today.
Exactly. Right. Do I really need to know right now that so-and-so died, when CNN announces that so-and-so died and like, do I need to know that? Do I need that alert really? Is that really important news for what I'm doing, right? This is what I'm talking about. We get distracted easily, but if you're focusing on one thing at a time, you're going to be much more productive and get stuff done, right? The other thing is the goals that we set. We need to make very specific goals. I always subscribe to the SMART model: specific, measurable, achievable, realistic, and time-bound, right? That's the SMART acronym. And the more specific a goal, the less likely you are to procrastinate on it. A lot of people make very vague goals, right? New Year's resolutions are vague goals. I want to lose weight. Okay, great. That's so vague. That's not motivating. That's not, well, I want to lose 20 pounds in the next 30 days. Well, that's a much different, more concrete, much more specific goal, right? But when we don't have specific goals, we procrastinate. So evaluate how specific your goals are. Evaluate how much you are focused on what the outcome is going to be for you, right? So when does it have to happen by? How are you going to know it happened? How specific was it to start? And then the other thing to follow up to the setting the specific goal is create a plan, right? Because if you fail to plan, what happens? You plan to fail, right? And we have to have a plan. We have to have action steps that we are going to work toward. That's your to-do list every day. Your to-do list should always be based on what your goal is. If you're not doing what the action steps to getting to your goal, you're not going to achieve that goal.
It's interesting as you present that, you think about it, your plan, make a plan as if somebody else was going to do it. You're doing it, but then it's going to be more detailed and you're more focused on it.
Exactly. That is a great point. I love that. That is an excellent point. If you make a plan, ask yourself that question: can somebody else carry this out? And if they can't carry it out, that means it's not specific enough. I love that. I love that. Steve, see, you're coaching me here. Look at that.
And you know what? It might sound kind of detail oriented, but I think it'll make you focus more. Oh, wait a minute. I got five steps to whatever this task is.
Right.
Number 4, I got to focus on that, and I'm going to put everything out of the way.
Right.
Yeah, sometimes, but you know what? Now I have to get the whiteboard that I mentioned before to put that
right.
Plan that out.
Right. And that's the key, is making a really good, solid, detailed plan. The more detailed action, like I always love when people say, I want to exercise 3 days a week. I always ask the question, well, how many days a week do you exercise now? And I go, oh, I exercise 1 day a week. Okay, is 3 days realistic right off the bat?
Mm-hmm.
Why don't we just increase to 2? Start small, right? My favorite is I want to work out 3 days a week. Do you exercise now? No. I've never been to the gym. I have no idea. Like, okay, is that realistic right now? No. So what's an action step that you can take towards getting there? Well, let's start simple. Do you have workout clothes? Do you have something to work out in, right? That's a very specific detail. It's something we take for granted, right? Oh, if I'm going to go to the gym, I'll change into workout clothes. But do you have workout clothes? Do you have sneakers? Do you have what you need? Do you have the right equipment to get you started to working out 3 days a week? Because if you've never worked out and you've never gone to the gym 3 days a week, how are you going to get there if you don't have the workout clothes, right? That's the thing. Like it's a very specific detail. But if I want to work out 3 days a week, which is a very specific goal, right? I have to have a very specific detail to support that goal, especially if I've never done that before.
And that's like set aside the time. When are you planning to go?
Right, exactly. That's the next question is what 3 days would work best for you, right? What are going to be the best optimal times for you to go, right? So those are the action steps, is making the plan, reinforcing the plan, being specific in the plan. When are you going to go to the gym? Is Monday, Wednesday, Friday realistic, or is it really the weekend that's realistic? And then how do you incorporate a day during the week so that you can get your 3 days in, Saturday, Sunday, and which day of the week is going to work best for you? What's the day you come home earliest from your job? What's the day you have more availability, right? It's getting to those details and making those plans so that they're achievable. But if you don't break it down that way, what happens?
Yep. Doesn't get done.
Doesn't get done. doesn't get done. But that's with anything. It's like cooking, right? If you don't follow the specific recipe, if you don't do things in the order of the recipe, or you don't put the right ingredients into that recipe, it doesn't taste good. It's the same thing. We've got to think of every goal we set, there has to be a recipe and there has to be key ingredients for that goal. And if you're not thinking that specifically, you're going to have a very difficult time getting that stuff done. So that's really important.
We're doing the 10 steps to getting stuff done, and we're with life coach Tom Marino. You can check him out at monarchlifecoaching.com. What are we up to now? I lost track. 5, 6, where are we at?
We're actually at 8.
We're already
actually
okay.
We're flying through these, Steve.
Wow.
We're flying through them. So the 8th one is get out of your own way. It's not about you. How many times do we go to get something done and I go, I can't do this. I'm not qualified to do this. I'm an imposter. I'm not going to be able to do this. Get out of your own way. Stop being your own limiting belief, right? The beliefs that we have about ourselves and some of our abilities and capabilities will stop us from getting things done, right? Because it's another form of procrastination. It's another thing that, it's a way of thinking that gets in our way. It's not always about you. If your colleagues are doing something, people are working on something, and they didn't include you in it, or they didn't ask for your opinion on it, just stay focused on the work and not worry about what they said or didn't say, or it's not about you. It's not your issue. Focus on the things that are your issues, the things that you need to get done. Focus on it being about something outside of you, because that becomes a distraction. The emotions that are involved, right? You get assigned something from your boss, from your spouse, your honey-do list, whatever. There's always something you don't want to do, right? And you get emotional about not wanting to do that thing. But if you can separate the emotion from it and recognize that it's not about you, you're going to get it done much faster than fighting it and being resistant to it, right? Resistance is that getting you out of your own way that I'm really talking about. It's getting past the resistance to doing something, right? That may be unpleasant, that may not be the funnest thing to do. But if you think about it in the context of it's not about me, it's just about the task, you're going to get it done faster.
Yep. And what you said before, Tom, imposter syndrome.
Yes.
People nowadays suffer from it, meaning that they don't feel that they can do the job. They're kind of like fudging it along. I feel that if you were given the opportunity to do something, you probably can do it. Otherwise, you wouldn't be given that opportunity.
Absolutely. And that's what you have to see. Sometimes when you get an assignment from someone that you've never done before, you have to look at it. It's an opportunity to learn. Yes. And they're just testing to see what you're capable of. So don't hem and haw all the way through it. See it as an opportunity to grow. See it as an opportunity to learn. And when you're not sure, ask questions, right? We don't have to do it all ourselves. It's not about us, right? It's not just about us. It's about asking the questions and learning and taking on a different part of the process.
Well, it's almost as if somebody asked you, Tom, we need somebody at 3 p.m. today to do open heart surgery. What do you think? Nobody's going to ask you to do that because they know your capabilities. So maybe they're going to ask you, hey, how can I get stuff done during the day? You're a life coach. Tell me. It's in your wheelhouse because people know, and they're not going to give you that responsibility or that opportunity unless you probably can do it. You can probably.
Correct. Absolutely. So that's really important is recognizing that you have limitations, but don't let your self limitations get in the way of getting stuff done. Push the envelope, try something, do something different. The 9th thing is make time to exercise, rest, and have fun.
Yeah.
Right. You have to focus on self-care. You need those moments to be able to have clarity. If you don't go and have fun, like last night was St. Patrick's Day, right? I would have seen clients like any other Thursday night, but friends of ours decided to have a party. So we went, right? That was more important because now I'm set for today. I'm clear today. I can see what I need to do for the day, and I can attack it with a different energy, with a different vigor, because I took time to have fun last night.
Your friends.
And to be social and be with my friends, right? That's what it's about, is taking the time to rest. I didn't exercise this morning because I already exercised 3 days this week. Tomorrow is my exercise day again. I'm making time for that. I will attack it. I will do it. But I went for the walk. I took my dog for a walk, right? So I still was active, right? And I enjoy myself. And it gives me time to think when I do those kinds of things. And that's what I love about exercise is it's productive. It's mind, body, and soul, right? It works for everything. You get clarity all around. And that's what's really important.
I'll bet you that you probably come up with some of your best ideas while you were just walking.
Oh, absolutely. That's where this post came from. That's where these 10 things came from. I was thinking about it. I was like, I have a clear space to think. And the last thing is stop overthinking. Just do it. Don't overthink it. John Acuff wrote in his book, Soundtracks, overthinking is when what you think gets in the way of what you want. It's the first line of chapter 1 of that book. Overthinking is when what you think gets in the way of what you want. If you want to do something, if you want to go after it and you want to get it done, stop overthinking. It doesn't have to be perfect. It doesn't have to work out the first time around. Take the action step and just do it. Just do it. And that's so easily said. But you know how hard that is for so many people? They say, I'm overthinking it. You're right. I'm overthinking it. Stop overthinking it. Just do it. Just go and do it. Whatever comes out, and you'll deal with the consequences of it. But if you don't do that, you may never have consequences to try to figure it out. You may never learn because you just held yourself back from not doing it. So just go out and do it. Stop overthinking. Those are your 10 steps to get things done.
Perfect timing, because we're just about out of time. And
awesome.
Every single one. Now go back to step number 1, rinse and repeat. And don't.
Correct.
Yeah, that's awesome.
Absolutely.
Tell everybody what you do. You're a life coach.
I'm a life coach, success strategy coach. I really work on helping people to bridge the gaps between their personal and professional lives. You can reach out to me at tommarino.com. I have a ton of information out there. Read plenty of helpful tips. My website is full of stuff. You can follow me on Instagram at Tom Marino Coaching. Just let me know if you need help. I'm here to help you. I want to hear from you. I want to DM me overthinking on Instagram today, and we can talk about what you're overthinking and hold you accountable. If you want accountability, I'm your guy to help you move forward and hold you accountable so that you can achieve the goals that you want.
I love it. And I'm thinking right now about overthinking, all the things I overthink. And I don't want to say I hate myself for doing it, because we all do it, but it's just, it's almost like you just got to groom yourself. It's the habits of changing what you do. Tom, always great talking with you. I really appreciate it.
Same here, Steve. I appreciate the time, and it was good to see you again.
You too. All right.
All right.
Thanks, Tom.
Take care.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you can now listen live on the MyTuner Radio and online Radio Box apps for iOS, Android, and the Amazon App Store. Or check us out online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com or search Podcast Business News Network on onlineradiobox.com/US so you don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network. So excited to have Dr. Mary Oz here joining us and a lot of her crew as well. For those listeners out there, we're also live on Zoom today. Welcome, everyone. How are we?
Great. Doing great.
Wonderful. Fellow Long Islanders, most of you all. So, Dr. Mary, please introduce yourself to our listeners today and tell us a little bit about your company.
Sure. I'm Dr. Mary Oz, and this is our Radical Change coaching team. And I love them and I'm proud of them. And we are on a mission to build a team of 25 Radical Change coaches who know how to help people change their lives in really big ways, not the little, not just reach goals, but really change and be their best selves and have the most amazing relationships and lives they can possibly have.
Perfect. Well, it's exciting to have you here. And just so we can get started, though, Mary, tell us a little bit about your background, yourself, and what made you start this amazing coaching company and team like this.
Sure. I am a licensed certified social worker, and I have been for the last 33 years. And I just love helping people and getting people out of pain. But somewhere along my journey as a therapist, I discovered life coaching. And I found that life coaching has a whole different life to it. And I kind of cross-trained, and somewhere in between that cross-training and being a therapist, I became the founder of Radical Change Coaching Academy. And I'm able to teach everyday people that don't have a therapy degree or coaching experience how to change people's lives with a particular coaching system.
Wonderful. And the website where we can find out more information about you and the team is drmaryoz.com, correct?
Yes, that's correct.
Perfect. I say we introduce everyone here and say hello. So where do we start? Who would you like to bring on first?
I mean, Tara's right there on top. So
I'm not sure if you're seeing the people the way I am. So hello, Coach Tara White. Tell us a little bit about yourself, if you don't mind, and tell us about what you do specifically to help change people's lives.
Sure. Hi, Tara White. Nice to meet everyone. I am living in Canada. So I'm the international coach on this team. And I found Dr. Mary about a year and a half ago through Ho'oponopono. And I've done a lot of other self-help and coaching and different types of training before I found her. And in all honesty, like, this training has just blown me away. I've totally loved it. So when I had the chance to join her team, I was like, yes, please, I want to be on this team. So just the tools that she has, I started off using them on myself, and it's helped me in so many ways on, things from childhood that I was carrying around to just everyday things as well. And I find I always go back to one of the tools. So I still use it today, and I feel like I'm at the healthiest version of myself today. And I love when I meet someone and I can really relate to where they're coming from with, something they need to let go of or something they're really trying to do with their lives, and just helping them find that same switch and make that change so that they really can be the best version of themselves and really have that chance to achieve whatever they want to achieve in their life. So.
Great. Well, you mentioned some of the tools that you learned and techniques. Would you mind sharing a little bit further about you, if you don't mind, to get a little more personal?
Sure. Yeah, like the empowering triangle is one of my favorites. That, and then some of the energy work we do as well with Ho'oponopono, but I use that triangle a lot. And just like, for a funny example, I moved to this beautiful property almost a year ago, which has like 43 acres surrounded by woods. And once I got here, I developed this insane and irrational fear of the woods. So I spent like 7 months indoors because I was afraid to go out in the woods. And I just remembered like all the tools that I have. So I started using them. And now I'm out in the woods with my dogs. I try to get out a few times a week, and I'm really just finding the joy of this beautiful area I'm in. Yeah. And I'm like, I can't believe I locked myself up for 7 months being afraid of what was out in these woods, and my dogs are loving it. So yeah, just like something like that, I was able to use these tools. So I just know firsthand how amazing they are and how they apply to like any situation. So we can really do so much with them.
Great. Up next, I see Alana. Is it Alana Garone? Is that how I pronounce it, sweetheart?
Yes, that's it. Thank you.
Well, welcome. Pleasure to have you here. Would you mind sharing a little bit about yourself and tell us your role as a coach and what you specialize in?
Sure, absolutely. So I'm so happy to be here. Thank you for having us. And I'm a licensed clinical social worker, so I'm also a therapist. And when I came to Dr. Mary, I was really looking to further develop my skill set in helping people. And that's what this program has really helped me to do. And I think my specialty, I would say, is really doing deep dives with people. That's one of the things I love most about the work that we do, is really being able to go deep into my clients' minds and their hearts to understand them better, and ultimately to be able to understand their patterns and what's going to help them to feel better overall.
Great. Do you want to give any advice today to our viewers and listeners about the benefits of, coaching and of course, counseling with what you could do for them?
Sure. Yeah, there's so many, I think, different pieces of advice, but I think one place where everyone can probably start is just to start your day by giving yourself some encouraging words and really using your mind to support your day and support yourself in feeling relief, even if that's not good. If someone's in pain, they might not be able to feel great right away, but maybe they can find some relief by offering themselves some encouraging
positivity, mindset, clearly an important part. I'm sure you all would agree with that, right? And by the way, Alana, where are you based out of?
I'm on Long Island as well. So I work with clients remotely from home.
Perfect. Obviously. So the virtual business, all of you can help people anywhere around the world, right?
Yes, absolutely.
Exciting. All right. Next up, it's Robin Abatiello. Is that correct?
Yes. Thank you. Hi, everybody.
Hello.
Nice to be here.
Please share a little bit about yourself.
Thank you. So I found Dr. Mary through a program she was doing. She was up there. She was amazing. She definitely killed it. I knew I had to connect with this person. So I reached out, I connected with her. She took me on. It's been such an amazing ride. It's been, I guess, like 4 years now we've been together. I can't believe it. So many great tools to have the team together. It's just really awesome. So I focus on doing the radical change and also energy healing. So I tend to help people who have a lot of pain, a lot of stress, who are looking for like more focus in their life and looking for a little more success. So I really help on the energy side a lot.
And when you mention energy, are we talking a modality like Reiki, or what type of energy healing modalities do you use, Robin?
Yes, I have a whole big wide range of energy modalities I use, and I kind of combine them into one with the radical change coaching. So it's definitely helped me take people so much further, so much faster. So it's just so amazing.
Great. And any advice that you want to share for our listeners and viewers today about your services, and maybe how energy healing can help them specifically? What type of areas can you benefit from? I know there's a lot.
Yeah, there definitely is. Well, a lot of people going through stress and want to recover from pain, surgeries. I help a lot of people going through that. And especially with COVID, people are just stressed out over COVID. I've been really trying to focus and help people reduce that kind of stress. Something I would like to impart today would really be, don't give up no matter where you are, what your circumstances are. People are just so down right now, and you might not be able to see an answer or a way through what you're going through, but don't give up. That thing you're looking for, that right answer, that right healing is just right around the corner.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Yeah, the stress, the anxiety, the pain of loss and change. The past 2 years, it's been so hard for everyone. And now we're dealing with this war across the world, but it's affecting us in so many ways.
Exactly. And especially energetically.
Energetically, for real. Yeah. And besides prices, I mean, energy wise, everyone's mentality is off. And it's like, what's happening? We went through COVID, and now this is the next pandemic in a sense. But the one thing that pandemic has taught me with COVID is that now is the time. Now is the time to change. Be your best you. I have 2 little ones, 5 and 7, and I'm like, I want them to see the world. I want to travel. I want to save money. I want to do it now, because life is so darn precious. And that's my biggest motto. So I'll look at the positive to come out of the pandemic, and there'll be positive to come out of this unfortunate event somehow. I know there will be, because we're already seeing these people rally in Ukraine, and the love of their country and the love of themselves and helping the neighbors is just, I got goosebumps. Okay. So Sam Durante, I see you next to Robin. Is that correct? How I pronounce your name?
Yeah. Yes, that's it.
Great. Please introduce yourself to us.
Sure. I'm Sam. So I think I've known Dr. Mary the longest here. I've known her for 29 years, which is since the day I was born. And I've been part of Radical Change since the beginning. Just like Alana, I am a therapist as well as one of Dr. Mary's Radical Change coaches. I primarily work with children. So that's definitely been my passion from the beginning. I work with a lot of kids, helping them with anxiety, their mindset. I have a big passion for teaching kids about the law of attraction. and helping them really learn how to gather their mindset and understand the power of their thoughts.
And what age children do you normally work with, Sam?
The youngest I've worked with is probably 5.
Okay.
And then I go 5 up. So I see adults as well. I don't just do children, but children definitely have my heart, and that's where my passion is. Definitely.
Wait, is Dr. Mary mom, or am I jumping the gun here?
No, you are not jumping the gun. That's Dr. Mary's mom.
Okay, I didn't know. I'm just saying, like 29 years, there, my birthday. I'm like, it must be mom. How exciting. So she followed in your footsteps. Look at this. What an inspiration. That's wonderful that the two of you work together. And wow. Okay, Sam, let me ask you some other questions about the kids you help. Tell me in particular, what are some of the things that, the children are learning from you, and what are, advice that you want to share to our listeners today, parents that may be listening to their children?
Absolutely. I mean, in regards to what I mostly do with kids right now is there really aren't places for kids to learn and understand feelings, right? They go to school, they learn math, they learn social studies, they learn all these skills, but it is like a very important skill to know how to talk, identify, process your feelings. So a lot of the work too is I work with a lot of parents to help parents be able to allow kids to process and talk about their emotions. So that's a lot of big piece of my work.
And how hard the past 2 years with kids wearing masks,
Oh,
not being able to
gosh.
be in school, the social
Yeah.
factor and the anxiety and what it's done to them. I guess we're not even going to see the full effects until they're a little older now, but it's like society has changed so much, and it's just time to really try to better ourselves the best we can. Thank you, Sam. Craig, I want to meet you as well. It's Craig Colasante, correct?
That's correct. Thank you. And thank you for having me on. I appreciate it.
Well, thanks for being here with Dr. Mary and the whole team. Please introduce
Absolutely.
yourself. Tell us a little bit about what you do.
So I'm Coach Craig. I, believe it or not, met Dr. Mary in a remote healing modality weekend doing Ho'oponopono with Dr. Joe Vitale out in Wimberley, Texas. And we live 15 minutes from each other. We had no idea that we did. We had no idea that we were studying the same things. And when I went out there, I was really going out there to find somebody that I could learn from, because I was doing some coaching and I shouldn't have been doing coaching because I wasn't properly trained. So while I'm out there, I'm expecting I'm going to work with Dr. Joe, and this woman gets up on stage and does this talk, and it's Dr. Mary, and I'm just blown away. I'm like, oh my God, I need to train with this woman. I need to get involved in this program. And thank God I did, because it's the best program I ever met in my entire life and ever took. Helped me become a much better version of myself. And to talk like what Tara was talking about is like, we spent a lot of our training working on you first, right? Figuring you out first, figuring out what makes you tick, so that when we become coaches, we don't coach from our perspective. We have to coach from our client's perspective, right? So it was just amazing to finally see, like, who am I to tell somebody who's totally opposite of what I am in their needs and wants in life? Who am I to tell them my way? I have to get into their mindset and see the world the way they see it, and understand people so well that I can teach them how to better themselves through their lenses, right? And then you throw Ho'oponopono in there, which is a life changer. The needs are life changing. Like, I was taught all these life changing tools by Dr. Mary that it's like I have a huge toolbox to just help anybody anywhere. My main focus is couples. I do a lot of couple coaching, and it's just amazing to bring couples that are on the edge of divorce back to having the greatest relationships in the world. So to me, it's just been life-changing, not only for me, but for the people I get to give back to now. It's just wonderful. I love it. And look at the team we have. Like, if somebody says, oh, I have a child who's struggling, boom, we have Coach Sam. This is great. You can go see Sam. Oh, if somebody's in Canada, I need a coach. Oh, I got a coach up in Canada. I need some energy healing. I got an energy healer, right? We have a team that just, Alana's involved in it. Everybody's involved in it. And it's just like, we can reach out and just help each other out. And, anybody we can help, we can just give to one of our coaches or our therapists. And it's just, to me, it's an amazing group, and I love every minute of it.
Well, I could feel the energy here on the Zoom. And if you're listening out there, I mean, the smiles, the happiness, you could just tell good people. And there's a group of us here today, and you guys all have an amazing energy and clearly love what you do. And it just emanating here. And that says a lot. You guys are so eager to help so many people, and you offer so many different solutions. solutions. So Dr. Mary, let's go back to you for a second. There's a lot to what you all offer, and we met obviously some of your specialists who can help. What else is different and unique about your radical coaching program in a sense? Would you mind sharing a little bit more?
No, not at all. I really think the coaches really did well. So, one, I just want to highlight that I do believe we have a very unique training program where we're looking for the healthiest people to coach from, like Coach Craig said, a mindset where I don't want to give you advice that works for me. Just because it works for me, it doesn't mean it's right for you. So part of our system is to teach our coaches from day one. We're not really the experts. We just have something to share and teach so people can discover who are they at their natural selves, what are their natural needs and ways of being. And when we help them learn that, it's like you get this new set of glasses for your life and yourself. So we really do take this very unique, powerful system and teach it to our coaches. And then also just that we don't really just stop at coaching. What I found after 33 years as a therapist is you can have a conversation with someone and help them heal. You can put them in therapy for a year or 10 years and help them heal. But there always seems to be this leftover emotional block or trapped emotions. And that's when it's important to know about Ho'oponopono and the energy healing that Coach Robin talked about. And then we like to challenge you to go one place further, is once you really get that deeper healing, we want to teach you about something called self-responsibility. Like if you're not happy enough, if you're not healthy enough, if you're not in the right relationships, how could we use healing and the law of attraction to teach you how to get there? So it's really a very comprehensive program that we have.
And speaking of time, that was one of the questions I was going to ask. Normally, how long does it take to kind of change your behavior, change your pattern? But you're saying it could take minutes. I mean, it could take months. I guess it's different for everybody's body, everybody's situation, right?
Right. It is true. Sometimes our coaches are so trained so well that we can help a person in 1 session, 3 sessions, 5 sessions, 10 sessions. We also have a 90-day coaching healing program that a lot of clients come back and say, thank you for that program. Like it just reset me in life. But then this particular coaching certification program that everyone on this call has gone through, you come and spend a whole year with us. You spend a year with us. We get on these Monday night hot seat coaching calls that everyone loves. And we do some deep dives and some radical change in real time. So you're with us for a whole year when you're in that program.
And how does that work? Is it one-on-one through Zoom? Is it a group coaching program, or do you offer both?
So if you sign up for the program, the first thing you get is a set of 6 months of modules where I'm teaching you the system and the set of tools. And then the other part of the program, you show up 3 Mondays a month for a 90-minute hot seat coaching call. And that's live. And we actually do it on what's called free conference call, because sometimes people are sharing very vulnerable, tough stuff to share. And we prefer to do that over the phone because we find that people are able to heal better and be more vulnerable if they're not on Zoom.
Got it. Great. And what else do you want to share and enlighten us with today? I know there's a lot on your list and all the services that you do. My goodness. So I'll let you take the stage here. It is your show. So what else did you want us to focus on, Dr. Mary?
I guess I would really want our audience just to know, like, if you're struggling a little bit or you're struggling a lot, if you're interested in life coaching or therapy, like I know during COVID, it's hard to find a therapist, right? And maybe you never considered working with a life coach or
I've heard they're backed up for months. My girlfriend was talking to someone and her husband couldn't even get an appointment. So, but the truth is, and maybe you could just address that, the difference between a life coach and a counselor or a mental health practitioner, because you guys help in different ways. Could you just explain that clarification?
Sure. So for a therapist, you have to have a degree with a master's and you're a licensed certified social worker. And you've taken a lot of tests and put in a lot of school, and you are also connected to insurance companies. And usually therapists are working on resolving pain and problems. When you have a coach, most people use life coaches or radical change coaches. Like you're doing okay in life, but you just have to work through something like a relationship or a new goal or a business, or you want to make more money or lose weight. So usually life coaching is more proactive and goal oriented. I feel like with my team though, I've been really able to teach the radical change coaches to help with anxiety, sadness, mixed emotions, getting to know yourself better. So like if there are listeners that can't find a therapist, I would encourage them, try one of our coaches, because they don't have the degree, but they're delivering similar results that our therapists are delivering.
Got it. And everyone needs someone to hold their hand. You need a little bit of a cheerleader sometimes, and, we all walk a different walk, but my goodness, it's so much easier when you have someone's hand to hold. And can I just ask a question in regards maybe to Craig about like couples? Because you said you work a lot with couples. What have you seen the impact of the past 2 years of the pandemic couples? I've heard on the news, the domestic violence is up, divorce rates up. Are you seeing a lot of that? People like, hey, who are you? You're in my house. I don't even know you, but now we're home together working, we're homeschooling kids. There's a big dynamic and a shift that has happened with a lot of people not knowing their partner in a sense. Could you explain, your clients in a sense without using names, but people that have been affected by this and what notice, and maybe you can give us some tips or advice on that.
Absolutely. And you bring up a really good point, because normally, right, we get married, we bring children into the world, we have all these crazy things going on, and then kids grow up, they go to college, they leave, and now we're looking at each other. Now with COVID, that's come to the forefront a lot quicker, because now we're on top of each other 24/7. And it really comes down to teaching couples who each one in the relationship is. I teach the husband who he is, I teach the wife who she is. We get them to learn more about themselves than they've ever known, and then understand who they're in a relationship with, right? It's not simple, but once we use these tools, right, the ways of being and the needs that we call, and we teach them who they're married to and why they do the things they do, can you accept that person because they're different than you? And that's what it comes down to with relationships. You two decided to have a relationship together. You two decided to get married, whatever it is, right? However strong or weak the relationship is, when we are able to really narrow and pinpoint who you are, who your spouse is, and then teach them to be able to accept each other because you are different, then the relationships thrive. They absolutely thrive. And we have the tools to get them there pretty quickly, right? We can save some marriages sometimes in a session, right? Sometimes in 3 sessions, 5 sessions, 10 sessions. So it's just like, I just wish I could get these tools out to people even prior to marriage, right? It would be great, because then you know exactly what you're getting into. So it doesn't become a struggle down the road. And like Doc said, and everybody else on the call, we don't want people to suffer. We don't want people to be in pain. And there's this very unique system here that we teach that will show you, oh my God, this is why I do the things I do. Oh my God, this is why my wife or my husband does the things that he does or she does, right? And when you can pinpoint that and really teach them how to meet each other's needs, it just thrives. And these relationships, we've taken some people who were literally just about to sign divorce papers and turned it into the greatest relationship they've ever had. So it's to me, life-changing, really life-changing. And I just, again, I can't talk about it enough. I just love it, and I love helping people. It's just, what a great way to give back, right?
Great. Yeah. Well, thank you for sharing. Mary, what else did you want to add? I mean, there's so much that we can go down the road of, because I was reading on the website earlier, even like the example of someone, it was Sharon, I think her name was, about self-love, self-care, and, basically how radical change has helped them, and it can help in so many different ways, your program, clearly. But are there maybe some tips you want to share? What should we be doing every day? Just anyone who's listening today, let's just try to better ourselves in one little way. Do we wake up? Do we be thankful? Do we be grateful? Any positive affirmations? How do we get in that mindset? And not everybody can, and we need your help and guidance, but maybe a little tip or two we can walk away with today, in how to have a better morning and day for each and all of us.
I believe it really starts with self-awareness and self-acceptance. So a lot of what Craig was talking about, not only for marriages and relationships, but how we kind of bump up against people, they annoy us, we get mad at them, we want to control them, we blame them, we judge them, all that rough stuff. Like, if you really want to get out of that, you have to start with self-awareness and self-acceptance, right? And just being more self-aware, like, am I doing something here that I'm not paying attention to? Could change your whole day. If I'm really super mad at someone, another great question is, if somebody hurts me or I'm mad at them, it's like, what's the truth? Is this a reflection of me or is this a reflection of them? And if it's a reflection of them, you need to just let the hurt go and move on and have a great day. So we really do teach self-awareness, self-acceptance, greater self-care and self-love. You have to own your self-worth, and all of that will lead you to this place of what the heck is really self-responsibility? How do I have the best life possible? Because I'm responsible for my own thoughts and feelings.
Beautiful. Anyone else want to chime in?
I'll chime in real quick.
I was waiting.
Sorry, I can't help.
We knew Craig would go in.
Well, the only advice I could give to people is, and this isn't anybody's fault, but it is their responsibility, right? That's what they teach in Ho'oponopono.
Mm-hmm.
It's not your fault, but it's your responsibility to fix it. So if life is kind of running you, if you're defaulting to life, grab a coach, grab a therapist, because we can teach you how to design your life instead of defaulting, which is where I would imagine most of the people live life, from a default point of view, where it's a huge life changer when you understand you can design your life instead of just defaulting, right? So don't let life happen to you. Go get life.
Yep.
Beautiful.
Sam,
I was just gonna piggyback off Craig. Like, a lot of the times when I'm working with clients, I help them realize your work starts within, right? A lot of times people come to sessions and they're like, oh, my mother, oh, my children, oh, this, right? And they don't take that time to get to know them and to know who they are, why they have these thoughts, what triggers them. So the work starts within. The work starts with you. So that is the best place to start.
Great. Any
Sam,
other team
you don't
members?
say that. Can I just check with Sam? You don't say that about your mother, do you? Like,
oh, never. Never. My mom is the best. She never pisses me off.
Oh, that's great. That's great. Tara, Alana, Robin, you want to chime in here?
Sure. Yeah, I will. Exactly what Craig and Sam have both said as well, like really starting with yourself and getting that clarity about what it is you want in your life, the truth about what it is that's been holding you back, and really helping you break free of any limiting beliefs or unconscious conflicts that have stopped you from going after your goal. And then really just becoming the healthiest version of yourself, doing that life by design that Craig mentioned, really getting clear about what it is you want and being able to go after it and deciding. And also, like, for me, I know I wake up in the morning and I choose to live in joy. Like, that's my ultimate goal. I want to live in joy. So every day I'm like, my goal is to live in 95% joy today. And I don't always get there, but I'm always on my way there. So I live in much more joy now than I did even like 2 years ago. So, and I've had, like pretty good things in my life, but I just feel I'm at a much different level now because of this program, because of the support in the program and the tools and everything that I now have.
Great.
So.
Alana, Robin, we have a minute left on the clock. I apologize not to rush y'all, but in closing, what else would you say that, Dr. Mary's program here can do for our listeners today?
It can definitely bring you back to yourself, to your true self.
Great.
And really, I think I would just say the deep understanding, which is connected to that self-awareness piece that Dr. Mary said, really that deep understanding of yourself.
Great. Now, how can we contact you all? Give us the website and best forms of contact, if you don't mind.
So the website is drmaryoz.com, and the best phone number to reach us at is 1-833-447-CHANGE, CHANGE.
Beautiful. Thank you so much. Pleasure getting to know you all. Looking forward to working with you, and have a stellar day, and really enjoy the week. Thank you guys for all the positivity and uplifting.
Thank you, Jill.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you to the whole Radical Coaching team.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you can now listen live on the MyTuner Radio and online Radio Box apps for iOS, Android, and the Amazon App Store. Or check us out online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on onlineradiobox.com/US so you don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
So having a party, having a celebration, always a great time. You have friends, you have family. It's great to connect with people and the food and the memories. Planning those events, maybe not so much fun. And that's why we have somebody like Alice Victoria Mbui joining us, and she's with passioneventsdesign.com. And Alice, it's great to have you back with us. How's everything going?
Thank you, Steve. Everything is going well, and I hope you're doing great today.
Doing very well, yeah. And it's great to have you back. You always have great ideas, insight, creativity, and of course the passion to help people with their events and parties. So I'm thinking, since we are a month and a half away from graduation, why don't we talk about graduation parties and some of the things that people can do with those?
Sure, yes. So we are in the graduation season, and it's interesting because even graduation events needs to be scheduled ahead of time and planned so that you can have a great event. So for those who are in the last semester, of course, the first thing they can do is to find a location. It can be anywhere from your backyard. It can be like a small venue space or a regular venue space. It can be at the park of recreation. You just have to call the city from where you are and to make a reservations. At park recreations is cheaper if you're looking a way to save for your graduation party. Because I know they charge little than $25-$35 an hour.
Mm-hmm.
And some will do like flat fee of $150 for the day. So that is great. So, once you do that, you have your date picked, and please choose your date because there's tons of graduations that will happen, and you just don't want to schedule your party far from your graduation ceremony. So you can do that. And you can finalize your guest list, especially if it's in a venue you want to finalize so that you can get the right size venue for your party. So all of that is essential in the planning process.
I appreciate that advice. And yes, definitely start planning now, because to your point, Alice, you don't want to have the party far away from the graduation because you didn't pick the date well in advance. So now would be the time at least to get on that. And another thought that popped in my head, there are some fire departments that offer their party rooms for events, and many fire departments have really, really nice event rooms. You would be blown away at some of the fire departments. They put money into it. So some of those rooms are really nice, and a lot of times they offer them out to the community just to make some more revenue within the fire department. So just another thought. I have some friends that are involved in the fire service and have used that over the years. So just another place where you can have your party.
Yes, and it's great because in my city, I do some small events, in the fire department, social halls, and they are great to use. And they allow one host for the day. So that's where you really need to book ahead of time. And the great thing is if they give it to you for the day, you can come set up in the morning and just enjoy the space the entire day if you would
Yeah.
like.
And you know what? Another thought just popped in my head. Their kitchens are like many of them are like gourmet kitchens. So you can,
Yes,
you know, if
yes, I
you're gonna,
agree.
you hire a chef, and every department is different. Every city municipality is different. But some of them are really nice. So just throwing it out there. What about some of the themes for graduation parties? What have you done? What are you seeing? What's popular right now?
What's been popular right now, just a few of them. For the young ladies, is Smart Cookie, where they will have just like desserts theme, like cookies. So, a smart cookie is just, a smart young lady. So that theme has been going on, and also candy graduation, where they have cotton candy and a lot of goods, dessert goods. So that's another theme. And of course, the most popular ones is the college sport team theme, where they will take their favorite team and they will just make it like a sport event. So that's nice. And what was very, very popular for the past 2 years also was the backyard backyard party, where people were having the events in the backyard. So even we almost back to normal, there's still a request for backyard party.
Yeah, well, I think it's because COVID started that, but then it became cool.
Yes, it
Before
became
COVID, it
cool.
was like, I don't want to do a party in the backyard, Mom. We're not doing that. Now it's like, yeah, why don't we have one in the backyard? We have a backyard, we have space. We could just bring in somebody to plan the party, cater the party, and put the whole thing together. So yeah, one plus for COVID there. I know somebody did a graduation party a few years ago, and the theme was, I guess the best description, Hollywood. And what they did was they had people with cameras in front of the venue. And then when people pulled up, it almost looked like the paparazzi was taking pictures of everybody. And it had like, a red carpet. And it just had that theme of just like the Oscar night. Just another thought, a little more work on that one. But, if you have the budget and you want to do something totally different. Crazy question. Yes. This just popped in my head, Alice. When you mentioned the smart cookie party, gourmet cupcakes. I remember, I don't know, 5-6 years ago, they were very popular. Are they still?
Still.
Yeah? Okay.
Yes, that's another one. Still very popular.
Interesting.
So I there was 2 requests for that, and I'm sure there'll be more to do that tune.
I think why people love them so much, aside from them tasting delicious, is you can have a small cupcake and have more than one, so you can sample different flavors, right? Instead of a slice of cake, you're done. You've already done your thing.
Yes.
It's funny how things remain popular, but then we talked about within weddings, the chocolate fondue used to be a big thing like 15 years ago, and
Right.
according to what you told me, not really so much anymore. I'm sure COVID had a lot to do that with that.
Yes.
But yeah. What about weddings? Why don't we talk about weddings for a sec?
Sure.
Somebody to officiate the wedding. If you're planning the party, you would get the officiant and you would take care of all of that?
Yes. So as a planner, we have a list of officiants that you can choose from. And if you have your own officiant, that is great. So the officiant, sometimes some of them will offer pre-counseling for marriage. Some will just come for the day. But I really encourage all the brides and grooms, all the future brides and future grooms, to take advantage of the counseling, because marriage is a partnership. And it's important for both couples to know what can go in a marriage so that it can prepare you ahead of time. So pre-marriage counseling has become something now because seeing the rate of divorce going so high, so so people are looking to get some counseling so that they don't commit some of the mistake that others made, and just to have like a happy marriage.
Yep, totally understood. And especially after COVID, a lot of divorces took place or are taking place. With the pre-marriage counseling, Alice, how many sessions are usually required, or how many do couples typically go to? Do you know?
There's not a fixed requirement of sessions. Some people like to have pre-counseling for like 6 months before the event. Some just 3 sections. Yeah, so it all depends. But I would say if you're being offered like 6 month pre-counseling, take advantage of that. And for that, 1 hour a session, maybe it can be once a month. Yes, if you can find an hour once a month for that, I would say go for it. Go for it because there's advantages when it comes to the for the counseling, because during that counseling you will learn about open communication that you will carry on in your marriage, and then you will discuss the goals and for that benefit both of you. Things like that, questions like that will be open to both couples. Like couples, there's one doesn't want children, the other one wants children, so we need to make things clear before you can both move forward. So things like that, and all that is to prepare the couple to have a healthy marriage.
Yep, I totally agree with you. And it's a shame that that wasn't offered or suggested long ago. This is kind of a newer thing where it's kind of trendy, where that counseling is available and couples take advantage. And for couples that say, we're good, we don't do that. Well, do it because you love each other and you want to make your relationship that much better, and opening up the communication. And many times it's minimal cost, or if not free sometimes, for that counseling. We're getting instant feedback. You can reach us, instantfeedbacksteve@gmail.com. Shelly checks in from Raleigh, North Carolina, and she says, my mom is going to retire very soon, and we want to have a retirement party for her. Can you offer any suggestions? I'm looking for themes, ideas, anything you can offer.
Oh wow, that's great. I'm happy for all the hard work. Yeah, so that is definitely worth a celebration. That's like an achievement and service to the country, to whatever department she was working.
Sure.
Yes. Yeah. So there's there's a saying that always pops. He said, "Celebrate each other while we are alive." So I really like that. So for the theme, you can pick like I know somebody had a Wonderland theme, and like Chanel theme. So those are some of the themes that you can pick. And also depending on what she likes, like we did a 70th birthday party last year, and this woman loves makeup. She loves makeup, likes to look beautiful. So that was a theme. So we did the cake. The baker did cake design with some lipstick and makeup. So yeah, just find out with her what she likes, and from there you can pick the best selection.
I love that idea, and it's funny you brought a thought to my head. This is how it works, Alice. You're creative, and then you'll say something, and then I think of something. I know somebody that works for a high-end cosmetic line in a department store. She's been working there for years, and they have so many samples available, sometimes to the point where they need to get rid of them. So you could, I mean, to your point, when you're talking about the woman that likes makeup and beauty, you could probably either get it for no charge and you're doing them a favor, or a very reduced charge to get samples and then put that into maybe like a a beauty bag or something like that as a favor, along with everything else. Just a quick thought, only because I had this conversation with her just the other day.
Oh, right.
And know that stuff's available. It's you never know until you ask, right?
Right, right. Yes. So it's important to know what she likes, because you can go with the new trends and it might not appear, much to her. So if she loves music, you can do something with a musical theme. You can, if she loves beautiful gowns, you can just have like a ballroom theme. So I hope that helps.
Yeah, no, I appreciate that, and congratulations to your mom, Shelly. When it comes to music and entertainment, I know we've talked about that before, but there is so much out there. Let's say, hypothetically here, Shelly's mom is big into, the standards when it comes to music, or like Sinatra. There's people out there that sound just like Frank Sinatra. In fact, years ago, I had a party. And there was somebody there that loves Frank Sinatra. Plus, it's timeless. It never gets old. And I had this guy named Gene Santini. Just remembered his name. And he was there and just amazing job. Like the DJ was great. Everything was great. But people were focused on this one guy singing. And I don't know, maybe he did like 5 songs, but it was, and the funniest part was, another memory, he would go up to some of the older women and just like kind of work his magic as he sings to them. And it was the pictures were great. Everybody was smiling. So I guess, yeah, when it comes to the entertainment, think deep about that. There's a lot of people out there that do a lot of different things. And, to your point, Alice, what is somebody's passion? What kind of music are they into? You'll probably find it out there.
Right. And that reminds me of an event where the lady, who they were hosting the party for, she used to love Marilyn Monroe. So they had someone dressed like her, and they did they did a very good job with the makeup, and then she was also a singer. So
oh wow,
it was, and then she almost believed, she was like, if I didn't have an idea that she had passed away, I would think it was her, because the makeup artist did a phenomenal job. So that's another way to really entertain a crowd.
Yeah, and now you bring back a memory. If somebody is into that and it's a birthday, Marilyn Monroe, famous for singing "Happy Birthday," I do believe, to John F. Kennedy. Could you imagine her singing "Happy Birthday"? Just recreating that moment from the early 1960s. Yeah.
Right.
But you know what? You can Google and you can search, but that's why you call on a professional like you, Alice, because you're plugged into that. And I think that if somebody throws you an idea, you're going to take it and run with it. Oh wait, we could do this. Oh wait, we could do that. There's so many. It's endless. It's almost endless what you can do in planning a party.
Right.
So how about weddings? I know we are in wedding season, and we talked about them quite often. What do you got coming up? Anything that tell me? I'd like to get into the world of Alice and passioneventsdesign.com. What's going on? Like, what are you thinking right now? What are you planning for somebody right now?
Oh, right now we have two weddings, 2 big weddings that are coming up, and there is one in June and another one in July. So I'm dealing with 2 brides that are uncertain of what they want, and the date is coming closer and closer. So we continue to work closely with the 2 brides, and so one is doing the vintage theme, and we are trying to put vintage slash a little bit of luxury. So we are trying to put things in place, and then the other one is having just like a luxe event in the ballroom, and those are big events. So we're talking about 300 guests.
Wow.
So there's a lot to do, and so I just make sure that the future brides, do their parts where, to assume some of the little responsibilities, and then we are able to meet weekly. So those are the two big ones that are coming. Other than that, we have some later in the year, and at the same time we have graduation events coming up. So yeah, so we are very busy and we are thankful for that.
Let's go back to that vintage wedding that you're planning, the one with a little, deluxe added to it. What are you working on in terms of the vintage part? I'm intrigued about that. Is it the style of the way the venue is going to be set up? Is it people are going to be dressing vintage? Do we have vintage cars going on here? What's going on?
Okay, for this one, people will dress like regular attire, like regular attire. When it comes to the vintage style, it would be more like finding like a vintage car where we would do some floral design for them to also ride in and take pictures. And the ceremony will be outdoor, so we have to put some of the pieces with the the boho. We have to make it a little boho, and so it's mainly like in a decor, in the design and the table setup. So it's pretty interesting because we are doing a mixture of luxury items and some of the floral design. Then we will put boho style. So we'll see how it comes up.
Yeah, very exciting. And I think you have your finger on the pulse of what's the trend right now, because I've been invited already since in the last, I'd say 8 weeks, 2 separate events, call them parties, just what you're talking about. One was a Roaring '20s party. The other was the Great Gatsby, right around the same era. And you needed to dress up like that. And the entire restaurant venue, whatever, was set up exactly like that. Went to one of them, didn't make it to the other one. I'm sure there's going to be more, but yeah, super fun. Just like it's like you transform yourself into somebody else from that time frame. And it was a very very lush time too. So I can understand, that what you're saying, take the vintage and then amp it up a little bit with some gold motif and things like that, right?
Right. And when it comes to like dressing, like dressing as the host wants people to dress, I had to be a coordinator in one of the wedding events, and I had to dress like them.
Ooh.
The only thing is I had my tag because I was the coordinator, and some people who didn't know, like a family member who didn't know who I was, they reach out to the bride after the wedding and say, "Oh, there is this friend lady that you really need to thank because she did work a lot throughout the event. You really need to thank her." And then
That's great.
the bride said, "Oh yes, that was my coordinator." You're like,
That's
"What?"
fantastic.
She was like us. So I like to do that. I like to look like everyone else, not just.
Yeah, I love that. Well, you know what? That's a big plus for you. It's like almost as if you were riding under the radar, you were blending in with everybody else, and then they're thinking, that's one of your really good friends. She's there every time you need her. Look at her. Every time she's not even partying so much because she's helping you out. And they didn't. But you know what? What it comes down to is, I'm sure that you become their friends. You're a friend of the couple because you know so much about them. You're planning a once in a lifetime day, an event. You probably know more about them, honestly, than a lot of their friends do, because you spend so much time and right?
Right. And I'm still friends with them, and I'll be planning the kids' first birthday party.
That's fantastic. Yeah, it's got to make you feel, Alice, really, really good. I don't want to say at the end of the day because it's a cliche, but it's at the end of the day after the event and everything is done, when you look back and you say, that's what I did. I put that whole thing together, and they're smiling, they're happy, and it went fantastic. It's gotta feel great.
Right. Yes. It's great. It's great because it's great to give, and it's a great feeling.
Yeah. All right. So tell everybody if they want to reach out to you, if they're planning an event anywhere in your area, which is in the Maryland area. What part of Maryland?
Okay, so we are in Frederick, Maryland, and just 50 minutes from Washington, D.C., and we're in the middle of Baltimore, also in the middle of Virginia. And if you want to reach us, you can go to our website, passioneventsdesign.com. And there is a contact page where you can input your information, and we'll be happy to reach back to you. If you are planning a wedding, an event, we can come to other places as well. We go to New York, we go to other surrounding places. If you want us to go as far as Georgia, I'll be in Georgia in the month of August. So we can go where you are.
Wow.
We'll be happy to service you.
Yep. And I'm sure you're happy to answer any kind of questions if somebody's wondering about an event. They want to bounce something off you and potentially have you guys work their event, depending on where they are. It's always great. I love talking with you. I love the creativity. I feel like we come up with ideas as we go along here, but it's also based on your experience and your passion too.
Yes, yes, I love that, Steve. Thank you.
Thank you, Alice. Go there, passioneventsdesign.com, and start planning a great event. You know what? Life is short, so make it count and make it special. And look forward to catching up again sometime soon, Alice.
All right. Thank you. Thank you, Steve. And I'll see you next time.
Yep, absolutely. Thank you, and we'll be right back.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you can now listen live on the MyTuner Radio and online Radio Box apps for iOS, Android, and the Amazon App Store. Or check us out online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com or search Podcast Business News Network on onlineradiobox.com/US so you don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
We are back with our friend, Iman Damani. Excited to have her here live on the Zoomcast and podcast at the same time. She's our lead aesthetic specialist, Pristine Rejuvenation. And we're here again with her live. Why don't you say hello and introduce yourself to our listeners?
Yes, good morning, Jill. Good morning, listeners. My name is Iman. So nice to have everyone join us today. I'm the lead aesthetic injector and co-owner of Pristine Rejuvenation Med Spa in West Bloomfield, Michigan. Thanks for having me.
Thanks for being here. So the type of work you do at your med spa consists of
So a medical spa is everything medical aesthetics. So that's your traditional injectables. A lot of people are familiar with Botox, Juvederm. So, anti-wrinkle injections, dermal fillers, Sculptra, Radiesse. We do skin tightening. We do body contouring, lasers. We have something for everyone. So I would like to think of us as an anti-aging, preventative type of wellness center. We have a combination of treatments, and we have our great esthetician Sylvie with us on board too, and we love what we do.
Of course. And it's great. We had some great conversations. We've learned a lot from you. To recap last week, I mean, but we talked about Botox, we've talked about sculpture, we've talked about the preventable injectables. I mean, there's so much. Last week, what did we focus on? How come I'm drawing a blank? What did we do last week?
We were talking about the Morpheus 8.
The Morpheus laser. Thank you. The latest and greatest of lasers. All right, perfect.
And so I'm sorry, go ahead.
No. What did you want to talk about today? Yeah, that could be used everywhere on the body. What are we going?
So I wanted to kind of talk about what I call multimodal approach, or using multiple modalities, and not only that, but also talk a little bit about aging. So I like to tell people that we want to help you age backwards, right? So it's important to understand what happens through the aging process, and that helps you understand what we do to help prevent and maintain a youthful look. So, we're all going to age. It's just the fact of life.
Yeah.
And so as we mature, what's going on, right? And what can we do about it? So, if we were just to focus on the face, which is probably 75% of what we do, we also do, neck and body rejuvenation. What's going on underneath there? It's, some people all of a sudden realize, and they start to notice these changes at different points of their life. But in terms of our face, we have different layers. Obviously, we have our outer skin, correct? Different layers of skin. You have fat pads, which we actually like in the face. We have what we call superficial and deep, and it's these fat pads that add volume and lift everything up. And so as you mature, as you age, these fat pads start to shrink, right? And once they start to shrink, you develop flatness, you develop jowling, you develop laxity, you develop hollowness in different areas. And what can we do about that? Well, there's a lot of things. The first thing that comes to mind is dermal fillers, because it's a very popular modality. It's instant results, minimal downtime. Well, with dermal filler, what you're doing is you're injecting a filler substance, usually hyaluronic acid, and you're restoring those fat pads. So I like to think of it as, I'm not filling your face with volume. I'm just restoring those fat pads, the volume loss that you've lost. We're just restoring it so that you maintain that natural look, that you look youthful. There's also other changes going on. So, we talked a little bit about the fat pads. Well, obviously we have bone, and that actually contributes to a lot of aging, right? We have bone loss. As we mature, we get osteoporosis everywhere. So as you have bone loss changes, you might notice maybe your under eye, the orbit, that bone starts to widen, starts to become hollow. And so a combination of bone loss, a combination of your fat pads shrinking, as well as changes in the actual muscles that are in your face, contribute to all the signs of aging that we have. And so we know how it's caused. What do we do about it? Again, we talked briefly about dermal fillers. That's a very popular, a lot of you have heard of Juvederm. There's 20 or 30 FDA approved dermal fillers on the market. They all vary in terms of how long they last, the consistency, where we place them. But that's, again, a very popular treatment for restoring balance and volume loss. What else can we do? Botox, we've talked about that. It's a wrinkle injection. Now, it's not going to restore volume, but what does Botox do when you have wrinkles, those dynamic lines? I need some too right now.
I got some like
you
3
look
weeks
great.
ago. I'm trying to move my eyebrows. They move a little, which is good. But I don't like, and it's funny. I tell everyone, like, my sister's like 48. She's never had Botox, and I'm like, Jen, I can't stand looking at foreheads that move. I said, I'm working in television my whole life. Look at the TV. Nobody's forehead moves. It's just the thing to do. But then I feel like, because then if not, they see all the wrinkles. Like right now, I don't see wrinkles. It's like frozen. I love it. But I have wrinkles, but you can't see them because they're stuck.
Yeah. So
in the down position.
Botox is going to help with the muscles, relax those muscles that are in your face, muscles that create those lines, those dynamic lines that then turn into static lines,
Yeah.
right?
Mhm.
It's funny because the injector is always the last person to get treated. We always,
For
especially around
sure.
the holiday
Yeah.
season. But I'm due for it now, and I can just show a visual.
Sure.
You know, Botox is anti-aging and preventative how. First, obviously, when you have wrinkles, dynamic wrinkles, that makes you appear a little bit more older. So by relaxing those muscles, you minimize that muscle movement. Plus, the biggest thing, in my opinion, is that those really difficult to treat static lines that you see, especially on your forehead, around your eyes, around your mouth, those are all created from dynamic muscle movement. And really, Botox is the only way to treat that. Sure, you can put filler underneath the skin to soften that. But I think from a preventative and long-term maintenance, Botox is a quick, easy way to do it. And most people, once they've had treatment, I very rarely have someone say that I don't want to do that again. It's our most popular treatment for sure. So, you have Botox for the wrinkles and static lines. We have dermal filler to replace that volume. We've talked briefly in the past about, I believe, our biostimulants, such as Sculptra. Yes.
Yeah.
That's stimulating collagen, that's adding a foundation to your skin, which will then once you stimulate and build collagen and add that foundation, those folds
will
appear less prominent. And it's a really very natural and great way to get natural, long-lasting results I've seen 2 to 3 years with Sculptra alone. And then, we have our other anti-aging modalities, right? Such as the Morpheus, which we discussed last.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's going to tighten that skin, right? That's going to work at a deeper level. That's going to remodel the tissue. There's also Kybella, which is an injectable. You may have heard of that.
Yeah.
That's
I
relatively.
don't know what that is, though. What is that one?
So Kybella is doxycyclic acid. It is the same acid that's released actually from the bile duct, and it just essentially breaks down fat. So it's the only permanent injectable, right? Permanent meaning it's going to permanently break your fat cells down. So it's a permanent result, and we inject it. Most popular and FDA approved area is the submental space, so that double chin that people may have. We literally inject it. It does take some time to work. It's not instant. You usually need a few treatments, but it's great for people that have fullness or that double chin. We also have kind of other areas. It's probably off label, but that's pretty common, such as the jowling that you might get over here on your face. I've used it by the bra line area. I've used it in the knees. Really, it's great for treating those really difficult to treat areas. Again, it's an injectable. It's really going to help give you a sharper contour profile. And again, that's over several treatments. But the options are limitless. When we talk about multimodalities, we have, I always say, start with great, effective skincare, quality skincare at home. That's 60% of how you look every day is not your professional treatments. It's really what you're doing at home. And then you can start slow, maybe try a little Botox, a little filler, just to maintain some balance. And then, consider combining some of our regenerative modalities, Morpheus 8, laser resurfacing. Maybe you have hyperpigment or acne scars. Lasers are a great tool for treating those superficial areas in your skin that, really can be difficult to treat at home. Let's be honest, excuse me.
Perfect. We all want to look better. And this is like the time of the year, and it's mostly winter for most of us, in a sense where you have that downtime to do a little more, right? Plus the holiday gift factor, and men and women, but a lot of ladies more in particular. Great idea to get gift cards. Treat your lady to a better looking face. I'm telling you, this is the stuff that we want. Yeah, I think it used to be jewelry. Now I'm like, no, I just want my skin to look better. Isn't that funny? Used to be clothes. Nah, I prefer this.
Even if it's just good skincare, good quality medical grade skincare. And again, you take care of yourself now, you'll be thinking you'll be thankful 20, 30 years down the line. Because definitely you'll have better quality skin.
Yeah.
And your pockets will thank you too. I think, prevention and maintenance is really the key. So, and that's why we call it kind of aging backwards, because if you do take the time to invest in your skin, and get proper maintenance and do what you got to do at home, including sunblock, including good quality skincare, and then seeing a professional in between, they can look just as amazing as you, Jill.
Stop. Thank you. I keep up. I do my laser treatments. I do my facials. I do. Yeah, I never used to be honest. It's been like the past like 2 years I've really stuck with it, but you go through phases, but you have to now in your 40s. Oh, there's no turning back.
Well, consistency is the key.
Yeah.
And I will start to realize it, being consistent and, seeking professional opinions and advice. And, I don't expect someone that walks through my door for a consultation to know everything. I'm here to educate you, to empower you, to let you know what your options are. And the great thing, especially with medical aesthetics, is that it's really, there's something for someone. Maybe you're not a Botox person. Well, we do have other options available.
Yeah.
It doesn't have to be go big or go home. Not every treatment is for everyone, and not everyone's a candidate. But that's what we're here for, to consult you, to let you know what your options are, and to help you kind of walk you through that journey, that aesthetic journey. Everyone's journey is different, completely different. And we have to customize it and personalize it.
Yep. Absolutely. And let me ask you, you've been doing this for quite some time. For those that don't know a little bit about your background, just tell me a little bit about your qualifications and your background in this. Thank you.
Absolutely. So I've been actually in the medical field for about 20 years now. I'm a certified registered nurse anesthetist, and I still practice anesthesia in Michigan. I've been doing medical aesthetics for about 3 years now, and I love it. I love what I do. I love empowering both men and women, and helping them, again, guiding them through their aesthetic journey. It's different for everyone. And, it's something that I definitely am very passionate about. And I take my job very seriously, for sure.
Yeah, absolutely. And in particular now with the holidays, is there anything in particular that you're promoting for your company in particular? Is there any specials going on?
Oh, absolutely. We have amazing December specials. I actually just came back. I was in New York for thread training. It's constant learning in this field because things are changing. And so I did a whole weekend of PDO thread training. And we did everything from the butt to the nose to the mid face to the eyebrows. So we have some amazing thread lift specials going on this month, as well as specials on our popular, our dermal fillers, our lip fillers. Probably lips are one of the most areas that I inject. People love lips. Who doesn't want nice, voluptuous? It doesn't have to look gaudy or ducky. We can keep it in balance and natural looking. I mean, I have people from their early 20s to their 80s getting a little lip filler because, when we talk again about the aging process, you lose volume in your lips too. And for my young clients, they want that maybe refined or just a little bit more volume. We can do that too. So yeah, we have amazing specials. We have our gift card promotions. And again, that's great for someone. You might have someone that you love that you don't know kind of what to get for them. Get them a gift card. Let them decide.
Yeah. No, absolutely. And just, turnaround time when it comes to these types of things, right? I mean, because if you're doing an injectable, do you recommend waiting to do like a laser treatment? How do you space that all out?
Yeah, it all depends. So we create, a customized treatment plan for you. And it depends on, do you want results yesterday? If you're that type of person, then, the Morpheus may not be a good option for you because it could take a few months for results. But we have something for everyone. I always say give yourself a minimum of 2 weeks, especially before an event or a holiday. Like we have a lot of brides that come to us. I say start seeing us 6 to 9 months before the big day, with holidays.
Yeah.
Depending on what you're getting with dermal fillers, with Botox, 2 weeks, 2 to 3 weeks is adequate for a great instant result. But you might have a little bit of downtime, not much, but give yourself at least 2 weeks. And if you're combining treatments, some treatments you can stack and do same day, and some treatments you can't. You have to wait, 2 to 4 weeks in between. So you have to really plan accordingly. But we do have, our 8-week new you package. We're in 8 weeks, literally. We have a customized package just for you that includes some of our popular treatments, or a little Botox, a little filler, our IPL photo facial, and you will look like a new person. But you have to give yourself enough time for that.
Yeah.
But with the holidays coming up, how many days do we have till Christmas? Is it not that far away? Less than a month, I would say. You have time for a peel and Botox on the same day, and a little filler.
Got it. Good. All right. Yeah, I gotta try my lips. I want to try my lips again. I told you I did it many years ago and it was too ducky, but I just had a sinus surgery. So right now my lip doesn't move up anymore. So it makes my lip look even flatter. I'm waiting for the muscle to come back because it's kind of frozen like a Muppet. So I feel like I lost my lip from the surgery, but hopefully it'll come back a little. But I could use a little puffy.
It will. It just needs, with lips, and what I tell people is you can't sometimes just inject an area. Even young clients, everything has to balance out. So someone might be coming in for lip filler, but to make that look very natural, we might need to add a little chin filler. We might need to lift the cheeks up a little bit, or maybe around the mouth. So again, it's all about knowing what's going to give you, and as an individual, the best result.
Got it. Well, thank you so much. We are almost out of time. We got 3 minutes left. I know we started a little late today because we had some technical issues, but I'm glad you're here. What else did you want to add to the conversation?
Oh, again, we talked about a little bit of everything today. I do get quite a few people that come to see me, and we don't have a ton of time, but hyperpigment is a huge concern, especially for for many people, right? Some people call it brown spots, melasma, aging spots, but that's something that you can definitely manage with skincare at home. So vitamins, brighteners, vitamin A. You can come see us for a chemical peel that targets hyperpigment. We can consider a photofacial as well, IPL, that will help target pigment. That's probably hyperpigment and acne are probably the two most biggest skin concerns that people come to me for. And I like to tell people that both conditions are completely manageable if you're compliant and consistent.
I love it. Totally. Oh my goodness. And by the way, when it comes to melasma, is that something that really is treatable, or that's still going to keep coming back?
Yeah, well, I mean, you have, what we call melanocytes. So you have in the middle layer of your skin, you have cells that produce these dark spots, right?
Yeah.
And so that's when we talk about multimodal. You need to use skincare that will target those cells. But yes, it's not like a one and done, you get a treatment, they're done, or you get rid of them. Yes, they will. A lot of it's instigated by the sun. I mean, you can't take the sun away. You're going to get exposed. Even if you're a hermit and don't leave your house, your body's going to get sun exposure. You're going to have UV rays coming in windows. So yeah, it's, again, I always tell people that maintenance is your key to having the best skin that you can achieve. Maintenance, prevention. But yeah, unfortunately, melasma, there's no permanent solution for it. But you can take care of it. It's treatable. You can take care of it. You can manage it. And again, as you're consistent, you'll be fine.
Great. Well, thank you so much for joining us here today. Iman, would you mind sharing the best form, all forms of contact? Thank you.
Absolutely. So you can call or reach us, text us at 248-955-3535. You can also visit our website, pristinerejuvenation.com, and we look forward to seeing you, speaking with you, and helping you achieve your aesthetic goals.
Perfect.
Thank you, Jill.
Thank you so much. Good to see you. And of course, have a fantastic day. Looking forward to next week when we chat again. Are we on for next week?
Yeah, next week I believe is our last session.
Ooh. Any
Go big or go
teaser? What
home.
are we doing? Do you know?
We'll keep it a secret.
All right, perfect. Let's work on it. You got it. Not a problem. I just wanted
Yeah.
to tease, but we could just tease the fact that you're back on. Thank you so much and looking forward to it. Have a great day.
Take care.
Thank you so much. Bye-bye.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcasts on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
Mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Being at an event, a wedding, it's always a great time. You always have so much fun. Planning it, maybe not so much. And that's why you want to grab a professional like Alice Victoria Mbui, who is with us. She's with PassionEventsDesign.com. And this woman, Alice, you never stop. You're moving. You're on the road again. You're going someplace else. It's just you're an amazing person. You got so much going on, but you still have time to help people one-on-one. So I love it. How you doing today?
Hello, Steve. Thank you for having me, and I'm happy to be here. And thank you for the warm introduction.
It's great to have you back with us. And I know that when we do talk, we help people, giving them ideas of what they can do for their event and their wedding, whatever the event may be, because that's your specialty. There's one thing we didn't talk about this previously, and you had mentioned it before, so I want to jump into it. Floor wraps. Tell me about that. You can get customized floor wraps for an event?
Yes, Steve. You can have that for any events, whether it's wedding, birthday, or baby shower, and other social events. You can have that. So the idea of the dance floor wrap is just not to have just the floor, plain. So the things that I came up with was to customize it. Is to do like a design. Of course, you hire a professional that would do that, and then we'll give you the printout of it, and you install it on the floor, and it's beautiful because it's like it can be the focal point in a event space.
So this gets my mind going as I think about what you can do. Like, for example, I don't know if you remember, a year or so ago during COVID, when you would go somewhere, there were wraps on the floor. And sometimes it would be just a big circle that says, reminds people stand 6 feet apart, things like that. If not that exact thing, but that type of wrap is what you're talking about, where decals are on the floor, and it could say whatever you want. It could add to a theme. Could be anything you want.
Yes, yes. So, when you book a venue that has maybe, let's say, a carpet throughout the floor, it's nice to incorporate a dance floor. But when you incorporate a dance floor, you just don't want to leave it plain. You want to put the decal on it, and just have something, writings, initials. If it's a wedding, it will be initial. If it's a let's say 40th birthday, just because before they used to leave them plain, and the room just it looks okay, but not very attractive. So those dance floor wrap just make a difference because it lights up the room. And of course, when you have it with the let's say the white background of the decal, it's just elegant. It's nice.
I love
So,
this idea. Yeah, because when you think about it, you've spent time, you've spent money about everything else, from the flowers to the decorations, the table, whatever it might be. But now you have this, call it the real estate underneath you, where you can really set the tone and change things up. So how does the process work for this one particular idea? Do you reach out to a vendor and then get it done? And then do you, as the event planner, put it down, or you always have to bring somebody else in to just apply it to the floor? And of course, obviously it's removable after the event.
yes, yes. So, Steve, we are a one-stop shop. Not only that we design, we plan, we have party rentals, and soon to have the venue, to run the venue space for other people to have the events. So we just have to position ourselves to have almost everything that a client will want.
Wow.
So the floor wrap, the dance floor is something that clients want. So we are affiliated. We are connected to other vendors like huge party rentals. Those that have everything. So we contact them, and they will come to install the floors, and then we contact a designer. It can be a web designer or someone that do the customization. We contact them, and they will print out the decal, and then my team and I will be able to install them on the floor, because you don't want to install the decal just on the plain floor. So that's where we come in. So it's a teamwork.
I love it. Now I'm getting more ideas thanks to you. Couldn't you even put decals on windows? Because they cling, they remove. But can you imagine, Alice and Steve's big day, or whatever it might be, and there's decals, classy though. I'm talking very classy looking, and they could even be clear and almost look like the glass is etched as somebody walks in. There's so much you can do, I guess.
Right, so much to do. Technology has just brought a lot of ideas.
Yeah. What now that could potentially be for a wedding. Well, let's go back a little bit. What about engagements? Do you do special events for that, engagement parties?
Yes, we do events for engagement, and sometimes especially because they are surprise. So most of the time we have bride contact us to plan the wedding. It's interesting that for engagement, we have future groom call us. And sometimes they need idea, what if my fiance would not love the ring? So we give ideas as, okay, why don't you take her for ring shopping? Just say that you want to try on, some rings yourself, and then you tell the fiance, say, hey, oh, which one is nice, and among the 3 rings, there's one that she will probably love the most, and then he can surprise her with that. So those are just crazy ideas. that we throw at them.
I love that. You do everything right from the beginning. I mean, I didn't even think of calling a wedding planner, event planner, for something like that, because so many guys struggle with it. Let me tell you, picking out the right word. And you want it to be a surprise too. That's another
Right.
thing. Can you imagine planning an event and telling your fiance that it's something else, and when she shows up, it's a big party for you guys as your engagement? I mean, that could be. And now you have photographers built in for that special moment. I have a friend who has a friend, and he's been doing it for years. He takes pictures of proposals, and he's pretty famous in the New York area for it. And people call upon him. Yeah, all right, I'm going to pop the question. It's going to be on a bridge. I got a horse-drawn carriage, and he comes out like the paparazzi and takes the pictures for him. So there's so many different things that you can do.
Right. And before there were not many requests for those. Those are rare.
Yeah.
But I think people are wanting to have their moments, and so that's where we getting most of those requests too.
What about some advice for somebody, since we're getting into the season, it's warmer, for outdoor events? We want to do, let's say we want to do something outside. I guess you get a tent, have a backup plan. Any thoughts on that?
When you do that, try not to pick, the most days where we have hotter weather, because that will be uncomfortable for your guests. And sometimes people will say, oh, it's too hot, I can't come. So try to pick like a day, I would say June, the month of June or beginning of July, to pick a date in between. And if you are renting a tent, you can also rent those, it's like a AC, I forgot the correct name, but it gives air, like air conditioning, portable ones. You can have them installed like on the four corners of the tent, so that your guests will be more comfortable, and yourself too, and you are not going to sweat under that makeup, especially the bride. So that's one of the things I can advise. And and then also have a plan B, just in case if there's heavy rain. And
That's a good point. I bet you a lot of people don't think that there are air conditioned tents. And as soon as you said that, I thought of that because of COVID and going to a restaurant. So there's outdoor seating, but it was in the summertime and there was air conditioning inside the tent, and it was enclosed. But there was an exchange of air, and so yeah, those are things that regular people like us, we don't think of. That's that's top of your head. Oh yeah, if you're going to do something in the summer, Alice knows there's air conditioning like that. I would have never thought about that. My first thought would be, okay, fans, and they're okay, but not like having something that's air conditioned. What about weddings? Anything stand out in your mind? Anything you've gotten a recent request for? That might surprise people that can be done?
Well, I mean, now it looks like most couples, they're thinking outside of the box. So, it's interesting, because I know during COVID, most people were home, or they didn't have the occasion to party much. But now we're getting requests like, the photo booth, as we discussed before, has been a request. And it looks like people are interested in the photo booth, especially the 360, when you stay in the middle and you dance, and then it spins. So people are loving that. I thought maybe for the first couple of months, especially this year, we were going to have micro events, but people are going out of out of the box. Some people are doing 350 guests. I met with a couple 2 weeks ago. I mean, we were planning the event since last year, and the guest count was 300. And when I met with them 3 weeks ago, they said 350. I was like, I never thought people were ready for bigger event, but it's happening, Steve.
I guess everybody was held back for so long that it's now, let's go. I want to have a party. I want to have a good time.
Yes,
The COVID that
yes.
we were kind of suppressed. And then slowly venues started opening up to 50 people. And that's that back, year and a half ago, it seemed like wow, we can actually have 50 people at some place. Yeah, it's exciting that we can do that. And there's so many different options that you can come up with. I love the photo booth thing, and there's so many other options with that. They even have, and it's been around for a little bit now, where it takes a picture of you in a group, or it could be just you, and you just punch in your email address or text me my photo, and right away you get it.
Right. Right. And the one that took over is the 360, where, you stay in the middle, you dance, and the camera is spinning around you. It makes you feel like a star.
I see it.
So,
And I've done that before. I've taken my phone and I've actually gone like this and turned my head and went around and shot a video, which, it's kind of old school. It'd be nice to have something professionally done, but it's a cool look when you look at the background moving and you're right there. Is it now, when you talk about that 360 concept, is that something that somebody is doing on the floor for you, with you, or it's kind of automatic?
yeah, I mean, you stand in the middle, and then they put music, you dance, you just stay still, you dance, you can, twirl around, and then someone has the remote, and they control the 360. They make it go one way, and then they make it go the other way. So someone has to control it with the remote. So that is something we would do when we coordinate events.
That's so much fun. Like you have all these, it's like you're the chef and you're cooking up an event, and you have all these ingredients in front of you. Ooh, which one am I going to pull out today? Oh, I think they would like this one. That seems to be their taste. So how about this one? You can suggest that. I know that you had said that couples are going, in terms of weddings, for more richer look with more gold and just a richer kind of feel. Any thoughts on that? Anything that we may not have talked about that is out there that you've done for couples or you can do?
Well, it looks like it's some of the requests that keeps coming back. I know we spoke about the acrylic. Acrylic has the look as diamond, So some couples will request that. There are couples who don't like gold tone, so they will go with the silver tone or the acrylic. So it really depends of the person's preference. Some just like vintage, some like to have the mixture, and some just like it just simple. So it really depends. Everybody have their own choices, and is interested to cater in different taste.
Yeah.
So we like.
Well, that's what makes it fun, because there's so much different variety that somebody can do. What about some of the other things, the engagement parties? I know that you do those. Anything stand out that, excuse me, that we would want to do, something a little special for an engagement? Oh, I'm sorry, retirement.
For retirement, I would say that just make it as a nice event. Every event should be cherished, whether it's retirement event, wedding, baby shower. Every event should be cherished. So if someone is having like a retirement event, I think, especially if the person was in the office a lot and doing his work, I can stay in one place. So office work is not for me. But if someone who was IT, let's say he done IT all his life, and then he's having a retirement event, I think it would be good to make it fun, like, make it like a sport event or just something fun so that he would not remember that, to be in that calm environment.
Yeah.
So,
And, like you just said, if it's let's say we make it a sporting event, feel to it, if that's what somebody's into, right away, we can go back to the floor wraps or the floor decals. There's so much. Think about if somebody's into football. I mean, they're just like hardcore. You could have their team. Okay. You could even do, like the 30-yard line, the 40-yard line, whatever it might be in a decal. It's just endless possibilities when it comes to stuff like that.
Yes, you can do anything. You can customize anything. And we thank God for the professional that's, that really came up with the idea and make it happen.
So we're talking with Alice, who is with passioneventsdesign.com. And you're based out of the Maryland area, but you can go to other areas as well to plan parties. I'm going to change gears for just a second. My daughter just turned 14. And what do you think she started talking about?
Oh, that's interesting because I have 14-year-olds in my house.
Oh.
I have twin girls. They're 14, and
wow.
So yeah, so
my daughter's not a twin, but I actually am.
Oh wow,
Yeah.
that's interesting. That's
Yeah.
interesting.
I have a twin sister, but the thing that my daughter, as soon as she turned 14, what came out of her mouth? 16. We're already thinking about the sweet 16 party. So why don't we talk about a few things there that can be done for a, how do you say it again? A quince.
Well, the quinceañera is 15, and that's for, Hispanic culture.
Right.
So everyone else, like us, we will say sweet 16. And 16 give us extra time. And for the Hispanic culture, is 15. So it doesn't give them extra time.
Yeah, I've got an extra year to work on this with you.
Exactly. So my daughters are 14, and they were talking about the 16th, sweet 16 since they were 13. I'm like, we still got time. We still got time. So
my daughter's even talking about driving a car. She's like, "Can I take a driving lesson?" I'm like, "All right, you can sit in the driver's seat. We'll be in a parking lot." But what about those sweet 16s? Are there things that you've done that really stood out that you were proud of, or just a party that just worked out really well?
Sweet 16, or
yeah,
or like some other regular events, but they are special because we can be 16 only once, and the young ladies start to realize that they're stepping up, and they have to become more responsible and thinking about life. So my daughter started to do that, and they even said, "Mom, can you hire us so we can start making money?" So there's always something I find them to do. And matter of the fact, sometimes they do the editing of my YouTube videos. So
okay.
yeah, it's interesting. So sweet 16, just make it memorable. It's only once, and please don't skip out of it. Don't, because there's not another time that your child, your daughter, will celebrate that again. So give her things that she would like. This is her event. She wants to have, if she wants to create her guest list, let her do that. Have some of yours, and let her create her guest list. Let her make the choices when it comes to the flavor for her cake. If she wants cake, if she wants cupcake, like there was a daughter and mother that was having a conflict because the mother wanted regular cake, the daughter just wanted cupcake. So I found it an easy way to say, okay, you can have your cupcake, and the cake will be for the grown-ups. So how about that? And she said, okay. So just, to find a simple way to tell them, to make them understand. And
yep.
Yeah.
I think the most important point of all of this is to involve your team. Instead of just taking everything over and I'm going to do this, I'm going to set it up, let them be a part of it, because that's what really makes it special.
Yes, I do agree.
Well, if your daughters want to work, there could be a job installing floor wraps if they put them together and window things too, potentially. Yeah. So are you, how are things? Let's talk about your venue. I know that that's been in the works and we're like very close to it. What's the status of that?
Yeah, so it will be finalized the 3rd week of May. And matter of the fact, I was with the chamber this morning before my trip, and we are going to have the ribbon cutting the 3rd week of May. And we can't wait to launch it because we have customers, clients who are at the door. They want to book it.
Wow.
So we are very excited, and I can talk a little bit about the features of the space. It's a small space that can host up to 120 people. And we have a small kitchen that can be used as a kitchenette and then bar. There's 2 restrooms, ample parkings. It's near the highway. It's in a great location. So we are just excited because we can't wait. And behind the venue, I will have like a huge space where it will be a showroom, so that the things that you will want will be presented there, and it will be easy for you to choose what you want to include for your event, whether it's centerpieces, throne chairs, lux chairs, and all the charger place and everything that we have in our inventory.
I love that idea. So it's almost like a showroom. Somebody can walk in and say, oh, I like that centerpiece, or I really like those chairs as well. And they can kind of actually see it before they make a decision. I love that. Good for you on that. Wow.
Yes, thank you.
Very exciting. We're just about out of time, but tell everybody your website, if you could.
My website is passioneventsdesign.com, and it's easy to find us. It's very easy to find us. There's a contact page. You can put your information there. You can call us. There's button, easy to navigate. So give us a call and we'll be happy to design your next event, or we can plan it the way you want. And we go in different states. We'll be in New York this week. So just to tell you that we can go wherever you are, and we can't wait to hear from you.
Fantastic. Well, congratulations on the venue, which is just a few weeks away. And good luck on the rest of your trip there, Alice.
Thank you, Steve.
Thank you. Always a pleasure. And we'll talk again soon.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll talk to you soon.
Beautiful. Okay, we'll be right back. Thank you.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you can now listen live on the MyTuner Radio and online Radio Box apps for iOS, Android, and the Amazon App Store. Or check us out online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on onlineradiobox.com/US so you don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
Hey, welcome back, everyone. Yes, we have a new year about to begin. I always love this time of year, not for the resolutions that you're probably not going to do anyway, but for the reason that it's a clean slate. We start fresh. It's like you have a canvas and you can put whatever you want on it. And if that includes changing your life or even moving it forward, you probably should use a life coach because you can't do it alone. Even research shows that there's just no way that you can navigate everything alone. Your friends and family can only go so far. Why should you get a life coach? We're going to talk about that with somebody who's an amazing life coach and certified counselor at Wisdom Coaching. Genevieve Wisdom is with us. Welcome back. How you doing?
I am doing fantastic. Thank you, Steve. How are you today?
I'm well. And her last name really is Wisdom. It is.
I know.
Can't make it up.
You can't make these things up. I know. Steve, I have to tell you and your valued listeners something about my growing up with the last name Wisdom. It was horrific because kids, true to form, will make fun of one another based on anything. So they would gang up on me and call me Wisdom Teeth. Now everybody goes, but it wasn't just hi, Wisdom Teeth. It was Wisdom Teeth, na, 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 na. And I'd cry because I'd be the only wisdom around until I met my family, the other wisdoms. And later on I go, oh, it's not just me. And Wisdom is actually a British surname. So it hails from England, England to Jamaica.
Wow. And it's so funny you say that. And I just met somebody whose real last name is Shakespeare. So, and it's from the UK. So we've got a Shakespeare, we've got Wisdom. It's cool.
The new year.
But it's you,
awesome.
And you bring a lot of wisdom into life coaching. What are some of those reasons? If somebody has been thinking about it, hasn't really pulled the trigger on moving forward with a life coach, what are some of the reasons why it's so beneficial to have one?
Steve, now is actually an amazing time for someone to think about a life coach. And one of those reasons is, as you said, it's a new year. A new year is coming up. And one of the major things that I find with clients who find me is there'll be a certain time marker, a certain event or time in life, like a new year, like a birthday, or they've given themselves 30 days, they have a new job. So time marker. So that's what we're going to talk about today, especially the time marker of a new year with those resolutions that we make and sometimes are unable to keep them alone on our own.
When I think time marker, I also equate that with the word change, because time is always changing, and the time marker could be a lifestyle change, could be a divorce, could be a new job. That's a change. All of these things, when these markers come up, sometimes is reason to make a change in yourself. Things happen for a reason. You might not have even planned it, but maybe the universe is saying, now it's time for you to move forward, time to go in a different direction.
Right? Exactly, Steve. Exactly. And I'm a great change artist because in my life, I've had to change a lot. And so what I find clients like with their life coaches is that you understand. And so I understand changing. And I say, come to Wisdom Life Coach for a change this new year, whether it be something that you think of simply or seemingly simple as useful aging, which is my platform. So just, what? My skin, I'm getting older. How can I look more youthful as I age? Oh, yes, Wisdom Life Coach. She can help me with skincare as well as nutraceuticals. But even going deeper, because again, another one of my tenets is beauty from the outside in. So we start on the outside and we go deeper and define beauty in a much more broad and deep way. And so one of that deeper beauty is serendipitous, finding love in the new year. As you mentioned, Steve, things in life happen. they just happen, like divorces. And we may find ourselves, because I'm talking about useful aging, so those of us who've traversed life a little, we may need to find a new relationship, and it can be terrifying. Trust me, I know. I know.
Been there, done
Modeling,
that.
yes, right? Been there, done that with the background. We just never know what life holds. And the great news is we change with those life changes, and Wisdom Life Coach can help you traverse all of that.
Yeah, and a lot of times when those changes take place, the first thing we do is we go into victim mode. Oh my gosh, how did this happen? But instead, flip it and look at it as an opportunity. Maybe that relationship wasn't really serving you. As you look at it a little bit deeper, you have a little bit more foresight into it. Now that, maybe the dust has settled a little bit, now you have an opportunity to maybe do life with somebody who does support and serve you in a different direction. But yeah, that what makes you very different is that you have a beauty background and you also have the coaching background and so much more, where, not to take it away from another life coach, they don't have that modeling background, the beauty background, and they're all connected. Especially, let's be honest, if you are getting divorced, changing relationships, want to change your life, you want to look good and feel good at the same time.
100%, Steve. You are so eloquent when you put things together, and it's like you know me. I love that. And that's what I hope that I share with my clients is I might throw something out, and then they really understand that I understand them and fill in the gaps, and you do that. But certainly, if you're having to change a relationship, for instance, you want to look good and you want to feel fantastic. Now, what does that mean? Well, the tenet of Wisdom Life Coach is looking good on the outside, because let's face it, Steve, we don't see the heart at first. We see what someone looks like, and there's nothing wrong with putting our best face forward. And when we've gone through things, sometimes we just wear it. We look tired. We've been through a fight, and now we have to revive our skin and look just more alive. And then we want to feel that way. So the nutraceuticals help with that as well. And you're right, I have a background in both the beauty side as well as the nutraceuticals. So what makes you look good and feel good is imperative. And then you also want to make sure that emotionally you do some work there. And so a life coach can help you talk things through. Now, if you have to go deeper, the great news is I call myself, my life coach practice, as I'm the general practitioner of life. So you come to me with things that you want to change in general, and we start there. And often, Steve, shockingly, just having that champion, your championer, come beside you, as in Wisdom Life Coach, Genevieve Wisdom, we can talk it through, do a plan, and you'll get there. However, if things are deeper, more deep rooted, you need more of a deeper counseling, or you need to go see a chiropractor because we've taken some supplements and your back still hurts, I can usually help you figure out what are the next steps if you have to go to a deeper practitioner, etc. So I love what I do because I start general, we talk it through, we start on the outside, and we go way deep, Steve, to the heart of the matter.
It's like you're a cheerleader. You're somebody's cheerleader. That's really what it is.
Yes.
How do you look at the difference between a life coach and a therapist? I mean, I have my thoughts, and we may have skimmed that before, but now that we're talking about the main reasons for a life coach, how would you define the difference between the two?
Oh, absolutely. And so a life coach, as I mentioned, it's more general, it's more talkative. And Steve, I have a psychology background. I did a triple concentration in applied sciences, so in kinesiology, gerontology, psychology, plus my nutrition degree from a university here in Canada. So I have the educational background. And the difference is in psychology, talking heals. Talking causes people to change, get you from point A to point B. And often when you come and see a life coach like myself, it's not necessarily because there's something negative or something wrong. It could be you have such great things happening, like a promotion, or you started a new job and things are exploding and you're wondering, how do I now manage this new gift and my family and my exercise and my beauty from the outside in? And so I help you with the general things in life through talking and action steps. Now, a therapist go much deeper into the counseling aspect, and they may stick with the subject and go over that subject again and again because you might need to do that. A life coach, I like to get us from point A to point B as quickly and as effectively as we can. But if you have something going on that's very deep, very painful, very traumatic, and you need to go deeper, then we can figure out wherever you are because I coach via Zoom. So I have clients all over the world, which is awesome. We figure out who in your area you can go to and get a therapist to go deeper and go over that one thing again and again. And Steve, just on that, one more point, I have had my clients do that. They've gone to a therapist and then they take what the therapists have given them and they come back to me and I go, "You ready to move?" They go, "Yes, Genevieve, now I'm ready to move." And then we take that healing modality and we take it from point A to point B. I like to keep things moving. It's the rhythm and the reggae in me.
Oh, I love it. Yeah. And that's part of the having a life coach. It does move faster. And there's nothing, you can't take anything away from therapists. It's all good.
Not at all.
But sometimes you marinate the same stuff over and over again, which sometimes is beneficial. You need to do that to heal.
Yes.
And it might not be a therapist. Maybe it is a hypnotherapist that can, for lack of a better description, but I think it's the best one, get inside your head, your subconscious, find out what was going on in there, or what has been programmed from even your childhood that's holding you back. And now they come to you. And it's almost as if they have fuel in their tank and they're ready to, power forward.
Of course, 100%. And interesting you should say that about programming. I remember that I mentioned before when we started or dance, I like to call it, Steve, because you appreciate reggae. And I really call this the rhythm of life. It's really the dance of life that we have to do. We have to keep changing and moving our life. Yep. We have or solid foundations, of course, but within those foundations, we have to be fluid and flexible. And we all know that. Look at the world we're living in. It's a changed world. And so talking about people going to their hypnotherapist, coming back and moving, I have had great teachers in life. And one, I believe it was a psychologist, as a matter of fact, mentioned that we're like records. Remember those old vinyl records, Steve?
Mm-hmm, sure.
By the way, they're great for reggae, the old school reggae, those old vinyl records.
Believe me, I played them.
There you go.
I played them for work. I am, vinyl, and vinyl's back again, but whatever.
Yes, exactly. So our lives can be like those vinyl records, for an analogy. And so often you put the needle on the record, which is you, and it goes right back into that groove. And sometimes it will skip if the record is scratched. So what you want to do is stay in the good rhythm, in the good groove, and don't scratch your record. But sometimes when it's scratched, it will skip over things. And so what we do and what I do as a life coach is, let's clean up that record. Let's buff that vinyl. Let's make sure when you put the needle, which is you, your action, your changes on the record, it stays in that beautiful music, that nice reggae song that you want to play, if you will. And that's how life coaching works synergistically. And because I have the education, I understand how to put all these different modalities together to get you changed.
So we're talking about maybe a job change, a life change, and we skimmed a little bit on relationships. Why don't we go there now in terms of restoring relationships, finding new relationships? Somebody said to me recently in my journey, and this is somebody, a life coach actually, she said to me, people your age don't usually find all new friends. And I did. I had a life change, different situation. And I turned around one day, I was like, oh man, all these people, I've only known them about 6 months and I trust them, with everything. I just kind of I didn't know I was even doing it. and it just happened. But yeah, why don't we talk about relationships and your thoughts on that as a life coach? Maybe somebody might be listening, maybe look at their relationships, maybe decide some don't serve them anymore. make those, that's kind of a tough decision to make, I would assume, right?
Of course, of course, it's always difficult. And Steve, I like to call one of the tenets of my life coaching old school meet new school. And I'm old school in the sense that I believe in marriage. And I think that that's a good thing. That's a
Mm-hmm.
good foundational thing for us to have. And really, if someone has to look at the relationship, whether it be marital or whatever type, and I'm talking strictly about a love relationship,
Okay.
um, as with everything else, it's difficult for us to look at ourselves, look at it in the mirror, and have that reflection. But sometimes, definitely with relationships, you have to do that. So if someone comes to me, I always encourage them, and I'm there with them as their coach and championer to look at that relationship. You have to look at the mirror and have it reflect back to see what's really going on. And, we talk about the cracks in the mirror, all those different things. You really need to look at it. And you're absolutely right. Something that I love that you've said is in life, including relationships, there is service. There's a certain servitude that has to be there one to another. And I think that is the number one thing that we have to look for in relationships is how do we serve one another? And I'm a giver at heart and I love to give, right? And so sometimes you'll find relationship, you can't have it one way where there's a giver and a taker because I'm telling you, somebody is going to get burnt out and hurt and all of that. So if someone really wants to look at the relationship, we try our best to, keep a healthy relationship together. And we start by looking at it. You have to face it. As with anything else, like when you look in the mirror and say, oh my goodness, I've got this wrinkle, Genevieve. What can you do for the wrinkle? Oh yeah, I need to change this relationship. Maybe. How can you help? I help with all those changes.
Why are we such afraid of change? I was
No.
super afraid of change. And then eventually just kind of got into that mode of this is the way it is. And it's good. Change is good. But why are we afraid of it? What do you think?
Well,
Fear of the unknown?
Like,
Is it, part of that? And how do we get around that?
Of course, it is fear of the unknown. And we all like to have certainty and be in control in a certain way. I don't like being out of control. I don't like, for instance, I'll talk about something simple like being on a roller coaster. You will not get this girl on a roller coaster. I've been tricked on a roller coaster and I feel I'm not in control of that roller coaster. So there's a difference between being in control and being controlling, complete different. But I think that that's why often we may stay in things that we're familiar with because that fear of the unknown, that comfort level, that being in control, we're thinking, oh my goodness, if I let go of this, what's going to happen over here? And if we've looked in the mirror and we figure, it's very unhealthy because we all have to be healthy. We're only strong and able to do our passion, live life passionately when we're healthy in every way, including relationally. And I think relationally, that's foundational because that affects how we think about what we look like, how we feel, how we perform in our jobs. It affects our financial output, and input, all of that. And so once we figure out that we have to change this relationship, it's great to have someone come alongside you and say, you know what, it's okay. It's okay to step out in spite of the fear of the unknown, step out and get something that could be much stronger and make you healthy. That's it.
Yeah, with that's, I'm glad you said that, in that when you step out, there is better over there. But a lot of times we can't see that. We're afraid to see that. Or maybe we don't know how to deal with that. But
of course,
there can be better. It's okay.
There can be better. There can be better. There can always be better. And sometimes when we're in the crux of something, an illness, a relationship like we're talking about, we're thinking, this is it. There is no better. But a life coach comes alongside and gives you that joy, the hope, the faith that there is something better. There can be better. And that's where we start, that there can be better. And we walk through it and go and find that better. And that's really it. Steve, I have changed so much in life. I was born in a little ghetto in Kingston, Jamaica. It was abhorrent, some of the things that I had to overcome. And I'm not saying I did it alone. I've been very, very blessed And so many amazing people have just loved me and just given to me. And because of that, I'm here today. But because I started there and I went to experience some of the pinnacles of life, in modeling, of course, that had its dark side also. I've had to change a lot. I've changed countries. I've visited 42 countries. I
Wow.
lived out of a suitcase. I've done many different things. And so for me, even though I changed a lot, I was still healthy during those changes. And I can use that experience along with my education to help you change.
So I'm curious. Now, you, like most of us, don't like to be out of control and
No.
don't like change. So when you travel or you find yourself in a different place, or maybe you're moving, whatever it might be, how does that affect you? How do you feel comfortable, staying in your zone, but you're really out of your comfort zone?
Well, Steve, as I mentioned, for me, I think it's innate. I was probably born that I'm one of the few people who I don't mind changing, but the soil that I was born into, I better get used to changing because if there's some bad stuff happening here, you better go somewhere where you're safe, for instance. So when I go to new countries or if I change the job, I would just kind of draw people to me because I love people. And it doesn't mean that you don't love people if you're afraid of change, but it's shocking that even if I didn't speak the language, I would carry on conversation, hand signs. And all of a sudden, I just have this group of people in this newness, this zone of discomfort, being uncomfortable because you don't know. But I would really have that around me. And that's what I say for people when they say, you know what, we're afraid of change. It's because we don't know what's there. But people, what I've learned, people are people, and it's shocking how many people just rally around us. And
Yes.
that's what I always encourage. People will rally around you. Just be you. Just be you. And people will rally around you. And that's how we help for you to look good, feel amazing. And then people will be drawn to you like moth to flame.
I totally agree with you. And if you raise your vibration internally, if you talk about energy, if we believe in energy, people do come up to you. People, like, out of nowhere, people will smile at you if you just change what's coming out of you. And maybe that also takes having a life coach to reframe it. Maybe that takes somebody who's a life coach that has a beauty background, that you will feel better about yourself. And then your natural glow just comes out. You don't even know you're doing it sometimes. Even just smiling, walking down the street, walking into a convenience store and having the right vibe, people are automatically drawn to you. It sounds cheesy, but it's true.
It's so true. It's so true. And it's funny you say that because I'm just I'm blessed. We all have challenges with people and life, of course. But I have these amazing people, and I'm thinking about one couple especially. They're always smiling. They're literally always smiling, and it's contagious. The opposite is also contagious if we're always frowning. And so that's why I say, come to Wisdom Life Coach. We start on the outside, make you feel good about yourself. You start to smile more. And then when you feel good on the inside with some nutraceuticals, maybe you need, some liver and gallbladder cleanse because the liver filters our blood. And if we have stuff, hormones, undigested food, all these things going on, then you don't feel so good and you don't want to smile. But you're right, Steve. The simple act of smiling changes your state and the states of those around you. And it doesn't matter what change you have to make, you'll make it better, more effectively.
With a life coach.
With a life coach.
I'm telling you.
Especially Wisdom Life Coach, because, I know a few things. I have some wisdom on a few things.
Somebody wants to work with you. How does it begin? What's your website?
wisdomlifecoach.com. wisdomlifecoach.com. Simple. That's my website. And the best way is to send me an email. And the reason why my emails get filtered, but I get the emails faster, so someone can get to me faster, especially if they hear through you. So wisdomlifecoach.com and email info@wisdomlifecoach.com. I give a free introductory session because your life coach, you have to have that rhythm, Steve, that dance
Mm-hmm.
to make sure that you feel the vibe of one another. And so I do that, and then we go from there. It's that simple.
Yeah, you gotta see if you dance well together, because everything's relationships. But make that change. The year, it's almost here, a brand new one. And why would you want to not move your life forward and enjoy life? Feel that joy, whether it's in relationships or whether it's a job or whatever. We're all thinking about things that we want to change. I gotta believe that. There's changes everywhere. Don't be afraid of it. And now you have the wisdom. She's right over here. She's right there.
Excellent, Steve.
It's great talking with you, Genevieve. And I don't think it's too early to say Happy New Year.
No, it's not too early. Happy New Year to you too and your valued listeners. And yes, let's make a change together this new year.
Let's make it a good one. Oh, I look forward to talking to you next time we get together.
Me too, Steve. It's always an immense pleasure.
Same here.
Are you looking for even more of the podcasts and hosts that you love? The Podcast Business News Network is proud to announce that you now have even more ways to listen live. Check out the MyTuner Radio, online radio box, and Simple Radio apps on iOS and Android, or find us online. Search for Business News Network on mytuner-radio.com, or search Podcast Business News Network on streama.com and onlineradiobox.com/US. Take your podcast on the go and don't miss a minute of the action.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network.
For nearly 2,000 severely injured veterans, everyday life has become filled with barriers.
Day-to-day simple tasks can become pretty daunting.
I have to carry my chair up 2 flights of steps or have somebody do it for me.
What scares me the most is just the falling.
When I'm struggling with my house, I think, to have that one great barrier just knocked down, it's crucial.
Home for Our Troops is a wonderful nonprofit that builds a
mortgage-free, fully adaptive, handicap-accessible house. And there's no catch.
It'll be our very first home that we've ever owned. This is a game changer.
This is where your life begins again.
We need you to join us in completing this important mission. Please visit hfotusa.org and help build homes and rebuild lives.
Because of you, everything's going to be okay.
Broadcasting from the business capital of the world, this is the Podcast Business News Network. Hello, everybody. I am Ross Morasso, and welcome to the show. My guest today, Sue Woodruff, owner at Sue Woodruff Emotional Freedom Technique out of Portsmouth in the United Kingdom. And she has a very interesting story to take, as well as interesting takes on wellness that have been very effective, not only for her, but also for her clients and patients. Sue, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Nice to be here.
Now, if I was to say to you, what does it mean to be well, as a human being? How would you answer that?
That's an interesting question, isn't it? Well, I think well is when, to some degree, it's when we're comfortable in our own skin, wherever we are, because sometimes our bodies are giving us challenges. Sometimes our bodies are talking to us and we're not listening. Sometimes we are listening. Sometimes things happen in our lives, and has happened to me in my life, that's given me a lot of problems that I've had to deal with physically. But if I'm happy in my own skin, then I'm in a state of wellness as far as I'm concerned. And even if in the end of the day, at some point I end up in a wheelchair, it'll be down to me to make sure that I can be okay with that, and then I'll be well, even if I'm wheeling myself around. I'm trying to make sure that doesn't happen to me, but it could.
Now,
and it was supposed to, but it didn't. It hasn't
right.
yet.
That's what I wanted to ask you about. Over the years, various doctors or medical professionals have told you that you would be wheelchair bound, but it seems like you've been able to stave off the demons for much longer and beat expectations. So give us a little bit of background of when that started, for you to get bad news from the doctors.
Well, it started when I had an accident when I was 12, and it carried on from there. I had accidents. My parents, the best one in the world, took me to a surgeon. And of course, if you go to the surgeon, you get a surgical solution. If you go to a plumber, you get a plumber's answer. So if you go to the electrician, you get an electrician's answer. they chose to take me to a surgeon. So the surgeon came up with a surgical solution, and they said that it seemed the best thing at the time. It all sounded entirely reasonable. So they said yes. I was 16 by then, I think, by the time we got to the surgery, and I didn't know any better, and I said yes. And the rest, as they say, is history. From then on, that was the end of my sports. I was very sporty, no more sport, and it's been a challenge. A lot of things in my life have been a challenge. After that, I couldn't run, I couldn't kneel, I couldn't squat. I could walk upstairs, but down was a huge challenge because they took my kneecaps out. And once you've got your kneecaps act as pulleys, so your muscles don't work anything like as well. So walking downstairs has been a huge challenge. So, and then they told me by the time I was 20 and they'd finished all this, they said, well, you'll be in a wheelchair by the time you're 40. And I'm 64, I think. Yes, 64. So I've 24 years on, I'm not, and I had a really bad accident again with the same knee that I had the first accident on 3 years ago. I was taken out by a dog, and it's made what were challenges even bigger challenges. And now I actually can't walk downstairs at all, but I'm still on my feet. I still get out. I still get to the shops. I still can drive, although not a long way. I can drive. I can move around. I can see people. I can work.
And with no kneecaps.
With no, I haven't had kneecaps since I was 20.
No kneecaps since you were 20. So at some point, did you have to start to think to yourself, I don't know if these doctors are really going to be able to help me. Like I got to start taking matters into my own hands here.
Oh, definitely. I had to take matters. I knew I had to take matters into my own hands because as far as I was concerned, the surgeons had wrecked my life. Because I don't think they only took my kneecaps out because of the first surgery they did wrong, in my opinion, and I've been told by other medics that they did it wrong, but of course the medics kind of cover each other's backs, and this is all such a long time ago. It's all water under the bridge, but the consequence of everything that happened to me was they took my kneecaps out, and that's been so since then. It was like, yes, I have to take responsibility. I have to work really hard, and I've done everything. I've been to everybody. I've done everything. I've been, I've homeopathy, acupuncture, Alexander technique. I've swum. I did a lot of swimming when I was younger. I did everything. But the thing that helped me the most that I found eventually was Bowen. And
let me ask you about that for a second here, if I
can.
Yeah. So I hadn't mentioned, but people can find you at suewoodruff.co.uk. And you spell your last name Riffe. Because not only have you taken matters in your own hands, but you're now extending your hands out to other people for their own health and wellness, right? Yes. So explain to us what this Bowen technique is.
Bowen technique was created by a man called Tom Bowen in Australia, and the Bowen technique is huge in Australia and New Zealand and in Eastern Europe. It's very big in Eastern Europe. I don't think it's so common in the USA, and it's getting bigger and more better known in the UK. It's a very gentle and non-invasive technique. You essentially just challenge a muscle very gently and then roll over it with your thumbs or your fingers. So it's not like you don't get sort of the bone cracking you might get with osteopathy or a chiropractor. It's a much gentler technique. And you're working on the tendons and the muscles and the fascia, which is something again that we're beginning to understand more and more how important fascia is. And it was something that, before the war, when the doctors did their practice dissections on corpses, they stripped the fascia off and drop it in the bin because they thought it was unimportant. And now we're really beginning to understand how important it is as a communication system, as part of our lymphatic system, as how important it is in terms of actually being able to allow the muscles and the organs to slide over each other. Because if we didn't have it, everything would stick. And you'd bend over and your liver and your stomach would be sort of stuck together and they wouldn't move and slide, and you'd be in big trouble, and one muscle wouldn't slide over another, and it would be agony. We'd be in a terrible state. So the fascia covers everything. It covers all. It's a huge membrane, covers all the organs, covers all the muscles. Every fiber of every muscle covers our tendons, covers our muscles. It's massive, and it's, as I said, you have world symposia on it now, so we begin to realize how important it is, and we're working on that.
So one of the parts of the fascia that, I was much more common for a lot of us. We hear about plantar fasciitis, right? So like around the fascia around our heels and bottom of our feet.
Yes.
So this fascia, when we damage it, how or are stressing it or whatever, so we have if you pull a muscle, they say, okay, you're anywhere from 2 weeks to 8 weeks, depending on the pull. For our fascia, what is, and I know everybody's different, but what is at least like a minimum expectation when you have this sort of injury of getting it healed? And if you start to notice issues with your fascia, like tell all of us, how concerned about that should we be?
Well, you probably won't really notice unless you've got something like plantar fasciitis. And there are things I can do that really help with plantar fasciitis. And I have helped people a lot with it. Most people don't really understand that they've got a problem with their fascia. And a lot of it, part of it is about dehydration, or parts of it get dehydrated and then it gets a little bit sticky. Not that you would notice, but I notice when I put my hands on somebody, I can feel it. So I start it moving, and then once it starts to move again, when you drink, it rehydrates. And it's really important that we keep it hydrated. So that's why people sort of talk a lot about drinking enough water. I'm never quite clear what enough water is, but I do know it's important that we drink water.
I was going to ask you about that, right? Because some doctors, you hear this 8 cups a day, and then you'll hear some stories saying that, there's not one size fits all, and then doctors
there
generally
isn't,
right? Drink when you're
Absolutely.
thirsty, but
no, actually not, because a lot of people don't feel thirsty, but yet they need to drink. That's quite a common thing, that people don't notice that they're thirsty, and sometimes they misinterpret it as hunger. So whether you feel thirsty or not, do try and drink 2 or 3 glasses of water a day. And if you drink more, fine. You can overdrink. You can take too much water, like anything. So I don't like to tell people to drink 8, 10 cups. I don't want the responsibility of telling people to drink 8, 10 cups of water a day. But I do say to them, drink water. Start your day with a drink of water. Have another drink of water at lunchtime and another drink of water in the evening. If you've got 3 drinks of water in you, plus your other drinks that you have, you're probably going to stay fairly hydrated. There are people who would argue with me over that and say that I should be saying that you've got to drink lots of water.
So with you say water, what about non-caffeinated beverages? Do those count towards adding water to your body?
It would depend whether they've got sugar or what they've got in them. So if you drink water with some lemon in it, fine. If you drink a herbal tea that you're not adding sweetener or anything else to, I would say, I'm not a purist. I'd say yes, that counts to your hydration.
Okay. Now the Bowen technique. So summarizing this, and I realize that it's, this is just a high level view, but you were saying you work to stress the muscles, but much, much less than you normally would, certainly in a workout routine or even with many other medical rehabilitations. Some
very
stress.
light touch.
Okay. And then there's like also a light massage with your thumbs that's done in a certain way.
It's not, massage isn't quite the right word. It's just you challenge a muscle and then you roll over it with your thumbs. Then you lift your hands up and you put them down somewhere else and do the same thing. Challenge the edge of a muscle and then roll gently over it. So it's not like a massage where you're in constant contact with the body and moving your hands. And where we do those moves, depending on where we think what's going on with the body once we've assessed it.
And generally, how long would the thumb rolls go on for after a minute of stress?
It's just one roll. It's one. So if I show you, you might get more of an.
Sure.
I can feel the edge of a muscle in my arm there, and so I move to the edge of it. I press in, I challenge it, and then I just roll gently over it, and that's the move. It's that quick, or not? It's gentle, but it's quick. It's just the one roll.
And what is this doing for your body? Like, why does our body respond to this? What's it starts happening?
Well, there are various receptors under the skin that respond to different levels of touch. Some only respond to a really deep touch, so they respond to like a deep sports massage, a lot of high pressure. But there are sensors under the skin that actually respond to very light pressure, and those are the ones I'm activating. Those are the ones I'm working with when I'm doing Bowen. It's the light touch works with these particular receptors, and it always feels to me when I'm working, it's almost like I'm plucking a guitar string. So I make the move in one place, but it flows down or up the body. There was one very famous case in a case study that came in a magazine about a woman practitioner who had a client who had a bad hip, and she did everything. She did every Bowen move that any of us would have done, and a lot of others, and nothing resolved this hip. And finally, she did something to the client's little toe, and the client went, "Oh, oh," and her hip was fine. That's the effect of working. That's how the fascia actually transmits through the body, and it's very unusual to get such a weird and an unusual response. But so I know when I work on one part of the body, it's having an effect, a holistic effect through the whole body in some way.
And then if people do this with you, and I know everybody's different, but generally, how long would it take for someone to start noticing some results?
Usually people feel some difference after the first session. If somebody comes in with like they've had an accident and it's an acute condition, then maybe 2 or 3 sessions. If it's a chronic condition, like I've got with my legs, it would do me good if I could go and have a session. I don't have the time or the money to do it, but I would like to go and have Bowen every sort of 2 or 3 weeks. But for just to keep me going, because of the distortions in my body, because of what's happened to it. But for most people, when they come and have Bowen, sort of 3 sessions, I think, for an acute condition. So someone comes with sciatica, 2 or 3 sessions. I would expect to get it fairly clear.
And if people are then, if it's injury based, but sometimes we just generally live lifestyles that are causing, micro damage to ourselves on a daily basis, right? So once the issue is resolved, if people return to a healthy lifestyle, not return to, but let's say start one, right?
Yes.
Can they expect for that issue to stay gone, or does Bowen become something that you think can fit into a lot of our lives just as part of general wellness?
I think it would be something that would be great to fit into your life as a general wellness, and have a Bowen session every 6 to 8 weeks to keep everything running, just the way you might wash your car every 6 to 8 weeks or whatever. But I don't think you have to have it. And once you've solved an acute condition, there's no reason why it should come back unless you do what caused it. Do the same thing again, as it were. So if you hurt your back because you lift badly, and I sort it out, and then you go and lift badly again, there's nothing I can do about that. You're probably going to come back to me. But if you learn how to lift properly, then you shouldn't get the same injury.
Okay, so it is not just a therapeutic treatment. It actually assists or can be the cause of total cure.
Yes, it can be, yes.
But in conjunction with your body also healing itself. So for those of us who have joined us somewhere here in the middle, I'm talking with Sue Woodruff, owner at Sue Woodruff Emotion Freedom Technique. You can find her at suewoodruff.co.uk. She's in Portsmouth in the United Kingdom. And the last name Riff is spelled Riffe. Now, for people that aren't local to you or are not willing to fly or drive to get to you,
exactly,
are there any virtual consultations that you can do for people that might help to sort of get them on their path?
Yes, I work on Zoom for people with emotional issues. You can actually work through pain with using emotional freedom.